I'm Rick Benjamin. Great to have you with us tonight. Coverage of the Champ Car World Series, third round of 2004. The only oval track battle of the season for these cars and drivers, and the only night race they'll face throughout 2004. The Milwaukee Mile, venerable, as we have said. Very, very challenging tonight for a variety of reasons. We'll be getting to some of those as we go through the next half hour for you tonight. Take a look at the situation in the Champ Car World Series. 2 rounds are complete. Sebastian Bourdais is the points leader. He comes off a big win a couple of weeks ago in Monterrey, Mexico. His teammate Bruno Junqueira second. Paul Tracy, who dominated at Long Beach, didn't do very well in Mexico, finished 7th. He's 3rd in points. Carpentier and Mario Dominguez rounding out the top 5. I'm joined topside tonight by Trans Am star Tommy Kendall. Great to see you, Tom. What do we see here tonight?
Well, you're going to see a lot of different elements worked in. You got a lot of rookies, and ovals are a beast unto themselves. The setup is all important on an oval. You cannot carry a bad race car. So whether they accept that, they're going to have to, or they're going to end up in the fence.
Well, we have a lot of things to talk about here tonight. Many things we want to bring you. First, we're going to recap for you the first couple of stops of the Champ Car World Series Tour in 2004 at Long Beach. A couple of months ago now, Paul Tracy with that incredible move going into turn 1.
Yeah, he put, finger mashed on the push to pass button, caught a little off guard by Bruno breaking early, and he converted that into a big win.
Tracy dominating, winning by more than a straightaway in Long Beach. Then just 2 weeks ago, Monterrey, Mexico, second race of the season. Sebastian Bourdais was the driver who put a whipping on the field.
And he really put on a clinic. This off-track excursion was the only misstep, and that was because he tried to slow down.
But tonight, the mix will be a whole lot different for Bourdais, for Tracy, and for the rest of our 18-car field, because we're on the only oval track we'll see all season long.
Yeah, and it's a shame there's not more than one mile oval, but there's so many elements here. The drivers ordinarily just stare danger in the face, very nonchalant. A number of them are talking to themselves tonight because the speeds are big at Milwaukee.
If you were with us to watch qualifying last night, you saw several drivers flirt with the wall coming off turn 4. That'll make tonight's show very, very interesting indeed. Let's take a look at our starting lineup tonight as we first take a look at some of the qualifying highlights. Sebastian Bourdais put his car on the provisional pole with a couple of very good laps.
He had to overcome some fear to do it. He had a bad race last year, a big crash in practice, but then Ryan Hunter-Reay, the guy who was quickest all night long, did it when it counted, and Bourdais could do nothing but watch.
Ryan Hunter-Reay actually took the pole with his first lap and then hung a better lap on the board the second time around.
Just to rub everybody's nose in it.
So Ryan Hunter-Reay scored his first career pole last night. Sebastian Bourdais, knowing he was beaten, he'll have to line up on the outside of row number 1 tonight. So let's take a look at our starting grid tonight, powered by Ford. Hunter-Reay, Bourdais on the front row.
Well, Hunter-Reay, he was the king of the gunslingers in qualifying, but he's going to have to make sure he stays on top of the Ardez car.
Second row tonight, Carpentier on the inside, Mario Dominguez alongside. A couple of guys who were very quick all weekend. Paul Tracy has to come from the third row tonight.
But don't bet against him. He was breathtaking working the outside lane last year. Expect more at the start.
He'll be alongside Rodolfo Levine. Row 4, Alex Tagliani, 3 times a bridesmaid in Champ Cars, not yet a bride.
No, and he's trying to do it in his 80th start.
And Jimmy Vasser, of course. Fifth row, last year's winner here, Michel Jourdain.
And Bruno Junqueira, big crash last year, a little bit spooked. Car was loose in qualifying.
Sixth row, Serbia for Dale Coyne's team, and Justin Wilson, who's been so strong this year.
He says, I don't know how I can push it on an oval because I haven't done it, but I'm going for it.
Row 7, A.J. Allmendinger for the Roos Sport team, Roberto Gonzalez for PKV. And we've got a couple of more rows to show you. In the 8th row, Mario Haberfeld for Derek Walker. Gaston Mazzacani making his debut.
Now, he's come from Formula 1. You'd think he'd be used to the speed, but he says, you know what, this is crazy.
Nelson Felipe and Alex Berfico, a couple of rookies in the final row here tonight, rounding out our 18-car starting lineup. Short track racing, 1 mile oval racing is uniquely American. Joining us on pit road tonight to tell us more about the 3 Americans in the lineup, Derek Daly.
Well, the American resurgence is alive and well because last night, to the delight of the crowd that were here, the man from Boca Raton, Florida, Ryan Hunter-Reay, just set a blistering pace on the very last lap of qualifying to capture his first pole. Now, he's been on the pole at Milwaukee before in the Toyota Atlantic Series, which is the feeder series to Champ Car, and he's actually been a race winner as a rookie last year in Australia. But tonight, Ryan Hunter-Reay has laid the foundation for the world to be at his feet if he can begin to lay result after result with the type of speed he showed all through the weekend here. But now, if he's to win tonight in Milwaukee, he's going to face some unusual challenges. With more on that, let's go down to Calvin Fish.
Well, absolutely, Derek Daly. These 1 mile ovals are a tough nut to crack, and you throw in the nighttime elements and the drivers get thrown another couple of curveballs. One is the fact that these muscle lights are going to light this track up almost like daytime. But one of the issues last year was down here in turn 4. There was a bit of a shadowing issue as the drivers exited that very critical and very fast corner. Now, they've repositioned the lights. It shouldn't be an issue. They were very happy with that during practice and qualifying last night. Another problem last year was of course, the very low ambient and ultimately track temperatures down in the mid to low 40s. That shouldn't be an issue tonight. We're expecting temperatures in the high 50s. But one issue is rain. Rain is on its way. We know that for sure. When it will hit, we are not absolutely certain of the time. So the team's left to adjust their strategy on the fly. But one thing is always critical on these 1 mile ovals, Rick Benjamin, and that is the car setup.
Absolutely, Calvin Fish. And of course, if it does rain tonight, we have to go 1 lap past halfway. 126 miles have to be run here tonight to put this race in the books. Well, car setup on an oval, totally different, obviously, from either the street course at Long Beach earlier this year or the permanent road course at Monterey at Fundadora Park. So it gives the teams a lot of work to do leading up to the race as well as on race weekend itself. A lot of things have to be changed on the car, aerodynamically and in the chassis. With more on that, our own Derek Daly.
The road course setup is much more of a compromise because you have to turn right and left. Oval track racing, very specialized. First thing they do, the chassis to generate maximum downforce is level, like on a road course. On oval track, they put in what they call tilt. Reason being, when you load it hard in the corners, it straightens it out to level, generating maximum downforce. Right front suspension, we have what we call negative camber. Camber is when the wheel leans in negatively. Reason being, it heats the rubber on the inside, and this hot rubber gives it bite and gives it more grip on the way in. But what about the left side? We actually need positive camber, the opposite here, because again we want the inside shoulder, which is now the outside on a left-hander, so we tilt the wheel out to generate the heat and the grip on this side. And when you look at the car straight on, the wheels are actually tilted over like this. How do they do that? They actually fit a shorter bottom front wishbone to give them that positive camber. Another key area that the driver must have a good understanding of is what we call the weight jacker. Yes, it jacks weight. In here in the steering wheel, the driver can control a little electronic motor that's in the front of the nose box that pushes a piston that sends hydraulic fluid to the base of the spring platform, and it can jack as much as 80 pounds of weight into the right front. Now think about it. If you put weight in there, it also puts weight over here. On the left-hand oval track, car tilts up, lightens the load on the left rear. You jack weight in here, you add more weight to the left rear, and gives the car a much more stable feel. It can also go the opposite way. That's why the driver has to have a very basic understanding of how to use his weight jacker efficiently and effectively. At the back of the car, downforce difference, there's less, the rear wing is laid down. But the real key happens here in the gearbox. There's no differential. It's what we call a spool. It's a solid axle all the way across. Each wheel is directly connected to the other. But think about it. What about when you go around a long left-hand corner? The outside wheel has to go a lot further. Look at our demonstration here with the simple cup. The outside goes a lot further, but see how easily it rotates around the corner? Same thing happens with these wheels because the outside one is bigger in diameter. That's what they call tire stagger. At Milwaukee, it's 0.42 of an inch. Stagger is one of the magic key handling elements of an oval track setup.
Well, I'm joined again by Tommy Kendall. And Tom, a lot of things to think about for these teams to go racing on an oval. And of course, then you add in the changes in the car over the course of the night. Fuel loads, lightning, things like that. What do you do?
Well, the important thing is you don't overdrive the car, and that's one of the hardest things for a road racer when he comes to an oval. If the car starts getting away from you, you tend to keep pushing hard. If you do that, you're going to end up in the fence. And Rick Mears was the master at that. You'd see him fall back in the field and wait for the pit stop so they could adjust it. But it's hard to get through your head as a road racer when you're used to just making up for it by making adjustments in the car as a driver.
Do you think we'll see front wing adjustments tonight?
I think so. Last year as the race went on, they tend to get more grip, shift the balance, a little bit more grip to the rear. They'll make wing adjustments at the pit stops most likely to help stick the front better.
All right, we'll see how that plays out tonight. I want to take a moment and introduce you to another voice you'll be hearing perhaps tonight, veteran motorsports journalist Jeremy Shaw, the fifth member of our broadcast team. Great to have you with us. This is the third race of the season, the only oval, as we've mentioned. What are your impressions of the new era of Champ Car racing so far?
Well, it's interesting, Rick. I mean, if you think about it in some way, there's a lot of changes for this year with the new ownership and what have you, but a lot of things have stayed the same just as well. We've got the Newman House team there up at the front, the Forsyth team there running up the front, but it's great to see the new blood. This new ownership has brought some fresh enthusiasm to the series, and it's super to see people like Ryan Hunter-Reay and the Erdos competition team running so well.
Now, race-wise tonight, we've heard a lot about oval track setups and philosophy. For the drivers, under the lights, it will be chilly. Maybe there's weather coming. A lot of things to think about, I would imagine.
Well, an awful lot to think about. It's such a different racetrack, this, and there's a large crop of rookies in here. Gaston Mazzacani, he's never seen an oval before this weekend. Well, that's actually a lie, because he did do a test at Kentucky, but he's never raced on an oval. It's going to be a completely new experience for him. And the two front row guys, Ryan Hunter-Reay and Sebastian Bourdais, just 2 short oval starts between them in their career in a Champ Car. So it's really going to be a challenge for those guys.
Getting through the first couple of turns tonight should be interesting, to say the least. All right. Thank you, Jeremy Shaw, for joining us tonight. Now, several stories, of course, for these drivers who are in our starting lineup tonight. Derek Daly, the guy who won here a year ago, has a long way to go to get to the front tonight, doesn't he?
Well, let me first show you a novel idea here, because John Fricker is right here. He's going to change the right front on Rodolfo Levin's Forsyth car. He's got a lighted vest here. You see these multiple lights here? Just an idea to try and help his driver see on the way in. Have you boys used this in the past?
They used it last year, yeah.
Successful?
Yeah, it brightens things up for the driver coming in. He can see it.
Driver likes it, he sees it?
Yeah, he can see it from a long way away then.
Anything to help the driver. Well, a driver that didn't need much help last year, because he dominated right down now with Calvin Fish. Calvin?
Down here with Michel Jourdain Jr. Spectacular race last year, and it's a very special one for you, getting your first career victory. Talk us through the events that happened that night, got you to the win.
Yeah, last year was amazing. It was one of those nights, or the weekend, that the car was just perfect out of the start, and it was just like the car was so good, no mistakes, the team, myself, everything just went perfect.
Certainly a big change in the off-season, switching to the Rousport team, brand new team in Champ Car competition, had a lot of success elsewhere in some of the junior categories. How are things starting to gel? You had a good qualifying run last night, qualifying ninth. What do you expect in the event tonight?
Yeah, I think, qualifying ninth, but we are, less than 2/10 from second or third place, So, yes, from second place. So I think we're improving. The team is getting better, and I'm sure, here in Rousport, we're going to be contending for the wins pretty soon.
Okay, Michel Jourdain Jr., good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Rick?
It's been an interesting day for a lot of reasons here early in the month of June. One of those, the passing of an American president today. Former President Ronald Reagan, the 40th President of the United States, passed away earlier today at his home in California at age 93. He had suffered from Alzheimer's for several years. The former president dying of complications from Alzheimer's. The flags here at the fairgrounds have been lowered to half staff in honor of former President Reagan. And the public address announcer is going to lead us now in a moment of silence at Milwaukee.
Away this afternoon. He was 93 years old. We will continue to fly the flag at half-mast this evening, and our thoughts and prayers are with the Reagan family. And now we will have a moment of silence in memory of President Reagan. Right, ladies and gentlemen, may we direct your attention to the start-finish line and help welcome the 9th Marine Corps District Marine Corps Recruiting Station.
A moment of silence tonight at the Milwaukee Mile in honor of former President Ronald Reagan, who passed away today at age 93. Final pre-race preparations taking place trackside, getting ready to put the field in motion tonight for the Champ Car Grand Prix of Milwaukee. One driver who everyone expects a lot of tonight starts pretty far back as well, back in row 3. 3 wins here, though, for this driver, Derek Daly.
And Rick, Paul Tracy is always Mr. Excitement. Paul, a bit of a surprise that you struggled so far, but I understand a major engine change and things are looking pretty good here.
Yeah, we were struggling for speed all weekend. We had balance, but we just couldn't get the speed out of the car. And we've switched motors, and I think that was the cause of our problems. The car was very fast today on the straight, you know, so we ran very minimal laps, and we've got 4 sets of sticker tires for the race. We've done a lot less laps overall than everybody, so I think we're in good shape for the race.
And it's fair to say you like a good fight.
Oh, I'm ready for a fight.
Good. Thanks, Paul. Calvin?
Down here with Alex Tagliani. Tag, you sat on the pole here last year and then the car went loose on you. What did you learn then, and what are you prepared for tonight with the racetrack?
Well, I think last year was really difficult conditions because the temperature was dropping dramatically from the day to the night. The temperature is pretty consistent so far this weekend, so I don't think it's going to be that crazy on the racetrack, but hopefully we made better changes for the race.
Certainly strategy is a critical element of these races this year. We see the pit windows back in force tonight. You made up 10 spots in Monterey. You don't need to go that far tonight, starting 7th. But how are you going to work the strategy tonight?
Well, I mean, hopefully everybody is going to come in together because the pit window, if there's a yellow, I assume everybody's going to come in and we're going to come all together. And if you have, if you're saving a lot of fuel on the racetrack, I think you put less and you can make some spots during the pit stop, and that's what we're counting on.
Rain is a potential threat tonight. Do you change your strategy with regards to the race maybe being cut short at all?
Well, we want to be in the lead halfway to the race with a big tank of fuel. That's pretty much what you want to do.
All right, Tag, good luck tonight, mate. What they're talking about there, Rick Benjamin, is the race will be called if we hit rain after halfway distance, 126 laps, and then they would get full points.
And that throws yet another interesting wrinkle into tonight's battle, Tommy Kendall. Now, going in tonight, last night when we were on the air for qualifying, we talked about the pit window at 59 laps. If this thing may only go 126, what do we do?
Well, I think you'll see most of the leaders will go to the end of their pit window on every stop. If you get a yellow before the window opens up on the front end, you can get guys at the tail end of the field trying to gamble. And if a yellow falls at the right time, they'll have the field trapped a lap down.
We will keep an eye on that. Now, before we do get the start tonight of the Champ Car Grand Prix of Milwaukee, let's take a moment and listen to our national anthem as sung by Brian Allman.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Big crowd on hand as always at the Milwaukee Mile for the Champ Car World Series. Our national anthem beautifully sung by Brian Allman. Many of these drivers came up through go-karting, of course. Alex Tagliani among them. His bride, Brooke, is part of our broadcast team, too, and recently she had a chance to go go-karting with her husband. Let's take you out to the racetrack and see what Bronte Tagliani
So
learned.
basically, this is Bronte's go-kart. It's a 125cc engine with no shifter. It's automatic, has a clutch. This go-kart here is different. Is the go-kart that I drive. It could go up to 140 miles an hour.
So we're gonna give these a try.
Let's go. This is a big sweeper, flat out in 5th gear, about 80 miles an hour. Quite fast for the radius of the turn. See Bronte here is sliding around a little bit. I'm gonna go forward and I'm gonna show her some different lines, so it might gonna help her a little bit.
I'm in the dirt.
I think I scared her a little bit and she spun. My mistake.
All right. Not bad.
Not bad.
Pretty tired?
No, actually, I feel pretty good. Thank you.
Even though it's this hot out?
Well, I mean, I was just here for my wrist to see if, you know, it's good, and actually I feel pretty good, thank you.
So I did all right.
Yeah, you did good.
For a chick?
I was pretty impressed with your driving.
Do you think I'm ready for the big step up to champ car?
To what?
Champ car.
Yeah, sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about...
Not the first married couple to argue about who's quicker or better behind the wheel. Tommy Kendall, our Bridgestone Tire keys to the race.
Well, Milwaukee's known usually for turning good handling cars into beasts. Usually the back end starts to slide or a loose race car. Last year, it went the other way. Whichever way it goes, the teams that stay on that the best will come out on tops. Pit stops with the pit windows back in place, and all the leaders will be stopping on the same lap virtually, which puts even more pressure on the driver to get the car in the pit box and the crew to not make any mistakes. Starts and restarts. By far your best chance to make up position, but also by far the riskiest. With the low tire temperature and pressure, it's even more powerful. Throw in the extra boost from the push-to-pass button, and that is a volatile cocktail.
Interesting situation with the push-to-pass button as well. You get 60 seconds of push-to-pass time, and Tommy, you were saying yesterday, if a driver is sharp enough to stop at 59 seconds, then what happens?
Well, then, next time he pushes it, it won't stop at the 60. It'll go all the way till the end of that straightaway.
So he might get an extra 8 or 9 seconds of boost there.
It'd be hard to time that, but if someone can do it, they're better than I am.
Alex Tagliani getting ready to strap into his Johnson Controls car, his lovely bride Bronte alongside. She'll put the microphone down tonight and support her husband from behind the pit box here tonight at the Milwaukee Mile. They've been racing here, as we said, for many, many decades, 101 years as a matter of fact. The history of this place is just unbelievable. It's a thrill to come to a racetrack like this that is such a part of American motorsports history, and all these drivers know how big a win at the Milwaukee Mile could be for them as we move into the early part of the Champ Car World Series season. A lot at stake here tonight: points, money, prestige, and a lot more. Ryan Hunter-Reay has qualified well in Atlantic. Here, Tommy, he's on the pole tonight. Didn't run very well in the Atlantic races. What do you think we'll see from him tonight?
Well, he's been an absolute rocket ship. If the track stays relatively consistent, I don't think anybody can challenge Hunter-Reay. If the track starts to go one way or the other, how they adapt to that will determine, you know, with his relative lack of experience, how well they do.
The Newman Haas team, of course, the top 2 spots in the point standings at this point, with Sebastian Bourdais leading. Second-year driver, just 20 races into his Champ Car career, but he is indeed the points leader. Bruno Junqueira in the Pacific Care 6 finished second at Monterey 2 weeks ago. Didn't qualify very well, as we've documented. He's got a long way to go to get into contention tonight.
He does, and you know, that shows how little a difference can make a big effect. A little bit too much front wing. His teammates on the front row, he's back in 10th.
Well, let's talk to the drivers who are on the front row tonight. First to Calvin Fish.
Well, Ryan Hunter-Reay is down here with his Herdez team getting strapped in. Ryan, you've won races before, but tonight, first time from the pole on a very tricky 1 mile oval. What are your thoughts? Are you nervous right now?
No, not at all. I've had good training, so I just got to put it to use now. Just go out there and know how to do it, and just run a good race for the guys. Really, it's going to be a race of who makes the least amount of mistakes. So hopefully that'll be me.
You've certainly been the fastest man on the racetrack through 2 of the 3 sessions, the all-important qualifying session last night. Any concerns with traffic tonight?
Oh yeah, I mean traffic's going to be it really. It's tough. I can't really tell you how tough it is. You probably understand. You've been in the car before, but it's non-stop for 2 hours. It'll definitely be tough.
All right, Ryan. Good luck. Let's go down to Derek Daly.
With Justin Wilson here, who is in unusual territory, goes from the Jaguar Formula One team to a 1 mile oval. Justin, how different has it all been?
Oh, it's been very different. Trying to get used to the speeds around here, have the confidence in the car. It's like nothing else. It's great fun once you're happy with the car and you know the car's underneath you, but when it's not, it really knocks you back a little.
Thank you, Justin. Good luck. He is in the Reynard for Conquest MyJack Racing tonight, as opposed to the Lola that he's used at the start of this season, just in case anything happens.
very impressive rookie driver in Champ Cars with all that Formula One experience. Before we wrap up our pre-race coverage tonight, we wanted to give you a better sense of how these drivers approach the battle at Milwaukee. We talked to several Champ Car World Series rookies and veterans about how they'll run tonight's Champ Car Grand Prix of Milwaukee. When we come back, we'll be ready to go racing at the Milwaukee Mile. But now, the thoughts of many of the competitors you'll see in action in just a few moments about doing battle here tonight under the lights on Milwaukee's Mile.
Open wheel cars are not necessarily meant to go in circles all the time. Just because when they do hit the wall, the driver's in this teeny little small tub and bad things can happen.
I was miserable last year. So was Bruno, pretty much. You know, we just had a terrible weekend. And obviously you're always scared that that thing is going to show up again.
It's good to get back on an oval. We haven't really been on an oval in a long time.
Done a test day around there, so I've got a bit of an idea what to expect, but it's completely different to road racing.
We don't know the ovals, we don't know what it's made, we don't know what it is, so we're just trying to figure out where to go.
It's my first time on an oval, so for me it's just a question of learning the ovals.
The conditions are changing. You start the race, it's getting cold, and you finish it, it's damn cold. Usually, that's what it is in Milwaukee.
If you just are thrown off by a little bit, just even the type of light it is, then once the race got going, you get all the oil on your visor from the cars, and the lights are right here. You can't see for a second because of the light, and it's difficult for sure.
It changes it a lot, you know, definitely racing at night, but we get a couple practice sessions at night here, but it definitely changes it quite a bit at night.
They've been racing at the Milwaukee Mile for more than 100 years. They even played the 1939 NFL Championship game here. The mile has been the scene of some violent wrecks and some great drives to victory by the legendary big car stars of the 30s, the 40s, and the 1950s. When the 1960s dawned, rear-engine cars were in the game, and they had paved the track. A.J. Foyt scored many memorable wins here at the Milwaukee Mile. In the 1980s, Gordon Johncock and Mike Mosley were among the stars, and a year ago, Michel Jourdain scored his first ever Champ Car victory. Who will go to victory lane this year? It's time for Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series powered by Ford. Tonight, the Champ Car Grand Prix of Milwaukee. Earlier, we began the season at Long Beach in California. 2 weeks ago, the tour went south of the border to Monterey, Mexico. Now back on home turf, the Milwaukee Mile on the shores of Lake Michigan. They've been racing on the Milwaukee Mile, as we said, for more than 100 years. And tonight, the fans have turned out in droves to see the return of the Champ Cars. Always a lot of activity at the Wisconsin State Fairgrounds. A wedding staged here earlier today. A couple of Champ Car fans decided this was just the right place to begin their life together. The teams are ready. The cars are lined up. We're about set to put the field in motion tonight for 250 miles here at the Milwaukee 1 Mile racetrack.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
You're looking live at our field of Champ Car World Series competitors ready to roll for 250 miles of action under the lights. Hello again, everyone. I'm Rick Benjamin, joined by Trans Am star Tommy Kendall. Great to have you with us tonight for round 3 of the 2004 Champ Car World Series. Tommy, night race, oval, almost a short track. What do we see here tonight?
Well, the secret here is you cannot carry the car. You have to let the car do the work. Unlike all the road courses where the driver can really make adjustments midstream, you have to get it through your head, which is hard for a road racer, that you've got to let the car do the work. As the track changes, you've got to communicate that to the crew and make changes on your pit stops.
Third race of the 16 race season. Let's show you how the season standings shape up. It's been a Newman Haas kind of year so far.
It really has. It started in Long Beach. Sebastian Bourdais got good points there, but went to Monterrey, Mexico, and was dominant. Has him on top of the points.
Paul Tracy, who won the season opener at Long Beach, sits third after an outing in Mexico that wasn't very strong. Carpentier and Dominguez next in line, and rookie Justin Wilson is sixth in points coming in here tonight. Tommy, how about our Bridgestone Tire keys to the race?
The keys to the race, staying on top of the handling changes. Like I said, you cannot carry the car. So as the track changes, you're communicating with the crew will determine how well you come out on the end of those things. Pit stops, because of the reinstatement of the fuel windows, virtually all the leaders will be pitting on the same lap. So getting the car into the pit box is the driver's job. And then it's the crew's job to not make any mistakes, get them out trouble-free. Starts and restarts. By far the best chance to make up positions, but because of the low tire temp and pressure, it's also the riskiest. Add to that extra 50 horsepower from push to pass, and you've got a volatile cocktail.
And the weather's a question mark tonight. We could see a race shortened here by rain. Now let's take a look at our starting lineup. 18 cars and drivers ready to do battle. Our starting grid is powered by Ford.
On the pole, Ryan Hunter-Reay driving the number 4 Airdez Competition Lola, seeking to announce his arrival at the top echelon of Champ Cars. Row 2, the Milwaukee track record holder, Canadian Patrick Carpentier, driving the Index Forsyth Racing Lola. He knows what it takes to go fast in Milwaukee. Paul Tracy, who was absolute magic working the outside lane last year, looked for more of the same from the reigning champ. In row 4, another former winner in Milwaukee, Jimmy Vasser in the Gulfstream Aviation Lola, was quietly confident after qualifying. In row 5, the defending champion at the mile, Michel Jourdain Jr. in the Gigante Lola, starting to round the Rousport team into form. In row 6, Brit Justin Wilson, the highest placed rookie and F1 veteran, says he's not sure how hard to push this car because he's never done it before. Row 7, AJ Allmendinger, the blazing fast rookie, admitted he probably isn't getting the most out of that Lola because of the death grip he has on the steering wheel. On row 8, a Formula One refugee, Gaston Mazzacane, a guy you would think would be used to the high-speed oval, said, "This stuff is crazy." On the last row, Nelson Philippe, a 17-year-old rookie, received a polite scolding from Paul Tracy after almost putting the champ into the wall on Thursday night. He has to learn to race on an oval while keeping an eye in the mirror for the leaders coming up the lap.
And we've got several different onboard looks for you tonight here at the Milwaukee Mile. We will ride with Alex Tagliani in car number 8. That's the Johnson Controls machine. He will start fourth row inside for Rocket Sports alongside American veteran Jimmy Vasser. We'll even have a helmet cam so you'll see Tagliani's view as he looks down into the corners here at the Milwaukee Mile. AJ will start, or Alex I should say, will start in 7th spot. Onboard views as well from Sebastian Bourdais, the series point leader. He was on the pole for a while last night, Tommy Kendall. He has to start alongside the pole sitter outside row number 1.
And after his relationship with the Milwaukee Mile, a terrifying race here last year, saw his teammate crash big on the first lap, struggled all race, huge crash in testing. For him to be on the front row, I think that was way more than he expected. But now that he's there, he's got a whiff of the front. He's going to try to make something of it.
Heading down the backstretch, AJ Allmendinger also carrying some of our onboard cameras tonight. He will start in 13th position in that car for the Rousport team. That's the yellow number 10 with help from Red Bull and, of course, the folks at BG Products, Berry Grant Fuel Systems. Ready to go racing. We're glad to have you with us tonight for the Champ Car Grand Prix of Milwaukee under the lights on the Milwaukee Mile. 250 miles of action. Ryan Hunter-Reay in the 4 car for Herdez is on the pole. Green flag is in the air, and here we go. Trouble. One car into the wall. It's one of the MyJack cars. Is that Justin Wilson? He's knocked off a winglet, spins the MyJack car to get it pointed in the right direction. Early trouble, and the yellow is waving after one lap here at the Milwaukee Mile. And that was what we had talked about, Tommy. Not on the air, you and I had talked about the possibility of someone on the outside getting stuck in the marbles going right to the wall.
And now that's the first time that Justin Wilson has experienced that degree of turbulence. So he's been trying to sneak up on it a little bit by little bit, but now all of a sudden those wings and the underbody of that MyJet car were not getting clean air, and it's literally like someone just kind of reaches up and pushes up underneath the car. Not nearly as much grip. The car just kind of floating around.
Now the MyJet crew quickly puts the car up on the air jacks. They will put a new nose piece on the 34. Show you what happened. Take a look. You're looking for the yellow and red car. There's Wilson. Just got away from him.
Yeah, he was on the outside. You saw Allmendinger underneath him there, and that's what happens. Low tire pressure, low tire temp, and he probably thought he was being conservative.
Could have been a very, very hard hit into the wall. He managed to straighten the car out a little bit before he got there.
And the only contact was the nose on the wall, so that didn't hit either of the corners, so I think the alignment should be fine. Other than some frayed nerves, he should be okay.
Calvin Fish.
Well, it just looks like nose damage, but unfortunately it took him a while to get it off. I believe that they would have tried to get him out, stay on the lead lap, then bring him in again. Right now, Justin, it's going a lap down. Looks like the change is being completed. Don't see any problems with the suspension, though, Derek Daly.
Remember the reason they put him in the Reynard here, because it's uncharted territory. As we just saw, they put him in that car to save the Lola, just in case something happens, which it did.
So the caution is waving here at Milwaukee. 2 laps are on the board. Caution laps count, of course. And we see Wilson getting the car around the access road. As you leave pit road here, you no longer come right out into the middle of turn 1. You blend in on the back straightaway. The speeds are so high for the champ cars here now that you couldn't do it any other way these days. Wilson up through the gears. He will tag the back of the field for the restart. Interesting the way this developed, Tommy, I think, as we went through the first couple of corners. Ryan Hunter-Reay jumped out. Paul Tracy gained a spot, but Bourdais lost a bunch.
Yeah, you had Carpentier was making a bid, and I think Bourdais was just being careful. The way the point system, I talked to Craig Hampson from his engineer on the McDonald's car, and he says the way the points are now, unfortunately, they're not rewarding aggression. So we told our drivers, we don't care if you win, all we care is do not make a mistake that puts you out of the race. So that's obviously gotten through to Sebastian Bourdais, and he's just making sure.
Only 3 gears in the gearboxes here at Milwaukee, but up through the gears quickly. Ryan Hunter-Reay brings him back to the stripe to begin lap number 4.
Tracy looking on the outside. They actually touched wheels. You saw a puff of smoke. He goes around Dominguez, taking a look on the outside of Carpentier.
Oh! Almost ran out of road there. Tracy on the high side, Carpentier down low.
Getting a little bit of a squeeze from his teammate. Can't make it stick. He's up in the gray.
Carpentier stays in front of Tracy for second. Great battle in 3 and 4 there.
And they're doing this when the cars are not optimal. Everything is not up to temperature and pressure, and the tires are part of the suspension, and so the angle of attack that affects those all-important aerodynamics that Derek talked about a little bit is affected by the tire pressures.
Scoring, of course, at the top of your screen. The 2 Index Forsyth cars running in 2nd and 3rd spots right now behind leader Ryan Hunter-Reay. Carpentier with about a 0.6 of a second lead. There's the defending series champion Tracy. Now we're showing you how much time each driver has left in their 1 minute of push to pass time. Some drivers haven't used it at all yet.
And Tracy has used, I think, 11 seconds of his, probably on the initial start and the restart.
Remember, Tracy started 3rd row inside, 5th spot, wanted to jump around a few guys at the beginning, made 2 passes, got the help, of course, from having Justin Wilson spin toward the wall up in turn 2. Carpentier has used some time. Tracy, as you say, has used 11 seconds of it so far. Bourdais hasn't touched it. You're watching Patrick Carpentier run 2nd in car number 7. Tracy is 3rd. Your leader is Ryan Hunter-Reay off the pole, and he's built a 2.5 gap, Tom.
He has, and he's pulling away. I was looking to see if maybe Carpentier, once he got settled out with Tracy, it wasn't side by side, if he could close that gap. But Hunter-Reay is just picking up where he left off in qualifying. A little bit closer that time, less than 1/10 of a second quicker, but 1/10 of a second here is quite a bit.
Watching your 2nd place car haul down the backstretch here at the Milwaukee Mile. 10 laps are on the board. Ryan Hunter-Reay is your leader. More racing, and a look at A.J. Allmendinger and his cheesehead coming up. Looked like under the lights 1 year ago as Paul Tracy was on his way to the win. Bronte and A.J. Allmendinger will take you for a tour of the fairgrounds when we come back. With Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin. 23 laps are on the board at the Milwaukee Mile tonight. The Champ Car World Series, the Grand Prix of Milwaukee. Riding with Sebastian Bourdais, the series points leader. Running in 6th position. Tommy, a moment ago, he had some problems.
He did big time, and I'd like to add traffic to Bridgestone keys in the race because I forgot about the speed discrepancy between the front and the back of the field. He was trying to get around Ricardo Sparrofico. Sparrofico came up, chopped across the front of him, lost all of his downforce, almost hit the wall. A bunch of guys went sailing by.
He's got Michel Jourdain right with him now. This is a battle for position for 6th. Bourdais trying to hold off Jourdain, last year's winner, right behind him. And they're right behind Rodolfo Levine, who's running 5th. So 5th, 6th, and 7th, nose to tail. Lapping by Nelson Philippe as they head into 3.
And those slow cars, once they start getting to pass, that really rattles a rookie like a Philippe or a Sparrofico, because instead of just concentrating on this daunting track, you got to worry about guys behind you. And so even they were running slower before. When this starts happening, they'll run slower yet. It's hard to get into a rhythm. Those end up being like moving jam cars in a video game. And the experienced guys will be able to use that to their advantage. It never works, always works out in your favor, but you can use them as moving picks.
Watching the battle, Levine in the Corona car. That's the blue and yellow machine. Here's Bourdais, the points leader in the McDonald's Deuce. And behind those two cars battling, you've got Michel Jourdain and his Gigante number 9. He started in 9th. He's gained 2 spots. He's used a good bit of his push to pass. 22 seconds already gone from Jourdain's bank of 60 seconds. As we ride with Bourdais down into 3 and 4.
I got to get a shot out of that car right in front of Bourdais is the Corona car, Rodolfo Levine, and Champ Car fans are used to him being one of the back markers who's being lapped, and he has been really good all year, and he qualified right next to Paul Tracy on the 3rd row, and he is running in 5th spot right now. Very competitive lap times with the leaders.
And when we were in Monterey 2 weeks ago in front of his home fans, he was very impressive. It's Levine whistling by, running in 5th spot.
Running right behind Mario Dominguez. Mario Dominguez and Michel Jourdain are the 2 big name Mexican drivers in the Champ Car Series. Levine with the adulation that we saw in Monterey, Mexico, that is afforded to the guys that run up front, the Mexicans. Levine is inching his way up there. Getting hooked up with the Forsythe team was very good for his confidence, learning from a guy like Paul Tracy as well.
So there's Levine running in 5th spot. 4th belongs to Mario Dominguez in the green car that you see right there. So Dominguez in one of the 2 Urdez machines. It's a good battle for position. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, all close here on the racetrack. Ryan Hunter-Reay, though, building a 4.5 second lead. Alex Tagliani not having a good night so far, Derek Daly.
Rick hasn't had a good weekend, has struggled. After Mexico and the crash, they came here with a new tub built from a car Dario Franchitti once used. Well, that was tub number 31. Alex is a bit superstitious. He didn't like that number. They rebuilt the car before qualifying, said it was a little bit better, but we're not sure now because he struggles. The question is, will speed win out over superstition at the end of the night? Calvin?
Well, down here at Qualm-Crest Racing, certainly Justin Wilson, one of the early casualties in terms of the spin and the damage. Eric Bachelot, car owner for the 34 machine. Eric, what is your strategy now, and what caught Justin out there on the first lap?
Well, I mean, I think we're going to have probably a different strategy, you know, because we lost, so we're going to see what happens with the yellow. Probably when there is a yellow right now, we're going to stop for sure. It depends actually what the leader is going to do, but we're going to do something different than the leaders.
Is it the turbulence from the pack of cars, slightly cold tires, or just too much getting a bit excited there in the early going?
Well, he said he didn't know what happened. You know, it went so quick. So, and I haven't seen. I need to see the replay, so I don't know what happened. But I think it's fine. The car is okay, you know, and it's just been hauled up in the traffic a little bit.
Okay, well, certainly in the early going here at Milwaukee, he complained of a very loose car when he got in traffic, but after qualifying last night, he had a big smile, Rick Benjamin. I'm sure that's changed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he was loose on the outside of 2. That's what got him up to the wall, Tom.
Well, that's what's so spooky about the rookies when they come here. They'll have
one car in trouble. Looks like Tagliani off the pace, sorry. Wilson ducking inside it. Tagliani has backpedaled. He started 7th, back to 14th, and he is way off the pace. You can look at his hands. He's really fighting that thing.
Well, and whether it's superstition or not, whatever it is, if you don't think the car is fast, it's not going to be. And what on these...
Derek Daly, what are you hearing down there from the Rocket Sports team?
Phil Howard, the team manager, just told me big time loose. He's getting sideways, can't hang on. I don't think they're going to leave him out there much longer.
He can't keep the car at the bottom of the track in the corners at all.
And this is classic Milwaukee. For whatever reason, we didn't see it a lot last year with the cool temperature, but this is what happens at Milwaukee. You'll have guys at the front of the field streaking away, and all of a sudden, the cars go mysteriously loose. Meaning the back of the car wants to slide, literally wants to spin itself out. A loose car at Milwaukee, there's two eventualities. You're going to crash soon, or you're going to crash later. So they will, even though they aren't in the fuel window, at some point they'll make the decision to get him in and try to make a change to make that car drivable.
Watching Tagliani fight that 8 car down into the corner. Rodolfo Levine trying to lap him. Look at Tag, he's way high. He just can't wrestle that car to the bottom. He knows he's slow. He's trying to stay out of everybody else's way, I think. Rodolfo Levine up to 4th spot now. Sebastian Bourdais has moved to 5th. Michel Jourdain to 6th. Mario Dominguez is backed up to 7th. There's Bourdais in the McDonald's car swinging to the inside of Tagliani. Looking to put lap 40 on the board this time by. Musco temporary lighting makes this place as though it's daytime. But the drivers still know this is a whole different ball game at night. Tagliani staying out there hoping for a caution.
Yeah, well, you can see the car twitching there on the exit. This makes it a long day even longer. See, Ryan Hunter-Reay has already put a lap on his, or trying to put a lap on his teammate. Dominguez, who was running in front of Levine and Bourdais, has now fallen back. Whether it was traffic or his car has gone loose, it's hard to say.
7 cars remain on the lead lap as the 2 Urdez machines work the corner. That's Gaston Mazzacani in the 19 car, one of the 2 Dale Coy machines. Mazzacani from Argentina, his first Champ Car start tonight at a place he'd never seen before this weekend.
And he's raced in Formula 1, but he has not raced anything in 2 years. So I guarantee you things are coming at him pretty fast right now.
Sitting in 15th spot, he'll give way to one of the PKV cars.
Jimmy Vasser.
Vasser swoops by, Jimmy in 8th position. Now we're 41 laps into this, Tom, and Hunter-Reay is 11.5 seconds ahead of the field, but he'll come back to the pack as we cycle through pit stops.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if we get a yellow, they will, but if everyone stops on the same lap and has comparable pit stops, then you would expect the gap to stay about the same. So if you get a yellow, he does not want to see a yellow at this point.
Watching your leader, Ryan Hunter-Reay. This is Dominguez, who backed up to 7th. He had been 4th earlier and lost 3 spots in 1 lap. Here's Levine swinging inside him, going down into turn 1.
And it looked like Levine was quicker and was just waiting for an opportunity. Got a run coming off 4. And look, Dominguez pushed up. You see him up in the gray.
Wow.
And at that point, you're not worried about losing position. You're worried about keeping it off of the wall.
That was Bourdais going by.
And here comes Jourdain. And that's how quick it happens here at Milwaukee.
And just like that, Mario Dominguez went from 4th to 7th spot. That was a few moments ago.
Saw a little flash from the taillight, meaning Jourdain was on the push to pass button.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, 12.5 seconds ahead of Patrick Carpentier, his teammate Tracy, Rodolfo Levine, and Sebastian Bourdais in Milwaukee. Champ Car points leader Sebastian Bourdais getting in trouble moments ago. Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series, powered by Ford. Points leader Sebastian Bourdais stopping on pit road, whacked the turn 4 concrete moments ago. May have broken something under the car, Tommy Kendall. As he was coming around to pit road, we saw sparks.
We just saw the all done signal from the right front guy. You can see the wishbone there is wrinkled. What happened? He got a little bit wide up into the gray and wrinkled those wishbones. So there goes the points lead, just like that. Even though with instructions, you got to be conservative. I'm sure he was being conservative. This is an interesting thing we're going to have to follow. Guys getting even a little bit offline are getting up into the marbles. So it'd be interesting to see if Champ Car maybe decides to sweep the track. Marbles are little bits of rubber that come off the tires, and they act just like they sound. When the car gets on them, it's like you're on marbles. The car skates. No matter how much you do to the throttle, the car just goes the direction it's heading.
Take a look at it. This is a fairly distant look at Bourdais, way up high, but you can see him scuff the wall there, and he's part of the tub dragging on the racetrack after he clipped the fence. That's the front suspension?
That's the skid plate.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the suspension dragging. He's actually snapped the back half of the lower wishbone.
Take a look at it from Bourdais' view. He's coming off 2 here, so we've got a few seconds to go. Look at the move inside.
Levine made a slip off at turn 2, and he's trying to, now when the car crosses in front, that messes up all the air going over the wings, and he's out of the gas, wheel crank, bang. You saw how slow it was going.
That wasn't a love tap, that was a pretty hard hit. The leader's on pit road, Calvin Fish.
Ryan Hunter-Reay hits his marks perfectly. Now he's gone to a scrub set of Bridgestone tires. This means they have a scuff on them. Got a few laps, could still see the lines. He just beats Rodolfo Levin, who must have had an excellent pit stop a little bit further down. Carpentier's on his way, as well as Tracy, the 3 Forsyth boys.
Well, that's how you can cough up almost a full lap lead on pit road.
Yeah, that's exactly the ticket. And I'll tell you, that's a good insight. There's a guy, Sebastian Bourdais, who we've seen with incredible car control on a road course. It just shows you with the knife edge. He was trying to make a little move. He wasn't that close to Levine. Levine drifted up in front of him. All that dirty air going over the wings, only about half as effective as usual.
Yeah, just about the rest of the field. 53 laps on the board. Rest of the field coming in. Alex Tagliani fighting a bad race car, Derek Daly.
Major downforce change in the front of his car. Blinding up front wing. And he just beats out his teammate Nelson Philippe in a blaze of wheel spin.
Jimmy Vasser down and away. The 2 Rocket Sports cars coming back out. Here comes the other Herdez machine of Mario Dominguez. A.J. Allmendinger heading down pit road to rejoin the battle. There's Mario Haberfeld and Derek Walker's Cummins car. The N2 Holdings machine of Roberto Gonzalez. This is the battle between Levin and the Corona car and the Herdez machine of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And that's just how close. A little bit quicker stop by the Corona crew. I'm not quite sure why they stopped a lap ahead of everybody else.
We're hearing that Rodolfo Levine will be sent to the back of the line.
I think maybe both of them. The pits might have been closed.
So they may have pitted at a time when they were not allowed to. We'll try to get a clarification on that from Champ Car officials. Bourdais, meantime, has lost 3 and now 5 laps, and they're pushing him back to the paddock. He's still in the car. Will they try to change the right front suspension, get him back out for points?
That's the fact that he's staying in the car. That's exactly what they're trying to do. The point system's been adjusted this year to spread the points further back, so there's a bigger premium on finishing rather than winning.
Ryan Hunter-Reay in the 4 car, the Herdez machine. He will remain the race leader. Patrick Carpentier will be second for the restart. Rodolfo Levine still tucked up behind Ryan Hunter-Reay, but as we say, we're hearing that perhaps Levine stopped when he was not supposed to. Pit road may have been closed, so there could be a penalty forthcoming. We'll try to get word on that for you. 57 laps complete. The pit window at 59, but with the caution, most of the teams electing to come on a pit road right now.
Yeah, the important thing is you can only go 59 laps at the most. And so if it stays green, everybody would go to lap 59. If you work backwards from the end, as long as you stop after lap 24 with those 59 lap runs, you can still make it to the end on only 3 more stops. So if you get a yellow anytime after 24 and before 59, you expect everyone to come in. Why Hunter-Reay stopped a lap before everybody else is something I'm not quite clear on.
Pace car out on the racetrack, leading the field around single file as we gear up for our second restart of the night. We're being told that Rodolfo Levine will be assessed a drive-through penalty, so that will cost him a good bit of track position for the restart.
So apparently what happened there is Levine had just gotten lapped by Hunter-Reay, went and made a stop, whereas the lap cars are supposed to wait until the second time pass. Why second through everyone else that was still on the lead lap, the Patrick Carpentier, Paul Tracy, Michel Jourdain, why they didn't stop on that lap with Hunter-Reay is beyond me, because what that did is that just basically gave the Herdez team a freebie. They could have taken as long as they wanted, and they were still going to come out with the lead.
And that's exactly what we see. So Rodolfo Levine showing 5th 1 lap down, but he will lose a good bit of that situation. A lot of positions, a lot of time as he dives onto pit road. 1 lap to go until the restart. And here comes Levine for his drive-through penalty tonight at the Milwaukee Mile. But still a very impressive early stint in the race for this young driver.
Yeah, and he must have gotten lapped right before Bourdais hit the wall, because he had not been lapped right before that. Hunter-Reay was approaching the back of the field. The pace he was running was incredible, and he was going to lap all the way up through 3rd place. If it had stayed green, probably another 5 laps.
Didn't get a chance to point it out, but watching scoring here in the broadcast booth, Hunter-Reay running laps in the 22s, where other guys were struggling to hit the high 23s under green. So that shows you the advantage he's got, at least here in the early going. Now everybody's had a pit stop. Fresh tires, more fuel, a chance to adjust the race cars. Green flag back in the air in Milwaukee, and here we go.
Tracy trying to capitalize again on this restart.
The two Forsythe cars side by side in the first turn. Up in the marbles, is that Tracy into the wall?
Yep.
Wow. Carrying the car number 1, the series champion wrinkles up his index machine big time, and the yellow is displayed once again here in Milwaukee.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. I said that's your best chance to make positions, but it's also the riskiest.
Tracy was third, going for second on the restart. No grip.
And that's purely a function of, last year there were 2 grooves. You could have gotten away with that move. For whatever reason, there's marbles now, so it's turning into a 1-lane racetrack. Car starts to drift up on him right here, and he's in trouble just like Bourdais.
We saw on the in-car view of Sebastian Bourdais when he hit the turn 4 wall a few moments ago. He had that wheel cranked hard left. I'm sure PT had the same thing going there, but you just can't stop it.
Nope. And if the front bites, the back's going to swing around, and at that point, it's just you just keep your fingers crossed and pray that you make it through.
Hard damage, a heavy hit to Paul Tracy's number 1. We'll find out in a moment whether he has a chance to return tonight. Green flag back in the air in Milwaukee to begin lap 64 of 250 tonight here at the Milwaukee Mile. You're watching the Champ Car World Series alongside Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin, Calvin Fish, Derek Daly on pit road for us. Hunter-Reay with a narrow lead. Patrick Carpentier sits second. Michel Jourdain, last year's winner, has quietly worked his way to third after that round of pit stops. Mario Dominguez back in it in fourth. And Jimmy Vasser, who won his last race in 2002 on an oval, sits in fifth. Let's go back just a moment, and we will show you the last couple of incidents here in the Milwaukee Mile. Points leader Sebastian Bourdais getting in trouble off turn 4 just a few moments ago. Fighting it up in the marbles, clouts the wall with the right side of the car, and he looks to be done for the night, Calvin Fish.
He certainly is, Rick. He brought the McDonald's car back to the team transporter. The guy said there's too much damage. Sebastian, what happened up there in the corner?
There was a bunch of cars in front of me, and we were just... we just established the contact, Lavin and myself, and I was low, and then when he went low also, he just took the air out of my front wing, and I just went straight, so downshifted, tried to slow down the car, but there was nothing to do, I was in the marble.
Okay, well, a tough day for the championship leader. He'll rebound, and he heads off to Le Mans, his hometown and home track, for the 24-hour next week, Rick.
One driver who certainly will be glad to leave the ovals. Now the series champion, Paul Tracy, trying to make a move on the high side to take second away from his teammate. He ran out of road as well, got up in the loose stuff, and took a very hard trip into the concrete. Derek Daly standing by with Paul Tracy.
With a very dejected team, very dejected Paul Tracy. Paul, it was a brave move, but just not enough grip on the high side.
There's enough grip if your teammate leaves you room. I mean, he did the same thing to me on the first lap in turn 4. I was on the outside of him, and he just stuffed it in there so hard that he didn't give me any room and forced me to lift off. And then the same, I passed him around the outside, and he just drove it in so hard that he just, was either going to run into the side of me or if I didn't move out of the way. So, I know it's racing, but it's, we're teammates. It's disappointing.
Thank you, Paul. Bad end to a day. Paul Tracy, remember, won here 3 different times. Not tonight.
Won't get his 4th career win at Milwaukee here tonight, definitely. But Patrick Carpentier runs in second. Here's another look at the move. Tommy, obviously no team orders here.
No, there's not. And, the replay there, Patrick was, I didn't see him slide up in the middle of the corner. He wasn't on the yellow line at the bottom, but he was towards the bottom. And I think, I thought he put much more of a squeeze on him on the opening lap. Looked like they had interlocked wheels on the back straightaway there, but that time, once he got up in the marbles, I think that's a bigger factor in this case than the teammate.
Is that just a situation where Tracy's the defending series champion? He's widely considered to be the best driver on the tour right now. Does he just expect guys to move forward?
Well, you can kind of scare guys out of your way a little bit when you develop that reputation, and people know he's not going to back off. And so Carpentier, I think, playing the odds, he knew he was on the low side. I didn't see a big move, forcing him up. It looked like the car just didn't stick. I think that's maybe earlier frustration coming from the first lap incident, which was a little bit more dicey. But you have a team. It's early in the season. They're both in the championship hunt. You're not going to have team orders. You don't want to bang it into each other, but you got to let them race too.
Riding with Alex Tagliani, wearing our helmet cam here tonight. He's been struggling tonight, 13th. Let's listen in. Car does seem to be handling a little bit better. Our Ford telemetry, 6th gear here at the Milwaukee Mile. Tagliani back in 13th position, chasing leader Ryan Hunter-Reay. Lap 83 of 250 at the Milwaukee Mile. A lot of people wondered why Gaston Mazzacani would pick an oval to make his Champ Car debut. He's probably wondering the same thing, Tommy Kendall.
Yeah, that's a good question, but I think he probably said an oval, how tough can it be? You know, from afar, if you haven't been exposed to it, that's kind of the thought. You're like, oh, it's an oval. You know, it's a slow one. Mile, well, slow, 180 miles an hour average speed is not slow.
Things happen quick. A lot of drivers, as we said at the top of the broadcast, consider this a bull ring. You're lapping this place in 22 seconds. Mazzacani got caught out coming off turn 2. It's been the trouble point for several drivers, including champion Paul Tracy. He side-slaps the wall in 2, knocks the back wing off Dale Coyne's AMR car. Nearly had that car take off. It stays nailed to the ground, though, and Mazzacani was able to hop out, and he appears to be okay. Derek Daly.
Team owner is Dale Coyne. Dale, going through one of your best seasons so far. Any indication that he had trouble before you saw the incident?
No, it looks like he just, the same thing happened to Tracy. If you get just a little bit high here, you catch the marbles and it's ice to the wall. You're lifted and you're holding your teeth and you're going slow and you still hit the wall.
What about Servia? Any report on Servia, your second driver?
He's doing all right. We didn't have the best pit stop. We lost a couple positions on that first pit stop, but he got him back, so he's doing a good job out there. So we'll keep going with him and try to get him up there.
Good. Dale Coyne Racing qualified both cars in the top 10 for the first time in Mexico just a couple of weeks ago.
Servia on the podium here a year ago, Tom, and he's up to 8th right now.
An interesting thing is he's been banking his push to pass stuff, so I think with all this frantic racing early, if he has a bunch in the bank and everybody else has it spent on the restarts late in the race, he might be able to make something happen.
Ryan Hunter-Reay continues to show the way in the 4 car, the Erdez machine. He's led all the way from the pole here tonight. He certainly had the fastest race car in race trim, just as he did in qualifying.
Yeah, and with all the problems that seem to be affecting everybody else are not seeming to affect him. His car is still a rocket ship.
Now it looks as though Hunter-Reay and some of the other lead lap cars are thinking about making a stop here. We haven't even gone 30 laps from the last pit stop. Why would you stop now?
Well, I'd have to do the math. It'd be 24 plus 59 would be where, so they are in the window, I think, to go to the end with just 2 more stops.
Yeah, TK, that opened at lap 73. On 2 more stops, they can do it the rest of the way. So they're in their window. We expect the leaders to pit.
As the safety crew, the Champ Car safety crew goes to work, very dedicated pros on the backstretch, cleaning up the mess from Dale Coyne's number 19, Gaston Mazzacani. More from pit road, Derek Daly.
With Carl Russo. Carl, a young team, but you have 2 cars in the top 6. You got to be a proud man.
Well, there's a long race left to go, Derek, but I think Michelle's showing you why he was a championship contender last year, and AJ's got a car that he's happy with, so they're coming to the front.
AJ is a potential star of the future. Do you see the road as bright as everybody else seems to see it?
I'd never tell him that, but no, I think we have 2 great drivers. Obviously, we took on Michelle with very, very late notice in Long Beach. The team has done an outstanding job putting 2 cars underneath these guys. It's going to take some time, but we're going to work our way to the front. They're both very talented guys.
Thank you, Carl. Roossport running P3 and P6 right now.
AJ Allmendinger has moved up from 13th to 6th. So far, though, no one's had anything for Ryan Hunter-Reay. 86 laps are complete at the Milwaukee Mile. Champ Car World Series, the Bridgestone Champ Car World Series, powered by Ford at the Milwaukee Mile. 94 laps complete, still under caution after a hard wreck off turn 2. Gaston Mazzacani spinning, whacking the wall a ton, knocked the back wing off the car, and the 19 of Dale Coyne's team has been removed now from the racetrack. We should be close to a restart. But Tommy, as we look off to turn 1, some of the blowers and safety trucks are off there. It looks as though they're trying to clean some of the marbles off the outside of turn 1 and 2.
Yep, it looks like they've seen enough that it's turned into really a one-groove racetrack. And as Dale Coyne said, you don't have to get the whole car up there. If you just get 12 inches, 18 inches outside of the tire tracks that you're running in, you pick up those marbles, and all of a sudden your trajectory, instead of turning left, is straight ahead.
And as chilly as it's gotten here tonight, temperatures in the 50s here now that the sun's gone down, they're not laying down as much rubber on the racetrack as they would have if it were a warm day. So there's not as much grip down there. There's not as much rubber laid down to stay in the groove with. As we watch Oriol Serbia. Now, Serbia's had a pretty good night so far.
Yeah, he has. I mean, they got a lap down. The pace that Hunter-Reay was running was just, you know, if the yellow had come out probably a few laps earlier, you'd probably have 5 more cars on the lead lap. As it stands now, there's only 3. So unless something happens to those top 3, the reality of coming a lap down is a bit of a long shot.
Mario Dominguez coming back in, surprisingly still under caution. He had a loose right rear tire, we're told. So they were able to button that back up and send Dominguez back out. He was 4th. He'll cough up a couple of spots, though, for the restart.
The better they found it out. Sometimes you don't know that. The first indication you have is when the wheels part in company with the car.
Had a chance to chat with Mario in Mexico, in Monterrey. He was down there, obviously, in his home turf. Very engaging guy, and hope we get a chance to introduce him to more of our fans as the season goes on. Really liked the chance I had to chat with him and meet him down there. We talked off air last night, Tom, about the difference in this racetrack end to end. Now, if you look at it from the top, it looks like a paperclip. It looks perfectly symmetrical, but some of the guys are saying going into 1's a little tougher than 3.
Well, actually, I think it's probably the other way. The visual cues are a lot different. Turn 1, you have a pretty good idea. There's a number of ways to tell you where you're at. Turn 3 and 4, it's like a wasteland.
One lap till the restart here at Milwaukee. 98 laps complete. A long caution for the cleanup. Gaston Mazzacani, his first Champ Car start, ends with a trip into the wall here at the Milwaukee Mile. They've removed the 19 car. Mazzacani okay. And several of the drivers and cars deciding to alter their pit strategies, change their pit windows, Tom, but 2 more stops ought to do it for just about everybody.
Yeah, from here on out, it'll be 2 more stops. Now, Hunter-Reay has been just picture perfect. He's the guy with only a year experience, had a big crash in practice last year. And now we see his teammate, Mario Dominguez. Once they made that stop, they were at the back of the line. What they're doing here, putting a little more fuel on board to give him a chance to maybe leap around some of these guys on a strategy move. But he's actually going to get caught close to a lap down. They didn't. I think the field got around quicker than the Ardez team was counting on.
Green flag is back in the air on lap number 99. Dominguez back up on the racetrack, but not up to speed yet. He is going to lose a lap here in this situation to the leader. So he comes out onto the backstretch. Ryan Hunter-Reay is led all the way. Carpentier with that bold move. How about A.J. Allmendinger? He was down in 6th position. He just dove to the inside going into 3. Getting by one of the lap cars that was in his line. There's Allmendinger in the Rousport number 10. Sitting behind Jimmy Vasser. I believe he got by Bruno Junqueira there. Ford telemetry in 5th gear. For Allmendinger, down into 3. Listen to his radio. Down into the first corner. Allmendinger reeling in. Looks like that may be the car of Roberto Gonzalez there that's up ahead of him.
So I think he was asking his crew, saying, hey, Gonzalez is in the way. Tell the officials to get him out of the way.
Gonzalez in the N2 Holdings car. Most everyone has been to pit road in that long caution period. We're closing in on halfway, just 22 laps short of halfway. I want you to listen to the beautiful sounds of Champ Car racing at the Milwaukee Mile. We call this one Full Throttle.
Got the call in. So you get up on him, he'll let you by, but you got to get up on him.
Watching Rodolfo Levine down into turn 1. Levine was up in the top 4 earlier tonight. He's fallen back to 7th after a drive-through penalty, but he's turned in a great run so far here tonight. Nelson Philippe Struggling in 14th spot. That's the white and blue Rocket Sports car, the lease plan machine. Alex Tagliani, who's really fought an evil handling race car. He's starting to pick it up. Tags up to 10th now, Tom.
This is the ebbs and the flows of racing on the 1 mile ovals.
Mario Dominguez in the other Herdez machine, Calvin Fish. He had a good night going, but they had a couple of unscheduled trips to pit road. What happened?
Well, we'll try and get a chat here with Keith Wiggins, who's the manager here at Herdez. Keith, it looks like there's a bit of a mistake there on the 55 machine. You tried to increase the pit window, but you may have got caught out a little bit.
Yeah, we've got a radio, so I'm not actually sure, but I'm just talking to the guys, and it looks like we got caught out by 1 lap there by trying to gain an advantage. So.
Certainly things looking good on the number 4 car with Ryan. He's run a tremendous pace. I know in the testing you did here, you did some long runs, 40, 50 laps. Is that paying off this evening for you?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, everything's in great shape. He's happy with the car, so keep our fingers crossed.
We know the marbles are bad. We understand Ryan on the radio has said for you to remind him, don't turn in too late, keep it out of the grey stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a continual thing, so just so he doesn't forget and try and push it and push it. He asked us to remind him, so...
Hey, they're certainly going to do that. He looks like he's in control, but he realizes the slightest slip and he'll be in the wall along with the rest of them, guys.
Meantime, we watch him battle. Moving by Ryan Hunter-Reay. Not much of a battle at all. Moving by one of the MyJack machines. Ryan Hunter-Reay lapping this place at 23.6 in traffic. Not the quickest car the last couple of laps, but he's got such a big lead time. He's built it back to almost 6 seconds over Carpentier, who runs second.
Well, and you have to always look to the inside. You cannot take a gamble. Usually, the quicker cars, you move up top, you go around the outside. You're not going to see Ryan Hunter-Reay going up top on anyone tonight. He had to wait till he had an opportunity down low. You saw him use a little push to path to get by Sparafico. But the fast line and what put him on the pole was the fact that he was able to really arc it in high into the corner, which helps it keep you from having to turn quite as much right in the center. Tonight, that's why they're asking to remind him. What worked so well in qualifying will just get him in trouble if he sticks with that tonight.
Dozen laps away from halfway. Ryan Hunter-Reay has led all the way so far. Needs to be patient, I would say. Well, we have a moment here in Milwaukee. Time for our Bridgestone Passion for Excellence. Downstairs to Derek Daly.
Indeed, here with Joe Barbieri, head of special projects for Bridgestone Tires. Joe, at the top of the show, we talked about stagger, but there's a lot more that goes into oval track tires other than just stagger.
Absolutely. As the teams change their cars to handle an oval, our engineers have to design the tires to handle an oval too, especially the right side compounding and the construction to handle the extra loading that you get on an oval. So it's a lot stiffer construction than you'd find on a street course.
Joe, if you remember last year here, it was very
2 inches further around than the inside tire. When you get on the gas, that basically helps the car turn all by itself. You have to turn it to the right a little bit to get it go straight down the straightaway, but the idea is that it really kind of drives itself around the corner.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has a 9-second lead, but the battle for second rages. This is Carpentier in the IndyCar, the blue machine. Right behind him, Michel Jourdain, last year's winner here. Jourdain didn't qualify well, started back in the 5th row. He's advanced to 3rd, Tommy Kendall. He has reeled in the car that is in 2nd, the car of Carpentier, but he can't seem to get up on him and make a move.
No, he can't. That's a function of when you get close, the turbulence behind a car in front makes it difficult. And you see Vassar closing up behind, I think that's Vassar closing up behind Jourdain.
Jimmy's 4th.
He's 4th a lap down, so even if he gets around Michel, he has to go another whole lap to catch up. But for Jourdain to be running like he is and Allmendinger to run the laps he's been running tells you how hard that team's worked. The test here a month ago, those guys were so far off the pace, they had them scratching their heads. Everybody left when it was raining. Those guys stuck around, got a little bit of running at the end of the last day and made a bit of a breakthrough. And now Jourdain, one of the quicker cars.
Jourdain, though, got close to Carpentier. Maybe Carpentier saw him in his mirror or heard about it from his spotter. Anyway, he's back on the gas, sitting in 2nd spot. Carpentier continues in 2nd spot, 1 lap short of halfway. Ryan Hunter-Reay has led the entire first half tonight here at the Milwaukee Mile. That is a strong performance.
It really is, and the guy that you would think that might have trouble, only in his 2nd year, Hunter-Reay has been inch perfect.
Carpentier, you saw there on the podium twice in his 4 previous starts here at the Milwaukee Mile. How about A.J. Allmendinger in the yellow number 10? To 6th position. He's kind of dropped anchor there. It took him a long time to get around the MyJack Conquest car.
Yeah, and you heard him when we were riding on board with him. He was asking the officials for some help to get around Roberto Gonzalez, and his team says you got to get to him. If you get to him, he'll let you by. That's kind of a catch-22 because it looks like there's just clear space between them, but there's not clear air. And the best way to explain that is for the you Top Gun fans. I don't remember when Goose got in Maverick's jet wash, it ended up killing him. Here, it kills the downforce of the cars. When the wings bend the air so much to generate downforce on the car in front, it's right behind the car, it's tumbling with incredible violence, and so the car behind it that comes through there, it doesn't smooth over the side pods and under the underwing smoothly, and so it cuts the downforce dramatically. And so when you catch the guy, even if you're quicker, it's like an invisible force field. It makes it hard to get closer.
Watching the two MyJack Conquest cars of Eric Bachelard's team, Justin Wilson, the British rookie, ran Formula One and had some good success last year. He's in the 34th. Behind him his teammate Alex Spirafico in 14th. Spirafico 15th right now. Now Justin Wilson brought up the first caution tonight. He got into the wall on the second lap. Lost 3 laps on pit road when they put a new nose cone on that car. He's climbed back to 13th.
That's, I think, pretty much perseverance. He's not exactly unlapping himself, but with the number of cars that, Paul Tracy, Sebastian Bourdais, guys getting in trouble, he's just by being patient, clicking off laps, he's moving up through the field. And if he had dropped out, even though running all this distance isn't going to get him a lot more points, it's going to gain invaluable experience for when they come back next year.
Justin Wilson, very, very smooth. Everyone very impressed. He gained the most spots by far at Long Beach. Came from, 15th to 6th at Long Beach. Qualified 3rd at Monterey. Had a problem on a late pit stop. It set him back to 6th at the finish. And he's learned a lot about how to drive here in Milwaukee.
Justin Wilson, you see running behind his teammate Spirafico, and that running this close, when you have a spin like that as a driver, the worst thing is not knowing what caused it, and that's the leap that the guys have to get through. They have to say, you know what? Eventually, this aerodynamics is such a black art. Things happen. The car just gets away from you. Usually, when you crash on a road course, you have a pretty good idea what caused it. To be in a car that's going 170 miles an hour that turns around backwards on you and not have the foggiest idea what did it, needless to say, is a little disconcerting.
To say the least. Ryan Hunter-Reay going to the inside. One of the MyJack cars another lap down. That's Alex Spirafico. Sitting in 15th position. Past halfway now, so the race is official tonight. Some dark clouds off to our north, but no sign of any inclement weather in the area at the moment. Ryan Hunter-Reay continues to dominate. He's led all the way here tonight after starting on the pole in the Urdez competition number 4. Dominant run so far. Big crowd as always tonight here at the Wisconsin State Fair, the Milwaukee Mile. More than 38,000 fans on hand to watch Champ Car. Bronte Tagliani may have the best view of all tonight. Let's hear from her.
I'm up here on the spotter stand at the Milwaukee Mile, and you can hear the cars in the background. You can see the cars racing around out there. This is one of the best views, and it's even more beautiful because it's nighttime. Extra special because it's one of the only races, the only oval race, that you can stand up here and see the whole track at one time. The only place with a better view is with you at home in your living room.
I would second that point of view.
I would. And she said, you get up here. You can't get up here. The spotters can get up there. In the grandstand, you can't see the whole course. Now, what a spotter does, a spotter is the driver's eyes and ears. And as the cockpit sides have gotten bigger, it's really hard for these guys to see even right next to them. So they have a team member up on top of the grandstand who's calling, like, as these guys go by, see Nelson Philippe, who got a little sideways with Paul Tracy earlier in the weekend. Now my engine builder from Rocket Sports is actually Nelson's spotter, and I rode down the elevator. He says it's going to be a busy night because the speed differential when people start lapping, you got to tell them, you have conversation like you've got a car low, you've got a car high. The important thing for a lap car is to hold your line and not deviate. The quicker guy will get around you if you either stay low or stay high.
Watching Rodolfo Levine in the Corona car, one of the Forsythe team machines. Levine backed up to 7th after a penalty earlier. Behind him, the race leader, Alex Spirafico in that MyJack car, the 14. His first full season in Champ Car, ran 2 races last year. Now remember what happened to Spirafico. He had a problem on pit road at Monterey 2 weeks ago. In fact, when he came to a stop on pit road, hit a couple of his crew members. Everyone was okay. There were some minor injuries. Sperfico put some tire marks on the wall there in Monterey. That's the scuff mark after he white-walled or yellow-walled his outside tires, Derek Daly.
Well, you're looking at Russell Grossands. He was the fueler in that incident. He is not able to fuel tonight because of an injured shoulder. The man beside him is Garnett Beeput. He was the man that you saw do the gymnastics, and he had no injuries. But ironically, boys, this morning, he got 10 stitches in his finger when the side pod of the car come down on top of him. But Garnett, I know it looked like a very scary incident. Were you as scared as we were when we saw it?
Actually, I was just getting ready to jump out of the way, so I wasn't thinking of anything or getting hurt.
You weren't hurt at all?
No, just my ankles.
How's your 10 stitches in your finger?
I'm sorry?
How's the 10 stitches in the finger?
Oh, much better. I mean, you don't think about it during the race, so you forget about it.
Thanks, Garnett. It is not a story that we tell many times, but there is such a commitment from these crew members to go over the wall to service their drivers. They will do anything if they think they can help the situation.
Well, you have to be dedicated. It is a team sport, Tommy Kendall.
You do have to be dedicated, but that was a big risk, and you know you're going to be in harm's way a little bit. I went to the Newman Hospice after Monterey to congratulate them on the win. We started talking about the incident, and I talked to Sebastian's right front tire changer, and I said, what would you have done if that happened? He said, I'd have gone up and smacked the driver in the head. So, you see a pretty close quarters there.
Carpentier trying to swing inside Oral Serbia. Is that Jourdain? Jourdain trying to get by him. Michel Jourdain in third spot, so the battle rages for second. Mario Haberfeld moves over and lets A.J. Allmendinger move through. Allmendinger up to fifth now. Bruno Junqueira has been shuffled back to sixth. Jimmy Vasser rides fourth, a lap down. So A.J. Allmendinger, the big mover of the night, from 13th up to fifth spot. On lap 143, 107 miles of racing to go here tonight. I like Allmendinger. 2 championships in the last 2 years in the Barber Dodge Pro Series, then in Atlantics. He holds a nice steering wheel.
He sure does. He had a death grip on it last night after qualifying, and he came over to see Paul Tracy, and he says, man, this stuff has just got me spooked. I'm holding on. I really don't feel comfortable. He had a big crash here in Atlantics. Was one of the few tracks he didn't do well at. So to have a good run like this and get his confidence back, the team's fortunes ebb and flow with the driver's confidence, and it's natural if you've been spooked to have it can turn into a horrible weekend. But they've obviously nailed the setup on those Raceway cars, because other than Hunter-Reay, he and Jourdain are the quickest cars.
This is for fourth spot. Vasser in the red and white PKV car, the Gulfstream entry. Right behind him is Allmendinger. Now, Carpentier hanging on to second. We've seen Jourdain do this before. Close in on Carpentier, then Carpentier pulls away. Looks like he's done it again.
Well, that's where the opportunities come on the 1 mile ovals. You have those jam cars, the lap traffic. If you don't time it just right like Carpentier, he was able to not carry the momentum off turn 2, and you saw Jourdain make a big move down to the inside, but obviously was not able to pull it off.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has checked out. He is more than 15 seconds in front of Patrick Carpentier, and we're hearing that Alex Tagliani has got a cut tire. Look at him wrestle the wheel down the backstretch. Yes, he does. His left rear is down.
Monitor, guys?
See if Tagliani can get the 8 car onto pit road safely with a tire down like that. What's he facing, Tom?
Well, I think he's actually trying to diagnose it. He can't see what we can see.
He's downshifting and heading to pit road, wrestling that thing, and here comes your leader, Ryan Hunter-Reay. To pit road, Calvin Fish.
Ryan Hunter-Reay brings the car in. He has to go around Patrick Carpentier's tires, and then he actually clipped the left front that was sitting on the ground for him waiting. Tires are done. Like the fuel is today, Derek Daly.
Michel Jourdain is in. He takes a tear off from his visor. There are no changes on the car, which is a good sign. Here he goes.
Carpentier down and away. And there is Jourdain, your third place car. Carpentier hangs on to second spot. Now, Tommy, as they use the access road to get to the backstretch, the speed limit is still in effect here.
Yeah, it is. I do not get that at all. I mean, I'm guessing they thought there might be a yellow, so they ducked down. But Now this doesn't make any sense either, because if someone were to stay out, you lose almost 2 laps on making a pit stop. So all those guys a lap down, if they stayed out, they would get themselves back on the lead lap. If you get a yellow before you have to pit, you're golden.
Justin Wilson has been to pit road. There we see Levine on pit road. Mario Haberfeld has stopped. Jeff Carter wearing our helmet cap tonight, one of the crew members on Derek Walker's team. He's the lead mechanic.
Well, I think they pitted TK because their 59-lap window was up, so they needed to come in, and otherwise they had a penalty there, so that was the reason we saw the leaders on pit lane.
So Haberfeld getting back up to speed. Mario Haberfeld running in 10th position. Paul Tracy has climbed to the top of his team's transporter to watch the action here at the Milwaukee Mile. Your leader is Ryan Hunter-Reay. At the Milwaukee Mile, 95 laps to go tonight for leader Ryan Hunter-Reay. A.J. Allmendinger, you're on board with the 10 car. Allmendinger up to 5th spot after starting 13th tonight. He's gained 8 positions, not yet back on the lead lap. Leaders have been to pit road here just a few moments ago because they had reached the 59-lap pit window.
That was it went by so quick, I didn't realize they got to the end of the 59 laps, so obviously they couldn't have gone further, like Calvin said, without being penalized for exceeding the 59 laps.
Allmendinger continues to work hard here. He's tracking down Alex Tagliani, who suffered that cut tire a moment ago. Some of the teams might have thought a yellow was going to come out. Tagliani wrestled the 8 car around for about a lap and a half before he could get it to pit road with that cut down left rear. They changed the tire. I'll tell you, Tagliani has had the worst luck of anybody here tonight. They had that problem with the tub. They weren't sure the car was right. They worked on it. They got him pretty quick again. He marched his way up to the top 10. The cut tire has dropped him back to 13th spot. So Tagliani, as we ride with him down the back straightaway, trying to salvage a decent finish here tonight.
Yeah, and he got, usually something like that happens, you get a yellow, even if it's your own yellow, you can benefit from. He didn't even get the benefit of that.
Mario Dominguez diving onto pit road in the 55, the other Herdez entry. Dominguez was up in the top 5 earlier. They got caught out on pit strategy too, and now they're an extra lap down to the leader. Riding with A.J. Allmendinger, there he is, the rookie contender, running 5th. Hunter-Reay has led all the way up to lap 159 here tonight. Patrick Carpentier runs 2nd. Michel Jourdain in 3rd, Jimmy Vasser and Allmendinger. And Tommy, we hear about spotters quite often, but on an oval track, they're extremely important.
They're pretty much your eyes and ears. It's really hard to see much out of the mirrors on a champ car. So you rely a lot more on the spotter telling you when traffic is approaching you from behind, which way they're going, and then once they're clear.
Let's call your attention here, top left of your screen, the push to pass graph. You can see that Allmendinger has used 40 seconds of the 60 he's allotted, and he's used it to advantage. He's gained those 8 spots. That's what it's for.
He's going to consider using some by here if he can get closer to Alex Tagliani, because he's starting to get pressure from behind from Bruno Junqueira.
Jimmy Vasser directly in front of Allmendinger, but it's about a 4-second gap right now. One more time, let's crank it up and listen to full throttle champ car action.
You gotta get some traffic in about 4 laps. You got Sturfy go about a 1/4 mile up here, and he'll stack it up for you.
The beautiful sounds of this near 800 horsepower Ford Cosworth motor. Ryan Hunter-Reay putting some beautiful music together on the racetrack as well. From the pole, he's led all the way, 164 laps led. Guys down on pit road, it's been really a team effort tonight, Calvin Fish. There's some great stories I know on this Herdez team.
There really is, and sometimes we fail to really report some of these human interest stories. This is Luis Pericarpi, who's the right rear tire changer on Ryan Hunter-Reay's car, the race leader currently. And yesterday his wife was taken to the hospital with a medical emergency. He called her and she said, no, you stay there, you got to do your job, you got a race to win tomorrow, and that's what it's really all about. So these boys are putting their lives on the line, and that's what it's all about. They want to win this race tonight, and the families are supporting them all the way.
And that's what it takes. We talked about team efforts in Champ Car racing. The families certainly have to get involved in this because a driver alone can't do it.
No, he can't. As we look at, there's a spotter stand up there, a couple of guys from the Herdez team. And I think I saw a couple of journalists up there taking notes. Best, like Bronte said, the best view you're going to have of the race.
One of the beauties, of course, of oval track racing, you do indeed see the entire layout. You see all the action all the way around. And a mile racetrack is such a big part of the history of Champ Car racing. It's great to come here to the Milwaukee Mile. Ryan Hunter-Reay won his first career race a year ago at the season finale down in Australia. And Tommy, you said that was a win that at least partly had to do with pit stop strategy.
Yeah, he was not even close to the fastest car. He was well back in the field. He had made a stop earlier, and then in a very rare occurrence on a road course, they had to close the pits, which flips the strategy exactly upside down. He was the only car, the last car that had made a stop before the pits were closed. It immediately promoted him to the lead. He still had to hold on for the last few laps, but he didn't just outright take it by the scruff of the neck and win in dominant fashion like he's doing tonight. If he can win like this from pole, leading every lap, this will establish himself as a bona fide race winner.
Looking at the stats from a year ago when Michel Jourdain scored his first career victory here, he led 234 of the 250 laps, and I thought, man, that's about as bad a whooping as you could put on one of these Champ Car fields. Ryan Hunter-Reay is on his way to maybe a stronger performance tonight. Watching Allmendinger down the backstretch, still sitting fifth. One lap down to the leader. But it's been a very good night for the loose boys.
Good job. Jimmy's going under Nelson.
By some of the lap cars, coming up on Nelson Philippe again.
You saw him, oh, you heard him crack the throttle when Philippe pulled over in the dirty air in front of his car. Wow, that was quick hands, and his heart's probably in his throat right now.
Allmendinger, a young gun in his early 20s, does it work on his mind to see the scuff marks on it too against the wall?
Everything works on your mind here at the Oval. What works on it more is probably the big crash he had in Atlantic testing here a year ago.
Lapping by Nelson Philippe up top, you see how much push to pass time the various drivers had here tonight. Roberto Gonzalez has used almost all of his. A.J. Allmendinger has used quite a bit as well to advance 8 positions, riding 5th in the Champ Car Grand Prix of Milwaukee. In the Milwaukee Mile alongside Tommy Kendall, Iverick Benjamin. 75 miles to go tonight. Ryan Hunter-Reay dominant here from the pole. He's led every lap. Patrick Carpentier, Michel Jourdain, Jimmy Vasser, A.J. Allmendinger, rest of the top 5. Carpentier's had a good night. Jourdain has come from a long way back. Vasser's turned in a strong run. Allmendinger's probably had the drive of the night other than what Ryan Hunter-Reay's put together. Watching Alex Tagliani in the Johnson Controls 8 car, tagged back in 13th position after just battling problems all evening long, including a cut tire just a few moments ago. One of the things we want to show you is how difficult it is for these drivers to adjust to the changing light conditions in one of these rare night races. We have some pictures put together, a time lapse, if you will, starting when this race began in daylight. Every 20 minutes, we've got some shots put together to show you just how little light is left. Here's Tagliani down into turn 1 right after the start when still daylight prevailed. 20 minutes later, dusk has started to gather. Another 20 minutes, pitch dark.
And there's actually a switch on the steering wheel to adjust the brightness of the LEDs, because what works in the daylight would be really distracting and cause some eye strain at night. So there's a toggle switch right next to his right thumb that is dash brightness.
Now we're using the visor cam in his helmet here, and we see the reflection on the visor. Team owner Paul Gentilozzi watching with the headset on from on high tonight. Does that reflection get in your visor and cause you problems?
I think it has to do more with the angle. It shouldn't affect you because it's perpendicular to your eyes. If you get pits in the visor, which we do, the drivers run little clear tear-offs.
Yeah.
But if you get pits, those pits become like little diffractors. and they'll starburst the light. And if you don't have enough tear-offs, you can start getting, and that would be a real issue.
You might have seen in other series, some drivers use a smoked lens on their helmet at night, but Tagliani not doing that. Derek Daly.
Well, one of the problems we documented was Tag went really slow. We saw a puncture tire. Have a look at this here. Look at the slice out of the left rear tire of Tagliani. This is not a Bridgestone tire failure. This slice here was a wing end plate from a car that we don't know who was responsible yet.
So some debris on the racetrack over there.
Well, I think what they're saying is it was a wing plate where
contact,
contact front to back. And I think it was Speed Racer used to have those little things that
the spinners.
The spinners gave the flat tires. The wing plate on a Champ car does about the same thing.
Ryan Hunter-Reay putting Alex Tagliani another lap down. Tagliani mired back there in 13th spot of the Johnson Controls roll-up. Hunter-Reay has led all 182 laps. 3 cars remain on the lead lap. Patrick Carpentier 11.9 seconds back. Michel Jourdain is 12.8 seconds back. Last year's winner. Still a long way to go, though, tonight. We've got 67 miles left. Calvin Fish, Ryan Hunter-Reay's car has been on rails all evening long.
He's just going to talk to his father, Nick Hunter-Reay, and he doesn't want to talk. This family is really nervous. Lydia will not come down to the pit lane at all. We want to have a chat with Nick there, and he says, no, I'm too nervous. I can't talk. So the pressure's on the family, the pressure's on the boy. They followed him all the way through Atlantics, and now in Champ Car, they're looking for that his second victory. Obviously scored the big win down in Australia last year.
The blonde girl you saw in the background there is Ryan's girlfriend, Becky Gordon, and she has been around racing her whole life. Robbie Gordon's younger sister.
Ryan Hunter-Reay in the Urdez car has been the dominant player here tonight. One driver we really haven't spoken about since the early laps. I've been impressed with the ride, Bruno Junqueira. There's Becky Gordon watching from behind the pit box here at the Milwaukee Mile. A little chilly tonight. Some folks going with the jackets. Certainly called for as the temperatures head into the 50s here. Late spring. A lot of parts of the country, it's summertime already, early in June, although the official start of summer is still a couple of weeks away. But here in Milwaukee, it's still springtime. It's been pretty cool all weekend long. I wanted to talk for a moment about Bruno Junqueira. We'll try to show him to you in a little bit. Junqueira sitting in 6th. He's been sitting there for quite some time, but Junqueira didn't qualify well either. Started 10th tonight. There he is in the Pacific Care car for the Newman Haas team. Sebastian Bourdais was the points leader when we dropped the green tonight. Started on the outside pole. He was caught up in that series of wall banging incidents we had early on over in turn 2. Junqueira could well end up as the points leader here tonight.
Oh!
Trouble for Mario Dominguez. Off the pace down the front straightaway. Now you do shift a little bit.
Usually in traffic, on a clear lap by yourself you would, but the drivers run either 2 or 3 different top gears.
We're hearing debris perhaps. We might see a caution. We do. The yellow flag waves with 63 miles to go tonight. Caution on the speedway. Debris down the front stretch, and apparently Dominguez got into something. Safety trucks turning their lights on. They'll be heading up onto the racetrack, and it does appear that Dominguez, that's the call we're hearing on the radio anyway, got into some debris. Here he is moving to the outside of Tagliani's car in the corner and got sideways coming off turn 4. Just saved it. That's why he was off the gas on the front stretch. As they say in road racing, that was a moment. So Dominguez is okay, didn't hit anything. But the debris flag is out, as is the yellow. Your leader continues to be Ryan Hunter-Reay. AJ Allmendinger on board, sitting in 5th position.
That's
considering
correct.
whether to come to pit road or not after the debris incident. Ryan Hunter-Reay has come to pit road on the lead lap. He set the pace all the way, 191 on the board. This will take him all the way to the finish, Tommy.
Yes, it will. That's the first lap they could stop, and it looks like he was the only car to roll down pit road that lap.
You're watching race leader Ryan Hunter-Reay heading back to the racetrack. Calvin Fish.
Well, a good clean stop there for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Everything looks smooth. The only thing I think that went wrong, the guy who squirts the water on after the refueling equipment comes out, squirted Ryan right on the helmet. So we talked about the debris on the helmet. He's going to be wiping that thing off as he gets back under green. But everything looks good. Team are very confident. No changes on this car all evening. They certainly had a great handle on the setup tonight.
It's amazing when you think about it, Tom Kendall. We have said several times tonight about the changing conditions, daylight to dark, cooler temperatures, marbles on the racetrack. They haven't had to make an adjustment.
They haven't, no. And that just underscores what an incredible job that Ryan is doing himself as we see all the cars a lap down heading for pit road.
Justin Wilson's car. A.J. Allmendinger up on the jacks, Derek Daly.
What a great run for A.J. Allmendinger. Very much in a learning mode. Left rear did not get on properly. We spoke at the top of the show about the American resurgence. Well, with Ryan Hunter-Reay and A.J. Allmendinger's performance tonight, it's in full swing.
Watching Mario Haberfeld be serviced by Derek Walker's team, the 5 car, down and away. Jeff Jenkins with our helmet cam tonight. 58 laps to go, so they're inside the pit window. And Haberfeld, who has been running back in 11th spot. Allmendinger continues in 5th. He's our featured driver this week on our Champ Car TV broadcast. He had an opportunity to act as sort of a tour guide here earlier this week at the Wisconsin State Fairgrounds with our Bronte Tagliani.
You know, I wish I had a tour guide. Oh, look! AJ!
I'm AJ Allmendinger. I'll be your tour guide today. I was wondering if you'd like some beef summer sausage or some Wisconsin cheese.
Well,
I have it all here.
I guess the summer sausage because it supposedly makes you go faster. How about the world famous cream puffs?
You know, to be honest, I've never had a cream puff.
So we have burgers and soda and beer and brats. What's a brat?
I have no clue what a brat is. I'm just a guy wearing a cheese head. This huge slide here is the colors of my favorite NFL football team, the Green Bay Packers. And all I'd love to know is if Brett Favre would come out and one day drive the 2-seater with the Champ car and, you know, have me be his personal driver, because I absolutely love Brett Favre. So Brett, if you're watching, please come out and drive the 2-seater either at Milwaukee or Road America. It'd be great to have you. Now, one problem is, though, where's Bronte?
So thanks for the tour, AJ. I know you got to go back to racing. I can hear the cars back out there.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be your personal tour guide. Call me anytime you need to know anything about Wisconsin or a cheesehead, especially the Green Bay Packers and Brett Favre. You can ask me, but you're right. There are cars out there. My engineer's going to be mad that I'm not out there driving right now.
Oh, wait, give me the cheese hat. You got to get your helmet on, so
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
I didn't know they allowed Californians to wear cheese heads.
A little cheesy, I think.
I think so. I think AJ is a lot more comfortable with his Red Bull helmet on. Getting ready for the restart. Allmendinger will line up in 5th spot, 1 lap down to the leader, who continues to be Ryan Hunter-Reay. Carpentier and Jourdain also are on the lead lap in Milwaukee. Closing in on 50 miles to go at Milwaukee tonight. The Champ Car World Series. The Bridgestone presents the Champ Car World Series, powered by Ford. 1 to go to the restart. We've been under caution for debris on the front straightaway. Mario Dominguez got in a moment of trouble because of that. A few moments ago, all the leaders came to pit road. 2 cars came to pit road too early. Patrick Carpentier and Michel Jourdain running 2nd and 3rd. So Champ Car has given them a drive-through penalty. Now, Tommy, they're still 2nd and 3rd, but they're at the back of the line.
Well, actually, it's the opposite of what happened earlier with Levine. These guys stopped later with the lap cars. They should have stopped a lap earlier. Not only is that against the rules, it's also a major tactical error, because if one had done it, if Jourdain had stopped on the lap he was supposed to, he would have automatically cycled in front. Now they have to go through all that traffic.
Fans are on their feet here at Milwaukee. 50 to go. Ryan Hunter-Reay leads him back to the stripe. He's led all the way. Bruno Junqueira is next in line. Junqueira is still 6th on the running order of things. It's Hunter-Reay, Carpentier, Jourdain, Vassar, and Allmendinger. But now Carpentier and Jourdain have to come up through the field from the back. Ryan Hunter-Reay could put them a lap down. A lot of jockeying as they hit the back straightaway. There are the 2 cars running 2nd and 3rd. They've gotten by a couple of the back markers. They're on the hammer trying to stay where they are in the running order. Let's get a little more on the situation. Here's Carpentier swinging inside Allmendinger. Calvin Fish.
Neil, make the right team manager for Forsyth. You tried to stretch it so you increase your fuel window there, Neil, but it cost you. What are the rules and why did you get penalized?
Basically, we pitted out of sequence. Because we were on the lead lap, we should have pitted as soon as they opened the pits. As it was, we pitted on the 2nd lap, which was actually a mistake. The penalty for that is they put us at the back of the field. Fortunately, the guy in 3rd place, Jourdain, they also made the same mistake. So basically, we're still in 2nd, we're still on the lead lap. Jourdain's still in 3rd on the lead lap. It's just that we've got a bit of traffic between us and the leader right now.
Yeah, well, still a great battle out there for that podium finish, Derek Daly.
Jeremy Dale, who handles from Michel Jourdain. Was that a tactical error on the team's part to bring Jourdain in that lap?
Well, we knew there was no way we're racing with Ryan, and we know we can race with Pat. And we did have a small communication breakdown, but we knew with only 3 cars on the lead lap, we were only going to lose some track position. So it's not a big deal, and he's racing with Pat right now.
Okay, Jeremy, so I think the key was they lost track position, not race position.
Well, if they had stopped when they were supposed to, they would be about a straightaway ahead in front of Carpentier. And I mean, he's downplaying it. They're the same place they were relative, but if they had done it the right way, they would have been behind Hunter-Reay with a zillion cars between them and Carpentier.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has led all the way, but he only has 4 seconds of push-to-pass time left in his computer system. Up at the top of your screen, the running order, and then how much push-to-pass time, the extra 50 horsepower each driver has. Sebastian Bourdais, the points leader coming in tonight, is out. Ryan Hunter-Reay out in front, but there it is, just 4 seconds for him. Carpentier's got almost half a minute left.
And that might be just enough. It looks like he has the speed to hold off Jourdain, but if they get bottled up in traffic, those extra push-to-pass seconds could come in very handy.
Now the push-to-pass time left for Jourdain, who runs third, only 15, so he's got a deficit in that column to Carpentier of 12 seconds. As the laps wind down, 42 to go. We've seen Jourdain, Tommy, several times get right up to the back wing of Carpentier's 7 car, the Indy car. Can't get by because of traffic, because of the no really outside groove to use here in the corners, or just the dirty air.
Well, we saw him get up alongside at one point when Patrick didn't get a very good run on turn 2 because of traffic.
Watching the field out of 4.
With the lap cars, though, that's how it works. And he's got a pretty good gap now between back to Jourdain. So, but what I was going to say is, when you have the slower cars like Gonzalez, like Sparaffico, if you catch them at the exact wrong place and the guy behind you has a big head of steam, you're a sitting duck.
Carpentier has opened up a gap of about 2 seconds now over Jourdain as they fight for second. The error on the pit strategy of the drive-through penalty causing Carpentier and Jourdain to give up a ton of track position to race leader Ryan Hunter-Reay. Now, Hunter-Reay's been the dominant story here tonight. He's led all 210 laps, 211 laps so far, but the other big story in the first 100 miles or so, crashes, especially coming out of turn 2. We'll show you what's happened here tonight on lap 1. British rookie Justin Wilson, his first oval start. He spun the MyJack car, knocked the nose wing off. They put a new nose cone on. Wilson's back in the hunt. He's back up to 12th spot. Lap 51, series point leader Sebastian Bourdais from the outside pole. Just had to get away from him, coming out of the front stretch, trying to wrestle it back in line. Clouts the wall with the right front corner. Broke pieces of the right front suspension. He was done for the night. 10 laps later, Paul Tracy tried to take second away from his teammate. On the outside into 1.
And then, just close quarters, got up a little bit high. Paul thought that his teammate ran him up into the gray stuff, but the end result either way was he hit the marbles and hit the fence.
Hardest hit of the night. This is rookie Gaston Mazzacani from Argentina. Hard hit at Dale Coyne's car off too. Knocked the back wing off the car. The car got airborne briefly. Mazzacani okay. His Champ Car debut lasts only 80 miles here tonight. Of all those drivers, as we mentioned, Justin Wilson, the very impressive first-year driver from England, the only driver still in competition, was 3 laps down. He's 5 down now, but he's not 18th anymore. He's up to 12th.
That's what you have to do in the point system. Rewards that. We talked about at the start that Craig Hampson has told his driver Sebastian Bourdais and their teammate in the Pacific Air car, Bruno Junqueira, because of the point system, we know this isn't very racy. There's Bruno Junqueira now in the Pacific Air car. If he's going to come out with the lead, if he can just finish this race, if he can get just a few points, he will move in front of Sebastian Bourdais. But again, the orders they gave to the team at the start of the year, they said it's not very racy.
Caution flag on the speedway. Let me interrupt you for a second, Tommy Kendall. 35 to go. The debris flag out again along with the caution. So again, debris being spotted on the surface here at the Milwaukee Mile. And we are back under caution with 34 laps to go. Ryan Hunter-Reay continues to dominate. He leads by 14 seconds over Patrick Carpentier. What does the late race caution do for Hunter-Reay?
At this point, it gives him a chance to catch his breath. I don't think he's too worried. He's got a lot of cars between he and Carpentier and Jourdain. Even if they were right behind him, I think Ryan Hunter-Reay feels pretty good about things right now. Sure, you want the race to be over, because anything can go wrong at any time, and you start hearing noises like the old cliche goes. But the reality is, I think part of Ryan Hunter-Reay is probably you don't get a car that's this dominant very often. So you probably, if he's smart, he'll enjoy this feeling, because they don't come along very often like this one.
That is certainly true. Champ Car Racing lost one of its revered members of the Motorsports family just a few days ago. Calvin Fish has that story.
Yes, indeed. Earlier I was talking to Neil McElroy, of course, who's now with First Forsyth Racing. He was, in fact, team manager back in the mid-'80s when Doug Shearson Racing had so much success. I also drove for Doug in the American Racing Series, and he's a true gentleman and a very shrewd businessman. And unfortunately, we lost Doug just a few days ago as he succumbed to the cancer disease. But to his family, Fern, his wife, Molly, Rebecca and Sarah, his daughters, certainly we've lost a great friend, but they lost a great dad and husband.
He will be much missed. Doug Shearson, only 62 when he passed away in Florida. That is very, very early to have that fate befall you. Ryan Hunter-Reay out in front, 33 to go. He's led all 217 miles so far. He has that one career win. Tommy Kendall talked about it earlier at Surfers Paradise. One of our Champ Car flashbacks to show you how he got the victory. A moment of success for American Spirit Racing, no longer on the tour, but Ryan Hunter-Reay had his pit stop strategy fall perfectly for him in that situation, and scored the upset win at Surfers Paradise. Great way to start your career.
And actually, that was the launching pad for his teammate, Mario Dominguez, one of the weirdest races we've ever seen in Champ Car races the year before, and then backed it up with a legit victory last year in Miami.
Champ Car safety team getting quite a workout tonight at the Milwaukee Mile. Hunter-Reay leads Carpentier by almost 7.5 seconds. Lap 221 at the Milwaukee Mile. The green flag is back in the air. Ryan Hunter-Reay takes him down into turn one. The MyJack cars side by side. Heavy traffic for a moment. A couple of cars get close there. One of the PKB cars. That's Roberto Gonzalez with Oriol Servia on the high side of the black and yellow car. There goes Gonzalez swooping to the inside of I believe that's Spirifico getting past.
Right in front of those guys, I saw Jimmy Vasser make in light of what happened to Paul Tracy on the last restart, Jimmy Vasser went around the outside of a car on the restart. There's Jimmy right there.
Jimmy's fourth a lap down. Good run tonight, though, for the veteran.
Here comes Carpentier.
Running in second spot, 4.9 seconds behind the race leader. Less than 30 to go. Tommy, there was some discussion after the last round of pit stops that perhaps Ryan Hunter-Reay might run into problems fuel-wise, that stopping with 59 to go might not get him home, but you don't think that's the case?
Well, that's what Jeremy Dale from Roosport was saying. He said he's right on the limit, but I was wondering if they were insinuating that it's hard to go a full 59-lap stint. I don't think it is. I think they were. I think they thought that Hunter-Reay had stopped maybe a lap too early. In hindsight, it turns out they were the ones that made the mistake. But I don't suspect that there's any concern in the Ardez pit of going 59 laps.
Michel Jourdain shown momentarily there, running third. Here's Allmendinger, continues to sit fifth. Let's ride with AJ down the backstretch. All the caution laps we've had since then certainly should eliminate any concern about fuel economy.
Yes, and the way the fuel windows are set is to make it so that if you have a full tank of fuel, you can always run comfortably more. The whole point being to get away from fuel consumption, your conservation. Saw AJ's light flick in there with the push to pass button, trying to get by Wilson. But the idea was to make it so that there was no reason to save fuel to try to stretch your fuel window. They said you can't go longer than this, so don't save fuel. Pour full fuel to it all the time. Run flat out. We want to see these Champ cars at full chat and have the quickest guy win.
24 miles to go. A.J. Allmendinger with only 6 seconds of push to pass time left. But how about this? Jimmy Vasser's used up all of his 60 seconds, so Allmendinger chasing Vasser might have an opportunity. Downstairs quickly, Derek Daly.
Well, boys, this is a light-hearted moment. This is the pit marshal here, Keith Mullenhoff, who lives in West Allis here. He stood by his post here all day. Now, Keith, what is the age limit for you to allow somebody into this pit lane?
To be on pit lane, they must be 18 years of age, have credentials issued by the track or by the sanctioning body.
So if there was somebody 17 years of age in the pit lane, what would you do?
If they were 17 years of age, they would not be allowed on this side of this fence.
What if I told you there was a 17-year-old out on the racetrack doing 200 miles an hour right now? What would you do?
I know there's one out there. I give the kid a lot of credit.
But you're not going to go get him?
Nope.
He doesn't have a credential.
Oh, he's got credentials good enough for me. If CART wants to issue them credentials, that's fine for me.
Good point. Good job all weekend. Thanks, Keith.
That's the only guy in a red jacket all weekend I've met who is willing to compromise on the rules. We've been thrown out of everywhere. You can't ride scooters outside. Golf carts have to have a flashlight on them.
They take their work very seriously here at the Milwaukee Mile. Nelson Philippe, rookie driver, running 14th for the Rocket Sports team. He's gained 3 spots tonight, but he is several laps down to race leader Ryan Hunter-Reay. 20 to go for Ryan Hunter-Reay in the 4-car, the Urdez machine. Watching A.J. Allmendinger swing to the bottom. Going down into 1, put another lap on Alex Spirafico's machine. Allmendinger up onto the backstretch. It's been a very, very good drive tonight, and you can really see what Carl Russo has seen in this young driver, who won the Barber Dodge Pro Championship 2 years ago, dominated Toyota Atlantic a season back. Here he is in Champ Car. I think he's on his way to a great run, great year.
Yeah, no question. And that team is finally starting to show some signs of life. I mean, it's a new team. The Russo team, Rusport team, moved up from Atlantic with Allmendinger. Carl Russo knew they had their work cut out for them. And then when Michel Jourdain was left without a ride, they added a second car as if it wasn't a big enough challenge to step up to the Champ Cars. But I finally see signs that they're starting to work themselves into shape. Got a lot of talented people on that team. I think everyone in the paddock realizes it's only a matter of time before they're competitive, and we're starting to see some signs of that.
Now there is a bonus point at stake tonight. Talking about the point standings in the Champ Car World Series, it looks as though Bruno Junqueira will walk away from West Allis with the points lead. Sebastian Bourdais, his teammate, was the leader coming in. After his victory in Monterey, Bourdais crashed out, and he was the first car out, in fact, at lap number 50 tonight. So Bourdais will get credit for 18th spot. If Junqueira finishes 6th, he will walk away with the points lead by a dozen over Bourdais. Allmendinger could well pick up a bonus point. He's gained 8 spots this year. Champ Car posting 1 bonus point to the driver who gains the most positions start to finish. And I think that's a good rules addition. I really do. It certainly encourages drivers to go for it, to try to pass, to try to gain as much as they can in the course of the race. Calvin Fish, 15 to go for Ryan Hunter-Reay. What's the mood like down there?
Well, it's emotional. We certainly saw his dad run away when we wanted to talk to him. The crew members have been holding their heads in their hand. Last few laps whittling down here. They're just hoping that they can get a safe run here to the checkered flag. But if Ryan Hunter-Reay should win here this evening and go from the green flag to the checkered flag all the way, he'll be the first guy to do that on an oval since Bobby Rahal did it at Phoenix in 1992. And if he can put a lap on the field, the last guy to do that was Scott Goodyear in 94 at the Michigan Super Speedway. So a lot on the line tonight, but he's really coming of age. What a great performance.
Derek Daly.
Well, again, we mentioned earlier the American Revolution or the American Resurgence here. Ryan Hunter-Reay, I said it earlier, he has the world at his feet right now. If he can begin to put these type of results with the speed he has shown for the last couple of days, that man will go far. And I thought we had a little bit of trouble there when that yellow picture popped up.
No trouble at all for A.J. Allmendinger, who continues to run 5th. Behind former series champ Jimmy Vasser, who runs 4th. And Derek, the American Revolution, as you talked, 3 Americans in the top 5. And there are a lot of detractors who would say that American drivers don't get their due in this series, that American drivers can't be competitive. 3 of the top 5 spots belong to drivers from the USA tonight.
Definitely a good night, a week after Memorial Day, on the anniversary of D-Day in Normandy. So I think there's a number of guys, anyone in the know would be hard-pressed to count out the Americans, especially these 2 young guys.
I'll look back at the eyes of young A.J. Allmendinger, races out of California. This would be his best finish in his brief Champ Car career if he can hang on and score 5th position tonight. Our Ford telemetry. These engines winding up. We saw earlier that A.J. was up around 11,700, almost 800 RPM as he dives down into 1. And there you see his push to pass number. He has used all but 2 seconds of it trying to reel in Jimmy Vasser. Back on the gas out of turn 4. 10 to go for the lead group of cars. Ryan Hunter-Reay. It's lap 240 on the board here at Milwaukee.
Based on my calculation, 1 silver lining to Carpentier missing his pit on that lap. I believe he has actually led a lap. He should have led that lap, would pick up a point, which would have him, I believe, based on my calculations, tied with Junqueira for the points lead.
We will check as we get ready to put the wrap on this one tonight. here at the Champ Car World Series Grand Prix of Milwaukee. There is Jourdain, last year's winner here. He rides third. He's about 4.5 seconds behind Carpentier, who runs in second spot. So we'll have to check with Champ Car scoring and see if Carpentier did in fact get credit for leading a lap. I don't know, with that penalty, do they allow him to be scored as the leader? I've been watching scoring all night. I have not seen anything other than the 4 cars shown in the top spot. Where scoring is done in a computerized fashion. There's electronic transponders on all the cars. There's a strip buried at the start-finish line that the cars pass over, and that's how the records are kept in Champ Car. As we watch Jourdain, 7 to go this time by. You don't get a good sense of how fast these cars are in this 1 mile oval unless you stand down in the entrance to one. I did that for a while earlier today. It's unbelievable.
This corner speed right at the center of 1 and 2 and right in the center of 3 and 4 is just mind-boggling. In fact, there's so little banking here. To compare a 1 mile oval, the pole, I believe, at Dover on a 1 mile high bank track for a Winston Cup car was 161 miles an hour. Here on a dead flat 1 mile oval, Ryan Hunter-Reay qualified 181 miles an hour. 4 Gs, lateral acceleration, just absolutely an awesome machine. A really good example or a good place for a Champ Car to show exactly what they're capable of.
I remember back in Monterey a couple of weeks ago, Tommy, there was a brief discussion and you keyed it about just, are these drivers really athletes? And I agreed with you completely. I mean, there's no question. These are great athletes at the wheel of these race cars.
Well, you know what 4 Gs mean? 4 Gs, 4 times the force of gravity. And what that means is that, a human head maybe weighs something like 18, 20 pounds. What it feels like to the driver's neck at 4 Gs would be 80 pounds. So twice a lap, they're in that corner, they've got headrests built up to help support the head. But if you weigh 180 pounds, the force against the side of the seat would be about 720 pounds.
And there's a lot to tote around at these speeds. Late pit stop for Roberto Gonzalez. 2 to go next time by for Ryan Hunter-Reay, who has led virtually all the way tonight since the drop of the green. Qualified first, got a great jump on the initial green flag, had a couple of car lengths. Troubles for Gonzalez. Fire in the hole, boys. Dumping water on that turbo. Derek Daly.
And they were well prepared because the Champ Car officials as well as the team had water. They had buckets of water and spray water. They knew he was on fire. And I don't see what it is, but it's something under the right side bodywork.
Smoke showing from the rear panel, and the caution is waving with 2 laps to go. White flag being shown, and Rodolfo Levine has whacked the wall in the Forsyth Corona beer car. Levine, who was up in the top 5, he was shown 7th with a couple of laps left. Good run tonight for the young Mexican driver. Ends against the wall in turn 4. Wow, wild finish. So this one may well end under caution. The white flag being shown the field. And it looks as though Ryan Hunter-Reay will complete a flag-to-flag run tonight here at the Milwaukee Mile. They will not be able to remove the 3 car, Levine's machine, in time to finish under the checkered flag. We will see the checkers next time by for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Surprise again, everyone had been nice and clean for a good long time.
I suspect if we get a replay of that, you'll see here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Fans are standing here at the Milwaukee Mile. Ryan Hunter-Reay waving to the crowd tonight. He dominates in the Urdez number 4, his 2nd career victory. Qualifies fastest, leads all the way tonight at the Milwaukee Mile. Ryan Hunter-Reay is your winner. Patrick Carpentier gets credit for 2nd. Michel Jourdain, last year's champion here, runs 3rd. Vassar and Allmendinger, the rest of the top 5. 3 Americans in the top 5 tonight at Milwaukee. Very happy young driver. Ryan Hunter-Reay races out of Boca Raton, Florida. Keith Wiggins and the Urdez team congratulating one another on pit road. Great night for that team. Mario Dominguez as the fireworks go off here in Milwaukee. Dominguez had a good run, battled back from some adversity, and ends up getting credit for 8th spot tonight. So Dominguez able to salvage a top 10, even though he had a couple of unscheduled stops on pit road. Ryan Hunter-Reay flips the visor, waves to the fans, coasting down pit road. He will head to victory lane here at the Milwaukee Mile. We'll talk to the winner and bring you more of the stories of the Champ Car World Series. At the Milwaukee Mile, the fireworks going off to celebrate the second career victory, first on an oval track for the young gun from Florida. Ryan Hunter-Reay dominates a flag-to-flag win. He's in victory lane with Calvin Fish.
Ryan, what a superb performance. The team call you the gringo. You got to come back for him now, I'm sure.
Oh, it's great, man. What a day. Jeez, it was such a battle. I mean, with the traffic and you couldn't relax for 1 second. Unbelievable. The guys did a great job, though. Owe it all to them.
It looked flawless, though. You took off at the start. You had total control. You had like a 15-second lead at one point, and then both Carpentier and Jourdain had a little bit of a slip-up in their pit stop strategy. Any concerns whatsoever other than just dealing with the traffic?
Yeah, just traffic. I mean, geez, there was some squirrely cars out there. I mean, it was tough for sure. I just had to keep it all together and stay sharp the entire time. That's what we did. We had great pit stops. The guys did an excellent job. Will Phillips, my engineer, put a great setup on the car. I appreciate it all.
Ryan, superb job. Let's go down to Derek Daly.
Well, Patrick Carpentier is our lap record holder here from a couple of years ago. I don't care what car you had. I don't think anybody would have cut Ryan Hunter-Reay, but you had a great run.
Yeah, I tried really hard, and for a while I was behind him, but man, I was trying, and I was getting a little bit too loose, and the whole car was just sliding, and he was just going and going. I said, man, there's no way I'm going to catch this guy. So settled for second, and at the end I just stayed there and tried to save second place.
Early in the race, we saw yourself and teammate Paul Tracy go in side by side. Paul was on the outside. He crashed. How did you see that incident from your cockpit?
Yeah, I think it's a sad thing. I went really sideways at the exit there, and the car went sideways, and I just kind of stayed in the middle of the track. Went in there, and I think I went deeper than Paul thought I would go, and he tried to go faster on the outside, and he went way too fast. We didn't touch. He just, tried to make it, and then he couldn't make it, so that's too bad, but that's racing.
Thank you, Patrick. Great race.
Well, to Patrick Carpentier, that's racing, but I'm not sure if his teammate Paul Tracy sees it quite the same. Take a look at the top 9. Hunter-Reay, Carpentier, and Jourdain. Any surprises there for you, Tom?
Well, I would say Jourdain, after a month ago with the test that they had, they were not very competitive, he and Allmendinger, and to not only just hang around, they were pretty quick during the race. So Junqueira, that's what Junqueira does well. He did not have a car that could challenge at all, yet he leaves here with the points lead.
Bruno in 6th here tonight. Second 9, Mario Haberfeld, 5 laps down, but a steady run. Justin Wilson, back after wrecking early on lap number 1, comes back to finish 11th.
Yeah, that's good experience for a guy like Justin Wilson. Didn't get many points, as I said, more points, but leaves here with a lot more experience than he arrived.
Paul Tracy with a 17th tonight after a 7th in Mexico. Paul Tracy's bid to repeat as the Champ Car World Series champion. He's got to get going when we get to the next part of the schedule, Portland, in 2 weeks. Bonus points tonight. Ryan Hunter-Reay picks up 3 for sitting on the pole, leading a lap, and recording the race's fastest lap. A.J. Allmendinger picks up a bonus point for passing the most cars tonight, going from 13th at the start to 5th at the finish. Point standings unofficially, Junqueira by 1 over Carpentier.
And that clean sweep by Ryan Hunter-Reay, those bonus points moved him all the way up to 3rd.
Bourdais and Dominguez. Bourdais drops all the way to 4th now in the point standings unofficially. As we take a look at 11th on back here tonight, Alex Tagliani back a little further in the standings right now. Next up on the schedule for the Champ Car World Series, in 2 weeks we'll be with you from Portland International Raceway, the Champ Car Grand Prix of Portland at that 2-mile road course. Cleveland on the 4th of July weekend at Burke Lakefront Airport, and then the Molson Indy Toronto on July the 11th. So a good mix of permanent road circuits and temporary courses coming up the next several weeks.
Yeah, it's you look at the way the season opens up, and it's a little bit of everything. It gives a team, after probably the first 5 races, the teams will have seen a little bit of everything, and so you won't have a clear idea of the guys who will dominate later in the summer, but the best rounded teams will come to the fore.
All right, let's get the thoughts of the driver who ran 3rd tonight. Last year's winner, he's with Calvin Fish.
Well, one of the first things that Michel Jourdain did is come over and congratulate the Herdez team, but a great run for you and the Rousport team tonight. Podium finish has to feel good.
No, it feels so good enough in the 3rd race to be in the podium. It's just Ryan made my win from last year look bad, you know. It's amazing how good he did, and you know, Rousport, great pit stops. I made a mistake there. Patrick didn't come in, and I didn't see Ryan. I thought he didn't stay out, so I thought, you know, it's like maybe it's lap 60, so I made a mistake there. We maybe could have gone second, but third is so good. You know, I'm so happy for the team and for Gigante, my sponsors. You know, it's great to be, and I think the team is just gonna get better.
Where did you find the speed, Michel? Because you came here, you weren't immediately quick, and then qualifying went much better, and then overnight race has really transformed. You were immediately quick right from the get-go.
Well, we were just making changes, and you know, I think we just got better as the weekend went on. So I think it was just very good.
Okay, well, congratulations, Michel. Victory here last year, but a podium finish this year is something that he's been very happy with. Let's go down to Derek Daly with Jimmy Vasser.
Indeed, Jimmy brings the Gulfstream car home in 4th place. Jimmy, I know you won back here in '98. Was it a struggle today, or are you reasonably happy?
It was a struggle in the first half when we went down a lap early, and that was terrible, and before the first stop. And you know, I think we just probably missed the tire pressures. We worked on the car just with tire pressures all day, and at the end I thought it was pretty reasonable. And certainly nobody can touch Ryan. Congratulations to Ryan Hunter-Reay. He dominated all weekend. But I think after we got settled in, we ran with Pat Carpentier and Michel Jourdain, but we were just on a lap down, and they made a mistake, and you know, we got on the same lap, but we were all on the other side of the track. So, but a good day for PKV Racing for me in particular, for finishing my first race. And my team made it on his first oval, had a good run going, and just wanted to say thanks to all the Champ Car fans that came out tonight. We had a good night here.
Thanks, Jimmy. Great job. Well done. Back to you guys.
Former series champion, one of my favorite guys in the Tour, Vasser at the moment. Moving up in the standings by running 4th here, a lap down tonight with Allmendinger in 5th spot. There's Junqueira in 6th, Servia, Mario Dominguez, Rodolfo Levine 4 laps down, but 9th. And we take a look at the second 9 here tonight. Haberfeld, Justin Wilson, we talked about, Gonzalez. Nelson Philippe soldiered on tonight, gets 14.
Got to give a nod to both Philippe and Sparafico. They stayed out of everyone's way. No incidents involving those two cars. A good bit down, but they also needed to get one under their belts.
Gaston Mazzacani, I'm sure, will have some stories to tell after that trip into the wall.
If you thought it was crazy before the race.
And Paul Tracy, a very disappointing night for the 3-time Milwaukee winner. Whacked the wall trying to pass his teammate Carpentier on the outside, got into the second turn wall, and his night ended very early. Sebastian Bourdais came in the points leader, but clipped the wall coming off turn 4 tonight, and his night ended early. He gets credit for last, 18. Tommy Kendall, Rick Benjamin topside. Derek Daly, Calvin Fish down on the pit road for us here tonight. Next up at Portland in 2 weeks. Top 3 drivers, the podium finishers tonight, having a word amongst themselves. Ryan Hunter-Reay with his foot on the top step of the podium. He'll be climbing that to accept his honors in just a moment. Let's get more of the stories from pit road and the paddock area tonight to Calvin Fish.
Down here with AJ Allmendinger, top 5 finish. That has to feel really good after qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, I think anybody that saw my face after qualifying, you know, I was pretty disappointed. I mean, I just got to thank Rue Sport, especially David Brown and Chris Lurch. They gave me a great car for the race. You know, we went a lap down early in the first segment because I was in all the traffic, but after that, my car was fast after about 10 laps on every new tire run, and I could see the guys would fall back to me, and you know, the pit crew did a great job for only their 3rd race and really only their 2nd race pit stops, because I screwed up in Mexico and didn't give them a chance to do pit stops. But you know, I mean, everything was great. I can't be happier, and you know, I have to admit, it was fun passing Bruno every time on the restart.
What are the biggest lessons you learned out there? I know it's a steep learning curve right now. Pit stops, tires, the way they come in, you know, and they go off throughout the stint. What did you learn tonight?
I mean, these races are so long, especially this one. You just got to you can't over abuse the car. In Atlantics, it was just flat out sprint every time. And you know, these guys are pushing 100%, but you got to know how much to hold back. And like I said about stint 2, when I felt the car really good and knew that I wasn't faster than on new tires, but I was a lot faster as the tires got older. It was just about pacing myself, and that was the whole race, was pacing myself, staying out of trouble. And you know, some guys made mistakes, and I got around others. And I mean, just thank God I got out here alive and with the top 5. And you know, more importantly, Michel with the podium and Gigante. I mean, they've been a great supporter since they come on board. And, you know, it's probably been difficult from them for the struggles we've been having. But you know, I think hopefully this is the turn, and we can go to Portland with some confidence and some energy.
What's it been like behind the scenes? I mean, this team came in here as a championship-winning team, but this is a whole new playground here. Has it been calm, or was there any panic? You knew you needed to recruit good people, and it's going to take time, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, there's no panic on this team, but, you know, we knew, especially when we picked up Michel and Gigante with basically 2 weeks before Long Beach, that was a struggle, but everybody's done so well, and, you know, it's been obviously frustrating to run mid-pack and run at the back, but we're literally a brand new team with brand new people that really have no Champ Car experience except a couple of crew members that we brought on board to help Michelle's car. And other than that, we have no experience in the Champ Car, and I think how quickly we're learning. Hopefully by the end of the season we can keep doing this a lot.
You have the cheesehead handy?
Not here, but you know, we will be celebrating in Milwaukee.
Look good, it suits you. I hate to say that.
That looks good, you know. Cheesehead, Green Bay Packers, Brett Favre, still out to Brett Favre if he's watching.
All right, mate, great run tonight. Let's go down to Derek Daly with Bruno.
Thanks, Calvin. Bruno Junqueira had a good run, finished 6th. At least you leave here, Bruno, leading the championship. That's at least a good thing to leave with.
Yeah, I think that's the good thing of the weekend. Today the Pacific car wasn't the most competitive one, but I hang around, I keep the nose clean. The Pacific car did good, Crew did a good pit stops, and you were able to finish 6th. And you are leading the championship. That's important, and I think we're going to be ready for Portland.
Yourself and AJ Allmendinger had quite a ding-dong going back and forth, particularly in the restarts. Do you enjoy those type of environments, those situations?
I think AJ is a great driver who had a big battle throughout the race, but for sure he enjoyed more than me because he had a better car, and I was driving on the limit of my car all the time. But it was good. I think he's a great driver, and they had a good car. But I'm okay with the 6th place, and let's see if we can do better in Portland. We're fastest on the test, and let's look forward for that.
Bruno, we saw your teammate Sebastian Bourdais crash when he got high on the marbles. Was that the most difficult part of the racetrack tonight, to try and stay below that marble line?
Yeah, especially because I think, especially when we're up to speed, run a little bit higher. And on the race, we have to run much lower than the lines that we do in qualify. And I would say that Sebastian maybe had the same problem with me. I think the first 5 laps the car was okay, then he started to lose a lot of grip. And it's a shame for him, but at least one of the Nima Haas cars today finished the race. And I think, as I said, in Portland, we're going to be strong again.
Thank you, Bruno. Well done. Our championship leader, fellas.
6th position tonight for Bruno Junqueira. Finishes 2 laps down with the race winner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. There he is, the youngster from Boca Raton, Florida, holding high the Champ Car World Series Grand Prix of Milwaukee trophy. Beautiful piece of glass that he is raising there. It'll hold a lot of champagne, and he's got the opportunity to fill it up maybe now, huh, Tom?
He does, and I'll tell you, that smile says it all. I mean, he's been working his whole life, and granted he won in Surfers Paradise Australia, but this one, I mean, we haven't had a performance this dominant in a long time.
Yeah.
And for a second-year guy, great American hope, there's a big weight lifted off his shoulders. He is really happy with how this Erdez team has come together, and Keith Wiggins said after qualifying, he says, this isn't a fluke, expect to see a lot more of this.
They gave him a great race car tonight. That's a motorsports cliche, but really true here tonight.
Well, on an oval, as I said at the open of the show, you cannot carry a bad race car on an oval, and you've got to let the car do the work, and his car was the Smarty Jones of the Champ Car field today.
What we saw Smarty do today, I don't know. That may not have been a good... Smarty kind of ran out of gas toward the end there. Smarty at the Kentucky Derby, probably.
And the
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's get more of the stories from the paddock area tonight. Justin Wilson had a difficult start to his night, Calvin Fish, but came back for a decent result.
He did. Finished 11. Justin, baptism of fire here on the 1 mile oval. Talk us through the first lap. What caused the spin?
To be honest, I've no idea. I was just sat behind the car in front. I think it was Bruno, just constant going through the corner, and all of a sudden the back just went really light, spun around, just trying to keep it off the wall after that. So it was quite disappointing. It put us a lap down, and then we seemed to struggle in traffic after that. I was reasonably quick on my own. I could, start to open the thing up a little bit, push harder, but then as soon as we caught a slower car, I'd get bottled up behind and everyone would go by. And quite a few times going into turn 3, going through 4, and you're just turning right as often as you're turning left.
Coming from England like myself, I know when you sit back there you think of oval racing and we don't really understand it. Now you've had the experience behind the wheel, Justin. What is the biggest part of the learning curve? What do you really have to get on top of to be fast here?
Well, the start of the weekend, it's just confidence, being able to carry the speed in. The car, as soon as you get to the corner, you start to relax on the steering wheel, the car dives into the inside, so that takes you back initially. And then after that, the racing is pretty much what you expect, but we had quite a frustrating day not being very quick.
Well, they're certainly looking forward to getting that Lola back underneath him and heading off to Portland on the road course and have a strong run there. Meanwhile, further down pit lane, let's go down to Derek once again.
The second of the PKV team members is Ricardo Rodriguez. It was a... Yes, I knew. It was a struggle for you, I know, and I was here when the car went on fire on the end. How much warning did you have that you were in serious mechanical trouble?
Not much, you know, it just happened. But the thing is, I'm a little bit upset because we were running a great pace. It was at the end of the race, almost over the race. I think we had only like 8 laps to go, 7 laps to go. We were fighting with Oriol, just fighting for position. I was right up there, and then we couldn't finish. So it's a little bit upsetting, but I'm very happy with the work the PKV team did this week. I mean, Jimmy was right in front. I was right up there. We were fighting. I had a great car. It was my first time on an oval, so I'm pretty pleased.
Okay, so now we're going to give you a chance to talk in your native tongue because a lot of people in Mexico watching also. So why don't you tell us how the race went in general?
Bien, estoy muy contento, la verdad. En mi primer carrera en un óvalo me fue muy bien. Estoy muy contento con el trabajo del equipo, PKV y Nextel. La verdad, me dieron un carro muy bueno. Íbamos a muy buen paso en la carrera, peleando todo el tiempo. En la posición 8, en la rearrancada, una bandera amarilla. Oriol me alcanzó a pasar, ya estaba justo ahí para pasarlo. Y desgraciadamente no acabamos la carrera porque tuvimos se incendió el carro.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Calvin?
Down here with a very frustrated driver, Rodolfo Levine. You've been strong all weekend long, had a great run going tonight. What happened there?
Yeah, really, it's a shame, you know. We had a really strong car in the race. We got a penalty at the beginning. We went to last place. We started to going forward really quick. We went to 7th position, and 2 laps to go, you know. Just had a problem entering turn 3. I lost the rear. I corrected, and I went really, really high, and then I touched the wall. You know, I just couldn't control it.
Coming off your rookie season now in your second year, certainly learning a lot, running with this Forsyth operation, I'm sure it's a big change. What are the biggest confidence things that you need to do now? What do you need to really find to get it to that next level?
Yeah, definitely. It's a great team. You know, I feel very, very comfortable with them. They've been giving me a great car, you know, all the time. I mean, we were as quick as our teammates on qualifying. We were less than a 10th. You know, from Pat, he was the quickest, and I think it's just trying to get everything together to work well, and we'll be up there really soon, I think.
I'm sure there's a lot of people watching down in Mexico, so in your own words, if you would, speak to your home crowd down there and tell us what happened this evening.
Compañeros, pues mando un saludo a todos los amigos mexicanos. Una lástima, faltaban 2 vueltas y perdimos el coche en la curva 3, me fui a la grava y allá arriba, hombre, y perdí el coche, es una lástima.
Okay, nice one. Okay, Derek, there's going to be some Tecate actually being drunk here. I'm sure there's some down there in the pit that you're at right now as well.
I think the Mexicans are probably as good as the Irish for celebrations, but I have Keith Wiggins here. Keith is the co-team owner, team manager, team instigator, team everybody. And Keith, you must be a proud man to put this group together, to expand it to a 2-car team, and to build it to a point where you're so dominant today.
Well, I think it's, as you just said, it's all about a team, you know, a group of people, and we've built up a good group of people over the last 4 years, and today's a result. You know, we've had some wins and these are better, but today's one, you know, he was dominant, he did a great job. Obviously we believed in him and took him, and hope it a little bit disappointed for Mario because he could have been a bit further up, but it's down to the team of people, and my job gets easier with the better the people get. So.
Keith, what about the crew member whose wife was taken to hospital and yet she insisted that he stay here to be part of what you boys unfolded today?
Well, I'd obviously like to thank her. I'd have to argue with her otherwise, but you know, I hope that most of the people that work within the team enjoy the team that we've built, and again, people have to be happy. I hope that everybody enjoys what we're doing and there's a good buzz about the team, because you know, the success from either car now, we're at full strength, so we can win every weekend with either, you know.
Have a look at this trophy here, boys. Look, show us Keith, tell me what you're going to fill the trophy with tonight.
Yeah, probably Scotch. Whatever anybody wants.
Exactly. Well done. Great job. Domination.
Guess they dumped the champagne out of it, Tom, if they're going to put something else in there tonight. Great run for that team.
Yeah, I mean, incredible run, and it's pulled them right up into the thick of the points race. And the points race, on the bigger scheme of things, I mean, you have Bruno Junqueira, who was an absolute non-factor today, but he leaves with a points lead. The 2 guys that have won both races, Tracy and Bourdais, make little mistakes, and it costs them dearly.
They finished 17th and 18th tonight. What kind of a hole does that dig for for Tracy's Index team and Bourdais' McDonald's team as we watch some of the action from earlier in the Champ Car Grand Prix of Milwaukee, going to a place like Portland and then Cleveland and then Toronto.
Well, there's a lot of talk, and NASCAR is moving their point system to try to reward guys, make them run harder. CART went the other way, and they are rewarding consistency more than aggression. And whether you like it or not, the right way to play it is you just can't take any chances. It's not in Paul Tracy's nature or Sebastian Bourdais' nature, and that probably will end up hurting him in the championship. Bruno is not as exciting to watch, doesn't go for the win, always plays it safe, but chances are that's the right way to play it this year.
Gaston Mazzacani from Argentina met a difficult fate tonight in Dale Coyne's car. Whacking the wall in turn 2. He is okay. That car will require a lot of work, but Mazzacani got his baptism of fire here tonight at the Milwaukee Mile. Very interesting weekend for the Champ Car Grand Prix of Milwaukee. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage all weekend long. We've got a lot of stories to tell throughout the balance of the 2004 Champ Car World Series season. Great run tonight, certainly for Ryan Hunter-Reay. 3 American drivers, only 3 in the field, finish in the top 5. Jimmy Vasser and A.J. Allmendinger come home 4th and 5th tonight. Patrick Carpentier runs 2nd to Hunter-Reay as he receives the checkered flag a few moments ago to the applause of the crowd. Carpentier, Michel Jourdain, last year's winner here at the Milwaukee Mile, ends up in 3rd position. So, this concludes our coverage of the Champ Car World Series from Milwaukee. We're back in 2 weeks, June 20th, 4 Eastern, live coverage of the Champ Car Grand Prix of Portland. For Derek Daly and Calvin Fish, Bronte Tagliani and Tommy Kendall, I'm Rick Benjamin.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
And as you can see, Danica Patrick and the other drivers are now in the cockpits as we are getting closer to the command to fire engines. And of course, that was a quick recap of the first half of the 2008 season. And as we get ready for the second half, let's bring in Scott Goodyear, because really, when we look back so far, a lot of momentum, all going in the right direction. Sponsorship on the commercial side, of course, Coca-Cola has come on board, DirecTV, and just this week, Izod was announced as the official apparel company of the Indy Racing League. But there's other places we've seen it, Scott, especially at every track in attendance and also in television ratings. They're all up.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's been off track. You know, on track itself, the competition has grown, and for all the drivers that are joining this series, they didn't have much oval experience. Well, now they come to shine because we go to a lot of road courses. It won't be great for Ed Carpenter and A.J. Foyt, who have really a lot of oval experience. They will struggle here, but for all these road course specials that have come over with these additional teams, this is when they're going to shine. They're looking forward to this opportunity here in the last half of the season.
Let's quickly talk about Scott Dixon. He's been the man so far this year. I mean, his worst finish, St. Pete's, 22nd, everything else 4th or better.
Just a continuation of where that team was last year. I've asked him many times, and he said, we were so good last season, we just expected to start the year like this, and that's exactly what he has done. You know, there's going to be a lot of challenges going up here to win the championship if he can do that, but I think that team is poised and ready to go. I don't think they see them making any mistakes from here forward.
All right, let's talk a little about news and notes, because Helio Castroneves has agreed in principle. They haven't signed the paperwork, but he will be staying at Penske Racing in the IndyCar Series for a multi-year deal. And, of course, that brings us to Dario Franchitti, as Chip Ganassi was forced to shut down the number 40 team. And Helio told us yesterday maybe the grass is not so greener on the other side. So as we close out Firestone Race Day, we'll get ready to fire the engines and get this race underway as we go down trackside with 26 cars on the starting grid. And we can tell you that the attendance here, like every place else, is up. So as we go trackside to get the Camping World IndyCar Grand Prix at the Glen underway for 60 laps.
Time for those most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome back your Grand Marshal Mark Calzone as he gives the command.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
So the engines have come to life, and everybody, of course, focusing early on Scott Dixon. He's the man, obviously, to beat. He's going for 4 in a row. When we come back, we'll go green in just 2 minutes after this message from your local ABC station. And it all started back in 1948. Cameron Argetsinger, who died just earlier this year. He was the one who came up with the idea. The original race course, 6.6 miles. It ran through the streets of Watkins Glen. In fact, they had to stop the trains because the course crossed the tracks twice. And the winner today gets the trophy that is named for Cameron Argetsinger. Let's talk about this track, this beautiful 3.3-mile layout.
A track that's favorite to all the drivers here. You know, this track itself has hosted F1 races, Can-Am races, and Formula 5000 races. But the biggest problem right now we've had this weekend is down here in the toe of the boot. We've had 5 cars crash down there and go out of control. And this weekend we'll have to see if that's going to cause a problem. A great passing area once in a while, but it can be very difficult. And this track is a natural terrain road circuit. We've seen street circuits so far this year that the course has run on. You can see the St. Petersburg course where Graham Rahal won earlier this year on your left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, the Watkins Glen track. Just look at the difference here. Winding through the gears, ready to go up through the S's here at Watkins Glen. And you can see the St. Pete's track. You've already gone through a few turns, hard on the brakes, and going through city streets over manhole covers and courses that are put up just for the race itself. Well, at Watkins Glen, all the drivers love this because it's a natural terrain road course, and we have the opportunity to come and test here, and all the drivers will tell you it's one of their favorites, without a doubt, here at Watkins Glen this weekend.
And it gives us an opportunity now to show you our Camping World starting grid. It'll come across the top of your screen. And, of course, we mentioned Ryan Briscoe on point. First time this year, second in his career. And all the way back through to Helio Castroneves, dead last in the field. We've got a number of drivers that have won in open wheel competition on the road courses. And take a look at some of these names, and you can see just what we mean and how difficult this is going to be in this next 5-race stretch on the road and street courses.
Certainly road course specialists all over this, and that's one of the things that reunification has done. It's brought out a lot more drivers capable of winning these road courses, hurting the oval track specialists, as we mentioned, like AJ Foyt and Ed Carpenter.
You see Justin Wilson there. He's going to start on the outside of row number 1, and that's where we lead off with Vince Welch.
Well, Marty, Justin Wilson and Newman Haas-Lanigan will start second today, as you mentioned. He's in a new race car this week. It's 40 pounds lighter than the race car he has been driving this season. Now, that's a big difference for any driver, much less a driver who's 6'3" and gives up close to 50 pounds more than some of the lightest drivers on the circuit. Wilson told me they figured a 10-pound addition is worth about 1/10 of a second on the racetrack per lap here at Watkins Glen. He's still giving up some weight, but he believes he's on a more level playing field here today, and that's going to give him a better chance to get that victory. Jackaroo?
Well, if you want to talk about single-car teams that are starting to flex their muscle, you have to look no further than right here, Rahal Letterman Racing. I talked to Scott Remke about the relationship that Rahal Letterman now has with their driver, Ryan Hunter-Reay. He said, you know, the big difference is this season we've begun to take advantage of the fact that we're a single-car team and focus all of our efforts in learning what Ryan Hunter-Reay wants. He said it's beginning to show results out on the racetrack. He says being a single-car team, Brianne Pedigo, is a blessing in disguise for them right now.
Jack, when Oriol Servia qualified 5th, it solidified his team's belief he'd be a contender today. It's not always that easy, though. They missed this morning's warm-up because of a steering suspension problem. They got no practice at all and didn't get to try out a new setup, so it's a bit of a gamble going into the green, and it's coming up. Guys?
They come out of turn number 11 just as you finish, and as they come down the front straightaway, the green flag flies. We're racing at Watkins Glen. Couple cars get wide. That's EJ Vizo going way wide. Another one farther back in the field. But everybody's still clean and on 4 tires. Down the backstretch, They've come through the S's. That's Ryan Briscoe in front of Scott Dixon. Dixon from 4th all the way to 2nd. Look out, under heavy braking, somebody's going to go straight.
Right rear failure on Dan Weldon's car. You can see the suspension is bent and broken, so we're not sure if he got hit by somebody or if the suspension piece collapsed. Remember, that's what they think the problem was with Tony Kanaan when he crashed in warm-up earlier this morning.
Weldon coming off a 4th place finish last week at Richmond, and of course he won back at Iowa, and now it looks like he may be our first car out of this race here on lap number 1 of 60. Right now it is Briscoe, Dixon, Ryan Hunter-Reay, then Justin Wilson as you go on board now with Danica Patrick. She started 14th. That's where she's at right now.
That's a 90-foot climb all the way up from turn 6 through 7, coming up here through 8 and 9.
And here comes Dixon, or I should say Weldon, nursing it around, trying to make it back to pit lane with that severely damaged right rear. Now we are being told by IndyCar officials that the 9 car of Scott Dixon is going to have to drop back 1 position to keep from being penalized. He passed Justin Wilson before the start.
That's why you saw him going through the middle, as we see on the right-hand side with Dan Weldon's car being repaired right now. Vince Welsh, you have more?
Well, they are looking at the right rear of Dan Weldon's race car, and there is some scuff mark on the end plate of the wing on the outside right side. So this is going to be a situation where it's going to take some time to go over the race car and make sure, first and foremost, that the car is safe to push back out if indeed there's no serious damage to it. But first things first, it's going to be a diagnosis, and I do see some suspension parts on the rear that are broken. So this is going to be a lengthy stop, if not a one that ends the day of Dan Weldon.
And Vince, certainly difficult for drivers. We watch Scott Dixon now, who has gone back behind Ryan Hunter-Reay, and that was a situation from jumping the start, as we classify it. On the original start, you are not allowed to improve your position until you cross the start line. Subsequently, on restarts, as soon as it goes green, you may pass at any place on the racetrack. One of the drivers that will probably have that most trouble on the start here today would have been Elio Castroneves, because he was starting at the back. Now, we're on board with Scott Dixon. The start line is quite a ways up. He's already left his second row, improved his position past the McDonald's car on your left-hand side. And when he went across the stripe, you saw that he was already well in front of the cars that out-qualified him.
So now you see him back in the 3rd position. So let's reset it for you. It's Ryan Briscoe up front of Ryan Hunter-Reay by 1.6 seconds. Then Scott Dixon is 3rd. Tony Kanaan 4th. Oriol Servia has moved up to 5th. And we have seen a lot of cars dropping wheels off at that very spot, and each time you do that, it gets worse, and somebody's going to end up having a big problem there.
Well, drivers love to use all the road if they have that opportunity.
Meanwhile, let's drop back. That is Elio Castroneves. He is in the 20th position right now.
You can see how quickly the cars spread out on this type of course, on this natural terrain road course. Very different as we watch Elio Castroneves now trying to make up some time. When I spoke with him this morning, he said, you know, on an oval, all the cars are generally bunched together, and you have an opportunity to do a lot of drafting and a lot of passing. But in this situation now, as he comes across Mario Dominguez, he said, cars will spread out very quickly. I have to be very aggressive, but I have to be patient. And he said, you know, Scott, sometimes I'm not a very patient driver.
I took a look in turn 7. Remember, this is where we've had 5 incidents this weekend. Thought better of trying to stuff his nose in there, and falls in behind Dominguez. That is for 19th. Now he's going to dive underneath him, so give him another spot. So from 26th to 19th here in 2.5 laps. A lot of traffic up in front. That was Enrique Bernoldi in the 36. You also saw Marco Andretti in that mix. Marco is 11th. Now we take a look at the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Just looking at Ryan Hunter-Reay and Scott Dixon, as the lead is now 1.8 seconds from Briscoe back to Ryan Hunter-Reay. So as we take a look a little bit further back, you go fourth place is Tony Kanaan. Oriol Servia is fifth. Mario Moraes has moved up to sixth. He was started 13th. He has done very well. And what's happened to Justin Wilson? Well, that outside number 2 starting position is faded to 7th. Jack, you've got more?
Well, Marty, you remember that melee down in turn number 1 where it sent cars scattering. Justin Wilson backed out of the throttle, a bit concerned that he didn't want to get collected early. Meanwhile, a car that was good enough to start on the outside pole yesterday during qualifications when put in race trim, and I quote, is awful. Justin Wilson does not like the race car anywhere around this racetrack. Calmly, his crew has told him, we'll make adjustments on the first stop.
Well, Jack, he almost bought the farm right there, dropped 2 wheels off coming out of turn 7, saved it. And you can see his teammate Graham Rahal not faring much better. He is back in 17th position. And that is Darren Manning all over the 0-2. As he tried to get around him a couple of times as they head for turn number 10 right there. Whoa, that was Moraes dropping 2 wheels off coming through 10.
And Moraes was very fast this morning in the warm-up. I was watching him all the way around the race course, and guys like Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan were not making any ground on him whatsoever. A very fast, talented road course driver. See Justin Wilson getting back up on the curb and going through there. Remember, he's a road course specialist. 16 Formula 1 starts to his credit. Also was a 2001 F3000 champion.
Take a look at the battle for second right now as you've got Ryan Hunter-Reay holding on ahead of Scott Dixon, the man who's won here 3 years in a row at the Glen. Meanwhile, back in the pits, Dan Weldon continues to be having his car worked on. Let's go back and take one more look at Weldon's deal and see if we can see where the contact occurred. Now, in the back right of your screen.
Probably about the 3rd or 4th or 5th car on the right-hand side. You can see he's just moving out. Somebody comes on the inside of the middle of the track and hits him, which looks like possibly the 14 car of Manning. And Manning gets through without a problem. It sounds like there was a lot of cars there with Marco Andretti, Darren Manning, and unfortunately, the guy that got the worst end of that, Dan Weldon.
So you can see 3 cars just don't want to fit where 3 cars can't fit. And unfortunately for Dan Weldon, it was the short end of the stick. We're working lap 5 of 60 here at the Glen, and out in front is Ryan Briscoe. Well, as you saw on side by side, Helio Castroneves has trouble here early in the race, while his teammate Ryan Briscoe's out in front. Look at him, he is beside himself. He sat on pole 3 years in a row here until this year, and we heard him say something on the radio about the gearbox, that he couldn't get the gear, and he's asking, why can't they push me a little further? And they're not doing that. Let's take a look back and see what happened.
Coming out of the turn, it looks like everything is going fine for him, but he mentioned that he had a problem with the gearbox. He's on the outside from Ricky Rinaldi off to the grass, and I don't really think that's going to cause a problem with anything, because remember, this is a paddle shifter car right now. It's not like he missed a gear where the car could have jumped out of gear with the gear lever, but unfortunately for Helio Castroneves, he's second in the points championship and certainly not going to gain points on Scott Dixon here this weekend. And the other guy that's out also, Dan Weldon, he's third in the points championship. Jack Arute, you have an update?
Yes, Scotty, right now Helio Castroneves is livid. He's trying to get someone to start his car. No one would do it, so they're going to move into Marty Roth's pit. Marty Roth's crew has gone to work. They're going to take their electric starter and try and refire this car so the Team Penske car can get all the way down to the other end of pit road, where they hope maybe by changing the steering wheel, they might get the gearbox back.
Remember, they have the paddle shifter, and that is Dan Weldon still in pit lane getting worked on.
Marty, the first starter didn't work for Roth Racing, so now they're going to the second one. It's a fire drill down here.
Things have gone from bad to worse for Helio Castroneves.
And now the connector to the starter has fallen off Roth's car. Now they're going to pull it behind the wall. The Penske team has gotten here. Sanity is going to prevail for a moment.
So we're under our first caution as a result of Helio Castroneves slowing on the track with gear problems. And here comes everybody else. And who are the takers coming in? Mario Moraes. Let's send it to Vince.
Well, everybody was keeping an eye on the leader. What would the leader do? And the pit window opened up on lap 6, and that is when Ryan Briscoe and all these other cars are coming in for pits, but they were following the lead of Briscoe, but now Briscoe has decided to stay out. His team's back over the wall. Danica Patrick is in, and others as well.
Some of the others include Hideki Muto, Mario Moraes, Enrique Bernoldi, Jamie Camara, Mario Dominguez, Milka Duno, and Justin Wilson is still in pit lane. They're having trouble with the left rear. And he still has yet to rejoin the field, although he'll have time to get back into the mix before he goes a lap down. And the crew is looking underneath the rear end of the cars. It looks like they're having more than just a left rear tire problem, Scott.
Very difficult for a driver when he knows he had a car capable of running up front, but right now he will be at the very back of the complete group at the very minimum, so he's got his work cut out for him. But for these two cars right now, and Elio gets his car fired back up.
So maybe the steering wheel was the problem as he is fired and back underway. We show him now 2 laps down to the race leaders. Let's check in on his radio from just a little bit earlier.
I went to first gear and just simply neutral. That's it. No responding on the gear levers. It's not mechanical. It's something happened. Something cut off the gear levers.
And it sounds like he got the right diagnosis with the steering wheel.
And don't forget, just yesterday in qualifying, Scott Dixon had the same problem with the electronics on the paddle shifter. So maybe this might be some of the same thing. Vince Welsh?
With Tim Cindric and Tim communicating with Elio. Tim, any idea what the problem was?
No, the gear shift stopped operating, and that point in time stalled. So we obviously couldn't get it started there, and we finally got it started, and it came back together. So it seems like it's an electrical or a gearbox problem of some kind, but no.
There you have it, guys. Still guessing a bit, but these next laps certainly going to be indicative possibly of whether or not this car is in it for the long haul or whether they're going to be back in to do some work.
Jack, let's send it your way.
I will update you on Justin Wilson. The IRL tech people saw some fluids leaking out of the rear of the car. They would not allow Justin Wilson to come back out until the problem was diagnosed. That's why the McDonald's crew is hard at work at the back of the car. They're going to pull the attenuator off and see if there's a leak in the gearbox.
And he's going to go at least 1 lap down because we're going back to green flag racing. It is Ryan Briscoe, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, Oriol Servia. That's your top 5. 13 cars took advantage of the yellow to pit.
And you saw Bruno Junqueira on the start going underneath Darren Manning with a nice move going into turn 1.
Battle for second. That is Scott Dixon inside of Ryan Hunter-Reay. Takes the position.
Not what Ryan Briscoe wants to see. He knows how good Scott Dixon is here at this track. When he gets an opportunity to get on a straightaway, we're like right there. Go out, look in his mirror, and you'll see that Dixon has now made the move past Ryan Hunter-Reay.
But again, if you watch Briscoe, he's pulling away from the guys that are trying to track him down, just as he did at the start of the race. His lead is already up to 0.3 of a second. Take a look at the Firestone telemetry.
A hard under braking. Down a couple of gears, back on the gas as quickly as possible. Now you're coming up to what I think is one of the most difficult turns on the racetrack, coming from the new section to the original section. The car gets light at the top of the hill. You're back on the gas. It wants to step out from underneath you and back up through the gears, back up to 5th quickly. And you'll see that get through turn 10 and then into turn number 11, carrying the speed as much as you can back to the front stretch. And this is neat here. You go through down to turn 1, and you'll just go past the start-finish line, and then downhill. And then from turn 1, the climb up through the S's is an 80-foot climb all the way through here, flat out. 5th gear, and then 6th gear at the very top here. Armco on both sides, no room for error, and down that long straightaway down to the bus stop.
And Briscoe's got himself a race car because he's opened up the lead to 1.1 seconds. And Dixon's trying to do everything he can to reel him in. And while all this goes on, Jack Arute, work continues in the O2.
Yeah, they did diagnose that there's a problem in the gearbox area, and there is gear oil flowing from it. They're going to try and stop that up and send him back out. but they're not real optimistic guys. Tough break.
Yeah, remember back in Long Beach at the Champ Car finale, he was sitting on pole, had a mechanical malfunction there that put him out of the race. He had a great run going there, and here he was on the outside of the front row here, and another disappointing end so far. Take a look at Oriol Servia right now as he continues to run 5th, and Bruno Junqueira right behind him in 6th. Of course, these two guys very familiar with the road courses. In fact, Oriol, I think he's up to 100 starts on road courses.
And these are two drivers that transferred over from the Champ Car group. Very competitive road course drivers. Bruno Junqueira sat on pole at Indianapolis. He has a wealth of oval experience also. Coming into his own here, I think, towards the end of the season. I spoke to him just 2 days ago when he arrived here, asked him what he thought of the racetrack. He said, I love it. I'm looking forward to the second half of the season, and then looking forward to next year when we can just sort of get ready, rebuild, and get ready for all the oval races.
As you see the ticker across the top 10 cars all stayed out. And from there on back is where we started to see the pits. We're back a few laps ago. Let's talk a little bit about Tuesday night at 8, 7 Central, because it's dirty fun for the whole family. See why Wipeout has become a giant splash hit and the biggest news show of the summer. All new Wipeout, Tuesday at 8, 7 Central on ABC. Meanwhile, all the action continues with Ryan Briscoe in control of this race so far. He has led all 10 laps. This is the 4th time this year he has led here in the IndyCar Series. He's won once already. That was on the oval at Milwaukee. It's the most prestigious championship in the game, the birthplace of golf. Now the world's best meet on the legendary links of the sport's oldest major. The Open Championship on ABC, Saturday, July 19th at 9 a.m. Eastern, and Sunday, July 20th at 8 a.m. Eastern. And as we take a look from high above, that is the toe of the boot here at Watkins Glen International. And at the lower part of your screen there, that is our race leader, Ryan Briscoe. Let's get you up to speed. Vince Welch, you're up.
Well, and the man in front of the field is Ryan Briscoe in the 6th car. Briscoe scored his first ever podium here back in 2006, and he is working hand in hand with the captain, Roger Penske. Of course, Roger on the other end of the radio with Ryan Briscoe handling the strategy. And Roger Penske, when he was a race car driver, the first time he ever raced here at Watkins Glen, 1960, an SCCA event, he drove a Porsche to victory. Roger's been away the last couple of weeks because of health reasons, but he's back on the stand for Briscoe today. Scott Dixon is running behind Briscoe in the 2nd spot. One of the keys to success for Dixon over the years here at Watkins Glen, the straightaway speeds. They trim out the car so they're faster on the straightaway speeds, knowing that they are very difficult to pass in the corners, feeling if they can get an edge on the straightaways, they'll be the car to beat. So far, so good. Brianne Pettigo.
Vince, right behind him is Ryan Hunter-Reay in the 17. He set up his car exactly the opposite of Scott Dixon. In fact, in this morning's practice, Bobby Rahal and his driver, Ryan Hunter-Reay, set up their car to be secure in the corners rather than fast on the straightaway. Right now, Bobby's reminding him, race your car. Don't try to follow Scott Dixon's line. Vince?
In 4th place is Tony Kanaan. And remember, Kanaan crashed in the morning practice. His team worked feverishly to get his race car repaired. Not only was the car damaged, but also Kanaan's left wrist, which had been broken twice. He told me suffered a hairline fracture. No complaints about the wrist, but he is complaining a bit about some understeer in the car. But he's not completely unhappy with the race car, that's for sure, feeling though it's good enough to get to the next stop. Brianne?
Servia in his best start so far this season, looking to be the best of the rest. Right now he's 9th in points, the only driver not a member of one of the big 3 teams to crack into the top 10 of the point standing. The team is having to find newer, bigger goals to set for themselves. This week it's simple: win the race. We talked to Oriol earlier about what it'd be like for the transition drivers to come back to their comfortable round of road courses.
Now it's our chance to shine a little more, not only because we come from a road course background, but also because the way the rules are, on the ovals you can do a lot more development on suspension and special pieces, and in road courses it's a lot more restricted, and everybody starts more on the same base, and you cannot do as much development. So for us, the transition teams, we're basically closer to start with to the top teams, and that gives us, you know, chance to maybe show something.
Right now, Oriole in 5th position, still in the fight. Jackaroo.
Meanwhile, in 6th, another transition driver driving for Dale Coyne Racing, Bruno Junqueira. Happy to be back on the road course, but Brian, much the way you alluded to for Ryan Hunter-Reay, Dale Coyne and his team elected to give Bruno Junqueira more downforce down the straightaways and sacrifice some speed. Therefore, he would be more secure in the corners. Not the same for 7th place Darren Manning, driving the ABC supply car for A.J. Foyt. Now, Manning has elected to free the car up. He had tire issues early on during practice where he couldn't get enough grip out of the tires. He said that what he discovered is he wasn't driving the car hard enough. They took downforce out, they make it a little dicier for him to drive, and he said, all of a sudden, I've got all the grip from the Firestones I need. Brianne Pedigo.
Marco Andretti, currently in 8th position, is already complaining he believes something is broken in the rear left side of his race car. They have opted to keep him out, but unfortunately, we've already begun to hear Marco say on the radio, I'm not sure I can make it to the end of the race. We'll see how that plays out. Right behind him is Will Power, the other member of the KV Racing team. He's in 9th position. Will Power was stayed out after that first pit stop. They were considering adding a turn of front wing. Look for them to do that earlier. They are already telling him he needs to get better fuel mileage if they want to see it to the end. Jack?
Vitor Meira has his hands full in the Delphi National Guard car. He just cannot get the speed out of the car that he had hoped for. In fact, IRL IndyCar officials have already warned Vitor Meira that he must pick up the pace because it's being perceived as blocking. Who is he blocking? How about the Roll Coder Special piloted by Buddy Rice? Rice has said virtually nothing on the radio to his Dreyer and Reinbold crew. He is a road racing ace that began to show some muscle right here, Brianne Pedigo, 1 year ago.
Behind him, E.J. Viso in the 33. He did come in that first round of pit stops, took a minor wing adjustment, but he's complaining of understeer. Hopefully that wing adjustment will do something to correct that. Understeer has been the snake that's out to bite E.J. all weekend. Jack?
And Mario Marias, teammate to Bruno Junqueira in the Dale Coyne entry in the Sonny's Pit Barbecue Special, wants to get a front wing adjustment, but during that Helio Castroneves caused caution, the crew elected not to adjust the wing. They told Mario just to ride for just a little while. Vince Welch.
Well, and behind Marias is Danica Patrick running in the 14th position. During practice all weekend, Danica has requested more rear grip. The car not exactly to her liking, but her team very encouraging with her on the radio, consistently urging her, telling her she's doing great as they work their way toward pit stop time, but their communication on the radio has been less to Danica's liking.
All right, thanks, guys.
Let's make sure we talk really loud into the radio today, just so that I can make sure I get the information right away and don't have to ask you to repeat it. It's been tough to hear.
All right, thanks, guys. And as we listen to Danica, let's also put some periods on Helio Castroneves right now, as he is multiple laps down, as is Justin Wilson. And Dan Weldon is behind the wall and out of the race. So a tough day for Dan, as you can see. Helio trying to fight his way back as he's got Graham Rahal right in front of him. Rahal in the 16th position. Helio, as we mentioned, 3 laps down in 24th. There was Scott Dixon. And it looks like we're going to see our first round of green flag pit stops. Here comes Tony Kanaan. It's been 17 laps since he was in the pits. Vince, he's heading your way.
Well, Kanaan has complained about the understeer, as I reported earlier, so they're going to make a front wing adjustment, of course, 4 Firestone tires and fill it up with ethanol fuel, but that wing adjustment is key for Kanaan, who's working with that sore wrist already here today. In those high-speed corners, it's going to be a handful.
And I know he told you in our pre-race that he had a slight hairline fracture of the wrist, but the release from IndyCar officials was that the x-rays were negative and that he was cleared to drive. So there you see, as we're on board, he is back out, as he's the first of those that did not stop during our first yellow to come in. And there is your top 5 here at the IndyCar Grand Prix at the Glen. Well, you saw in side-by-side a number of the cars making pit stops, including Ryan Hunter-Reay, Darren Manning, Marco Andretti, but our race leaders have not. First and second are still out there on the track. Ryan Briscoe, as is Scott Dixon and Oriole Survey. They're working 19 laps since their last pit stop. They have got to be getting lean on fuel. Waiting to see if they come in this time by. You can see the lead right now is about 1.2 seconds. Both teams are laid out. And this is turn 10. We'll get an idea here. There's only the right-hander coming up on turn 11. And yes, here comes the race leader. Ryan Briscoe turns in, and right behind him is Scott Dixon. So as they make the long trip down, we'll send it to Vince Welch.
Well, and you see Ryan Briscoe bringing it in, and Scott Dixon right behind. Mike Hull on the radio to Scott Dixon, reminding Dixon to hit his marks and reminding his crew to hit a good stop. The same for Roger Penske, as he's been encouraging his driver, Ryan Briscoe, encouraging him. Watch me before you go. Watch me. Fuel and tires for both. No adjustments to the chassis for either one. Briscoe is going to be the first to go. A little bit of a slower stop for the 9 car.
So they both get out. That's the way they came in. And Oriole Survey, who was in 3rd place, also makes his stop. You see Will Power. Brienne?
It's tires and fuel for Will Power. He did go up 1 turn in front wing, and that's it for the number 8.
All right, thank you, Brienne, as they come back out onto the racetrack. There you can see, there comes Will Power. And it's a little treacherous exit coming out of pit lane if a couple of cars are barreling down on you after coming out of turn number 1, but Will makes it safely. So right now it shows Vitor Mira as our race leader. Now remember, he pitted 13 laps ago, and we're being told by IndyCar officials that Oriole Survey will get a drive-through penalty for speeding on pit lane, so a tough break for Oriole.
Very difficult in that situation. You want to try and make up time on your in-lap and then also in your out-lap, but you also have to make sure that you're at 60 miles an hour once you enter the speed zone into the pit lane. And there's no tolerance on that. If it's 61, you get caught, and it's a drive-through.
There you see Ryan Briscoe. He is shown right now in 2nd place. And there is Vitor Mira. As we said, it's been 13 laps. Now it'll be 14 since his last stop. And we saw a number of drivers go as far as 20 laps.
4 laps to pit. Good job, kid.
And that's basically, they're looking at lap 18. They're saying 4 laps to pit. He's got 14 under his belt.
Well, everybody's going to try and make this in 2 stops, and with the leaders right now getting close to somewhere around 20. But don't forget, that was with the yellow caution period, so it'll be interesting to see if they can make good fuel mileage here. There's a difference here compared to last year. Last year we were on 100% fuel. This year you do have 4 settings of fuel trim, one of them being a caution yellow, though.
And the 5 car did the pass-through penalty, so Oriole Survey will go back out on the track. And the Vitor Mira, remember, and that 1 caution that Scott mentioned, that was for 2 laps. And that's been our only caution so far, as we're working lap 22 of 60 here at the 3.3-mile road course at Watkins Glen.
We're talking about fuel mileage. You did see Tony Kanaan come in a couple of laps earlier than Ryan Briscoe and also Scott Dixon, so that might play out something here when we get close to the end of the race.
So as we've got a moment here, remember last year at this race, Vitor Mira was leading late in the race and then ran out of fuel, and it cost him dearly. Maybe things will be a little bit better, Jack.
If you go on board with the National Guard car, Vitor Mira, if we take the onboard as we look down on the side pods, you'll see all the prerequisite Delphi and National Guard. But there's also a decal called EZ40. That is a tribute to a troop transport that was shot down earlier this year. The National Guard troop transport, 12 people all on board were killed. So they decided on the right side of your screen, you see the EZ40? That's the way this National Guard team is paying tribute to those fallen heroes on the 4th of July weekend.
Thank you, Jack. And we want to also remind everybody the American Forces Radio and Television. And up the 0-2, Justin Wilson is out of the race as he has pulled off into that turnoff area on the short course. So a tough day for Justin Wilson as he is unbuckling, and his day is over here at Watkins Glen on the road course. Meanwhile, Vitor Meira continues on 15 laps since his last pit. We'll be back in 2 minutes after this message from your local ABC station. So back here at Watkins Glen International, you're looking at the race leader, Vitor Meira, but remember he has an upcoming pit stop. It has been 17 laps since his last entrance into pit lane as he makes his way down through turn 6 in towards the toe of the boot. And of course, you heard Jack's report right before the break, saluting the crew that was down earlier this year. And we want to welcome the American Forces Radio and Television Service, providing today's race to the American military servicemen and women and their families overseas via the American Forces Network. And on this 4th of July holiday, gang, we are so proud of all of you. Well, he's going to have to stop soon, Scott, and right behind him is Ryan Briscoe, our other race leader. And we're hearing what might be this lap. Yes, it looks like he ducked down below the yellow line. And Vitor Meira does peel off. And Jack, he's coming your way.
Vitor Meira being vectored in by John Barnes, calling the shots. The crew is ready to go to work. He comes in a little hot, locks him up, but hits his marks precisely. Now the whole key here is this is a car that is running without a lot of downforce on it. Let's go to Brianne Benigo.
in his pit currently. Tires, fuel, and a little bit of front wing. Vince.
And Danica Patrick is in her box as well. She comes to the pit lane in 10th place. Fuel and Firestones and a front wing adjustment as well. And Patrick is off. A good clean stop for the AGR crew, Marty.
You saw Elio Castroneves, as again, he is several laps down as we go on board with Danica Patrick. She makes her way back out, which now means Ryan Briscoe has retaken the lead here at Watkins Glen, and right behind him, the man who's looking for 4 wins in a row, Scott Dixon. Hideki Muto has moved into 3rd. Graham Rahal is 4th, but both of those cars need to make a pit stop. It's been 18 laps since they've been into pit lane. Don't forget to join us Saturday night. The IndyCar Series continues over on ESPN. Don't miss the Firestone IndyCar 200 at Nashville, Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. For more, just log on to ESPN.com. And that was Graham Rahal. He is currently running in 14th with Danica Patrick right behind him. Let's reset the top 5 for you as you look down from high above. That is Ryan Briscoe heading through turn number 8 as he is the race leader by 1.2 seconds over Scott Dixon, the man who's trying to win here for the 4th year in a row. And as we drop back a little bit further, about a total of 9 seconds to be exact, it's going to be a long drop back, but it gives you an idea just how big this track really is at 3.37 miles. Ryan Hunter-Reay will be there in 3rd, and right behind him in 4th is Tony Kanaan, and then Bruno Junqueira will round out the top 5, and he is another 7 seconds behind in that group. So there you see some of the other cars coming on through, and you know, Scott Dixon obviously been a lot of the talk of the town. As there you see Tony Kanaan again, still nursing the sore wrist. We go on board with Dixon. Obviously, history in the potential to be made here. And can't overemphasize how many races and how many names of people that have won at this racetrack. I mean, the history is a who's who. For example, Graham Hill won here 3 times in a row. Jimmy Clark won here 3 times, not in a row. So did Jackie Stewart, Carlos Reutemann, and James Hunt. They all won twice. The list also includes Niki Lauda, Gilles Villeneuve, Emerson Fittipaldi, Alan Jones. I mean, that's an elite group.
Pretty thick in the Formula One history, and this was one of the great Formula One tracks that all the drivers love to come here and race at. And as all the drivers in the IndyCar Series have now said, it's become one of their favorites. Even the drivers that have driven internationally with all the tracks throughout Europe, some of the great road courses over there, the drivers here have said, I think this is easily one of my favorites. The elevation changes. There's over 1,000 feet of elevation change between the lowest point and the highest point at this circuit. But what's going on right now with Ryan Briscoe leading, Scott Dixon in 2nd. I've noticed on the timesheets here, Marty, that Scott Dixon, after that last pit stop, he made a half of turn front wing change. He is now starting just to creep up on Briscoe as the race continues. And all the drivers are telling me that as the race goes on, their tires wear, they continue to get a little bit of understeer. They'll have to make some compensation for that, and that front wing change was probably just enough to give him a little bit more grip on the front. As the race continues and the track continues to rubber up, the drivers will continue to make those changes during pit stops.
We saw both of them from high above get around Enrique Bernoldi. That puts him a lap down. That means 19 cars on the lead lap. We did notice, though, that if you were with us in Milwaukee, you heard the story about Scott getting free LAMB, LAMB for life. Well, he thought it was land, L-A-N-D. Well, this week here at the track, the group from New Zealand who offered the free LAMB, they brought it to him. And take a look at this apron. I love it.
Great. Just like a driver. I like the prize money and give me gifts.
So he had his first taste of the free LAMB for life. We're working lap 30 of 60. This time by, we will have reached the halfway point of the event. And right now it is still Briscoe by 0.3 of a second over Dixon. And then another 9 seconds back is Ryan Hunter-Reay. And that brings us to this week's Ethanol Edge.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has done just a great job, in my opinion, after joining the Rahal Letterman team last year. Came into a situation where they didn't think they were getting enough performance with their driver, made a change. This team has continuously grown. And Ryan Hunter-Reay, you can see he has the win column, top 5, top 10. The thing that really impresses me about Ryan Hunter-Reay is that he's really working well with the team. It's a one-car team right now. Very difficult to go against these super teams that have 2 or 4 cars because you're trying to gather information when you go to all these racetracks. He has done a terrific job as we now just reached the halfway point of the race, Marty.
So 30 down, 30 to go, and Ryan Hunter-Reay continues to motor in 3rd place. Right behind him is Tony Kanaan. Here comes Ryan Briscoe up on some slower traffic, as that is Jamie Camara, teammate to Enrique Bernoldi at Conquest Racing. Boy, if you were with us for Richmond, your heart had to break just a little bit for Camara. First time he had ever led an IndyCar race, and then of course to crash out late. He gives way to the race leader and allows 2nd place to go through as well. So that now means 18 cars on the lead lap. AJ Foyt, the 4th, is the next potential victim. So meanwhile, as we continue here at the Camping World IndyCar Grand Prix at the Glen, it is all about Ryan Briscoe and Scott Dixon as we're rocking in the USA. Let's talk a little baseball because ESPN's Game of the Week features another chapter in the Red Sox-Yankees rivalry. Manny Ramirez and company march into Yankee Stadium tonight. It's Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell on ESPN tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Take a look at up front. You've got Ryan Briscoe and Scott Dixon running in 1-2 position by 0.7 of a second, and then it drops back to Ryan Hunter-Reay another 8 seconds back. Here's our Firestone lap leaders. We've only had 2. Ryan's had the most, 28 laps. Vitor Meira led for a total of 4 over the 3.37-mile road course. You heard earlier during the last round of pit stops, potentially the opportunity to maybe make this on one more stop. Vince Welch, what are you hearing down in pit lane?
Well, that's what Ryan Briscoe and Scott Dixon are looking at. They made 20 laps in their first fuel stint. That means if they go 20 laps on the next fuel stint, they'll stop at lap 40. 20 more laps, lap 60 is the end of the race. So these 2 drivers, the 1st and 2nd place drivers, can make it on one more stop according to their fuel strategy at this point, and Dixon and Briscoe are both on their fuel number. Now, there are only 2 other drivers that pitted on lap 20, and that's Will Power and Bruno Junqueira, but they're considerably back behind. So, Jack Arute, these 2 drivers, Briscoe and Dixon, are the ones on the fuel strategy that looks like it's going to pay off at the end.
Yeah, Vince, but for Justin Wilson, he doesn't need a fuel strategy because the McDonald's car with the mechanical woes and the gear oil going out the back end, he's out of the race. So, Justin, can you describe the feelings coming back to a road course, running as well as you did in qualifying, and then to have a mechanical?
It's obviously disappointing. It's 3 times now we've been really quick on the road courses, but not been able to follow through. So I'm obviously disappointed. Madol's car was really quick. We struggled in the first few laps, but after that first pit stop, we sorted out the handling, whatever reason that was, but had an oil leak, so just disappointed to be out of the race.
How does a driver of your ilk maintain a positive mental attitude with all of the myriad of problems that you've encountered?
Just have to think forward to the next one, and you know, look forward to next weekend, back on the oval, and then after that we're back on a road course. So it's thinking of the next opportunity and trying to make the most of it.
Guys, you know, for guys like this that came over in the transition, it's the second half of the season that looks pretty exciting. Road courses and more road courses.
And he'll still have 4 more with 7 races to go. Whoa, and look at Briscoe. He is pushing a little hard, and that one almost cost him dearly. And we're getting word there is Tony Kanaan coming into pit lane, so he peels off from his top 4 spot. Vince?
Yeah, but the problem with Kanaan is he's pitting on lap 34, so he's not going to be able to make it to the end. So he's going to have to make a stop beyond this one, and that ultimately is going to be the price. That's too much to pay in regards to victory in this race, unless something drastic happens up in the front.
Well, and Scott, I know you're thinking about one thing about this lap strategy of making it 20 laps. 2 of those laps were under yellow.
Well, and that's why I think it's going to be difficult to fill out the complete 20. We'll have to wait to see what kind of fuel mileage these guys have. Now, they can turn the fuel knob on their steering wheel to position 4 or position 3, depending on what kind of system and what kind of way they have it set up. But they will go to the leanest setting possible while still running at race speed. And then what that allows them to do is to save fuel. The other thing they can do is to just take their foot off the throttle a little sooner going into the turns and try to be smooth with the accelerator on throttle application. The 2 guys at the front, Ryan Briscoe, lots of endurance experience, and Scott Dixon running in second, are really masters at that, but I still think that's a stretch.
Well, and as you go on board with Tony Kanaan, we got word that as he was coming into the pits, he got extremely loose. Let's go back and take a look at this. This is turn 11.
Just trying to carry speed in the back end, steps around on power application. And lucky for him, he got it all collected before he got to the timeline. Otherwise, he would have been over 60 miles an hour in that stop-and-go penalty.
All right, so as Tony Kanaan continues, we'll be back in 2 minutes after this message from our ABC stations. You're watching ESPN on ABC. Back here at Watkins Glen International, those were the race leaders flying by you on the front straightaway down into turn 1. It's Ryan Briscoe ahead of Scott Dixon. They are due for some pit stops with 23 laps to go. We can update you, Dan Weldon has gotten back out into the race, albeit he is 19 laps down, and here he comes in for another pit stop. Meanwhile, the battle up front is getting very interesting because Dixon is getting closer. Let's check in with Vince Welch.
Well, and it's been an extremely disappointing event for Dan Weldon, and Weldon is going to shut off the engine, I believe, and get out of the race car. Now they're going to go ahead and change it, but I'm sure they've just told him that they are going to shut off the car and get out. He was not keeping up a speed that the league was happy with, so Dan Weldon, who came into this event hoping to score his first road course victory, not going to happen today, obviously, at Watkins Glen.
Well, right now, he would drop 80 points behind in the championship chase based on what we're seeing as far as finishing positions. Of course, that could change as a lot is still to unfold with 23 laps. And look at this, Ryan Hunter-Reay and Tony Kanaan, and neither one's given an inch. And Ryan Hunter-Reay, who did make a pit stop while we were in that break, holds on to the spot. Wow, that was tight. That was for 9th position on the racetrack, and they were duking it out like it was for the win on the last lap.
I'm sure Tony thought better of it. 2 reasons. Number 1, he was on the outside going into the bus stop, and if he ended up banging wheels, it could just aggravate that wrist that he injured this morning when he had that practice crash in warm-up.
We have 18 total cars on the lead lap right now. AJ Foyt, the 4th, is in 18th spot. You saw behind Ryan Hunter-Reay and also Tony Kanaan, the number 3 of Elio Castroneves, after his early problems. He is running 23rd, 3 laps down. So there you can see right there, all 3 of them heading for turn 10. For Castroneves, this too hurts him in the points. Right now he will drop 71 markers behind Scott Dixon, who is currently running in second. And there is Darren Manning. And Jack, let's send it your way.
Darren Manning, remember a couple of weeks ago, AJ Foyt said he just stepped out of the saddle, fell off the car. In a very physical, enduring race here today, he has not done that. Meanwhile, Oriol Servia is in for his pit stop as well. With 39 of the 60 in, we're starting to see a lot of the front runners, guys, come out of pit road for service. But do you notice Bruno Junqueira's not there yet?
No, Junqueira is still out on the racetrack. He is running in 3rd position right now. It's been 18 laps since his last stop as well. And this is taking... Oh, no. We're hearing that there is problems in the 5 car. Not only do they have a problem underneath the engine cover, he was caught speeding again. So even if they get it fixed, it's going to basically ruin their day. And we're hearing with 21 laps to go, race leaders will be coming this time by. So it looks like they will make 20 laps on this load of fuel. Oh, and we have a crash by Vitor Meira, and that looks to be turn number 8.
With his hand gestures that he's got going, I wonder if that was he was helped and assisted doing that. But for the leaders right now, this yellow comes at an opportune time, and it takes the question away. Once they refuel and go back out onto the track, it will certainly take the question away whether they'll be able to make it on just this one more stop. That's a ton of damage, guys.
Vitor climbing out of the cockpit, and he is furious. Let's take a look. Viso underneath.
Yeah. He knew he was there. Viso gets on the gas. Vitor had left him space, had left him room, a very gentlemanly type driving. Now watch on Vitor's car. He's going to get a bit of a draft. EJ Viso's looking. They come in the braking zone. And he can sense that he's there. He leaves him room. And EJ Viso just goes towards the outside of the curbing and takes a normal line as if there was not a car on the outside. And just basically takes out Vitor Meira. He has reason to be not very happy.
So as we come under our 2nd caution here in the afternoon, our first one was for a total of 2 laps. This one might be a little bit longer. The fewest cautions we've ever had in this event was 3, and that was last year. So with soon to be 20 laps to go, we might get lucky enough to go green the rest of the way and see who's got the best horsepower and best driver.
Well, this change here for the pit stop rather for these drivers will be very important, because tire pressures and wing adjustments that you're going to make is going to be crucial to make the right call. That will be determined on how your car is going to handle towards the end of the event. The other side of it, too, has to be a fast pit stop. No mistakes whatsoever by the crew, because whoever, in my opinion, whoever leaves here first is going to be the guy that's going to win this race.
Pit lane is still closed. They're waiting for the field to bunch up behind the pace car. So there is your top 5. The shootout is about to begin. Well, you saw Elliott, or I should say Vitor Meira, get into the Delphi safety car, and he'll go back towards pit lane. Obviously, he is not going to be real happy with EJ Viso. We're under our 2nd caution. This is the reason why.
The 4 car on the outside, Vitor Meira, leaves him space to get through on the inside. And what does he get repaid with? EJ Viso just forcing him onto the outside and taking him out and pushing him into the wall.
And there you can see he's looking at him and asking why. And that is a Brazilian gesture, I believe.
I gather it is.
You are not number 1 on my Christmas card list. All right, so you can see the field has formed up behind the pace car. We're waiting for word if pit lane will be open this time by. And we are told that pit lane will be open as they are going to be coming around to turn number 10. And this is going to be the money stop that we always hear about in racing, because we've only had 2 lead changes. So it's who can get your car out first. So here they come into pit lane. Let's send it to Jack Arute.
Marty, Bruno Junqueira in 3rd did not want to see this pit stop. They had been saving fuel. They are using high downforce, low horsepower. They're not going to make any changes, however, as they come to service first. But they wanted this to go totally green. For Junqueira, this is just a change. And meanwhile, back up to Vince Welch, where the leaders of the pit.
Just what I thought would happen. Does Dixon get to the timeline ahead of Ryan Briscoe? This will be interesting to see. And Danica Patrick, Marty.
Well, we had a tire come loose back at pit lane and a problem with Danica Patrick in her pit as well. She is down in front of the pit box in front of the Target Ganassi group, and her front wing is ripped off.
I thought that was a little bit of a rude gesture from the Target team just to go and plunk the front wing on top of the wheels there.
I don't know exactly what happened there. I was watching towards the bottom of the screen to see what happened as far as who was coming off pit lane first. And then all of a sudden I did see a tire bouncing around in pit lane. And Danica's day comes to an abrupt end. Now she's about halfway back your screen there. Everybody else is coming out. Car comes down. Here she is on the left side of your screen. Whoa! And she just over accelerates it.
That's exactly what that looks like. Now, we're not sure if something broke in the back of the car. Sometimes you can break a half shaft when you're departing, but it looks like the tires were spinning. She was just trying to get out of the pit lane as quickly as possible. Now, well, if we're going to go on board, let's listen. Possibly just lit the tires up so much, and the car didn't seem to go out towards the center traffic lane, is exactly what you're trying to do here. Now, what they'll attempt to do is to change the front wing.
It doesn't look like there's any suspension damage. You know, yesterday, if you were on our webcast, we are now doing qualifying on the web. And we had talked about where the finish line was, and we were misinformed. And it was a lot closer to where Danica took the checkered flag, so she was really not in the wrong there. There's Mom Bev as she's looking on. And Jack, you've got more?
Well, Danica immediately after it happened was apologetic, and Kyle Moore tried to calm her down, but also tried to tell his crew, look, if it's just the front nose, let's change the front nose and send her back out. She's back out there, and you can see that they've got to make the nose change next time, so she'll be back in the pits as well. But a very distraught Danica Patrick after that incident on pit road.
And as a driver, Jack, you're trying to make the best time possible to in your pit stop and to come out. And what they did with her after that is they noticed that the pack was about ready to come around, and she would have went down one lap. So they sent her out with a broken nose cone. And once she gets back up towards the back of this group, she will come into the pit lane, change that nose cone, and then get back and re-enter.
Here's the race off pit road, and take a look at there is Scott Dixon. Here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay. And where is Ryan Briscoe? Third. So the pit crews for the first two cars are going to be very happy. Ryan Briscoe's crew is not going to be happy. So we continue under our second caution here, and Darren Manning will be shown as the race leader. He pitted on lap 38. He's going to try and go 22 laps, and depending on how much green flag or yellow flag operation we get here, he might be able to do this.
Well, he also has to have the speed to be able to keep the group that's behind him back there. And I question whether he'll be able to do that. Now, Will Power, who was running in fourth spot just towards that pit stop, came in, went back out, and is now back in the pit lane getting some more service work. So a problem for him.
And you can see Danica back in, and they will take the nose cone off and put the new one on. Lights are out on the pace car, so the word is we will go green next time by. Danica will stay on the lead lap after getting the repairs, after having a close call in the pit lane, as no one luckily hurt as they make their way down into the toe of the boot here at Watkins Glen International. It will be Darren Manning, Scott Dixon, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Ryan Briscoe, Tony Kanaan. That's your top five. Then Buddy Rice, Bruno Junqueira, EJ Vizo, Marco Andretti, and Hideki Muto in 10th. While we're waiting to go back to green flag racing, let's talk about what's going to happen Tuesday at 8/7 Central, because it's dirty fun for the entire family. You can see Wipeout. It's become a giant splash hit and the biggest new show of the summer. All new Wipeout, Tuesday at 8/7 Central on ABC. So with 18 laps to go, there is your top 5. Can Darren Manning make it the distance? Come back and find out. Well, we're back here at Watkins Glen International, getting ready to go green. But let's first do our GoDaddy.com trivia question. And when was the last qualifying record set at an IndyCar Series event? The clock is ticking. And don't be looking at the answer, Mr.
I'm looking
Goodyear.
over your shoulder. Just sort of like back in school days. Hey, can I get your answer?
Okay, the answer right here at Watkins Glen. The year 2007, just 1 year ago. Elio Castroneves at 136 and change. Not too bad. All right, as we get ready to go green here, it has been a spectacular race weekend. The crowds are up. Of course, that's the boot section. And as you see from the aerial photograph, those parking spots, it's an interesting ticket buy. This is made for a camper. I mean, if you love the outdoors, it's $225 for the whole weekend just to park right beside the track. And then you buy a general admission ticket. And but they have made so many improvements here. In fact, the newest being a brand new media center that is right along pit lane that also is a meeting room for everybody. So the fans have turned out. Biggest crowd we've seen in the 4 years we've been coming here to Watkins Glen. And Doug Fritz and his gang doing good. Coming to the green flag, and who's going to be able to hang on? Maybe Darren Manning, or does he get past as he goes flying down the front straightaway? Boy, did he get a jump. Who was sleeping behind him? Oh, contact. Bruno Junqueira and Buddy Rice. They both survive. It's Ryan Hunter-Reay. Whoa, and trouble in the back. It looked like one of the Conquest racing machines. Right now, that is going to remain a local yellow with 16 laps to go. In other words, we'll stay green everywhere else on the track. And look at this, down the backstretch. That's Ryan Briscoe going underneath Ryan Hunter-Reay. Behind Briscoe and Ryan Hunter-Reay, you saw Tony Kanaan, Bruno Junqueira. That is all for position. And now we are being told it is a full course yellow because the car down in turn number 1 is stuck. And that's Enrique Bernoldi. It was one of the Conquest team's machines as his day appears to have ended here with about 16 laps to go.
Well, and Darren Manning doesn't mind seeing this yellow. He gets now an opportunity to run a few more laps under the yellow caution fuel designation on his car, so he should be safe to be able to get to the end.
Looking at Enrique's car, it didn't look like there was a lot of damage on it, but we'll have to wait and see if they can get him refired. He's got the steering wheel off.
Now, with his points always being very valuable, if the Delphi safety crew can come along and restart him, if there is no problems with the car, it would be a great opportunity just to go out there and continue running laps and learning about the car and also learning this racetrack.
Let's go back and take a look and see what happened. Here we go down to turn number 1.
Everybody dicing here. You know, starts and restarts are great. And as you can see, the touching right there between the 18 of Bruno Junqueira and the 15 of Buddy Rice. Drivers are always trying to take advantage on restarts to gain positions. Now back behind, you can see some parts flying there. We're not sure what contact he had, but he certainly got the worst of it.
Take a look from this angle. Look at the top of your screen. Whoa, man, he bounced up over somebody's wheel.
He carried way too much speed coming into the turn and probably wanted to try and get a good run in through 1 and then take advantage of getting a draft going down the back straightaway, but you first got to get through the turn.
Well, his teammate Jamie Kamara took advantage to come into the pit lane as they did some work on the 34 car. And meanwhile, the Delphi safety crew continues to try and extricate the 36 of Enrique Bernoldi. They're off to the right in the back, and there comes Kamara. All right, so as this all takes place, we'll step aside for 2 minutes. We'll return after this message from our ABC stations. You're watching ESPN on ABC. Back here at Watkins Glen International, let's take a look at our Firestone lap leaders. We've had a total of 3, with Ryan Briscoe leading the most, Darren Manning and Vitor Meira owning 4 laps apiece. The fewest leaders and lead changes we've ever had in the history of the event, 5. So we're a little short of that number. So as we take a look, you got Darren Manning, who is now probably got plenty of fuel as we've been under several laps of caution. And we eavesdropped on the man who's looking to win for the 4th time in a row. 2nd place, Scott Dixon.
How much earlier did Manning pit? He must be the lead.
He will not make it to the end, Scott, without a big yellow.
Copy that.
Well, and as you heard my call and Scott Dixon communicating, making it to the end. All the teams along pit lane believe they've got enough fuel to go to the end. But what's most important for Dixon, he can run it at fuel setting 1. That's full rich. That's full fuel for Scott Dixon. No need to conserve. And that may be bad news for all those trying to either hold him off or catch him, Jack Garrett.
Well, Vince, it's a bold gamble for Darren Manning. He brought the field down, went to fuel position 1, but they don't want to burn fuel because, as Mike Culliver told his driver, fuel consumption, we're going to be close for the finish.
All right, thank you, guys. Well, it looks like we're getting closer to going green. Of course, you mentioned Scott Dixon in second place. He and Danica Patrick nominated for ESPYs. Danica for Best Female Athlete and for Best Moment of the Year for her win in Japan. Scott is nominated for Best Driver. Online voting's open until July 12th at ESPYs.tv. Take a look at the most IndyCar starts without a win. You saw Darren Manning on that list. And Jack Arute, you've caught up with Vitor Meira.
And Vitor Meira is not a happy driver right now. Vitor, give us your version of what happened out there.
Vitor just took us out. I mean, he's a guy that everybody's been complaining about it since the first race of the season. Not only in ovals, but in road courses. Everybody knows he's a problematic guy to be around. Just took us out. I mean, IRL should do something about it. Looks like they're not going to do it.
So does that leave it up to you to do something? What are you going to do about it before the next race?
No, I can't hold anything. I mean, it's irresponsible to do it like certain people do. I guess he does. So that's going to go on. The Delphi National Guard does not deserve to be in the position it is. And the best answer to all of that is win races. That's what we got to do.
Guys.
And the frustration evident on Vitor Meira's face as he had a good race car going, and there is E.J. Viso, and I'm sure they're going to have some discussion at the end of this race. This time by, we'll have 13 laps to go, and the pace car still out in front of the field. Everybody scuffing tires, waiting for word from IndyCar officials as to when we will go back to green flag racing. And another racer who has had the misfortune today was Oriol Servia. Brianne Pettigos caught up with him.
Yeah, that's right, Marty. It was an electrical problem that ended Servia's day. Both your teammate and yourself suffered from electrical issues here shortly ago, but yours ultimately ended your day. What went on?
Well, everything went on. First, we got a penalty for entering the pit lane 62, which is my mistake. We should enter at 60, but I think they were a little tough on us for, you know, being half a tenth of a second over the speed limit. But anyway, then we had a damper problem that broke our loom, and that's why we lost the gearbox. So it was, you know, it was not our day. And now Will seems to be having some electrical issues too. You know, that's racing. I mean, we worked really tough to put the cars together to be fast, and we were. But at the end, we had a little bit of bad luck. But again, that's racing. Next weekend, we'll come back strong.
It's a series of bad luck down here in the KV pit, as you just saw. Will Power has pulled back into the pit.
Yeah, and they're still working on that car, and tough break for both of those guys. As Oriol, of course, coming off a best of 5th last week at Richmond, his best oval run this year. Don't forget to join us Saturday night. The IndyCar Series will continue on ESPN. We'll have the Firestone IndyCar 200 at Nashville. It'll be Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. For more information, just log on to ESPN.com. Now, we are being told that we will be going back to green flag racing this time by, so we will have 12 laps remaining on this 3.37-mile road course. And Danica Patrick, we have been told, will have to do a drive-through penalty once we go green for hitting pit lane equipment. And as we said, it was very fortunate that nobody got hurt in that deal. But that will certainly take her back out of 14th place. In fact, we have 17 cars on the lead lap. Will Power right now is the last car if he can get back out before the pace car comes by. And it looks like he has gotten back out onto the racetrack, so he'll be okay and stay on the lead lap. All right, as we get ready to go back to green flag racing, Scott Dixon has Darren Manning in his sights. Oh no, and what happened here? That is Milka Duno and AJ Foyt the 4th. I'm trying to pick out where on the track this has happened. Jack, you've got more from the pits?
Yeah, this just can only help Darren Manning in his quest to make ethanol with this race car. You know, we're right on the edge. Looked at A.J. Foyt and his son Larry Foyt, asked him how close they were going to be. Neither of them wanted to change their steely gaze. You've got to remember, as we take a look at A.J. Foyt, the fourth, and Milka Duno, and I should add that for Milka Duno, Robbie Buell brought a driving instructor in this weekend. Carmen Etchenzinger's son, Peter, was the fellow that was brought in because Robbie and he worked at the Skip Barber driving school together, and they talked all weekend to her about for Milka to try and maintain as much focus and push herself as much as she could on this road course. She pushed, and obviously the track pushed back.
And that is right in between turns 8 and 9. And I do believe that we're being told we've got a replay of this. We were just about ready to go back to green flag racing. Now keep an eye way in the back of the field.
Everybody's trying to get close to each other, getting ready for the restart. And as you can see, it looked like Milka got to being accelerating, and she was going to hit the car in front, so she locked up her brakes, tried to avoid the car in front, maneuvered to the right, and at the same time looked like she took out A.J. Foyt the fourth.
So we continue under our third caution, just about the time we thought we were going to go back to green flag racing. And there is A.J. Foyt watching on as he knows his grandson is okay.
Now, Marty, this is a different situation for Manning and Dixon. Manning's really got nothing to lose right now because he's not chasing a points championship. He's looking for a victory, and he wants to run strong and run well because contract renewals are coming up here later this month, and that's important. Scott Dixon has everything to lose. He's got lots to gain right now because the two guys that are behind him in the points championship are out of this race and not really gaining too many points whatsoever. And he has lots to lose, as I say, if he wants to go there and contest with Manning. What he should do is make sure he can finish the car on the track and gain points.
Well, and as they continue on past the crash site, let's check in once again with Jackaroo.
Well, remember, A.J. Foyt left everything up to his son Larry Foyt last week. It didn't take long for A.J. to come back, though. And AJ, talk to me a little bit about the performance of Darren Manning this weekend. You guys struggled with the car, trying to find the right balance, and then earlier today you found that balance, and now you find yourselves leading here in Watkins Glen. Do you have enough fuel to go the distance?
Yes, we do. I just told him a while ago we're talking about trying to burn some fuel off because we got a full load of fuel. We don't need
trouble, AJ, and it looks like Scott Dixon was involved, guys.
And so is Ryan Briscoe. What is going on today?
Boy, just after I finished saying that for Scott Dixon, he just had to get to the end and collect points and take advantage of the other guys that had problems.
Roger Penske looking on at the big screen here at the track, and Dixon is stalled. Doesn't look like there's severe damage of any kind on his car, but the nose of Briscoe's car is damaged.
Well, both of them just have a lot of dirt on both their cars.
Look at Chip Ganassi. He can't believe this. Dixon was on the verge.
Dixon spun in front of me and I hit him.
Wow.
Okay, Briscoe, I think he said he stalled in front of him and I hit him.
Stalled or spun. You can see the damage on the front of the 6 car right now.
Well, let's go back and see if we can see what happened. Here's your race leader.
Yeah, he did spin.
He did spin.
Boy, and is that uncharacteristic for a champion and a driver the caliber of Scott Dixon?
All right, let's go on board with Scott Dixon. Listen in.
Just getting back on the gas. You know, it's strange because he wasn't coming up to the start. It's almost like he thought that he was about ready to go for a restart. He was too far behind Manning.
He just steps out on him from Ryan Hunter-Reay's perspective. Boy, he almost clipped a wheel.
Because on the restart, Bobby Rahal's very happy because he knows 2 prime contenders right now are out of it. And for Chip Ganassi, he's just going, man, what is going on here? But Marty, overall, for a guy like Darren Manning, he's going to love it Briscoe doesn't get a chance to win. Roger Penske returns after being away for a couple of events, and he sees all this going on. And the points championship now is getting a little different.
Well, the damaged number 6 is back in. They'll change the nose, but you mentioned points. Well, instead of being a 70-point lead as of right now, it would be back to 46 between the 9 car and the 3 of Helio Castroneves. 55 back to Dan Weldon. Vince?
Well, you saw Ryan Briscoe come in and get that nose change, and Roger Penske, ever the encourager on the radio, just trying to keep the driver's head in the game, so to speak, and that's certainly a situation that is difficult at this stage with Ryan Briscoe getting caught up. And I'm going to bring our photographer Brian Compton right over here for a moment and show you guys the damage that was done to the front nose of the 6 car of Ryan Briscoe. But the Penske team did a good job of getting over, getting it switched up right away, and they might be bringing him back in one more time to check to see if there's further damage, but they're going to try to get him to catch up to the field first.
Yeah, they're 15th and 16th right now. Dixon 15th, Briscoe 16th, and they are on the lead lap, so that's the one thing that is good news for them. But their chances of winning this race with now soon to be 10 laps to go are severely hampered.
You know, Marty, that was very strange because there was no reason for Scott Dixon to need to accelerate going through that turn because the pace car was still on the track, and they were going to do one more lap. The pace car comes off in the back area between the new track and the old track. And so for that situation, I'm just wondering whether he thought he was just sort of behind a little bit getting ready for the restart.
It'll be interesting to talk to him at the end of this race. Right now, Darren Manning, Ryan Hunter-Reay, 1st and 2nd, Bruno Junqueira in 4th. None of those 3 have ever won an IndyCar race. Tony Kanaan has. Stay with us. Well, I fear to tell you, folks, we're going to try and go back to green flag racing this time by. They're heading up to turn number 8 one more time. Here at Watkins Glen, it has been a couple of bizarre incidents, one right after another. Milka Duno and A.J. Foyt the 4th, and then 2 guys that were running really strong up front. Points leader Scott Dixon, who was trying to make history, winning his 4th in a row here at Watkins Glen. He spins it in turn 10 and collects Ryan Briscoe. They are both still running on the racetrack. They are 15th, Briscoe 15th, and it is Dixon now 14th as Will Power has fallen back. Let's reset it for you as they come through turn 10 and 11. It's Darren Manning and Ryan Hunter-Reay, both looking for their first IndyCar wins. Tony Kanaan coming off of last week's win in 3rd, Bruno Junqueira and Buddy Rice. That's our top 5, and we are back to green flag racing with 9 laps to go at Watkins Glen. And Ryan Hunter-Reay makes quick work and takes the lead.
Had to do it on the restart because that's when all the cars are the closest. Got a great draft going down the front stretch, timed it perfectly. Now it's up to Manning to get a draft going down towards the bus stop to return the favor.
Ryan Hunter-Reay takes the inside line. Look at Tony Kanaan. They're slicing and dicing, and Manning goes to the outside. He's going to have to give way there. Can hang on to that outside line going into the bus stop, and it costs them dearly at the exit.
Absolutely. Now Tony Kanaan's going to try and make a run here on Manning, but you know, Manning and Ryan Hunter-Reay are both 2 drivers that have been about 7/10 apart from each other in times, with Ryan Hunter-Reay being the guy that seems to have the fastest time.
A lot of traffic behind all of the action up front. That is Marco Andretti. Oh no, another crash. This is the 34 of Jamie Kamara, and another full course yellow comes out.
With Ryan Hunter-Reay's going, boy, I didn't want to see this, but Darren Manning says, okay, all right, I've learned something. I made a mistake here on the restart. I bet you he'll take advantage of this.
Let's go back and take another look, see what happened to Jamie Kamara.
Just loses it. The same entrance to the turn, the same place that Tony Kanaan, I believe, had a problem this morning.
That's right. That's exactly what I was going to say. It looked like the very same spot where Tony had his problem. So Ryan Hunter-Reay is your race leader. He has not won in the IndyCar Series. Does he win today? Come back to find out. Well, once again at Watkins Glen, we are going to try and get this race green and keep it that way. as Ryan Hunter-Reay is out in front with about 7.5 laps to go. Brian Pettigo is with his team owner.
Bobby Rahal, 7 laps to go. Your driver's in the lead. What's in your mind right now?
Go like hell. You know, he's doing a great job, made a great pass on that restart, and Manning raced cleanly and fairly, and you know, so all credit to him. And you know, there's a lot of laps left, but so far so good. He's been fast all day, and we just got to finish it off now.
We'll let you get back to see if they go green.
Well, we've been told pit lane is open, but I doubt anybody is going to take at this stage. And we have behind Manning and Ryan Hunter-Reay, Tony Kanaan is 3rd, Buddy Rice is 4th. Marco Andretti hasn't made much noise today, but through all the attrition and damage out there, he is now 5th. And there he is, as he is right ahead of Bruno Junqueira in 6th. Hideki Muto is 7th. Mario Moraes with his best run going and 9th. And then there's Graham Rahal 9th. EJ Vizo is in 10th. Mario Dominguez in 11th. And Danica Patrick is 12th, and Ryan Dixon is 13th, and Ryan Briscoe 14th. If you are just tuning in as we've passed the bottom of the hour and you're wondering what happened to Scott Dixon, thought he owned this place. Well, we did too until this. Take you back to show you what happened.
On board with Scott Dixon right now. You see the pace car is just up above. The lights are on. Scott Dixon is warming up his tires. You'll hear him accelerate. And the back end of the car comes around. Now, sometimes what you try and do is accelerate through the turn just to build up a bit more heat in the tires, which might be what he was thinking of doing. And it was very strange. And we had a chance just to sort of listen in on what was going on.
Can you believe what just happened? Seriously.
Sorry about that.
Are you okay there?
I don't know. I don't know if I broke anything or not. We just need to get going and we'll be fine.
Dixon spun in front of me and I hit him.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm fine, but I went straight up the back of him and damaged all my front end.
Someone tell Briscoe I'm sorry, man. That was bloody stupid.
Copy that, Scott.
Well, and you heard Scott saying, tell Briscoe I'm sorry, bloody stupid. And you don't see him make those kinds of moves.
World-class driver, has driven many types of race cars, and the winner of the Indianapolis 500, and just really a story season going on so far. But I'm still a little frustrated on trying to understand what went on with that. And thus he also maybe was trying to accelerate to get up behind Manning, get a run on him if he thought that was going to be the restart. But the pace car was still on the track, so very, very hard to understand.
And let's go back and show you what happened, how Tony Kanaan managed to fight his way through the incident. There's the spin. He's looking for a place to go.
And not only that, you have to worry about somebody coming up from behind and running over you, much like Briscoe did on Dixon.
Vince, you've got more on Tony?
Well, and with Scott Dixon's incident, of course, the trouble Elio Castroneves has had, along with Dan Weldon, Tony Kanaan is sitting in the catbird seat, at least in regards to points today. So he's going to be much more conservative than the first two cars in this rest of the way, because he knows he's got a points game today.
Well, he started 100 back. He's 64 markers behind right now as we get ready to go green flag racing. Who's going to win this race? There'll be 6 laps to go as they come to the green flag here at Watkins Glen.
Now, Ryan Hunter-Reay had the restart that Darren Manning should have had the previous restart. Accelerated coming out of 10 and got a good run through 11 and a good enough lead down the front stretch that nobody had a chance to draft him.
And Ryan, whose best IndyCar finish has been a 6, says, catch me if you can, fellas. He's opened up about 0.8 of a second lead over second place. Down into the bus stop. On board with Tony Kanaan. He's in 3rd.
You see by the Firestone telemetry that throttle just really stabbing at it a few times, coming out of the bus stop, and then now going down through to the new section of the track into the boot. Car's not maybe working as well as he wanted to be. Hard on the brakes. Now this is turn 7 where everybody's had a lot of problems before. About a 90-foot grade change here, out of the turn all the way up through the top. Just doesn't seem like he can get on the gas quick enough. Now remember, this car was completely rebuilt on the rear end after he crashed this morning. did not get a chance to practice with it. And as Vince Welch mentioned, maybe he's just being smart and sitting back here and going to make that car finish in third if that's comfortable for him, if he doesn't get an easy opportunity on trying to get past Darren Manning.
Well, you saw Manning get a little sideways coming out of turn 10. Not enough for Tony to close up, though. Meanwhile, a little further back, Buddy Rice has got his hands full with Marco Andretti and Bruno Junqueira right behind Marco. That also for position. 5 laps remaining here at Watkins Glen, and the lead by Ryan Hunter-Reay is up to 1.7 seconds in 1 lap. Danica Patrick doing her drive-through penalty for striking the pit lane equipment, so that will bump her back to 15th position. There are 15 cars on the lead lap out of the 26 that started. Marco took a look on the inside, was nowhere close enough to be able to make that pass work. But he gets a good run, now tries to pull back up on Buddy Rice. Now this is for 4th on the racetrack. It's the tightest battle we have going right now because Ryan Hunter-Reay has checked out on Darren Manning by 1.7 seconds.
Really what Marco's trying to do is just sort of fill the mirrors of Buddy Rice, who's in front of him, letting him know that he is there, hoping that Buddy might make a mistake, but Buddy's got way too much experience to fall for that trick.
Buddy Rice has a great run going for the Dreyer Reinbold team. And right now, I think they'd be thrilled to just stay in 4th position. You can see Bruno Junqueira. No one seems to be able to pull up or make the pass. Marco, of course, has led a lot of laps, but has also had some incidents with 10 laps to go in 2 of those events that cost him dearly. Four laps to go here at Watkins Glen. Nobody seems to be able to mount a charge on anybody right now. I'm sort of surprised after what we saw earlier in the race. Right now, everything seems to be holding station. Vince?
Well, as you were discussing Marco Andretti filling the mirrors of Buddy Rice, and one thing in too, Scott Goodyear, to consider is that Marco Andretti, as Tony Kanaan's teammate, makes Buddy Rice play a little more defensive, then Rice is less likely to be able to put forth a challenge to Tony Kanaan, who's the car in front of him, as Kanaan tries to protect his points position here.
All right, thanks, Vince, for the update. You know, I was checking the board. We did have Graham Rahal has moved up to 8th. He managed to get around Hideki Muto on that last lap. So Graham, who's had his fair share of crashes on the ovals this year, of course, our winner back at St. Pete, we go on board with him as he is currently in 8th, and right ahead of him is Mario Marias, the 19-year-old driving for Dale Coyne Racing. Jack, you've got more?
Remember, guys, Graham Rahal crashed here coming out of turn number 7 and really trashed that car. And then they had to use a hodgepodge of parts to try and get him qualified. Well, that team worked until 3:30 this morning to repair all the original parts on that hole-in-the-wall gang special. Those are all the same parts that they trashed in turn 7 1 day ago. They got back to the hotel at 3:45 to 4 o'clock, and the wake-up call was for 5 a.m. It's been a long weekend for the Newman Haas Lanigan team for Graham Rahal.
Well, he's rewarding the team right now. He's got a good top 10 run going here with 3 laps to go. While all this is going on back here, we can tell you that up front there is Ryan Hunter-Reay. The gap is now 2.2 seconds over Darren Manning. It's another full second back to Tony Kanaan in 3rd. For Ryan, you see that he has 2 open wheel wins. Of course, that's over in the old days of Champ Car, and the last one being back at Milwaukee on the oval.
Because we've had a little bit of attrition and some of the front runners have some problems here today, some people might look at this and think this is a bit of a gift for Ryan Hunter-Reay, but don't forget, he qualified 3rd, almost found himself even on the front row here in qualifying, so well deserving of this victory if he continues on here today and finds a checkered flag.
Take a look as we've had a number of first-time winners this year in 08. Of course, Graham, Danica, Ryan Briscoe at Milwaukee. Can Ryan add his name to the list? Well, he's got about 2 turns and 2 laps to do it.
a huge confidence builder for him, especially because we're going forward running on a lot of road courses here for the remainder of the season. And a driver that just continues to improve is very worthy of the victory here today if he finds us.
No pressure. Nice and smooth. Focus forward.
Focus forward, no pressure. No reason to stretch the car to the max. You can see the gap. It is now 2.6 seconds between first and second place. Darren Manning. This would be a great run for Darren for this team. He finished 9th here at the Glen last year. He's finished a career best 4th in the IndyCar Series at Japan, Nashville, Pikes Peak, and Detroit.
Before this weekend here, Marty, you think of how many times Ryan Hunter-Reay has been up there in the top of the finishing order, just not getting to the end. We see that a couple of times, even at places like Texas, where he and Marco Andretti got together. Had the opportunity to stand on the podium many times this year.
Scott Dixon, you saw, has worked his way back up to 11th, and right behind him in 12th is Ryan Briscoe. That's EJ Vizo right in front of the number 9 target machine of Dixon. Meanwhile, look at this. This is impressive for Ryan Hunter-Reay as he continues to maintain a very comfortable lead and knows he's not stretching it now. He knows that this time by it'll be 1 lap to go. No reason to bang the curves, stretch it to the max, because all you got to do is look at that flag there and then remember that one more time. And
white flag's out, plus 2.5. Bring it home, nice and smooth.
Down into turn number 1 for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
You just think of the emotions inside that cockpit right now, Marty. Once he gets up through the S's down the backstretch, very tough to focus sometimes. That's why he's getting the instructions from the team. Just keep your focus. They understand that what a first win can mean to a driver and the emotions he's going through on the very last lap.
When this day started, we thought we might be renaming this place Dixon International Raceway, because he certainly was the man to beat, going for 4 straight here at Watkins Glen. What it is turning out is to be a first-time win for Ryan Hunter-Reay if he can negotiate the last few turns down into turn number 7. All he has to do is keep it on the pavement. It is Manning, Kanaan, Rice, and Marco Andretti as your top 5, but the man of the moment is Ryan Hunter-Reay. Through turn 8 for the last time. Total of 3 more turns. The left-hander on turn 9. It'll be the 4th career win for Rahal Letterman Racing, and the 1st since Buddy Rice, and can you think of this, 2004 back at Michigan. It'll be the 3rd open wheel win for Ryan Hunter-Reay. But as he comes to the stripe at Watkins Glen, it'll be the 1st IndyCar Series win for Ryan Hunter-Reay at the Glen.
That's my boy. Good job, Ryan. Good job.
He goes right down.
This engine, we got to run it next week. Remember, we win with class, babe. We win with class.
Well, I'm not sure he heard the call to save the engine.
Very proud of you, Ryan. Great job.
For Ryan Hunter-Reay, it's a career day as he picks up his first IndyCar win, saluting the corner workers and the crowd here at the 3.3-mile layout of Watkins Glen. Some other notes as you see Bobby being interviewed on the radio. For Dale Coyne Racing, Bruno Junqueira, Mario Moraes, they had their best finishes this year. Junqueira 6th, Moraes 7th. So congratulations to them as they take a step forward in the long road of transitioning over from Champ Car. But the man of the moment right there is Ryan Hunter-Reay. Behind him is Darren Manning, who has his best finish ever in the IndyCar Series, driving for A.J. Foyt in 2nd. Tony Kanaan picks up a lot of ground in the championship chase, finishing 3rd. And Buddy Rice with a strong run in 4th, as you see a very happy Bobby Rahal, as this team has really been coming together here this season with that man at the wheel. We're going to step aside for just 2 minutes. We'll return after this message from our ABC stations. We'll talk to our winner. It was an eventful day for that man. It was a bizarre day in other respects, but let's talk to our winner as Ryan Hunter-Reay is in victory lane, Brienne.
That's right, Marty. He's just gotten the traditional laurel wreath, celebrating for the very first time in IndyCar Series here history. Let him get the famous picture. Ryan Hunter-Reay, welcome to victory lane.
I'm so happy. I can't even tell you. I was driving my rear end off those last couple laps. This team's awesome. These ethanol guys, they do it. They do an amazing job. Ethanol gave me the job, Bobby gave me the job, and now we're in victory circle. It's awesome. This is a dream come true.
This was a big weekend for you, 4th of July. You had a lot of sponsors here. How big is it that it happened, your first win on 4th of July weekend?
It's huge. You know, I'm an American kid. Ethanol on the side of the car, ethanol in the car. Got Izod, American clothing sponsor. We went on the 4th of July weekend in upstate New York. Doesn't get any more American than that. It's awesome.
Jackaroo, this was not an easy one to win, but Ryan Hunter-Reay getting it done at the Glen.
Indeed, Brienne, but also it's a tough day for Scott Dixon. Scott, can you tell us your version of what happened out there?
First of all, I want to apologise to Briscoe. You know, I ruined his day, and Penske were definitely having a good one at that. So, you know, I feel bad. You know, I was a complete idiot. I mean, my guys, you know, we lost very valuable points today, I think, because there was a lot of people having a bad day. So, I still can't believe I did it. Yeah, it looks pretty bad. So.
What was it? What happened?
I was just trying to burn the front tyres off a bit, because on new tyres and on the restarts, you know, I was very loose. So I was trying to heat them up, see if that would help it, and got a bit aggressive on, you know, went a little higher into turn, then, you know, floored it with the steering lock in it, and the thing snapped on me. So, you know, I feel more down for Briscoe and the boys.
Let's find out Briscoe's side with Vince Welch, guys.
Well, Ryan, we saw on the replay you didn't have any choice, but how do you put into words what's happened here today?
It's unfortunate, you know. I imagine how Scott's feeling right now, and you know, I guess all of us will mess up every now and again. I just wish he could have messed up and not gotten me involved in that moment. But you know, it's a tough one because you know, the car's been running strong here all weekend, and I think we had a real shot for a win, or at least, you know, it would have been a real good fight between me and Dixie down to the finish line. So, hey, that's life, and you know, we'll move on. But congrats to Hunter-Reay. You know, he was strong here all weekend, and you know, he deserves the win.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions that we saw. Many cars off the track, some contact, the aggressive racing on a difficult course.
You know, I think most of it was happening behind me, so I didn't really see a whole lot of that. But I think we had a pretty long green stint in the middle there. It almost got us caught out because I think me and Scott were coming in that lap to pit, and we're real light on fuel. We had to really save to make it under yellow. But you know, I think this track, you know, it's very fast, and any passes that are made are going to be tight. And you know, it's just the nature of the course.
Ryan Hunter or Ryan Briscoe, Marty.
And it is the moment for Ryan Hunter-Reay as you can see the celebration continuing. Take a look at the points. It has gotten a lot tighter as now 48 markers between first and second. Marco Andretti moves up 2 positions. Danica Patrick moves down 2 positions. You know, as you go to New York at the ESPN zone, you'll see a big, huge billboard put up by Izod. They just sponsored Ryan Hunter-Reay. It says, "I am next." And he was today. You can chat with our winner at 7:15 p.m. All you have to do is log on to ESPN.com and Indy Chat. Now, we're going to be seeing you next Saturday night on ESPN at 8 p.m. Eastern for the Firestone IndyCar 200 in Nashville. Coming up next, it's ABC's World News or your local news, except on the West Coast. For Ryan Hunter-Reay, it's been a banner day. We thank you for watching ESPN on ABC. For our entire ESPN crew, I'm Marty Reed. Till we meet again.
This has been a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
From Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California, the NBC Sports Network welcomes you to the MAVTV World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. The preliminaries are over. Drivers now in their cars, ready for the task at hand. 500 miles of racing at over 210 miles an hour to end this great season. Here is how the points break down tonight. Again, 17 separate the first two. Will Power has the points lead. Ryan Hunter-Reay is second in the points. Will Power in his car getting set to go. He'll start from back in the pack, and even further back will be Ryan Hunter-Reay as a result of the fact that they took a penalty for unapproved engine changes.
Now, of course, Ryan Hunter-Reay has been trying to get a handle on this car, and watch what happens. This is what Wally is talking about. His knee ticket ride. Whoa, right there. The back steps out as they go across those seams.
That was a great save, and we're going to see plenty of that tonight. Hopefully, we're going to see saves.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do hope that.
He was not that fortunate in the test day here. He did not save it and smacked the wall.
Again, you can see how there's a bright sun shining down this straightaway, and it, of course, will be right in the driver's eyes as he comes down the backstretch and into turns 3 and 4.
Of course, when you're looking at race strategy and things that you want to look for today, obviously you want to stay out of trouble early. I think that's going to be so important when it's hot. Lots of pit stops. You have to stay clean. And Wally, I think one of the keys, don't panic tonight, because if your car goes off, you've got 500 miles to tune it back in, and it'll start cooling down.
Race strategy presented by Firestone. We're about 25 seconds away from the command to start engines now. Going to be a long evening of racing. The drivers know that, but they are ready for the finale for the 2012 season. Let's go trackside.
Auto Club Speedway race fans, are you ready? It's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome back the General Manager of Dish Commercial Services, Mr. Nate Block, as he gives the command.
Drivers, start your engines.
And now, just before the drivers pull away, let's check on the latest stories from pit lane. First, Marty Snyder.
Well, Bob, how about we give you our championship predictions? And I'm going to go with Will Power. I spent a lot of time with him in the last week. He is very loose and not so much focused on the championship, just focused on this race. But I think it's going to come down to, bottom line, speed. I think that's where Power will beat Hunter-Reay. Kevin?
Well, I think Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to go from 22nd and get up to the front and give himself a chance to win this championship. And ultimately, I'm going to pick Will Power because I don't think Will Power's going to falter tonight, and that's really what Ryan Hunter-Reay needs. Chris?
Well, Kevin, since I'm the new guy, I'm going the other way. He's won 4 times this year, twice on ovals, and Will Power hasn't been able to close the last 2 years. I'm going RHR. Robin?
3rd time's a charm for Mr. Power. He's going to win the championship. Ed Carpenter's going to win the race. I wish I'd have bet on him. It was 20-1, boys.
Ed Carpenter's going to win the race. That's an interesting prediction. He did qualify very well and is good on the big oval, so we'll watch Ed. But our main focus tonight will be, as we follow the championship battle, Ryan Hunter-Reay chasing Will Power for the title. Understand that Charlie Kimball may have some trouble firing his car. Everybody remaining on pit lane right now. Pace car has not pulled away yet. So try to get Charlie's car fired, and now the pace car begins to move away. And it looks like they do have the car started, so hopefully all 26 will be pulling away here in just a moment. Tonight wraps up the third year of the IZOD Honda Fastest Seat in Sports. We've seen and heard amazing moments from the lucky fans who won after entering at shophonda.com. Tonight, Mario Andretti gives a huge fan of the IndyCar Series the ride. We welcome Extra's Maria Menounos to the fastest seat in sports. Maria, can you hear me?
I'm so scared!
Maria,
But I'm so excited because my friends always used to call me Mario Andretti because of the way I drive. So now I'm in a car with them. It's a dream come true.
It's great to have you there. Enjoy the ride, and then later enjoy this great race we're going to have here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Maria Menounos. All right, tonight's starting grid from MAVTV will show you how they line up for this event. On the pole will be Marco Andretti, and alongside Ryan Briscoe. Row number 2, Tony Kanaan and J.R. Hildebrand. Starting in row number 3, Ed Carpenter, Robin Miller's pick, and Rubens Barrichello. Row number 4, Catherine Legge and Oriol Servia. Dario Franchitti and Sebastian Savate will be side by side in row number 5. In the 6th row, E.J. Viso and James Jakes. Will Power, our championship points leader, starts inside row 7, outside rookie Joseph Newgarden. Row number 8, Scott Dixon and Alex Tagliani. The 9th row, Elio Castroneves and Graham Rahal. Back in row number 10, James Hinchcliffe and Simon Pagenaud. The 11th row, Takuma Sato and the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay. In row number 12, Charlie Kimball and Wade Cunningham in for the driver who normally drives that car, Mike Conway. Justin Wilson and Simona De Silvestro will make up row number 13. Wilson had a crash during the practice yesterday. He did not qualify, and Simona De Silvestro had an engine problem. She did not qualify, so they started the back of the pack. And you see that a lot of good drivers took the 10-position grid penalty for the unapproved engine change for this race. But that's going to make it just more exciting as we go through the evening and 250 laps of competition. Our 6 onboard cameras. Ryan Briscoe carries the IZOD onboard camera. J.R. Hildebrand, the National Guard on board. Will Power has the Chevy in-car camera. Ryan Hunter-Reay with the Verizon on board. Simon Pagenaud, the HP onboard camera, and Charlie Kimball will have the Novolog FlexPin onboard camera to enhance our competition. All right, Kevin Lee quickly on pit lane.
Well, we've talked a little bit about the sun and the glare and how difficult it is. Just listening to Ryan Hunter-Reay talking to Michael Andretti, he said it's so bright I can't see any of the readouts on my dash right now. Plus, they're set up for night settings. Marty?
And we'll have to watch that all evening long as the sun does set. They can actually turn up the brightness on the dash. The problem is, Kevin, that later in the race it's almost too bright at nighttime. So Will Power and his team left the dash down low. They'll just have to deal with it for the first hour or so of the race, Bob. It's going to be very interesting to watch this sunset and how it affects the race.
And they begin to get lined up here for the start of the competition. We're glad you could join us for the finale of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series event here at Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. Nice lineup of cars here, 2x2. And by the way, restarts on this oval track will be single file tonight. Really kind of a slow pace down the backstretch as Marco Andretti is leading them down at a reduced speed. Ryan Briscoe with about a half a car length advantage there as they go down into turn number 3. And there's the sun problem.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse. And I've raced here, you know, with this situation. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these guys taking their left hand or right hand off the steering wheel and shading. Because you'll go in there, and we'll see it a little bit later, you will be completely blind for about 2 or 3 seconds.
We saw some drivers do that last night in practice. All right, the field off of corner number 4. And the final race of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series gets the green flag for underway for 500 miles.
And you can see, like we talked about earlier, see the line difference? That these guys are going to be searching all over the racetrack, but I think they pretty much have every square inch covered going through 1 and 2 right there, you know, looking for some grip.
And not all cars work in all lanes. So you see high, of course, this is National Guard, and J.R. Hildebrand saying that his car likes the high side. He can't run low.
And that was I was going to say, if you kind of commit to where you're going to run on those racetracks, you kind of set your car up for that line. You're stuck there.
Battle up front. Tony Kanaan is on the high side of the racetrack, and Marco Andretti is on the bottom. Let's see how they shake out as they go down the backstretch and into turn number 3. Kanaan on the high side. Andretti is low, following back there in third position, Carpenter and Briscoe.
Wow, what a difference a day makes. Tony Kanaan said he just could not get a handle on his car at all yesterday morning. Will Power working his way, obviously, through traffic, trying to find some clean air. He needs to keep pace, but he's got to stay out of trouble.
And I think that's what he's doing. I think he's just being real careful here. There's no reason to push the issue. He's in a spot. Although Hunter-Reay is making some ground up as well.
Whoa, look at J.R. Hildebrand was way up against the wall. That was nice. He stayed in it, and he now is just pulling ahead.
Yeah, we saw him do that last night, running the high line. Power has dropped back to 21st position. Ryan Hunter-Reay, meanwhile, is moving up from 22nd to 16th. And right now, the points are 15 difference.
So here's this continued battle that we saw for Hildebrand and Briscoe. Now Kanaan again goes to the outside of Andretti, again feeling out those lines. Where you see those black seams, you'll notice they don't cross them much. When you pick a lane, stay there, because the seams are what unsettle the rear of the car.
And now that is J.R. Hildebrand taking the lead.
That high side is working.
Once again, he goes to the high side of the track, making it 3 wide for the lead. Kanaan in the middle and Andretti on the bottom of the track, and here they come to complete lap number 4. It's still Marco Andretti in the lead, but just slightly, Marty.
Just some outstanding racing, Bob, watching these guys up front. Back in the back, Will Power, Wally is correct, very much by design. They were worried about the cars who did not take a 10-grid penalty in this race when they started. There were several cars they felt were kind of slower than them. They wanted to let the field kind of spread out a little bit. Then Will Power plans to go. Keep this in mind, too. The guys who are fast right now may not be fast at the end of the night. Chris?
Well, Marty, looking at J.R. Hildebrand right now, he might take the lead here on this lap. I talked to him earlier today, and yesterday in the first practice, they were working the middle groove on the racetrack. When they went to the night practice yesterday, they focused on the high groove that whole session. Obviously, that's paying off.
In the first 5 laps of the race, we have had 3 different leaders.
And Chris, when I talked to J.R. Hildebrand when they first started attempting to try those lines, he said, we really didn't want to run the high line. It just happened to be one that worked with our car. And like you say, they focused on it last night. The most important part, the high line is easy on the tires because you're not taking as tight of a radius.
Ryan Hunter-Reay has already picked up 5 spots up to 17th, but as he said in our pre-race, he was not happy with the car in the final practice. It was a handful. On the radio during the practice, he said the car is terrible. At one point to his crew, he compared it to trying to find an ice cube to an iceberg, to trying to find the right kind of setup. But he was optimistic still after practice. He remembered going to Iowa, and after the final practice, not happy at all. That worked out pretty well. He won the race.
Indeed he did. All right, J.R. Hildebrand led 3 laps in the opener at St. Pete. He won 1 lap at Toronto. He is out front here tonight with 6 laps completed. Hildebrand has led 3, Andretti 3, and Kanaan has led 1. J.R. Hildebrand is 12th in the point standings, heading into this race actually tied with Oriol Servia. Second and third right there, Tony Kanaan in blue and white, and Marco Andretti as now they begin to move in just a little bit on Hildebrand, the leader. This is Ryan Briscoe, who's running 4th.
You can hear, I mean, these guys are shifting too now. That's one thing we haven't really talked about. A lot of these guys, if their car isn't handling, they'll even go down as low as 4th gear. I think if you go down to 4th gear in the corners, you're really in trouble. But, Jan, mainly it's 5th and 6th gear around here.
And now look at the speed he gets. He's coming up behind Ed Carpenter, who put a nice move on the inside. Now Briscoe tries the outside, and 3 wide. That's Catherine Legge on the low side.
Wow, look at Catherine on the bottom of the racetrack doing a nice job. She's running in 6th position. Alex Tagliani has been the biggest mover so far. Tagliani has picked up 9 positions. Justin Wilson, who started on the back row, has gained 6. Sato 5. Joseph Newgarden has moved up 5 positions, and Ryan Hunter-Reay has moved up 4 from 22nd to 18th.
And Tagliani just got 1 more. He just blew by Catherine Legge.
So Tagliani doing a nice job here in the early going, but so is J.R. Hildebrand as he leads the MAVTV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. Stay with us. We'll be right back. The MAVTV 500 presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network is brought to you by MAVTV, American Real. By Novolog FlexPen. Ask your healthcare provider about the benefits of FlexPen today. And by Honda, an official vehicle of the IZOD IndyCar Series. Back at the MAVTV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil at Fontana. Just like an old Saturday night dirt track race, we got one guy running the cush up high and some guy on the bottom named Andretti as they battle for the lead. Now Hildebrand pulls ahead just a little bit of Marco Andretti. Third is Briscoe, fourth Kanaan, fifth is Ed Carpenter. As far as our championship contenders are concerned, Will Power on the left of your screen is battling with Justin Wilson for 19th position, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is pretty much driving all to himself in 18th position. So they're very, very close on the racetrack.
In championships in the past, the 2 or 3 drivers still in the championship, when you go to the final race, were flying. So interesting that both the championship contenders are struggling.
This is the battle for 7th position. On the bottom of the racetrack in the solid blue car is Joseph Newgarden, and on the high side of the track is Catherine Legg. Joseph Newgarden has been very, very fast since the track opened for practice.
And obviously Joseph Newgarden is back after missing the race at Baltimore. He suffered a broken left index finger in that scary crash at Sonoma. Surgery late August, a bone graft, a plate, 7 screws. But he said it's not impacting him here. It feels fine. The only thing is he's had to switch which finger he uses for the paddle shifter.
Barrichello squeezing up there.
Barrichello running 9th. Barrichello heads for the bottom of the racetrack, now runs side by side with Newgarden.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Actually, Barrichello's making some different lines work. The last time he came through high, 3 and 4, had a really good run down the backstretch. So his car looks like it's working pretty decent.
Yeah, but here comes Scott Dixon. Yep. Scott Dixon to the low side. Now watch how low Scott Dixon can run. He can go right down to the white line. One of the few cars I've seen able to do that. That's the short way around. But will that wear the tires more?
I think it will. Now, if he lets that car drift up the racetrack like he did, it's a little bit easier on the right front, but I think it does chew the tires up a little bit.
Simona De Silvestro is in the pit area. She was running in the last position and is in the pits. Catherine back around.
Alex
Tagliani, yep. There's Sebastian Saavedra there also, and he was the pole sitter for the Firestone Indy Lights race. That was held earlier today, and I don't want to spoil anything for those of you who will watch our coverage, so if you don't want to know who won, why, turn me out for about 5 seconds. But he started first and finished last with a gearbox problem. Championship was decided, though. I'll keep that a secret.
Keep running that high line. It's really working for you off the corners.
There's Saavedra.
For anybody else coming to Fontana to run Indy Lights and the doubleheader here for him doing IndyCar, I suppose he was the one driver, if he wasn't going to take the green flag with a gearbox problem, he knows, hey, no big deal.
Yeah.
I got 500 miles in an IndyCar coming up tonight.
Plenty to do. So while there are battles going on all over the racetrack, Saavedra and Scott Dixon go at it. J.R. Hildebrand is the leader of the race. A familiar spot for Panther Racing in the number 4 car. Sam Hornish drove to victory here 2 years.
Wow, and side by side, you saw some exciting racing. You also saw Ryan Briscoe get up to second. Welcome back to Fontana. That's Will Power watching him. He just was told by Tim Cindric, make sure you get around Ryan Hunter-Reay before we make this first stop. We expect that around lap 25 or so. But Ryan Briscoe made his way up to second, and a lot of people are talking about the sunset now. That's going to be a big factor in the next little bit. And there you see our championship contenders running together on the track. Will Power trying to make it around the guy right in front of him, Ryan Hunter-Reay. You saw him go way high on that last lap. Some exciting racing here in Fontana. Robin?
I'll tell you what, Ed Carpenter was living for an oval. He was so happy that we're going to end the season with an oval, fellas, that he's running third. He had second for a second, dropped back. But he's just the kind of guy, he had the pace at Texas to win, came from the back to the front. He was going to finish no worse than third or fourth in Indianapolis before his car broke and he hit the wall. But I tell you what, he's really happy they're going to go to Pocono next year. The more ovals, the better for the good old Fuzzy's car.
Carpenter is running in third spot as we're on board with Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is running 18th, and Will Power is running in 19th. While we have the opportunity here, I want to thank very, very much Brian Till for filling in for me 2 weeks ago in Baltimore. Great job. Thank you so very much.
And Bob, we're on lap 26 when Marty was giving that report that when they were speaking to Will Power, they were telling him we're on lap 25, but I think they can go to about lap 40 before they have to hit pit road, plus or minus a few laps. Then we'll start to see who's saving fuel, who has the advantage, Honda or Chevrolet, if they stay green.
Jan, you're correct. My math horrible. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's exactly what they were telling him. They can go to about lap 38, lap 40 before they have to pit for the first stop.
It's Tony Kanaan running in fourth place. Catherine Legg is behind him. A couple of laps ago, a relatively close call for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was by design. He wanted to get that close to the wall.
Yeah.
But he seems to be struggling, guys. I mean, he's back there around 18th. He's not really making any ground up.
Ooh, yeah. Up there in the dust.
Anytime you have dust, that means you're someplace someone else hasn't been before. That's not good. Now, he did tell me last night after practice the big issue is that the handling of these cars, it's like a knife edge. It is so hard to keep it tuned in that it falls off so easily. And here we go, championship contenders, nose to tail.
All right, Chris Neville has a report on J.R. Hildebrand, still leading by about 3.5 seconds.
That's right, Bob. A couple minutes ago, JR came over the radio, told the team he's got some yellow lights on his dashboard. Those yellow lights are there to alert the driver when something could potentially be wrong with the car. He initially reset the wheel, but those yellow lights still on that dashboard. I just talked to the engineer on this team, David Cripps, and he said they've looked at it over telemetry. They just think it's a false alarm. They don't see anything wrong with that car. We expect JR to come to pit lane for first round of pit stops in about 6 laps.
Well, he's stretching his lead on Briscoe, so yeah, I would say that car is pretty tuned right now.
Not the same at lap, you were just a tick quicker. He also moved a little lower in 3 and 4 that time, so that might have hurt him.
There's Takuma Sato, who has gained the most position since the start of the race, up 12 spots. Sato is currently running in the 9th position.
Yeah, but you saw him go by Marco Andretti. Yeah. He's falling like a rock.
Yep. Back to 10th spot right now.
Here he goes around Saavedra.
That's for position.
That's the best car out there right now. Let's be disciplined and let's be patient.
Yeah.
You guys heard Bobby Rahal. That's what he's been preaching to Sato all season. Just be patient. Don't try and win this thing in the first half. Marco's in the pits. Marco, down to you, Marty.
Well, and Robin, we're going to see a lot of this today. People short pitting, coming to pit road early because the tire fall off is so bad at the end of the run. This will be an advantage for Marco Andretti. He was in the window where he'll only go down 1 lap when everybody else pits. Hopefully they'll have an
there's a wheel nut.
And there's a wheel nut that did fall off. They're having to put it back on the right front. Also a turn of front wing out. Trouble getting going for Marco Andretti as well. Car was extremely loose.
That was a good save, though, on that wheel nut. They didn't lose that much time on the pit stop. That was a great save.
You always keep a wheel nut on your belt just in case, and that was a very nice backup plan.
And another close moment here a short time ago as Elio Castroneves and Scott Dixon got very close to each other. Let's see how close, huh?
Dixon looks like he's got a pretty good run on Elliott. There was contact.
That was more than close.
Contact at 200 miles per hour. There you go.
Yeah. Now the sun.
Hopefully that didn't cut a tire.
The sun was directly in their face.
Yeah, the sun is now is the worst time of the day.
No question that could have been a factor for Scott Dixon.
So E.J. Viso dropping down onto the apron of the track. He'll be coming in for a pit stop. Kimball has already lost a lap, so has Viso. Of course, Andretti did during his pit stop. Cunningham is also a lap down, and Simona de Silvestro still in the pits.
Every lap that you can do right now and not pit is an advantage. Yes, Marco Andretti has fresh tires. He can go fast for now, but you have to calculate out to the end of the race. You want to stay out there as long as you possibly can.
James Hinchcliffe in the green car running at 12th position behind Dixon. There he is. And Joseph Newgarden, who was running up in the top 5 or so, has dropped back to the 13th spot. More side-by-side racing as Dixon and Castroneves continue to go at it.
Now, if they touch here, it won't be the sun.
Yeah.
It's behind them.
J.R. Hildebrand is going to give up the lead to make his first pit stop of the evening. Chris Neville.
Yeah, Bob, everything working well with JR's car in this first round. No changes on the stop. He's been listening to his spotter, Pancho Carter, for most of this run. He's been pretty quiet on the radio other than those alarms he sees on his dash. And Pancho Carter pretty much just telling him the different lines that drivers are trying around the racetrack, while JR's been staying up top this entire run. Should be just 4 tires and fuel on this stop.
And away he goes.
Very tight moment there for Rubens Barrichello.
No kidding.
Sebastian Saavedra, they must have a heating issue. They were going to the cooling duct. Those are called radiator shutters. It takes a long time on a pit stop, but you can't overheat.
Tony Kanaan out. Ed Carpenter in. Let's watch the crew by the Fuzzies. Guys.
Talking about front wing, yes, he gets it. The adjuster on a Speedway setup is right in the center of the nose.
Ryan Hunter-Reay makes his stop, Kevin.
He's worked his way up to the 16th position before everyone started pitting here. Hunter-Reay is going to be pitting in traffic here. We have Hinchcliffe coming in. Scott Dixon is right behind him. And Hunter-Reay making his way down at 60 miles an hour. Makes the left-hand turn. Ryan Briscoe pitted 2 stalls in front of him. Dixon is out. Will Power is getting ready to come in just a moment, but the Penske team has the tire out of the way, so it's pretty easy out for Hunter-Reay, and it is a pretty good stop. Marty?
Ryan Briscoe had to dodge his own teammate, Will Power, putting tires out, his team putting tires out. Briscoe's car, terrific, running second. He wants no changes. Most all these cars are loose, not Briscoe. Very happy with that stop, too. Will Power coming down pit road, and the team cannot see him coming down pit road, so they've got to guide him in the best way as they can. Power's car a little too loose at the end of that run. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. He comes in very slowly to his pit stall, doesn't get in a hurry at all. You hear Tim Cindric talking to him on the radio. Air pressure adjustments to tighten that car up. Takuma Sato is now taking the lead. Will Power leaves pit road, Bob.
Wow. Sato will get the lead. He has not made the pit stop. And by the way, Catherine Legg has been charged with pit lane speed violation. She will have to do a drive-through penalty. Here's Dario Franchitti coming in.
So the Hondas seem to be able to go a little bit farther.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Remember, that was the case at Indianapolis where they could go a lap or 2 more than the Chevrolet, and that made a huge difference. We have seen some great pit stops. That pit stop that we saw by Ryan Briscoe was phenomenal, how fast they changed those tires. Here's Sato.
Sato's taking a half a turn to front wing, boys, and that's all he needs. He just told him the car's understeering just a tiny bit. Let's leave it alone. A little trouble getting the fuel in, and he's over.
Joseph Newgarden.
Of course, these are all Hondas, so we're seeing a pattern here. A little better fuel economy.
Sarah Fisher Hartman racing as Newgarden goes back into the race.
I'm interested, Kevin, I think you called Ryan's pit stop. What changes they made on Ryan Hunter-Reay?
They added some front wing.
That was it.
Yep.
Well, the lead goes back to J.R. Hildebrand. And his advantage is just about the same it was before the pit stop. Actually a little bit more. Got about a 6-second advantage now on Ed Carpenter, who has taken over second position.
All right, so let's watch Ryan Hunter-Reay and see if a little bit of front wing, how much difference that makes. He's got speed on the high side.
Hunter-Reay in 15th, Power in 17th at the moment. Here's Takuma Sato coming down off the banking and trying to get the car slowed down before the speed zone occurs.
Yeah, he was trying to get everything he could, so all right.
All right, Hildebrand is your leader. Ed Carpenter running second. Briscoe is third. Canon fourth. And Alex Tagliani is running in fifth position. Welcome back to the MAVTV 500, presented by Lucas Oil from Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. Joseph Newgarden, we saw him have a pit stop a couple of laps ago, and now the car is in the pits and apparently dead stick. The sun is finally setting, but a great overhead shot, and our aerial coverage is brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, applications, and data. All right, the lead is held by J.R. Hildebrand by 4.2 seconds over Ryan Briscoe.
We talked a little bit about the fact that he pitted early, did J.R. Hildebrand, but it wouldn't change your strategy. He still has the same number. If it were to some reason stay green the whole way, everyone is still having the same number of stops. He'll just have to be one of the first to stop next time.
All right, let's take a look now at our championship contenders and how they're doing. Will Power is currently in 16th position. And Ryan Hunter-Reay is in 13th. The point spread is 14. Power with a 14-point advantage now on Ryan Hunter-Reay. So Will Power continues to be the champion at this point in the race, but we have 2 more 100 laps to go, Marty.
Well, Bob, I finally caught up with Maria Munoz, who I think has calmed down from her exciting ride. She's from Extra, of course, and we didn't know you were named Mario Andretti back in high school. How was your ride with Mario?
It was a dream come true, honestly. It was so cool, but I told him, I think I'm built for speed. Like, maybe I should have done this professionally, because it wasn't as scary once we got going as I thought.
Think we can hook her up with a ride, Mario?
Oh, anytime. She was a great passenger. Stay with me all the way.
I kept saying in the back, in case he could hear me, faster, faster!
That's what we all say to him. Let's talk to Susie Rossick from Honda. Why has this worked so well, Susie, for Honda to connect them with the fans?
Oh, my God, this has been tremendous. You know, we work with Macy's, we work with IZOD, we've given away cars all across the country, and this is our 3rd year of promoting the ultimate fan experience, Honda's fastest seat in sports. I mean, where else can you have the opportunity to drive with a legend like Mario Andretti?
I want to ride next year. Can you hook me up with a ride next year?
Sure, you're in. No problem. We'll get you in next year. She's going to drive for you, though.
Oh, no, I want Mario to drive for me. That was my whole purpose of doing this interview, Bob. I wanted to get hooked up with a ride next year. I think I might have gotten one.
But you know, Marty, you're going to be working, and I'm not.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's
maybe
the problem.
I should be the rider.
That's right. Yeah, you should be the rider, Bob. That's right.
Thanks, Marty. Hildebrand leading Briscoe, who has taken over second position. Ed Carpenter, who had that spot for a while. First 3 cars separated by just a little more than 4 seconds. But boy, a nice drive so far by J.R. Hildebrand, using the top of the racetrack for the most part.
You were quicker than him.
Like Graham Rahal was ahead of him, having to work hard. Now these people are really, Bob, ahead of him are going to start pedaling. People like Graham Rahal that we saw ahead are going to do everything possible to stay ahead and keep their lap.
Barrichello and Legg continue to race each other.
He's got a nice toe going. And his car seems to be working at the bottom.
Still up there.
But when you're, it wiggled. It wiggled. When he went down low, he got a wiggle, and look how that speed difference changes.
Catherine Legg is not on the same lap, so this is not a battle for position. She's a lap down. in 21st.
This is exactly what we were concerned about, and that is that right behind the two championship contenders is the leader. J.R. Hildebrand is closing in, and that is exactly, they're going to really have to be on the hammer. They're going to race each other and do everything they can not to go a lap down.
But all Will Power's got to do right now is just stay with this guy on his right-hand side. I mean, if you're going to be, he's got to be driving tonight championship-wise, not worrying about this race. As long as he's got that yellow car in the sights or behind him, he's got a championship.
Exactly.
Wally, I can tell you there's really no hurry in Will Power's voice or in Tim Cindric's voice. They did want to get him around Ryan Hunter-Reay, but there's no panic in their voice at all. It's very calm, just pacing with Ryan Hunter-Reay. But they did watch the leader, and you saw Will Power spun.
Power's in the wall.
Oh, unbelievable.
It's happened again.
That is unbelievable. Wow.
Man, oh man.
And guys, remember what he told me in that interview. I just want to finish the bloody thing. For once, I want to finish the bloody thing. It's not going to happen again.
I can't believe it. There's Tim Cindric.
His engineer, David Faustino, on the far side. Mark. Wow. Michael Andretti.
Wow. Well, the good news is that Will is okay. But the championship,
that's just devastating for that guy right there.
And he was running pretty much by himself. I mean, he was close to Ryan Hunter-Reay, but wow. Well, let's look at it.
See, he's got a good line here. He just right there, that car started to break loose, and I'll tell you what, if Hunter-Reay was 2 car lengths further back, they would have both been in the wall.
So that could be the difference between winning or losing the championship. Ryan Hunter-Reay still has to finish this race, but like you said, a couple of car lengths, if they both would have crashed, he would have been the champion.
We are 56 laps into this 250-lap race, and Will Power, the points leader, has crashed. Real time.
I mean, that was so close for Hunter-Reay.
They're by 1. Outside.
Well, you could hear him pedal out of it early. He knew that thing was going loose early because he started really rolling out of the throttle.
Liz Cannon Power, his wife, stunned like the rest of us are. Well, we didn't want to see it end this early.
It's not over, Bob.
Yeah, you're
Ryan
right.
Hunter-Reay has to finish. He has to score enough points.
That's true.
And Michael Andretti just now came on the radio. When the crash happened, they said nothing about the incident. Obviously, Ryan saw it as well. They talked strategy, what they're going to do in the pit stop. But Michael just said, okay, we've got to keep going. We have to finish 6th. If we finish 6th, we win the championship.
Like I said, right now, Hunter-Reay is still second in points right now.
Yes.
Yeah, when I said we didn't want to see it end this early, we didn't want to see the race end that early for Will Power. Still has to finish 7 positions ahead of Will Power to win the championship. And Will Power looks like he's going to finish in 24th out of 26.
And now Hunter-Reay just riding around. He can't do that. He's got to go.
Wow. Look at this. Pit stops are the order of the minute.
Everybody's back on the same strategy now.
Yeah.
Gotta watch very careful when people are launching as other cars. Exactly what I was saying. You have to be so careful if you're one of the leaders coming out while others are coming in.
A little the more front wing again for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Pretty smooth stop. He will mix back in. A lot of traffic on pit road, but now he's going to have a clean out the rest of the way, too, with Power out of this race.
Carpenter gains a position, and Rubens Barrichello moves up 3 as Will Power's destroyed race car is taken from the racing service. Well, that tells the story, but we have a long way to go in this one. It is not, the championship has not been determined by any means. There's Elio Castroneves coming out, and they had to move the rear tire. Oh, and also close corners with Marco Andretti.
And it just seemed like it didn't quite get going. Lost a few spots.
So under caution for the first time in this 500-miler. And the championship points leader entering this event by 17, Will Power on the bottom of the track, loses control in turn number 2 and nearly takes out the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And I'll tell you, he got loose way early in that corner, like the entry of turn 1. He was in trouble right here.
Ryan Hunter-Reay right now, at this moment, is thinking, oh, no! Oh, he missed me. Wait a minute. My championship's hopes are alive. This is unbelievable, but that was very, very close.
He's thinking right now, I cannot believe this.
Wow. What an incredible set of circumstances here in the World Championships for the IZOD IndyCar Series. Will Power has crashed out of this event. 59 laps are completed. We'll be back with more in a moment. J.R. Hildebrand is your leader. We're under caution here at the MAVTV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. On board with the championship contender Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is currently in 12th position. Will Power has crashed out. It reminds us of 2 years ago.
Homestead Miami Speedway just got high, let it get into the wall. He did get the car back to pit lane, but it was damaged. It was damaged heavily. They tried to repair it, but they were not able to. Very similar circumstances for Will Power.
I think he's in a little bit better spot than them, only because Hunter-Reay's in 12th, and he still has a lot of work ahead of him to make these points up.
Look at this graphic regarding the final races. In 2010, he finished 25th. In 2011, 19th. And right now, he is 24th. Joseph Newgarden is not out of the race.
Although I do want to mention that he does have 2 teammates ahead of him that I'm sure could give him some help before the night's over if he needs it.
Yes.
All right, Kevin.
Well, Joseph Newgarden really plays into the championship from the way I'm doing the math right now. He is currently in 25th. They had an electrical problem, and they've changed out the ECU, so he's back out on track, and he is soon going to pass Will Power and move Power into 25th. I believe that scores Power only 10 points, so that means what Michael Andretti said is correct. He only needs to finish 6th. Ryan Hunter-Reay does. But if Newgarden had not come back out on the track and Power had finished 24th, that's 12 points, and he would have needed to finish 5th.
You guys are talking a lot of numbers. I'm not sure if that's right or not.
Takes me back a few years when I needed a calculator. I still do. Marty is with Will.
Well, he's talking to the media, and I know he's devastated. Let's first of all talk about what happened in the accident.
I just caught a seam. I had pushed there all night. The car was pushing and just caught a seam. It really caught me by surprise. It was the last thing I thought would happen, running down there on that seam. And, that's a tough one. It's depressing, man, to lose the championship that way again.
What was your first reaction when you finally came to a stop?
I just said, that's another championship gone. That's basically what I said to myself. Man, I'm so disappointed for Verizon and all the guys. Just to make a mistake like that is just bad.
What did we say Monday? You said it never comes easy, does it?
Doesn't come easy, man. Never comes easy.
In any way, is the car fixable, Will?
No, the engine ran backwards. No, I doubt it.
All right, Will Power out of it early. Obviously devastated not to win this championship.
Don, not too soon.
Not too soon there, Marty. We still have a lot of racing to go, and Hunter-Reay's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, but you just really feel sorry for Will Power and the gallant battle that he has waged the last 3 years to win the championship, failing the last 2 and now possibly tonight. But again, let's not call the champion until it has been decided. As you heard, 1 to go at the line. We'll go back to racing with Hildebrand at the front of the field and Ed Carpenter second. Rubens Barrichello running third. Tony Kanaan is fourth. Takuma Sato is fifth. And there is Liz Cannon Power, his wife.
Well, good to see her smiling. The anguish on her face.
Yeah.
Wow. When you could read her lips and saying he crashed. She was in shock. He crashed.
Ryan Hunter-Reay.
That royal purple sign and have her all spooled and ready to go at long.
Ryan Hunter-Reay is in 12th spot now as we get ready for the restart. There he is, back of Franchitti. Castro Neves also up ahead, as is Tagliani.
So he needs 9 more points.
And I think this is even more nerve-wracking now for Ryan, because although Power is sitting in pit lane, you have to be aggressive but be careful. That's a very tough balance to do as a race car driver, and he's gonna be standing up in the seat.
Restart. Oriol Serbia given a drive-through penalty for too many men over the wall. Don't see that very often.
Somebody got a good run on the high side.
Look at that.
Kanaan, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Rubens Barrichello and Tony Kanaan, those are teammates, and they might go 3 wide if Sato goes low.
3 cars there, outside.
And another drive-through penalty for the 5 car. Jay Viso will have a drive-through for jumping the start. Man,
Hinchcliffe's making some moves too, or they're making moves on him. I'm not sure, but
he was up in the dust.
He was very close to the wall.
Sun is still a factor.
Oh my!
Look at
Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's in a gaggle of cars there.
Interesting to watch these 2 teammates race each other here, both in the blue cars, looking to go side by side. One of the main reasons Rubens Barrichello came over to the U.S. is he wanted to run and race with his friend. He calls his brother, Tony Kanaan. Reports, including our Robin Miller, say that Rubens is likely to move on. Schmidt-Hamilton has been a possible destination. I talked to Tony about that yesterday. He said, that's okay. We'd still be in the same paddock. We can deal with not being on the same teams. He said, if I have a teammate next year, I just would like it to be someone that can help me, not a young developmental driver.
Hinchcliffe and Tagliani are going at it for 7th position, and Marco Andretti is right there also. Good 3-car battle here, low, middle, and high.
Championship is now down to 8 points.
And Hinchcliffe in that green car, it just looks like he's struggling a little bit on the entry of the corners. He's having to back out of that thing, and he's losing a lot of time there.
With Will finishing 25th, Ryan Hunter-Reay can finish 6th and win by 1 point.
Now he drops back. It's 9 points. Now back to 8 as that position changes as he crosses those timing lines.
Ryan on the inside of Elio.
You're seeing the sun starting to set. The track temperature is now 106. As the track temperature drops, they will be more friendly to drive. Right now, that sun coming off of 2 is, it's tough.
Sure is.
Ryan Hunter-Reay told me going into the Baltimore race that we needed a Hail Mary to get back in this championship, and my receiver caught it in the end zone. He said we need another Hail Mary going into this race, but the difference is last time we were in our own 40, so we had to go 60 yards. Now it's just 40 yards or so. But I think after what's happened, it's safe to say he just needs first downs at this point.
Yeah.
He's getting positive yardage. He doesn't even have to score a touchdown now.
Now, one thing, he's in the middle of it right now.
Yeah. One thing that's on his mind, don't forget, where Will Power hit the wall is the exact place that Ryan Hunter-Reay hit the wall in the test day.
Right.
So that's got to be in the back of his mind that he has had an issue there himself. He's got to be sure he doesn't have another.
In fact, just about everything we've seen this weekend has been in turn number 2. That's where Justin Wilson crashed. Ryan Hunter-Reay in testing on Wednesday, and now Will Power. Wade Cunningham also with a problem last night in the final practice.
Whatever adjustments they've made on Hunter-Reay's car, looks like they've gone in the right direction, because he's certainly been passing some cars.
Championship now down to 5 points.
And up front, we have a battle for the lead. That's Ed Carpenter.
Yes, nice on the high side.
Yeah, he's up there where Hildebrand was running, and now Carpenter is going to get the lead temporarily.
Clear.
Pulling ahead of Hildebrand. Nice job for Ed. He has led 7 laps, but he takes the lead once again. We have a non-stop coming up, so you'll continue to see the action here at Auto Club Speedway. It's the MAVTV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil, being led by Ed Carpenter. Another caution here at Auto Club Speedway for the guy who has led most of the laps here tonight, J.R. Hildebrand. Quickly to Chris Neville.
Well, it sounds like he got into the wall off turn 4. We see the team right there trying to take a look at the suspension on the right rear corner. Trying to listen to the team right now. It sounds like there is some damage, so this is going to be a lengthy stop. He was doing his best to try and run that high line, but starting to tell Pancho Carter on the radio that the car just wasn't working as well up there. Bob?
Yeah, it looked like when he was racing Carpenter earlier, he got a little bit loose there when he was on the low side, just a touch, and then it just continued to get worse for him.
And here they come. Another round of pit stops coming up.
Give me tires.
Carpenter up top, Sato in the middle, and Hunter-Reay on the bottom.
2, 1, back down, back.
Carpenter and Sato first and second.
Be pretty quick here.
They won't need, the reason it's quick, they don't need a lot of fuel.
All the way out. 2, 1.
Less than a 7-second stop for Ed Carpenter. An owner driver this year. We watched Ryan Hunter-Reay at the bottom of the screen, just a little over 7-second pit stop. And the scramble off pit road, Kanaan will gain 3, Dixon up 1. Sato lost 2 positions, and Barrichello also lost 2. Ryan Hunter-Reay will come out in the same place that he went in.
Don't forget his teammates. Could play a big part in this championship.
Yes. That's something you need till the end, though. Yes.
All right, let's take a replay of what happened to J.R. Hildebrand. Carpenter's in front here.
Hey, watch him right here. He just breaks loose on him, and he did a great job.
Yes, he did.
Saving it.
But unfortunately, the car is damaged, and it's going to take J.R. out of contention. Crew continues to work on the National Guard entry from Panther Racing.
Yeah, those guys, Panther just, remember, they used to be so good on the ovals.
Yep.
And they really were tough to beat at a lot of those racetracks, especially like Texas.
Kevin?
After this pit stop, Michael Andretti just told Ryan Hunter-Reay, let's try to pick up a little bit more time. Come in a little bit quicker. We're losing time on the way in. But I think from Hunter-Reay's perspective, he just wants to make sure he's a little more conservative at this point. Doesn't want to face any kind of a penalty on pit road.
Yeah, pit road can be a place when you're going to make 6. Well, it was 6. Actually, now they have 1, 2, 3, 4 pit stops left if they stay on this particular strategy. And man, oh man, that is a place where it can get away from you. Will Power knows that. And just so you know, we will not know who is the champion until the final lap, as long as there are 6 cars running. Because Ryan Hunter-Reay has to finish 6th or better. And if the car broke somehow with 1 lap to go, he could drop out of that spot. So we may see who is the virtual leader at times, but you really won't know until the final lap.
Charlie Kimball is coming in. Come on in. James Jakes did not pit. He's the leader.
Okay, tires are coming off.
He led a lap at Iowa, and Jakes is back in the lead here at Fontana.
Well, I think he's going to find out what it's like to get passed when the green flag drops, because when you're sitting out there on older tires than everybody else, they're going to be passing them on both sides.
Yeah. Charlie Kimball will move back onto the racetrack. Join the field.
Back is right there. No need to hurry. They're right there. Right there.
It's not going to be long before the sun is no longer a factor. I'm not sure it is right now.
Yeah, I think they pretty much have it beat now, Bob.
Yeah. And Hildebrand is back on the track. Only 3 laps down. Of course, they were all at reduced speed while they did the repairs on the car, so he's only 3 down. He'll be in 21st position as they come out. Down to Chris with John Barnes.
Well, John Barnes standing by watching his driver here in pit lane as they were trying to fix the car. John, did JR say anything about the contact with the wall?
No, we just he just said it hit the right rear. We come in, assess the damage, fix the toe link, and go at it again.
Well, they're down 3 laps now, so they've got a lot to make up, guys.
Lights still on atop the pace car, so we will go at least 1 more lap before we get the green. There's Ryan Hunter-Reay in 8th. Give you the top 10. It's Jakes leading, Carpenter 2nd, then Dixon, Sato, Barrichello, Andretti, Kanaan, Hunter-Reay, Briscoe, and Castro-Neves. Running 11th is Franchitti. Alex Tagliani is in 12th. The other cars on the lead lap: Saavedra, Hinchcliffe, Pagano, Rahal, Wilson, Legg, and Serbia.
Hey, Bobby. You know, I saw Kevin Kalkoven walking into Ed Carpenter's trailer earlier today, along with Tony George, and the talk has been maybe KV Racing will be down to 1 car next year. Maybe they can merge with Ed Carpenter Racing. Tony Kanaan and Ed Carpenter can be teammates, and I think that, you know, maybe there's going to be 2 or 3 teams in the paddock looking at that. But for Ed, just think how competitive he's been on ovals the last couple of years. And if Fuzzy's being a new sponsor or anything, if they can have some good results on the road courses, I mean, it might be a great marriage.
Yep. Silly season's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, Robin, in the next 3 or 4 months?
Oh, yeah. I wish I was the agent for some of these guys.
I think you are.
Well, I am the unofficial agent, John, but I don't get paid. That's right. NBC pays me so much I don't need to be paid.
That's right.
Going to start off on the bottom.
All right, here we go. Oh! Justin Wilson has had
Catherine Legg.
Yes.
Huh. Now, what could have possibly caused that?
I wonder if someone got in the back of Justin to turn him around.
They were running.
You running there, Justin, or what do you think?
17th and 18th.
Well, he's got some flat spots on there, that's for sure.
Sure enough.
Yep.
Got some contact from behind. Wow. Catherine Legg. Wow.
Catherine will come to the pits.
Okay, 3. Go, take it in real slow here, Catherine, real slow. Take her
probably some wing damage there. I can see the wing moving around. Yeah.
Yep, you're right. New nose.
They can easily get that done in time to not lose a lap. Don't even bother with fuel because she had just been on pit road.
See Justin Wilson's team clapping, not very happy.
Yeah, that was a sarcastic move there.
Yeah, that hurts because he goes a lap down now.
Yep.
No fault of his own.
Emergency mode. You're going to have to run emergency mode.
He was on the binders trying to slow. I think it was Jake's. No, it wasn't Jake's because Jake's is up in front. But he was definitely slowing. Might have been Cunningham, red, white, blue.
So an incident under caution here. We'll continue our caution period. James Jakes leads over Ed Carpenter at Fontana. Great aerial shot of the Inland Empire here in Fontana, California. You can see that the sun is just about to dip below the mountains. If you have just joined us, we had some incredible stuff here at just over lap number 50 when one of the championship contenders had a problem. Jan?
But Bob, of course, when it got started, the sun was much higher, but it was a clean start for everyone. We saw right away that it was Will Power that started to drop back. Didn't have the kind of handling that he wanted. So while he is dropping back, however, up front, great battle. Marco Andretti, J.R. Hildebrand side by side. That's Tony Kanaan also on the high side. Then later on, it was the two championship contenders battling together. But here's the moment you were just talking about. Catches a seam, and it goes away for Will Power. The championship may go away, depending. His wife, Elizabeth, can't believe it, along with us in the booth. Unbelievable at this stage as the car makes its way to the garage, and it's just basically picking up parts now. That's not going to get back on track.
That's our Firestone race recap here with 84 laps completed in this 250-lap race, 500 miles. Pace car comes in. Oh, look at Sato going to the outside, and Andretti also.
Green flag, green flag.
And we're green. That's James Jakes, the leader now. Ryan Hunter-Reay drops to the inside, makes it 3 wide. Jakes hangs on to the lead. Carpenter's right on his gearbox,
yeah,
though.
when you said hang on, he was hanging on going through turns 1 and 2 there.
Oh, look at Hunter-Reay.
Man.
Wow. Easy.
Yeah.
Tell you what, that move right there, though, that he's in, just put him in the points lead.
By 1 point.
Yep. Hunter-Reay at the top of the racetrack now. He is in the points lead right now by 1 single marker.
Pulling away. 3 plus back.
The restart is under review. They're looking specifically at Marco Andretti, and there are the points as they run in the upper right portion of your screen. Now the interval is 5. Here's Marco moving out. Sato, look, he drops back behind Dario, but Andretti stays up there, and Ryan Hunter-Reay heads for the bottom as they sandwich Rubens Barrichello.
Looked to me like Marco got on it, then realized.
Yeah, he was going to hit Barrichello, so he pulled out.
Yeah, he backed off. So if they're satisfied that he gave that position back before the green, he may get away with the no call.
Marty, how many guys are working on Will's car down there?
Well, Bob, let's add to this championship drama. Jan had it right. They're picking up the pieces, but they're putting it back together for Will Power's car. Remember at the top of the show, we told you they were prepared with a complete rear end from the backup car for Will Power. They're putting it on. To answer your question, Bob, 18 guys working on this car to get Will Power back in the race. Remember, he told us he thought the engine spun backward. I talked to Dave Faustino, his engineer. He said, we don't care. We're going back out on the track.
Wow.
In fact, Will Power pulled up on his his motorcycle or his scooter and went in wearing street clothes. He has gone to put on his driver's uniform. They're going to try and get this car back out for Will Power just to see if they can gain some points. Who knows?
And Marty, with the Chevrolet engine, they do not run. And here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay to the low side of his teammate for third. I was starting to say the Chevrolet is not running anti-stall. You'd say, who cares? What does that have to do with an oval? Well, that's one of the functions, is if you spin on an oval, it disengages the clutch so the engine will not spin backwards. Chevrolet's not using that. So, yes, that did spin backwards. Honda has decided to use it just in case.
E.J. Viso is now listed out of the race. Power and his teammates now the target. If he completes 11 more laps, he gains 2 points, and Ryan Hunter-Reay has to finish 5th. So the drama is not over, folks.
Briscoe making some pretty strong moves here. Just past Hunter-Reay and Andretti.
Yes.
Puts him in the third spot.
And as you guys can imagine, all the Penske drivers have been told, whatever you do, get past Ryan Hunter-Reay in that 28 car. Get some points on him if you can. For Ryan Briscoe, he actually ran over debris from Will Power's wreck. You're riding on board with him right now. They had to pit twice on the caution before this one. Fell back to 15th, clearly with a very fast car, making his way back up through the field. Right now, third.
And I think Marco just got the call to let Ryan Hunter by. Maybe.
It's early yet, but certainly whatever you do, see if you can help him.
They continue to battle side by side for third position. Yeah, there's Elio down to the inside of Marco.
Which is exactly what Marty was just talking about. Penske drivers, please come to the front.
Takuma Sato is in that mix also. Call Star Indy for live in-car cameras, driver pit crew chatter, and more. Download IndyCar Mobile only from Verizon.
Hey, Booth, I have an observation.
Yes?
When the sun was out, the leaders were running 206 and 207. Now they're running 211 to 214, Mr. Beekus.
Yes, there is the advantage of those cooler temperatures. I will grab that for you.
Oh, man, they touched, didn't they? Ryan Hunter-Reay and Briscoe, if they didn't, they came awfully close.
Wow.
We told you those Penske drivers are told to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes. That's Elio Castroneves passing him for another spot.
So to answer Robin's question, 92 is the ambient. Track is down to 102. Yesterday it was as high as 140, so it's dropping quickly.
I don't think we've pointed out that Ed Carpenter is a leader of this race. James Jakes has fallen back to 12th.
Which was expected.
Yeah, he was a leader on the restart, but is now back to 12th. Carpenter leads Dixon, Briscoe, Castroneves, and Sato.
But good for Jakes, staying out, getting the lap back, and hanging in there on worn tires.
Do what you were doing earlier.
Michael Andretti keeping Ryan Hunter-Reay active. Let's keep it. Let's stay after it.
To the inside of Sato.
The virtual championship, maybe I'll call it that, is now only 1 point. Oh, hang on. There's a car going up around the top, so...
That put Power back up to the top.
Now Power's got the virtual lead by a point. Here comes Dario. This is exactly what Ryan Hunter-Reay was telling me after final practice. When it falls off the knife edge of the car working, it goes away in a hurry. He said people were passing me on both sides just because the setup all of a sudden wasn't quite ideal.
Guys, just a few moments ago when Hunter-Reay lost all that track position, he was on the radio screaming, "Black flag this guy, he's blocking me." I think he was talking about Sato, correct?
He was racing with Sato.
He was talking about anybody in front of him, Kevin.
Move out of my way. I've got a chance at the championship.
Absolutely. There's another spot.
I thought I saw Ryan Hunter-Reay and Elio touch.
Outside.
Oh, he's trying to get his tear off.
Yeah, it was quite a bit after, though, but still, they were awfully close when you were trying to go for a tear off.
So Ryan Hunter-Reay back to 8th now. Ed Carpenter leads here. We have completed 99 of 250 laps at Auto Club Speedway.
Working on lap 104 of 250 here at Fontana. Ryan Hunter-Reay in position to win a championship after Will Powers crashed. He needs to finish 6th, but he just radioed in and said, the car's hopping around. I think I might have a right rear broken shock. Michael Andretti said, okay, just hang on for now.
Wow. A shock is not something you could change quickly. Those dampers, as they're also known, if that's broken, that will have a severe penalty on your speed.
Watch the wheel here, especially when he goes in the corner. That's when you can tell if there's something real. Look at how he's working that wheel.
Castroneves and Sato are battling for the 3rd spot. Carpenter and Dixon are 1-2. They are working feverishly on getting Will Powers' car repaired to send him back out there. And Will came over and they
say, what?
What are you doing? Get your uniform. My what? So he's back changing clothes.
And guys, I can tell you, Will Power has just come out in his fire suit. He went into another transporter waiting for these guys to get it ready. And they're closing in on getting this Verizon car ready. So I think Will Power will be back on the racetrack in this race, despite his prediction at the medical center. So I think we'll see this 12 car back out trying to gain some points.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
the way that car looked when it was on the hook a while ago.
It's still going to be a while.
Back up front, Carpenter he's doing it.
He is.
Running very well.
He's about a second ahead of Dixon.
I'll tell you, Ed Carpenter's had really good pit stops, fellas, but he's only changed air pressure. No adjustments to the car at all. He says it's on rails, Chris. And right now, he's the man to beat.
Dixon still 10 back.
Well, it was Justin Wilson who won on the big oval in Texas earlier this year, but now out of the 18 car. Justin, what happened there? Was that just a big stack up?
Yeah, I don't know what happened at the front of the pack, but there's a big stack up and the according effects. I managed to get slowed down, but Catherine Legg, I think, was behind me. She did just ran to the back of us and spun me around, but the worst thing is it broke the gearbox, I think, so we couldn't get a gear, couldn't get the clutch to work. Nothing really worked after that.
Too bad for this team. They've had a tough weekend. He had a big crash in the first practice on Friday. Spent most of the day trying to fix the car. Obviously not the way they wanted to finish the season.
And we have Rubens Barrichello's car smoking badly, causing another caution period.
Rubens right there. Right there.
And there's going to be some fire.
Get out. We're on fire. Get out. Get out.
Safety crew. It's okay. I got it.
Yeah.
We're good. Small fire.
Nonchalant.
It's okay.
Extinguish.
Got a handle on it.
Well, Barrichello's season may be over. He's had a good one, though, in his rookie season here in the IZOD IndyCar Series. Guy who had 322 starts and 19 seasons of Formula One. 11 wins in that series from 2000 to 2009.
Now, Bob, we're under caution. It's possible that you could change a rear damper, a shock for Ryan Hunter-Reay. It would be tight. I'm not sure if you could pull that off while they're behind the pace car. But would you take that risk? Or would you just do something to the car to compensate?
It's not open yet. Nearing the halfway point of this race.
I would. Would you, as a driver? I mean, I don't think I would take that chance. I mean, obviously you got to feel the car and how bad it is. But I mean, he's still sitting in 7th spot.
I would say no. I would say what you want to do. And that, of course, that is the call. That was Michael Andretti. So he will pit, and I think you do it by wing adjustment or even by pressures to try and compensate, knowing that your right rear shock is not doing the job you want.
Or deep down, you hope tires going to fix it.
Yeah. If you chose to do it under caution, you would go to the very back of the pack, of the line. Right. And you would really have to think it's a pretty serious problem. So maybe you would only do that if you dropped back so far or you didn't have the championship in the bag, then you'd almost have to.
Pits are open. Kevin Lee.
All right, here we go. Ryan Hunter-Reay coming in. They are looking to change, give him about a quarter turn of front wing, but they don't want to give up track position. There's Ed Carpenter at the top of the triple pit. Scott Dixon running second is in the middle, and the bottom is Ryan Hunter-Reay. Dixon and Hunter-Reay are pitted together. Hunter-Reay is the first one that's in. Here we'll see Dixon come in next, make that hard left-hand turn, and then right in front of him, here will come Hunter-Reay. He has to get rowed down and comes close to Ryan Briscoe. Let's see if they feel like they have time to make the change of front wing. They might have a shock issue. No time to do that. Just a quick quarter turn. Dixon is going to beat him out. Sato as well. He's been complaining about Sato on the radio, chopping him. And Hunter-Reay is back in the chase.
But he is going to lose, let's see, 1 spot. Tony Kanaan advanced 2 on that series of pit stops, so he'll be second to Scott Dixon, who picks up the lead. Or does he? No, Ed Carpenter's still in the lead. Well, we'll take another break here with 110 laps completed here at Fontana and Auto Club Speedway. Back in a moment. The MAVTV 500, presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Mother's Polish. There's no shine like Mother's. And by IZOD. Go to IZOD.com to see the latest in IZOD color and performance. Great aerial coverage tonight here of this final race of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series. It's brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Just a great shot of our location, which is about 50 miles east of LA. Barracuda Networks, powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, apps, and data for businesses of all sizes. Well, it's never ceases to amaze me how the final race of this series always goes to the final race. The championship goes to the final race. And for the last 3 years, we've had a dramatic situation in the early going involving Will Power, but it ain't over yet.
You're shaken up because of this shot, aren't you? We had a great telecast going until they threw this up there.
Thanks a lot. All right, Marty, bail me, quick.
Well, guys, I was getting ready to talk to Will Power. Radio's jumped in, but I talked to Dave Faustina. They're about 90% done with the car. In fact, you see Will putting his earplugs in. We'll get a word with him. And how about the job your guys have done here, Will?
Fantastic to get that thing back together for us to do, if we can, 12 laps. Fill it out and see how it is. And yeah, man, it's crossed.
No, they might not be out of the thing after all. They did not put it on a setup pad, though, so he's going to be flying it by the seat of his pants, Chris.
Well, Rubens Barrichello has made his way back to pit lane down here, and Rubens, you were running great there, top 5 most of the night. What happened to the car?
I think we lost the motor. It's it was strange because I was losing some speed on the straight already, and I kept on asking them because I felt like we were losing a little bit of power, but I was having a great run. It was fantastic to run up there, and I wish I was in there because it would have really. I think that we had a chance for a top 3 today.
Yeah, so much success in Formula One. Obviously great on the road courses, but you're starting to like these ovals, aren't you?
Well, I think it was a new experience. It's a new in everything, set up and everything else. But I think we're starting to enjoy. I want to be back.
And we hope he is back in the series. He's increased the popularity of this series in South America greatly.
I'm going to go back to what Marty said, not putting this car on a pad, and what he meant by that is, you know, to get the setups right and get it all, you know, to where they've been running practice-wise. So you go out there as a driver, barreling down into in a corner 200 miles per hour, you really have got to be careful those first couple laps when you're Will Power, because you have no idea what that car is going to do right now.
Very true. We're getting set for the restart. Ed Carpenter is the leader of the race. We're nearing the halfway point. He's led 38 of 114 laps, 3 cautions, and there are 17 cars of the 26 that started on the lead lap. And Paul Blevin waves the green flag, and we are back to competition. The most laps that Ed ever led in a race previous to tonight was 34 laps at Kentucky in 2009. He has now led 39.
Frank
Kanaan.
Outside.
Tony Kanaan making some noise up high. Kevin has more on Tony Kanaan.
And this has been an impressive run for Tony Kanaan, looking for his first win since Iowa a couple of years ago. He started third and was running third, but during that pit stop sequence before, during a yellow, the weight jacker froze. He wanted to reset the car. They told him to do it, but there's always a risk the car could shut down. It did, so he lost several positions under yellow, tried to get them back. IndyCar said, no, you've got to stay there. So he restarted in 12th, worked his way back up to 4th, and picked up 2 positions on that most recent pit stop.
Now the Ganassi cars battle for 3rd position. Scott Dixon up high and Franchitti down low as Will gets strapped in.
And of course, the goal for Will Power, you heard him say, we just need 12 laps. 12 laps will put him 1 position ahead of E.J. Viso, who has retired.
At the moment.
Uh-oh. That was a contact.
No kidding. Who was it?
Graham Rahal, I believe.
Yeah, Rahal. Well, he got into it pretty good, too. Yeah, he feels something's wrong with that car.
Simon Pagenaud going around the top side.
Man, that thing just took off.
Yeah, it did.
And it looks like Hinchcliffe got in the wall as well.
Hinchcliffe also.
Up front, a 3-car battle for the lead now.
Wow,
that is Dixon, yeah.
These target cars, both of them coming. You think they tune for nighttime?
Battle for 2nd, Dixon and Kanaan with Franchitti looking on.
Leaders now doing, that time, Ed Carpenter, 2:13. Speeds are really coming up.
Whoa, Carpenter's up high that time.
Ed Carpenter has completed all but 13 laps this year. He is 3rd behind Elio and Simon, and he had a good streak going, finishing all laps until Baltimore. And the restart is under review for the 27 car of Hinchcliffe. Nine leaders so far tonight, 12 lead changes, 5 laps away from the halfway point.
You know, that just watching these guys now, Jan, you can tell there's a lot more grip in the racetrack, just the way they're racing each other right now.
Here comes Will out from the garage area.
And Bob, just an incredible scene down here. We're all kind of running along with the car. About 50 people out here watching them get the car ready. 20 crew members from Penske, from all the teams, from all the 3 Penske teams, working on the car for Will Power. They're going to push him out here, and they're going to crank up the engine, and Will Power will be back in this race.
How about that, sports fans? James Hinchcliffe will be given a drive-through penalty for jumping the restart. Hinchcliffe with a drive-through, and Dixon will go to the bottom and try to get the lead from Carpenter.
Carpenter is running such a good line right now. It's very difficult for somebody to make a pass there. Now, see, he took the line away because Carpenter would go down low and let the car drift. So Dixon took that line away from Carpenter. He may just get the lead.
Yep. And he will. Scott Dixon.
And he's kicking up dust on the low side. So we've seen people get high and go where no one's gone before. Scott Dixon is so low, he's gone where no one has driven today.
And Will Power goes back in the race on lap 123.
Now, they will only let him continue if he stays within 105% of the lead pace.
Come on up. You're all clear. All clear. Nobody coming.
What is that?
I'll do some calculating for you. Hang on.
And guys, you should see the scene back here on pit road as the crew members walk back. Crew members from other teams are coming out high-fiving Will Power's crew. They know what an incredible feat. As Dave Faustino told me, we may not win the championship, but you can't say we didn't try.
Absolutely.
Have you ever seen that before? You guys put a car back together like that in IndyCar?
It is incredible. Elio Castroneves moves up a spot, passing Franchitti. Elio is now fourth. Halfway point is reached in our race tonight. It's a non-stop. You will continue to watch the action as we take a break. Halfway through the MAVTV 500, presented by Lucas Oil.
Take a turn and a half of front wing out. Turn and a half of front wing out.
And that's Tim Cindric on the radio with Will Power. We're back at Fontana. He's going to come down pit road and take some new tires on. And you heard him take that front wing out. Car all over the place, as you would imagine. As Wally talked about, they did not put on the setup pad, so they didn't really know what they would have. So they're in here more as a precautionary procedure and trying to meet the minimum speed. That's their goal. No hurry here. Get all four tires on. Take the wing out like he wants. The car extremely loose. In fact, you see him take another half turn out. Will Power going back out on the racetrack.
And Marty, when you say minimum speed, I said before the break 105% of the leader's pace. That's about 202 miles an hour is what he at this stage is going to need. And you can see he was well short of that.
A lot of traffic coming.
Alex Tagliani has gone to 7th place, getting around Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is 8th.
Kanon's got a run. Yeah, I thought he did.
Kanon in 2nd. There's your first two. Dixon and Kanon. Carpenter and Castroneves are 3rd and 4th.
I don't think there's anybody running any higher than Kanon today.
Yeah.
He's been way, way up there.
He's got a good race going here. Let's see if he can grab the lead.
Well, guys, just listening to Ed Carpenter on the radio, he's not happy with that car at this point in time. Since we've gone back to green, he said the car has gone very tight. And what they did is they added air pressure to the rear tires in that car on the last stop. Next stop they do, they're going to go back to that previous air pressure.
Nice long race. You have opportunities to just kind of fine-tune that setup.
Tracking the points championship, Will Power still has the points lead at this stage of the race by 3 over Ryan Hunter-Reay. And some great racing going on up front.
Yeah, Kanon's got a good run there because Dixon had to pull the car down because Kanon was up there. He couldn't drift up like he did the lap before.
There you go. And if Kanon makes it back, and here's a position for Ryan Hunter-Reay potentially.
That's Joseph Newgarden, who is 6 laps down, but Ryan Hunter-Reay is 8th.
This is what you really don't want when you're running for a championship, is to be racing with somebody or racing around somebody that's 6 laps down. And I'm sure Hunter-Reay is probably not real happy about it at the moment.
You can get the sense that Josephus, I mean, he's trying his best, but that car's moving around a lot.
And I don't really see the point. I mean, you're 6 laps down. Right. You're racing against a guy that if you make a mistake, you are going to ruin the championship for somebody. I don't get it.
Sarah Fisher, the owner of this car. Her daughter and Andy O'Gara's daughter Zoe turned 1 last Thursday.
That's the kind of stuff right there like you're talking about, Ryan.
If I was Ryan Hunter-Reay right now, I'd be screaming on the radio.
And Will Power comes back into the pits.
Again, they can go out and come back in, always, you know, trying to get the speed.
Guys, for Will Power, this will just be a drive-through down pit road, trying to get out of the traffic more than anything else and put himself out in clean racetrack.
It may be, because obviously at first glance I was mistaken saying it was for position. Obviously it's clearly not. Ryan Hunter-Reay, he may not be aware. Now we just heard a radio that he's backed off. But for a while there, he may not have been aware that he was that many laps down and just was doing his job out there racing hard.
That's true. I bet you Michaels was saying something, though.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Andretti.
Absolutely. He probably had a nice friendly conversation with the officials.
Down to Kevin Lee.
Well, anytime you're leading a race or in position to win a championship, every little thing worries you. The latest for Ryan Hunter-Reay, the oil temp light came on. He told Michael Andretti, and they said, it's okay, don't worry about it. But you're still going to worry about it if you're in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah.
So the championship battle continues despite Will Power's accident. Michael Andretti hopes Ryan Hunter-Reay will win. Tim Cindric hopes that Will Power can still pull it out. The Astor Challenge Cup is what they are going for tonight. Will Power made a few laps, but now they are going back to the garage area once again. But he still has the championship points lead by 5 over Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is running in 8th position. Power with a massive crash earlier. They made an incredible repair of the car. And now they put the car back on the pad, Marty.
And you hear Tim Cindric describing the scenarios to Will Power. He just asked how many positions do we have to get to actually have it make a difference, and that's what they're trying to figure out right now. So here's what they're going to do. They put on new tires. Now they're going to put it on the setup pad with Will Power in the car, trying to get the car ready so it is ready to go back out. I think they will go back out in a moment. But, again, as we've talked about, they have a lot of positions to gain if they're going to gain any points tonight. But as Tim Cindric just pointed out, long way to go in this race, so you never know what could happen.
Yep.
And they were successful. They did do their 12 laps to overtake E.J. Viso. But as you heard Tim Cindric, because the points paid the same down at that level, he would actually have to move way up in the standings to gain any more.
Why not pull Briscoe in, tell him to get out of the seat? Will Power get in the seat?
No, not allowed by the regs.
They used to do it.
Kevin?
Well, Tony Kanaan leading here in this 500-mile race. His problems, issues, near misses at Indianapolis well documented. He might be the best driver of his generation that hasn't won the 500, but he has won a 500-mile race before, back in 1999 at Michigan International. Max Pappas was leading late, ran out of fuel, and Kanaan held off Juan Pablo Montoya by 0.03 of a second.
Wow. Well, Kanaan is the leader right now by about 2 seconds over Helio Castroneves, who you saw battling with Scott Dixon a few minutes ago. And Castroneves, Dixon, Sato, and Carpenter are your top 5. The research has been done at Richmond in 2002. The Penske team rebuilt Elio's car after he crashed early in the race. They lost 122 laps. Elio finished 17th. He gained 5 positions because of the repairs made that night. And Tony Kanaan drops down off the banking and will make a pit stop.
And this is a routine pit stop. We're going to see lots of cars on pit road in the next 2 or 3 laps.
Kanaan coming in at 60 miles an hour. He said before this race, by the way, that he was a little bit concerned about the downforce level, but he trusted the judgment of IndyCar, and he was going to simply do the best he can. I think it's going pretty well for Tony Kanaan. Pitting from the lead here. He will have mostly a clear out. Scott Dixon is going to pit in just a moment. You see his guys setting out the tires, and we'll see Dixon come in just a moment. Dixon now is running in the 2nd position. Pretty decent stop for Kanaan, and he is back out. And here comes Scott Dixon peeling off.
Mike Hull on the radio.
Marty?
Well, guys, Elio Castroneves has driven his way up to the lead in this race. The cars, they've made no changes on the last 2 stops for Elio as he has come to pit road. He's going to come to pit road this time as well. Now we're watching Scott Dixon hit pit road right now. But Elio Castroneves, your leader, coming to pit road as well as Scott Dixon.
Laid out from Ryan Hunter-Reay.
You can see how the coordination, how they pull that rear tire out of the way to help their neighbors.
Marco Andretti is in.
Oh, stalled it.
Whoops. Ryan Briscoe pitted right behind him.
Castroneves is coming in.
Yeah. There goes Ryan.
Oh, almost got his teammate.
Crazy close on pit road, guys, and they held Marco Andretti, as you see back there, and they actually told Elio Castroneves, John Erickson told him on the radio, Marco Andretti is going to be coming out. Ryan Hunter-Reay in front of you, Kevin.
Watch what Josh Freund is doing there on the outside front. They do have a concern about the oil temperature, so they pulled away the shutter on the front to cool it down a little bit, and they also made a wing adjustment. Hunter-Reay is back out, and Takuma Sato is now our leader.
And Alex Tagliani runs in 2nd position as these pit stops are occurring here with 99 laps to go. Ryan Hunter-Reay gets back up to speed down the back stretch.
Sato hasn't pitted yet, so this will change.
And here comes
there he is.
Takuma. And Robin is in the Sato pit.
Bobby, Reverend Bobby Rahal has been telling Takuma, this is just like Indy. You're exactly where you need to be. He comes in, hits his marks, doesn't even skid to a stop, 4 tires. Doesn't look like any changes because he's really happy with the balance of the car right now. But Rahal's saying, look, we got a long way to go. This is just like Indy. Just listen to me. You got to trust me.
You can see the black armbands on the crew for Rahal Veteran Racing, of course, because of the passing of Scott Remke, former COO, and there's decals on the car as well. And they would love to win one for Scott.
Coming through turn 1 now.
And so this becomes the battle for the lead as James Hinchcliffe comes to pit lane. He was running 17th, did lose a lap because of the drive-through earlier. And here is the battle for the lead, Dixon and Kanaan. Dixon up to the bottom and Kanaan up high. Tony Kanaan's last win on the oval in Iowa in 2010.
Heavier on fuel now, but they have fresh tires, and the track continues to cool now down to 100 degrees.
Wow, cold front, huh?
Well, it doesn't sound like a lot when it was 140 in the middle of the day.
James Dakes will get a drive-through penalty, as we will take another break here with less than 100 laps to go in this 500-miler for the World Championships. The NBC Sports Network hopes you're enjoying the MAVTV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil from Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California. The finale. Right now, Will Power is still in the points lead by 5 over Ryan Hunter-Reay. Hunter-Reay is currently in 8th position. All right, Izod takes us through the field.
And we start with our leader, Tony Kanaan, looking for his first win in a couple of years. Also can move up a little bit in the championship standings. Came in 8th, but just 2 points behind 7th place James Hinchcliffe. Also of note, he's battling for the Oval Championship, the A.J. Foyt Trophy with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Tied coming in right now. He's ahead of Hunter-Reay, so would have that advantage. Slide back now to Scott Dixon, about 6 or 7 car lengths behind, running in the 2nd position. Also an opportunity to move up in the championship. He's 4th, just 1 point behind Helio Castroneves. Marty?
And you mentioned that battle between Dixon and Helio Castroneves. He knows that's the guy he's got to beat today in terms of Castroneves having to beat Dixon if he wants to hang on to 3rd in the championship standings. Of course, he's going to hang out in L.A. for Dancing with the Stars after this. Right now, car excellent. They've made no changes on the last 3 stops, Robin.
Takuma Sato's never won an IndyCar race, kids, but guess what? If he's just a little more patient, like Bob Rahal said, he goes just like Indy. When he tried to pass Dario Franchitti on the next lap, didn't quite pull it off and hit the fence, but he's got good pace right now. Him and Ed Carpenter, who are running 5th. Carpenter led 39 laps earlier. He's been in the hunt all night. He's never been out of the top 5. He hadn't changed his car much. He loves the ovals, and he's on a real part of finishing the top 5, Kevin.
Robin, also a really nice run for Alex Tagliani tonight. He started 16th, has worked his way up to the 6th position. Keep in mind, though, he had an engine penalty, so he qualified 6th, so he's had good pace. The bumps, though, he said were a problem. He's got an extra pad on his right hand because of so many bumps and different types of things coming off the track, hitting him in his hand, Marty.
Kevin lurking right behind Dario Franchitti. Last time we were in Fontana with IndyCar, Franchitti won. That was 2005. Trying to make the move under tags to make the pass for the 6th position. Car very good for Franchitti, starting to get loose. So later we go. Kevin?
Ryan Hunter-Reay came in saying, I don't have any pressure. The pressure's on Will Power at this point. Regardless of what happens, I have had a great season. I'm going to guess he feels a little bit more pressure now. It's in his hands to some extent. Running in 8th, but he needs to pick up 3 more positions, I believe, to win the championship.
Simon Pagenaud's had a quiet night. No problems. He's just trying to get to the finish. The more experience gained, the better for him.
For Ryan Briscoe, he's back in the 10th position, hanging onto a car that's a little bit too loose right now. What a strong finish it's been for the season for Ryan Briscoe. 1st and 2nd in the last 2 races. He's jumped from 9th to 6th in the championship standings, and if he can gain a few more spots, could finish in the top 5 for the season. An impressive finish to the season for Ryan Briscoe. Marco Andretti got blocked on pit road, as we saw last time. Stalled the engine, but came out in 11th, actually gaining some time on the leaders. Pretty quick right now for Marco, trying to get back into the top 10.
Graham Rahal's hanging in there pretty well. Remember, he brushed the wall a little while ago. He said no damage. They said everything's fine. Keep going. This also might be his last race for Ganassi Racing. Everyone seems to think that he's headed back to his dad's team, where he drove for him in the 500 a couple of years ago.
Catherine Leggs had a pretty quiet night. She started 7th, has run pretty close to the top 10. Hasn't been too happy with that car, but it's just been smooth and consistent all night, just trying to let this race come to her.
Bob?
And those are the first 13. James Jakes is running 14th, Hinchcliffe 15th, and Kimball, Hildebrand, Cunningham, Servia, and Newgarden, the cars that are still out there. Now, Charlie Kimball was given a drive-through penalty for running over an air hose in the pit area moments ago. Now there is again the battle for the lead as Kanaan continues to set the pace, and he has now led 28 laps of this event. Scott Dixon running in 2nd position. 3rd belongs to Helio Castroneves. 4th is Takuma Sato, and Ed Carpenter runs 5th. Tony Kanaan leads the MAVTV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. The advantage he has over Scott Dixon is about 1 second, but there's a bit of a concern with Tony Kanaan's car.
You see it right there.
Yeah.
Engine
cover
count.
gap.
Yeah.
Now, I had seen that quite a long time ago. At first, I just thought it was because of the lighting, and when you see it go by the post here, I thought maybe it was just an effect of the shadows. So it has been actually doing that for quite a long time, so that's good news for Tony. Now, I doubt they would black flag him if just for it fluttering. Only if all of a sudden, if it starts going more than that and starts getting some air in there, that thing could rip off and that could be an issue. But I doubt they would take somebody out of the lead for that. It'd have to get worse.
Well, before, when we heard this report that Race Control mentioned, if a team couldn't find it, they were doing the same thing as us, watching the monitors, didn't know if it was a glare or not, but they saw it just as you guys saw it, that it's shaking a little bit. They're scrambling a little bit. They're ready, but they're making no signs to pit at this point. But other team radio traffic, they're telling other drivers, hey, be aware of this. That thing could fly off at some point.
All right, Ed Carpenter now has dropped back to 5th position. We eavesdropped on some radio transmission just a few laps ago.
It really doesn't feel like we even made a change last time. We might be chasing the conditions here. It's getting quite a bit cooler.
And the track conditions have changed. Bob, we're under 100 now.
Wow.
97, and it's a mere 89 degrees outside.
Get your coat.
It is still hot, but certainly the track temperature is coming down, and these cars are oh so sensitive to that.
Chasing Castro Neves now. He's P4 running 205.
And he would be about 3 seconds ahead of Carpenter. Boy, you really got to say nice job for Takuma Sato so far tonight.
Yes.
He is in 3rd position, running a very, very solid race. Robin talked about his performance at the Indianapolis 500. We know how that ended against the wall down at the south end of the racetrack in the closing lap. But, boy, he has just driven a great race tonight.
Hey, Bobby, his favorite expression is job done. And just as he was pulling up, he got to 2nd place and said, job done. I think he just passed Dixon. And we just got to the rear of Frankini's car at Indy. He said, job almost done. Not quite done. Car done.
There's the racing legend, Bobby Rahal. And the black armband, as Jan told you a little bit earlier, for the longtime COO of Rahal Lanigan Racing, Scott Remke, who passed away a week ago. Simon Pagenaud has hung right in there tonight. He's in the top 10, running in 9th. Still on the lead lap. There are 10 cars on the lead lap now. Marco Andretti, the most recent to go down a lap. He was the pole sitter of this race, but is now 1 lap down to the field in 11th spot. But Pagenaud is about 25 seconds behind the leader, and he'll be even more because he's going to be in.
Rob Edwards talking to him on the radio. He will pit. It's in the window. You could pit now and have only 1 more stop before the end of the race. So if you're having problems with handling, go ahead and pit early. Could also be a bonus for Kanaan. If and when he makes a pit stop, you can use some helicopter tape, as it's known. They put it on the rotors of helicopters. They put it on all the body seams where they're allowed. And I'm sure they would allow them to slap some helicopter tape in this instance to be sure that engine cover doesn't come off.
Pagenaud relinquishes 9th position, Chris Neville.
Yeah, he's having to pit a couple laps earlier than everybody else because on the last stop he had to come in early because that car was overheating. They had a bunch of debris in the radiators. They had to open those radiators up. You can see the crew member right now reaching in there trying to clean that out. That was also an issue with Oriol Servio's car. So Pagenaud trying to stay up in the top 10.
Another driver who has done an outstanding job this year, currently 6th in the point standings. He and Kanaan actually at the moment are tied for 5th in the point standings, 76 back. Ryan Hunter-Reay now 5 points behind Will Power. As Power continues to hang on to the championship lead, Ryan is going to have to gain some positions here to win the championship. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Alex Tagliani. I make that Graham Rahal and Alex Tagliani. 178 of 250 laps completed. We'll be back in a moment. And our fourth caution of the evening waves over the Auto Club Speedway in Fontana as Ryan Briscoe has brought out another caution, and he got up into the wall in turns 3 and 4.
Wow, he entered high. He was in the dirt when he went to turn in. Didn't it look like that was a pretty high entrance?
That was very high. I mean, but that's what some people have been running.
And I tell you what, that really saved Hunter-Reay, guys, because he was about to go a lap down. So this caution saved those guys.
Now, anyone that we saw hit just before that, Pagano was one we saw.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Castroneves.
That was very bad news, because now everyone else can do it under caution. And now, if Castroneves happened to be in the pits during that, he might not. But for Pagano, who pitted a lap before, that's going to put you a lap down.
Well, is this Ryan Briscoe's last drive for Penske Racing? One of the stories that you will follow during silly season after this race. They're doing a lot of work there on the right rear of the car.
Doesn't that put Castroneves back in front of them? If all these guys pit, though, he'll be at the tail end of the lead lap, but he'll be on the same lap. No?
If everyone peels off, then you would move up to the front and have an opportunity to be at the tail end, yes. But everyone would have to peel off in front for that to work. You'd have to be the leader of your group for that to work.
And guys, you see him working on Ryan Briscoe's car. Roger Penske's calling for a new front wing as well. He thinks there might be a little bit of damage there, but the concern is the right rear suspension, trying to get it fixed, trying to get Ryan Briscoe back out before everybody else hits pit road, and it's going to be a busy place. Should be interesting to see where these guys all pit and cycle back out together as well.
I'm not sure they're going to get him out before that. If there's a bent wishbone on the bottom, which I'm sure what it is.
All right, let's get down to Chris Neville.
Takuma Sato right now running in third. I just checked in with Bobby Rahal. He said he talked to Takuma, asked him if he was comfortable running up front. And Takuma said, yes, I am. The car is a little bit tight, but Bobby Rahal didn't think that they were going to make any changes on this stop. Takuma Sato very happy with that car all night. So just fuel and tires. Kevin?
3 contenders all pitted together. The leader, Tony Kanaan, is going to be the first to hit. There you see Scott Dixon. He's going to come in right in front of him, and a little bit later, we'll see there's Ryan Hunter-Reay coming into your screen right in front of Dixon. He picked up a spot with Briscoe into the wall. He moves up to 7. Back there, we're seeing Kanaan change attach that engine count. Dixon is going to get up first of this group, and then Alex Tagliani is going to be in front of Sato, and Carpenter comes out right in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay. So I don't think Hunter-Reay picked up any positions there, and they're still working on Kanaan's car, trying to attach that engine cowling.
Wow, that's too bad. He's got his work cut out for him now after leading, let's see, 47 laps. Kanaan has been in front for 47 laps. The sweeper is on the track.
And remember, he's in a battle for the Oval Championship with this man, Ryan Hunter-Reay. They were tied in points, and so here Kanaan was leading, thinking if he could stay there, he'd at least get the Oval Championship. Now he's got to chase down Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Okay, caution once again because of Ryan Briscoe in the pits. Back with more in a moment. Under caution here at Fontana, Scott Dixon is the leader of the race over Dario Franchitti. Will Power still has the points lead by a single marker over Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is currently 6th on lap 186 of 250. Here's another Firestone race recap.
And, of course, at the start, we were going to keep a close eye on the championship contenders to see what happened. And right away, we saw that Will Power was in some trouble. He was dropping back and then found himself battling wheel to wheel with the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay. And then the moment that may or may not define the championship is here. It steps out for Will Power, and he narrowly misses contact with Ryan Hunter-Reay. They were able to work on that car. I can't believe that they got that back together, but they did enough to run 12 laps, which was enough to move ahead of E.J. Viso in the standings, which now forces Ryan Hunter-Reay tonight to have to finish 5th or better because of that. So that is all they can do for Will Power at this point. They take it back to the garage. He now is going to have to wait to see. Everything is in the hands of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And again, we had some radio conversation that we picked up involving Ryan Hunter-Reay.
We have to go to P5 because Will went out there and ran some more laps to put it to where now we have to finish P5. Copy that? Yeah, I guess. Yep.
Not what he wanted to hear.
Yeah, he went out and ran some more laps and he passed Viso, so that made it so now we have to finish in 5th instead of 6th.
Power will finish in 24th position because he did run a few laps more than E.J. Viso, who finished 25th. So Ryan is in 6th, but he needs to finish at least 5th or better to win the championship.
And if you guys want to see probably almost about as good a pit stop as you'll see the Ganassi team here at Franchitti, this is poetry in motion right here. Guys, that was a great stop. And that's what wins you championships.
Well, that they just looked so relaxed when they were doing that.
And you guys saw that little wing turn as well for Dario, loose in and a little bit too much understeer going off of the corner. And what an outstanding stop. They came down 6, Wally. Coming down pit road, they leave 2nd. And you mentioned that's what wins you championships and maybe wins you races as well. Who knows?
Dixon, Franchitti, Tagliani, Sato, and Carpenter are your top 5 as the green comes back out again.
Hunter-Reay down on the bottom. Not liking that action.
Ed Carpenter very low with Takuma Sato right alongside. 2 target cars leading the way.
And they're side by side, Dixon and Franchitti for the lead.
Looks like Carpenter may get a spot too.
Carpenter
Third spot.
to 3rd, yep. Tagliani to 4th, Sato 5th.
Tony Kanaan is now also side by side just behind us. They flash by, so that's a battle for the championship overall, and in a way, a battle for the Oval Championship. Kanaan nosing ahead.
Yeah, but Carpenter moves to 2nd. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Tony Kanaan side by side for 6th. Kanaan made the repair there on the engine cowling. That last lap has sent him back in the field, but he's moving up.
Oh, look, teammates. Teammates are going by. That's Marco on the low side. Is that a good move? No, he said, I don't think I want to pass Ryan right now.
Here comes Newgarden in the dark blue car when he was racing with Ryan a few laps ago.
Oh, here comes Ed Carpenter.
He
looks
flying
good.
right now.
He loved that change they made to that car. He just had to endure one bad stint.
216 miles an hour for Ed Carpenter, the fastest lap of the race. And he moves to the high side of Scott Dixon to maybe take the lead. And he does. Oh, man.
Dario's coming on the low side.
We've had 10 leaders and 18 lead changes so far. Dixon back to the front.
I think Scott can get away with that a few more laps being on the low side, but I think eventually it just really hurts the tires. I think Carpenter's got the good line right now.
Carpenter's best finish so far this year has been 8th. He did that on the oval at Milwaukee and on the oval in Iowa. And of course, we remember that he ran so well during the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, that was a squeeze, sorry, Bob, between Sato and Alex Tagliani. That was a very close moment.
And now happened right ahead of Ryan.
That's because Sato's driving that line kind of like with the Indy style line where he's going down to the 8, down the line, and then trying to unwind coming off the corner. And that's right where Tagliani is in that position.
Good battle for the lead. Good battle for fourth.
Oh, look out. See Tagliani.
And if Tag takes that line away, he'll get the spot. But he's got to stay there. And Carpenter pulls it off.
Got good side-by-side racing up front and for fourth.
If he continues to let Sato drift up that racetrack, he's going to be hard to pass.
Interesting. Tony Kanaan, who was leading, look at this. He's not racing now. Something didn't work on whatever change they made to Tony Kanaan. Now he is not nearly as fast as he was when he was leading for so long.
Kanaan back in seventh.
There goes Dixon low.
Lead changes, official lead changes only at the line.
You got room to move.
And that is the 20th lead change of the race. Simon Pagenaud. You hear maybe making a pit stop. There he is on pit lane,
Okay, switch off.
Doesn't look good.
Going over towards where the cooling would be. We had reports of that earlier. And as you said, Wally, he was able to stay in the tail end of the lead lap. He did get the wave around, but obviously now mechanical woes for Pagenaud.
Graham Rahal, Tony Kanaan, Joseph Newgarden.
It just looks like Dixon is better in 3 and 4, and Carpenter is better in 1 and 2.
Ryan still running 6, still 1 point behind in the championship.
Check out Tagliani here. Tagliani's got third. Or had third.
And Carpenter back in the lead. He was leading this race back at 109, where they made that air pressure adjustments, which made that car very tight. Since then, the last 2 stops, they took that air pressure back to where it was, but they've also been adding a lot of wing to the front end of that car. They added wing on 2 different stops. Finally, that car coming back to life. Ed Carpenter pretty happy. Marty? Carpenter pretty happy. Marty?
Still going on. We talked about Willpower running his 12 laps. After that, he walked in here up the steps and has been sitting on the couch ever since. Imagine how helpless he feels. Nothing he can do about the championship except sit in there and watch us and tell him how good or bad Ryan Hunter-Reay is doing. Back with plenty more from Fontana Championship. Still not decided. All that to come here on NBC Sports Network.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, applications, and data. And the Barracuda car, driven by Alex Tagliani, is out front. He passed Ed Carpenter and has taken the lead. But a few laps before he got the lead, he had a real close moment when he was racing with Ed Carpenter.
Sato going there.
Now moves to, drops to third as Sato goes to second. Now here is the close moment for Tagliani.
He's looking outside.
Carpenter saying, nope, I'm not giving up this easy.
Tag's just kind of taken off here, hasn't he? All right, here's what we're talking about.
Tag takes a peek to the outside, and Carpenter just moves him up a little bit, just squeezed him. But, man, it doesn't get much closer than that.
Tagliani, that did not deter him. He was brave, and when he took the lead, he did it on the outside.
This is the battle for 7th between Tony Kanaan and Graham Rahal.
Yeah, who brushed the wall earlier.
Yes. And Tony Kanaan led handily, and as I mentioned, obviously the tires, the changes, whatever happened on the pit stop, he can't wait. He only has 1 pit stop left, and they need to get that one right. I mean, we know he lost time because they had to tape down the engine cover, but now he just doesn't have that race pace. that he had when he was a leader.
So Leo Castroneves behind Kanaan in 9th. There are now 10 cars on the lead lap.
He had to get out of it. Yeah, big time.
Ryan Briscoe's caution put some cars back on the lead lap.
By the way, they are in the window. If somebody was really struggling, you could pit now. It would be your final stop.
Well, that's a long time on tires.
No, I don't. I'm just saying that if we happen to see somebody dive in, just advance notice that you're still would be good to go.
Joseph Newgarden 6 laps down. Meanwhile, back up front, Sato and Carpenter continue to battle for second as Alex Tagliani leads his 5th race this year. He's led at Indianapolis, Texas, Edmonton, Baltimore, and here tonight.
And he really felt like his season started in Indianapolis when they got the Honda power. They haven't had great results, but they've had pretty good, consistent results in the second half of the season. And he really thinks they're building towards something good next year. He's not officially signed for next year, but Brian Herta has told me that's the plan. They expect to re-sign Tag. Alex says he has had a couple of other inquiries, but this is where he wants to be, and he expects to get something wrapped up pretty soon, which is not normally been the norm in his career, to have something done shortly after the end of a season. Make it pretty easy, and he'll probably get a few more calls if he can hang on to win tonight.
And Kevin, what's so interesting is the top 3 cars right now are all single car entries. Because there's been so much talk about how you have to have multiple car entries. The biggest movers, of course, are one of those would be Takuma Sato and Alex Tagliani. Ryan Hunter-Reay, of course, not a single car entry. The 4 cars that Andretti runs, they feel they get so much more data. But tonight, those who don't have any teammates are doing great.
Hey, Jan, Honda had asked the Honda teams, what can we do to get you guys better next year to compete with Chevrolet, race in and race out? And they said, let's make all the 1-car teams 2-car teams. That would really help us. So I think that's the effort right now. Who are we going to match up here and have 2-car teams? And like I said, Ray Hall's first seat's going to be taken by his son, Graham. Sato's still in the market for the 2nd seat. Ed Carpenter might merge and have Tony Kanaan as a teammate. And Tag, who knows who might end up there.
And we saw a merger earlier in the year between Panther Racing and Brian Reinbold, making J.R. Hildebrand and Oriol Servia teammates. Servia, by the way, is running 20th. He's 12 laps down. Not been a good race for him.
That's it.
James Hinchcliffe goes another lap down. He's in 15th. Here comes Carpenter around Hinch.
Sato lost a lot of ground there. He must have had to jump out of the throttle somewhere. Frank Keedy right behind him in 4th spot.
4 left front weight is more rear ride height, so just remember that if bottoming is an issue at any point.
Carpenter's still, I think, the fastest car on the track.
Ryan Hunter-Reay running 6th. He needs to get ahead of Scott Dixon, and Dixon is way up ahead of him.
He's 4 seconds behind Scott Dixon right now.
And he may get some pressure from behind yet. This is not going to be an easy run for Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, Tony Kanaan is closing the gap between him and Hunter-Reay.
And Tony Kanaan, as we mentioned a couple times, he will be highly motivated because he wants to get by Ryan Hunter-Reay for that Oval Championship. I have a feeling that Tony Kanaan is not going to be too racy until the next stop. They need to undo whatever change they made, and then he may be on fire.
Yeah, those 12 laps that Power ran could be the difference.
Laps are counting down, just 35 laps to go, and this one still, the championship still very much undecided. Welcome back to the MAVTV 500, presented by Lucas Oil from Fontana, California. Next week, college football Saturday kicks off on NBC. It all starts in prime time when Denard Robinson and the Wolverines head to South Bend to battle the Irish. Then at 10:30, it's a Mountain West showdown when Nevada takes on Hawaii right here on the NBC Sports Network. Marco Andretti is on pit lane. He was in 10th position, the last car on the lead lap. This will be his final pit stop, or could be.
Bob, they've been taking this early strategy all day long. You see them pull a damper off there, trying to get the car to cool a little bit better. It's been a problem for all the Andretti cars today. Extremely loose for Marco. They also took some front wing out for tires.
With 30 laps to go, we'll be seeing more pit stops here in the next few laps. Alex Tagliani continues to lead this race. Ed Carpenter and Tagliani have been battling for the lead, and here's what happened a few laps ago.
This is the save of the day right here. Watch Carpenter go in. He gets a little bit loose. He saves it, chases it all the way up the racetrack in the dirt.
Oh,
just barely into the wall, but I'm telling you what, he was all over that thing. Great save.
And remember that had he touched the wall, had he lost and dropped back behind Hunter-Reay, and you see the points as they run, that would have put Hunter-Reay back in the lead, but he saved it, so that could play in the championship.
Elio on pit lane.
And Bob, this could be a critical stop for the championship. Elio Castroneves at the end of the last run asked where Ryan Hunter-Reay was, and they have problems getting the filler out of the fuel filler deck area. He asked where Ryan Hunter-Reay was. They asked for adjustments on this stop. He knows he needs to pass that 28 to give his teammate even a little bit more cushion.
Here we are.
Tony Kanaan making his final stop. He lights him up a little bit as he comes in. He was leading going into the last pit stop, but they had to make sure that engine cowling was going to stay attached. So they dropped back to 7th, and he has not been able to make up the spots. Wow. And they put the car back up. They wanted to change the front wing. They lost a couple of costly seconds there in pit lane, Chris.
Well, Takuma Sato running second. Bobby Rahal told us earlier that he was very happy with that car. Well, once he was running around Ed Carpenter, he said the car got a little bit tight, so an air pressure adjustment on this stop. Also, Ed Carpenter in. That car was very tight early on. After all the changes, that car now a little bit loose down in turn 1.
Graham Rahal will make a stop. And they're laid out for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Meanwhile, Tagliani gives up the lead. Barracuda Networks car from Brian Herta Racing.
And we've seen some big changes. Tony Kanaan, they put like a turn and a half or 2 turns of front wing. We'll see what they do with Tagliani because his car looked great.
Here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay. His final pit stop of the season might be the biggest pit stop of his life. He still has to pick up a spot on track to try to do it here with a good in and out lap. They have had some issues. They are still concerned now about water temperature. They had fans on standby. They wanted to try to cool it in the 5 or 6 seconds they had. They did nothing, so let's watch how Hunter-Reay cycles back out. Nobody coming down the main straightaway. Ryan Hunter-Reay. Marty?
Dario Franchitti comes slowly down pit road. Actually, Scott Dixon, his teammate, that's who you're looking at right now, coming down pit road to you, Kevin.
So Dixon pitting out of second place. Dario Franchitti, his teammate, is pitting in front of him, so we'll watch who gets out first. They came down at the same time. Dixon was going to pull a shutter to add some front wing as well, and also adjusting the weight jacker. And they are going to race back to the line, and it looks like Dario is going to beat him back out on the track.
Yeah, Franchitti will beat him out. They take a turn out of the front wing. Again, car still too loose, getting into the corner for Dario Franchitti. We'll see if they stayed in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
25 laps to go as Tagliani and Sato battle for the lead. Sato trying to go to the inside of Alex.
And they're done stopping today, so whatever you have after that last pit stop, that's all you're going to be able to work with. You can see Ed Carpenter behind.
Carpenter made up a lot of ground on these guys somewhere because he was in the walls just a few laps ago, and now he's only, he's not even a second behind the leaders.
Right there.
Well, he had an awesome pit stop. They've had good stops all night, but his last one was under 7 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, that made all the difference right there, Robin, because he's back in the game.
You guys, can you imagine being Willpower? You know, he's back there watching us saying, guys, please just don't wreck. Don't wreck. Just stay in front of the 28 car.
At the moment, Ryan Hunter-Reay is still 1 position shy of a championship. He is 1 point behind in 6th. He needs to move to 5th.
There goes Sato. And Sato's car seems to be a lot better after they made the pit stops.
Whoa! Wow. There's a crossover. Ryan Briscoe was trying to pit. At the same time, he was closing in.
Carpenter down on the bottom.
Way on the low side.
He's going to be right behind you now.
Takes the spot. There he goes. Wow, to the front.
So you do a tank slap where you go up, you hit the wall, you say, no, I think I'm okay, I touched the wall, but we're good, and then you have a pit stop, and you take the lead.
Yeah.
That's strong. Now, Bob, I don't want to jinx him. Remember, we saw him last night at dinner, and he said to you, Bob, for your final race on the air, what I would like for you to say is, Ed Carpenter brings it home.
I'm thinking about that, too. Yellow.
Oh,
Tagliani.
and that's the position. He was ahead of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
That's the spot.
That is the spot that he needed.
Alex, I'm so sorry, dude. Holy cow.
Wow.
Ryan Hunter-Reay should cycle then to the virtual lead of the championship, and now he has to keep cars behind.
Ryan Hunter-Reay leads by a single point in the championship.
We're going to win this thing.
21 long laps, though, guys.
Yeah.
And he's got Tony Kanaan behind him, who took a turn and a half of front wing. They changed the car dramatically. It was a gamble. Let's see what happens.
The guy that Ryan Hunter was really angry at just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
May just
Sonoma.
Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah.
Just may.
Well, look who's behind him. Kanaan is behind. That's a battle for the Oval Championship and maybe for the overall championship now. I have a feeling it may come down to this.
Hey, Jan, remember this.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt Tony Kanaan's feelings to knock Michael Andretti out of a championship either, would it?
No, and he wants to win the Oval Championship. He has very high motivation to get by Ryan Hunter-Reay, and I think he's going to have a shot because they changed the car so dramatically.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be the right choice, but they went for it.
And guys, to add to all of this, I think what's going to happen is there's so few cars on the lead lap, you're going to have some cars who pit and some who don't. So some of them are going to be back there with fresh tires trying to run up through the field. This is going to be a barn burner till the end.
Well, I will tell you,
We're going to need you to hold on to your position.
there shouldn't be any pitting, though, Marty, because they made their last stops.
I know for a fact Elio Castroneves is coming down pit road, and I think Marco Andretti is coming down pit road as well. And the thought being, Jan, the tire fall-off is so big, even 3 or 4 laps of a run, why not put on fresh rubber?
You don't need fuel, but you might want to have fresh tires.
They are at the tail end of the lead lap. The last 2 cars on the lead lap, Andretti and Castroneves.
And there's 19 to go, means they're inside the window. So if there are lap cars, they will pull them out of the way. So if someone doesn't pit, it won't mix it up because we just ticked under that 20-lap window when they run people through pit lane. Yes, that's a very good point. We get so tuned into they don't need to stop because they don't need fuel. But these races have been about tires.
Well, it's a heartbreaking moment for Alex Tagliani because he had a potential winner under him tonight until things went wrong. There's your leader, Ed Carpenter.
I have a thought.
Yes.
I picked Ed Carpenter to win. I don't want to pat myself on the back. At 20 to 1, I should have bet on him.
Not yet.
But remember this. Takuma Sato has never won a race. And this is the last race of the season, and he doesn't have a ride yet next year. You think he's going to go for it?
Yeah. That's Wade Cunningham, the 3rd car in line there. He will be taken out. He is 4 laps down in 16th position. And again, he substituted for Mike Conway, who vacated the seat, saying he didn't want to compete on ovals anymore. And as Marty said, Andretti and Castroneves are making pit stops.
And why not, guys? They're going to get the fresh rubber on. His question is, will Marco actually really pass Ryan Hunter-Reay on the racetrack? See them approach the pit stall very slowly. John Erickson and Elio Castroneves did have a lengthy conversation about whether or not he thought Elio could pass Ryan Hunter-Reay the way he was. Elio said, not the way I am. So that's why they decided to come down for the changes and the 4 fresh tires. Let's see how this plays out.
Now, of course, the leaders did not. So we're going to have pretty interesting running here of some cars on new tires. The leaders are on worn.
There's no way Marco's going to pass Ryan Hunter-Reay.
No, well, we know that.
I mean, that's not going to happen.
No. Castro Neves, though, will be all over that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's different.
Kevin.
Alex, so sorry to talk to you in this situation. It looked like you were on your way to your second win. Engine blew.
Yeah, but you know, there's nothing we could do. I mean, I'm so proud of the Barracuda racing team and our partner Bowers and Wilkins helped us during the season, and since we changed with Honda, it was a game changer for us. So I'm still very thankful. I would race with Honda any given day, and this is just, you know, like a way to prove that we can beat anyone out there. So I'm looking forward for 2013.
Could anybody have caught you?
Without the problem, no, we were gone.
All right. Well, good start with the pace. We'll look forward to seeing you back next year. That's Alex Tagliani.
Had a string of 5 top 5 finishes going. 10th at Toronto, 5th at Edmonton, 10th at Mid-Ohio, 9th at Sonoma, and 8th at Baltimore. It's over for Alex tonight. 17 laps to go. Carpenter leads over Sato, Franchitti, Dixon, and Hunter-Reay.
So Castro Neves is at 8th. Oh, wait, he just cycles down now to 9th with new tires. And Hunter-Reay in 5th. He'll be coming, and we know Tony Kanaan is also highly motivated. Very interesting, because new tires are worth a lot.
Okay, 1 to go at the line, 1 to go at the line. This is it, man.
Just want to say thanks to everybody who has communicated with me in the past couple of weeks, including John Andretti. Got a text from him today, and he's always been one of my favorite people. John, thanks, and maybe you guys are going to have a championship here tonight.
Michael Andretti is telling Ryan Hunter-Reay, you have to hold your position. You're in 5th right now. We have the championship if we finish here. He said, I don't know if Tony Kanaan is going to help us right behind. I think I can answer that. I'm pretty sure he's not going to. He's going for that spot. But he said, you have to drive your heart out here. And there you're hearing him on the communication with Hunter-Reay.
Well, he did at Baltimore, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the cards for Ryan Hunter-Reay tonight. Gets rid of a tear off and gets set for the restart.
Get ready for start.
15 laps to go when they get to green.
Good spacing. Holding. Picking up slow. Real slow.
All right, this could be the final restart of the race. Pace being set by Ed Carpenter. Here we go. Green flag waves. Franchitti moves to the high side of Takuma Sato and takes second place. And look at Ryan Hunter-Reay coming on the high side.
Wow. Oh, but Kanaan's going to get the spot. Kanaan's going to get by him.
Great 3-wide battle involving the championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Well, if I was Hunter-Reay, I'd make that thing as wide as I could get it.
Point separation is 3 now. Ryan by 3 in the championship. He's in 4th. 14 laps to go.
Look at Sato on the high side.
He is pedaling it for everything it's worth.
He goes to the high side of Sato. Meanwhile, up front of battle is Franchitti and Carpenter are side by side, and Franchitti takes the lead.
Now Marco surely will stay behind.
Marco's in a good spot now to help Hunter-Reay.
Yeah,
he can make it very difficult for anybody to get by him to help to get to Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, that's right.
Carpenter took a very wide exit there.
And now Ryan Hunter-Reay closes in on Carpenter.
Marco's going to just shadow him.
That was tight between Sato and Marco. Here comes Kanaan. He has a little momentum, so there goes your blocker. And Castro Neves, here he's now in the back of the picture. Those new tires didn't help Castro Neves nearly as much as you would expect.
Side by side.
Marco's back on, so he's back in a position to help.
Oh, Hunter-Reay had to get out of the gas there. Cost him a little bit of time.
Comes Marco up once again, dropping in right behind his teammate. 10 laps to go.
He's going to shadow him. He's trying to protect from behind.
Gets the spot back. Hunter-Reay to third spot.
Wow. Will Power can only sit in the hauler looking at what's happening on the racetrack.
And look at him lined up behind. But when he needed to, did he?
Oh, and a crash. Tony Kanaan. With less than 10 laps to go.
Oh, my. Should be time for it.
You okay?
I would think there's time for a shootout. They should be able to take care of this quickly. Oh, man.
Well, Matro safety team quickly on the scene. Kanaan had a great race, led 47 laps tonight.
Lap one. Red flag. Red flag.
All right, they want to be certain that they don't run short of laps. There is no rules on the books for green, white, checkered. So Bo Barfield has decided to go red to be certain that they have enough laps for a shootout.
I can go for this. I don't like the green, white, checkered because it.
So they're going to red flag it here, and we're going to have to do a restart. You're P3 right now. If you finish there, we still got this thing locked up. It's going to be you, Sato, Marco, Dixon.
Green, white, checkered means you go over the scheduled distance of the race. I don't like that. This is okay because we'll still only go 500 miles.
I don't think Michael likes that.
No.
I was thinking they would have had enough time to do a quick cleanup and still have maybe 3 or 4 laps. But this way you will have 9, correct?
Follow the pace car. Follow the pace car.
Actually, by the time you pit, it'll be 8.
Shutting it off. Yes, we will be.
Tony Kanaan bringing out our 6th caution flag of the evening. Up on the high side of the racetrack.
See the wiggle.
Yep, just steps out.
That thing looked like it wiggled to the right before it went to the left.
Just stay focused. We got one more restart coming. You can do this.
Which, if that's the case, I would have said something failed on it.
Let's go down to Kevin with Michael.
Well, Michael, I don't know that we've seen a red flag. This isn't green, white, checkers, but this is a new wrinkle. What do you think?
Yeah, it's changing. He's changing the rules in the middle of the game. I don't know. Understand what he's doing. It's just, it's disappointing, but we're just going to have to do what we got to do.
You've, I think, had some concerns about oil temperature, water temperature, cooling. Does shutting the car down here and starting it up again cause any concern?
It should help it, actually. So, yeah.
Restart of his life here coming up, right?
This is it.
You may not work on the car. You cannot touch it other than plugging in an auxiliary battery, so they can't make any changes.
All right, we're going to take our final break before the checkered flag comes out to end this thing. Red flag condition on the racetrack so that they will have some laps to race to the finish and to determine the champion of this year's IZOD IndyCar Series. The MAVTV 500 presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network is brought to you by MAVTV American Real, by Honda, an official vehicle of the IZOD IndyCar Series, and by Verizon, official wireless partner of the IZOD IndyCar Series. Well, Well, welcome back, and don't go anywhere because we still have a lot of drama to play out here. The situation is the red flag is out as they're cleaning up the Tony Kanaan crash. Ryan Hunter-Reay currently running third and is 6 points ahead in the championship.
And I can speak to what Ryan Hunter-Reay is feeling right now. I had this once, not in IndyCar, but in Indy Lights.
Yep. Telling me there's only a minute till we go green. So you know where it comes up.
Final race in the championship. There was a red flag. I sat on pit road. I was in the position I needed to win the championship. Paul Tracy was right behind me. It is the most nervous I've ever been in my career at any time at speed because you can't do anything. You're sitting there. You look in the mirror. You know, I have to keep these positions. Your heart just pounds out of your chest.
Wow.
Right now, as this race sits, he has a 6-point lead over Will Power, so they're starting motor.
The two cars in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay are Ed Carpenter and Dario Franchitti, the leader of the race, and the cars are being refired. 8 laps to go. They're going to take 1 lap under caution and then the green with 6 to go.
You got to get that fan in there.
This has been just an unbelievable evening. Will Power going in as the points leader, hoping to make the 3rd time the charm, and he could walk away with the championship tonight. But this is what happened early in the race for Will Power. Lap 57.
Lost it, made the heavy contact in the same location where so many people have had trouble in the heat. I doubt Will Power would have had that trouble had he been able to hang on it until nighttime.
Boy, Hunter-Reay just dodged a bullet there. Can he dodge one more? Got 6 more laps.
There is Becky Gordon, Ryan Hunter-Reay's wife. So onto the track they go once again. Michael Andretti has to sweat out 6 laps of competition here.
Now, Michael said he's changing the rules. This has been discussed. This isn't a surprise. This has been talked about, that there could be an eventuality of going red instead of green, white, checkered. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, you gotta please the race fan, and they do like to see a green finish. But again, this is the way it should be done, in my opinion. 1 to go at the line now. Elio back in.
Might as well get tires, right?
Yep, he's 7th. He and Ray Hall are the last 2 cars on the lead lap.
Although there's not going to be enough laps to do much with that.
Yeah.
2, 1. Hit your mark. Hit your mark.
But that takes, I think, one other strong car away to challenge Ryan Hunter-Reay. I think that Castroneves will be too far back.
How many laps do these guys have on their tires right now?
Checking.
They all pitted around 224, I believe.
That it could be a bigger difference than you think, number 1. Number 2, sometimes these tires react a little bit different when you stop and cool them down and put a heat cycle on them. So it could change the characteristics, the way these cars handle. So, we'll see.
Pace car is in. Here comes the field down for what could be the final restart. Green flag is out. Carpenter chasing Franchitti to the first turn.
Not so sure about that move.
Andretti may have jumped the gun on that one.
Yeah, Marco seemed like he was way ahead.
Hunter-Reay maintains 3rd down the backstretch, but he's got a lot of cars charging up toward him.
Sato and Dixon.
Dixon down low, Sato up high. Meanwhile, Franchitti holds off Carpenter for the lead.
Marco looks like he gave those spots back. For now.
26 is under review on the restart. Marco Andretti. Now there are 5 laps to go.
Hello, Carpenter.
Going way high.
Here comes Dixon. Now, Hunter-Reay could give this position up to Dixon and still be okay.
That's right. Yes, he can give up a position.
Closing, work at the bottom. Closing.
All right.
That's the last one he could give up.
Yeah. 4 to go.
Remember, we only have to finish fifth.
That's right.
Now, he's still good at fifth.
Andretti is going to get a drive-through penalty for jumping the start.
So Michael is reminding him that he could still be fine in fifth, so he doesn't even have to worry that much about Sato.
If I was Marco, I don't know if I'd come in.
They stopped scoring you, so.
Well, who cares? If you're going to help your teammate win a championship, I'd stay out there and stay in these guys' way.
3 laps to go. 6 miles of racing to decide the championship for 2012.
So Graham Rahal is the person he has to worry about. Again, this will not cost him the championship if he lets Sato go by, or if he can't hold him off, I should say.
Sato way down to the bottom of the racetrack, sliding up to the middle.
All right, so it's
he passes him.
2 laps to go.
It is a 1-point margin. He cannot lose another position or the championship will be Will Powers, and he retakes the position from Sato, at least momentarily. 2 laps to go.
These guys running side by side. He's going to let Rahal catch him if they're not careful.
And here comes Castro Neves on the new tires. It took him a long time to catch back up, but he's coming.
Franchitti has about a 1/10 of a second advantage.
Castro Neves is flying. Those tires are working, so it's Castro Neves. Look at him on the high side.
But only 1 more lap to go as the white flag comes out.
Can Castro Neves do it in the meantime? Who's going to win this thing?
Great battle up front. And here's the...
Oh, no! Castro Neves gets sideways.
Sato
is in the wall, and the race will end under caution, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to win the championship.
Wow.
And Ed Carpenter is ahead of Franchitti. Ed Carpenter will come off of corner number 4, and he is going to win the MAVTV IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil, while Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion for 2012. The same situation as at Indianapolis. Sato crashes on the last lap, not in contention for the win, but a major player. And Michael Andretti's team wins it.
I can still hear me. Thanks for staying with us all week.
Oh, man.
I don't know who's relieved more, you or Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Wow, it's just a great race to end my career on. Wow.
Michael, you told me in Baltimore 2 weeks ago we're going to win this thing. Your guy just did it.
He did it, man. He did a great job. Total team effort. Everybody, DHL, Sundrop. Thank you, everybody. I mean, it just he just did a hell of a job there in the end. When he needs to step it up, he steps it up, and he got us his championship. Really proud of him.
It obviously helped with willpower going into the wall, but how good of a look did you have of how close Ryan came to getting collected in that spin?
Yeah, I had a real good look. It was a bit scary. So this is a game of inches, and we got away with it. So we're happy.
You had 2 goals this weekend. Resign Ryan, win a championship. How you feeling right now?
It was really an unbelievable weekend. You know, we got the pole, won the race with Ryan. I mean, won the championship. I mean, not win the race, but win the championship race with Ryan. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Did all they had to do, a 3rd place, make that a 4th place finish for Ryan Hunter-Reay, gives Michael Andretti his 4th championship as a car owner.
It gives Ed Carpenter his 2nd win in the Eyes on IndyCar Series, and it gives an American the series title, the first since 2006 with Sam Hornish. You can't script him much better than that.
No. And you know, Ed Carpenter, and Bobby made the call. He told you last night, that's the way I want you to end your career, and that was the call.
It was.
That was fantastic.
Wow.
Keep coming down.
Robbie Gordon's sister, Ryan Hunter-Reay's wife, Becky. Kevin.
Becky, how are you feeling right now? I cannot imagine the emotions up and down throughout this race, throughout this season. Your husband is a champion.
I said it on IndyCar 36 that he was. So he went into the season with the mentality I've never seen before. And sorry, I'm crying, but amazing.
Think about how far he's come. You were with him when he was rideless in 2006, part of 2007. He's found a home, and now he's got something no one could ever take away.
He got what he deserves.
Congratulations. Becky Gordon.
Well, looks like Marty Snyder, you're right in the thick of things down there.
Well, I think Ryan Hunter-Reay is sitting in the car just kind of having a moment. Crew members coming up to him and banging on the car. I think he just wants to collect himself after what has been an intense, crazy day for Ryan Hunter-Reay, knowing he probably didn't have a car to finish 6th or better for much of this race, and then figuring out he could finish 5th or better at the end of it, and that's what he did. He stepped it up when he needed to. That's what Michael Andretti said. Crew around. His father-in-law steps in, Robbie Gordon's father. Ryan, you're the champion. You can get out whenever you want, bud. Tons of photographers, lots of pictures. And ladies and gentlemen, your 2012 IndyCar champion, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Celebrating, of course, with Sundrop. Going out of the car, Ryan. We'll talk to you more in a bit, but we want to get a couple words with you and grab the emotion of the moment. You're pounding on the car that wasn't probably good enough to win this championship all night long. How in the world did you get that done?
I have no idea. That's the team effort right there. We were struggling all weekend. I didn't want to let anybody really know about it that much. We were really in the woods. This hasn't sunk in yet. I just drove 500 miles like it was for my life. I cannot believe we're IndyCar champions. I can't even believe this. DHL, Sundrop, Circle K, Chevrolet, the fans, IndyCar. My dream has come true. This is unbelievable.
Let's go through this race. The red flag, you can climb out of the car real quick. The red flag, were you thinking, oh no, another restart, and that's exactly what another restart, exactly what you didn't want, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to get set in a rhythm because I knew when we got in a rhythm it was a little bit better, but boy, that red flag got the nerves going. Sitting in pit lane, I knew the tires would take a heat cycle and that would slide around a bit more. Everybody raced tough, but they raced clean, and my God. I didn't think we had it all, for the first half of the race, and we just kept making it better and better and better. Michael did a great job on the radio. Guys did an awesome job in the pits. This hasn't sunk in yet because I'm full of adrenaline.
The wreck with Will, how close was that?
I don't know. He was right next to me, and I saw him lose it. So I bet it was pretty close, but I have no idea. I haven't seen yet. You tell me.
It was close.
It was close?
Too close, yeah.
Right, yeah, he was joking around. He'd take me out if I was next to him. He almost did.
2 years ago, my friend, you were driving a show car out there. Did you ever think this moment would be possible again when you were doing that?
Absolutely not. But, man, put a lot of hard work in, and we got the right group of people surrounding us. And, Will Power's done an excellent job. I want to say that he is...
There's the moment with Michael Andretti, the big hug. His wife Becky here as well. How about that? That's the class of a champion. Congratulating the guy he beat, Will Power. A lot more celebration coming up with Ryan Hunter-Reay, but Chris Neville's in the midst of some celebration as well. Chris.
Yeah, Marty, let's not forget we've also got a race winner here tonight, Ed Carpenter, coming away with a big win. His best finishes this year were 8th on the 2 ovals, Milwaukee and Iowa. Comes away with a big win for his own team. Got a kiss from his wife just a little while ago. Oh, and another kiss with his wife. Heather, work our way around the car here. It's crowded down here in Victory Lane. Ed, amazing run there. You were working on the car. You were trying to adjust it in, especially that last 150 laps. It finally came to you. But that race with Dario was just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Dario's the best to race with. Woo! We were really good early, kind of struggled through the middle, and then the team made great adjustments on the fuzzy car late, and we got dialed back in. So this is for our friend Bob Braden, Ethan, Rachel back home. I told you I was going to do it for you.
You had that wild save down in turn 1. You got right up next to the wall, but no damage on the car.
Yeah, Tag was racing me hard, and I was kind of mad at myself after that because I didn't need to race him that hard. I knew I was better than him. Luckily, I saved it and didn't have any damage, and came back to fight for a win.
When you were chasing down Dario for that pass for the win there, it sounded like he had to lift out of the throttle. Did you notice that?
Well, I wasn't sure if I was going to get another chance after the initial restart because I got a good run. Then it kind of pulled away, but he just kept protecting the bottom, and I was rolling momentum around the top and just timed it perfect.
You were so strong right around lap 100. The team kind of adjusted you out of the race, but it took 3 or 4 times to get in. You never lost focus.
We were trying to make it better the whole race, and we went too far, putting grip in it, and I had understeer, and Matt here did a great job getting it back.
Great win for this team.
Ed Carpenter is the 54th driver in 101 years of competition to win a full distance 500-mile IndyCar race. Well, we got a lot more to come here. We got to crown the champion for the series. A lot more coming up. Stay with us here on the NBC Sports Network. Welcome back to IndyCar Central on the NBC Sports Network, presented by Verizon. It's been an American night. It's great to see drivers from all over the world, the best in the world, competing in this series. But tonight, we had an American winner in Ed Carpenter and American champion in Ryan Hunter-Reay. Incredible number of photographers and fans down there with Ryan Hunter-Reay and his Andretti Autosport car after just an incredible evening of racing.
And as hard as it must have been, Will Power made his way out through the crowd to be sure to congratulate Ryan Hunter-Reay on the championship.
Yep. And here is the visit that Will Power paid to Ryan Hunter-Reay in the championship area. Good to see great sportsmanship. Ryan Hunter-Reay, of course, wins, but Will Power was out of the race early on, but it was not necessarily an easy championship for Ryan Hunter-Reay as he had to battle to the very end to ensure himself of the title. A lot of hugs, a lot of high fives. Well, the final point standings in the 2012 series. Ryan Hunter-Reay, a 3-point champion over Will Power. Scott Dixon finishes in 3rd position, moving up 1. Elio down 1. Pagano and Briscoe stay the same. Dario Franchitti moves up 2 in the point standings to 7th. Hinchcliffe down 1. Kanaan down 1. And Graham Rahal finishes 10th in this year's points battle. In the second 10, we have J.R. Hildebrand, who led the most. No, he didn't. He led 56 laps tonight, but finishes 11th in the championship. Rubens Barrichello dropped out. He finishes 12th. Servi at 13th. Sato up 2 to 14th. Great race for him. Tough weekend for Justin Wilson all around. Marco Andretti, the pole sitter tonight, finishes 16th in the point standings. Alex Tagliani, also a heartbreaking evening with a mechanical problem after leading many laps. Carpenter, the winner of tonight's race, moved up 4 in the point standings to secure himself an 18th place finish. Charlie Kimball down 1 in 19th, and E.J. Viso finished in 20th spot. So there you are. The championship presentation is being set up, and we'll be back for it as Ryan Hunter-Reay poses with the American flag. He's the champion of the series.
Back in Fontana, Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion. Will Power is had to watch the second half of that race, and I can't imagine how helpless the feeling was being in there and just watching it and not having any say in how the race played out.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely times there where it looked hopeful, but you know, full credit to my guys to get the car out, and we do those 12 laps, gave us a couple of points. You know, at the end of the day, Hunter-Reay is definitely a deserving champion, a real fighter, and probably as far as all-round drivers go, one of the best in the series, because you know, he wins at each discipline. So if I look back on the season again, once again, the ovals. 3 crashes on 3 of the ovals this year. That's massive hits in the points, and 3 years winning the road course championship quite convincingly. So it's obvious, very obvious, where I lack.
Well, before we get to that, let's take a step back in this race. We stood at the hospital. You said, no way we're getting back in. Talk about your guys and just the effort. I counted 20 guys working on that car to get you back in the race. How impressive was that to you as a driver?
That was, yeah, you see how hard those boys worked. You know, that was a great effort, considering how hard we hit the wall and to be out. You know, probably 45 minutes later. Full credit to them, and I feel bad for them to lose another championship 3 years in a row, man. I feel, because you know, they're all the guys that have been in my car the last 3 years, and they put in a tremendous effort. I feel bad for Penske Racing.
But were you honestly in there thinking, this might happen, this might come together?
I was, yeah. You never give up hope. I was thinking, you know, anything's possible in IndyCar. Anything can happen.
So in the offseason, you mentioned this is where you need to get better. Will the ovals be the focus on how to improve the 12-car program for next year?
Yeah, it's just interesting because we're not slow, and we're not, it's just, I just can't put my finger on why. Like, it's not like we're slow or the same thing happens every time. You know, it's, man, I just don't know why on the ovals I'm jinxed. So, you know, get involved in someone's accident, or I don't know what you do. Like, where do you look to be better at that? I mean, you become massively conservative, or you become really aggressive. I mean, it's hard.
Well, credit to Will Power. He went straight to Ryan Hunter-Reay's celebration to give him congratulations. Will Power second in the championship this year, Bob.
Once again, finishes second in the point standings, and here are the results of tonight's race. Ed Carpenter had led a total of 63 laps in his entire career coming into tonight's race. He led 62 tonight on his way to his second career victory. Takuma Sato finished in 7th position, crashing on the last lap. There you have a look at the rest of the finishers in tonight's race. And we will now begin the championship presentation when we return here to Auto Club Speedway. The race has been won. The season has been concluded. Ed Carpenter wins the race here tonight. Ryan Hunter-Reay is the series champion for 2012. He's making his way along with Michael Andretti to the stage, but we have other awards to give out. We go to the stage, and Kevin Lee.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome to the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series Championship Celebration. We are on the house mic here at Auto Club Speedway. We invite everyone to come on down and join us in the celebration here in the infield. We're going to hear from the champion car owner, and much more coming up here in just the next few minutes. My name is Kevin Lee from the NBC Sports Network. We are still live on television tonight. We thank you for joining us throughout the season. What a fantastic season we had. 15 races, 15 good races, and a championship that went down to the final lap. Let's get things started here. We're going to first recognize our manufacturer champion, and that's Chevrolet, back in IndyCar competition with 11 wins this season. This is Randy Bernard, the CEO of IndyCar. Randy, first of all, nice season, and secondly, it's good to have engine competition back, right?
It was great to see engine competition back, and it was such an honor to see it right back here at the IZOD IndyCar Series and see them fight it out so well. And we had just a great year, and what a great finish to that year.
We want to also welcome up Jim Campbell now to the stage. He is the U.S. Vice President of Performance, Vehicles, and Motorsports for Chevrolet. Jim Campbell, and Chevrolet certainly has a rich history in IndyCar racing. Gaston Chevrolet won the 1920 Indianapolis 500. His brothers were involved, won a couple. It's great to have Chevy back in IndyCar. I'm going to guess this was the plan, come back and win a championship.
It is great to be back in IndyCar.
I have to give a lot of credit to the teams. Our teams that we have on our Chevy team, awesome job. Great partnership with Ilmore and our Chevy powertrain engineers to develop this Chevy direct-injected twin-turbo V6. It's a winner. 11 wins out of 15 races, and we're so proud to be here to accept this trophy.
All right, let's present the trophy now. Randy, do the honors for Jim. And come on out, we'll get some pictures. You guys come out in front, and I'll get out of the way.
On behalf of the IZOD IndyCar Series, we'd like to present you with the Manufacturers Award, and please take this back to all the employees back in Detroit and wish them a big congratulations for a spectacular performance this year.
Randy, thank you very much. This is for all the Chevy fans, all the Chevy teams. That's a winner. We love it. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. We've got much more to come. The champion is coming up here in just a moment. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Michael Andretti. Stay with us. More of the IZOD IndyCar Series Championship celebration coming up.
Welcome back to Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California. The MAVTV 500 IndyCar World Championship has been decided. Ed Carpenter wins the race. Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion. We are presenting awards. Just before we talk to Ryan Hunter-Reay, we go back down to the stage. Here again is Kevin Lee.
All right, thank you, Bob. Our championship celebration continues here in Fontana, just east of Los Angeles, and we're going to get set to hear from the champion and the car owner in just a moment. But I want to bring up one of the people very important in the world of the IZOD IndyCar Series. From IZOD, this is our friend Mike Kelly. He is the Executive Vice President of Marketing for PVH Corporation. Mike, it's great to have you up here with us again. What a championship race we just saw.
Unbelievable championship race. This is just an incredible sport, incredible competition, and to see an American win the championship has got to be good for the country right now.
Fun race, fun series this season. How much did you enjoy watching what I think we all agree was better racing this year?
We enjoy every inch of this sport, and the new cars, the new program, the engine manufacturers, what they brought to it, just unbelievable competition this year. And between Will and Ryan in these last races, just, I mean, you can't write it. You can't write it like this.
It's great to have IZOD on board. We're going to have you back up here in just a few minutes. That's Mike Kelly from PVH. Let's have the championship-winning owner now. He's done it as a driver. He's done it now 4 times as an owner. Michael Andretti. Wow.
Wow is the word. It was just an incredible day. You know, it wasn't going so good right at the start there. We were struggling a little bit, but and then we saw Will have his unfortunate accident, and we knew it was open from there that we needed to get the job done, and it was a lot of hard work. I mean, Ryan did a hell of a job. The whole team did, getting the car better and better throughout the race, and we had enough there in the end to get it done, and just so proud of everybody here with the DHL Sundrop team.
Making up 37 points in 2 races isn't supposed to happen, right?
No, it's not, but we lost that many in 2 races, so we knew it could be done, and we did it.
And the good thing about this, we talked about it on television, but we're in the house now. You announced this morning that you've got your guy locked up for another couple of years.
There's a lot more to come. That's all I can tell you. You know, I think this team is still building and getting better and better, and I think we're going to be even stronger next year.
All right, I'm going to keep you up here, and let's bring up that champion driver now, along with Randy Bernard. Randy, come on back, and we also want Ryan Hunter-Reay. First, Ryan Hunter-Reay comes on up, and we want to talk to the champion here in front of the crowd. And we'll have Randy and Michael up here again. This is the trophy, the Astor Cup. It's over 100 years old. Ryan, what do you think about what has happened here in the last couple of weeks? We talked yesterday. We thought maybe the season championship race might be over after what happened in Sonoma, but you did what you had to do.
Oh, man, did we do what we had to do. I cannot even believe this. It hasn't sunk in. We just raced 500 miles, but we got the championship for Andretti Autosport, DHL, Sundrop, Circle K, Chevrolet. Man, this is a dream come true. And thank you to all the fans for coming out tonight. Like I said, it hasn't sunk in.
So it's one thing, Will Power going out early. He came back and picked up a few more points, but that was far from getting the job done. You guys still had to make up a lot of spots. How worried were you midway through this race, even when you were running around 8th or 9th?
There were a lot of good cars out there tonight, and you know, to put that together was really tough.
Good sponsor placement there. Hold up that Sundrop bottle for us there. one of the sponsors along with DHL that made their program happen. Just talked with Michael as well. You guys accomplished everything. I know the last few days have probably been pretty difficult as you went through a big decision about your future. Looks like you might have made a pretty good decision.
Oh, this is the right place to be, absolutely. And this team, I can't say enough about it. This is a total team effort. This whole championship came down to all the cars that we have, the drivers, Marco, James, and Sebastian coming in there today. I mean, a total team effort. We struggled with setup. We put it all together, and we went out there and performed and brought it home when we needed to. We won the championship by 1 point, but man, did we have to fight for it.
Are you ready for a big check?
Oh my! No, I'm not ready. I can't even believe this has happened yet. I'm still soaking this whole thing in.
Believe it, he's come a long way. When he was looking for a ride back in 2006, 2007, he's got one now. Randy, come on back up, along with Mike Kelly from IZOD and PVH. The American flag draped over the Astor Cup. Michael, come on out in the middle. We want you in the picture. Come on out. Come in the picture.
Come to the front of the stage, guys. Walk right up to the front.
$1 million is the prize for winning the IZOD IndyCar Series 2012 championship, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is a champion. He and Michael will talk soon about how to divvy up that check. We want to thank everyone for supporting IndyCar. Thanks for coming out. It's great to be back at Fontana. And thank you so much for watching this season on the NBC Sports Network. We cannot wait for 2013. Bob, back upstairs to you.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Great job down there. And the $1 million check is in Ryan Hunter-Reay and Michael Andretti's hands, now officially ending this incredible 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series. We will come back to Auto Club Speedway and wrap things up for the year in just a moment. Now the picture taking continues down on the stage as Ryan Hunter-Reay celebrates his championship of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series, winning the title by just 3 points. And there was another championship, so to speak, at stake tonight. The Oval Track Championship, the A.J. Foyt Trophy, goes to Ryan Hunter-Reay. He beat Tony Kanaan by 20 points. Dixon by 24 and Elio by 25. Hinchcliffe fifth in the A.J. Foyt Trophy Championship standings, 30 behind the winner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. So a big night for Ryan Hunter-Reay, big night for Americans. Let's relive the last lap of this race. Now, we will show you that Ed Carpenter was able to get around Dario Franchitti in turn number 2, actually down the backstretch heading into turn number 3 is when Ed was able to complete the pass to take the lead. But just after that incident, that pass, there was an incident involving Takuma Sato. You see that the leaders, Carpenter and Franchitti, right ahead of them. And as they entered turn number 1, reminiscent of the Indianapolis 500 as he was battling with Ryan Hunter-Reay, Takuma Sato visited the safer barrier in turn number 1. And let's take a look at what happened. Like the back end just snapped on him and into the safer barrier. He did go to the infield medical center. He has been checked and he has been released. So no injury. This is the angle from Ryan Hunter-Reay's perspective. Ryan, of course, involved in a couple of close incidents tonight. Takuma Sato one earlier when Will Power hit the wall. Ryan Hunter-Reay was right there and almost got taken out. So how do you top that, guys? I mean,
you
really.
don't. You don't. I mean, I was excited about this race because the way the drivers were explaining how these cars were and how slippery it was, I knew it was going to be a great race. I don't think we could have had a better race tonight. That was a lot of fun to watch and call.
It was a little bit of everything. And it was ebb and flow. It wasn't until the last lap that we knew what happened. But, you know, when a championship is going to happen, things go your way. You think about those 2 close calls for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Either one of those could have knocked him out, and he would have been gonzo. But, of course, Will Power had the lead and just needed to keep the car planted and couldn't do it for year 3.
And the 3rd year in a row that this has happened, coming in with a shot at the championship. In the last 3 years, he's ended up failing to win and finishing in 2nd position. Where is the streak going to end?
He hopes next year.
Yeah. Well, it's been an absolutely wonderful season. We have enjoyed tremendously being with you for all of our races, and we hope you enjoyed also being with us for this incredibly competitive and exciting championship season. You know, it takes a group of hardworking and dedicated people to bring you the pictures and sounds of these races. And at this last event of the year, we want to say a sincere thanks to all of you who have made it possible, and also thanks to the drivers, owners, crew members, and IndyCar officials who make our jobs so enjoyable. Congratulations once again to Andretti Autosport and Ryan Hunter-Reay for winning the championship in a very competitive and exciting season. Now for the time has come for me to say for the final time, for Jan Beekes, Wally Dallenbach, Marty Snyder, Kevin Lee, Robin Miller, and Chris Neville, I'm Bob Jenkins, thanking all of you fans for making the last 34 years a dream come true for me, and hoping in the future that your troubles will all be small ones and your fortunes 10 times 10. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
Sports Network thanks you for watching this presentation of the IZOD IndyCar Series.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
Time now for another Indy 500 tradition. We send it back to Dave Calabro for the introduction of the one and only Jim Neighbors.
Race fans, please turn your attention to the video boards and the victory podium. Since first appearing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in 1972, this gentleman has become a cherished icon on race day. He has treasured every moment being with you race fans here at the track and with those millions watching around the world. The words of this special song always strike a chord with all of us, and it never sounded sweeter when sung by this Hoosier at heart. For the 36th and final time, performing back home again in Indiana, please welcome and sing along with the one, the only, our good friend, Mr. Jim Neighbors. Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still burning bright through the sycamores. For me, the newborn hay
to roll. When I dream about the moonlight on the waters, how I long for my Indiana home. Let's give it up, race fans, for one last time. Thank you, Jim, for coming back home one last time. We love you, we'll miss you, and we'll never forget you as the balloons fly over the world-famous Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a tradition that dates back to 1947. Ladies and gentlemen, for the most famous words in all of motorsports, please welcome Mary Holman George and Jim Neighbors.
Gentlemen, start your engines. Yeah.
Is about to embark on the most challenging day of his racing career. 1,100 miles is the goal, and right now he is about to begin his very first Indianapolis 500. Before he put on the helmet and climbed in the car, I spoke to him. I said, "How are your nerves?" He smiled and said, "I'm feeling it, but I feel good. I've never felt more prepared." Jamie?
Well, Kurt Busch is one of 7 rookies in today's field, but I'm joined by a man who's no stranger to Indianapolis. Roger Penske, you've been coming here since 1969. What is this moment like?
Well, I guess I came here in 1951 with my dad as a young kid, and I can see all these young people here today. It's a special time in my life, and this race is going to be unbelievable. I wish the best to Kurt when he's trying to do the double, and we got 3 great cars today, and we want a safe race.
All those years of being a team owner here, 15 wins. He's hoping today is number 16. Lindsay?
Thank you, Jamie. The engines are roaring, the crowd is cheering, and our crew in the booth is standing by to call this race. We send it now to Eddie Cheever, Scott Goodyear, and the newest member of our team, Alan Bestwick. Alan?
Lindsay, thanks. Can't tell you how exciting it is to be here for the Indianapolis 500. And as we've gone through the month of May and talked to the drivers, they talk about their cars, they talk about the strategies, but they talk about the emotions of this 500-mile journey. What is today like for the drivers?
Today is the most difficult day of the year for them. From the moment they woke up this morning, they've been trying to empty their head of everything that they do not need. They're going to have to focus on the most difficult start you will have anywhere in racing.
And you know something, the thing that I always thought about here is coming here into turn 1 was always a time of tension for drivers, simply from the fact you're rushing down to turn 1 with 32 of your closest friends at over 200 miles an hour. So it's definitely a hard time for drivers. But the one thing that is for sure is that you come here as a driver, and if you win, you'll leave as a legend.
Looking at the 19-year-old rookie Sage Karam, a little slow getting away from the grid, but he is underway and rejoining the field for his first Indianapolis 500-mile race. The starting lineup again reviewed across the top of the screen, and at the head of the field, Mario Andretti, the 1965 winner in the Honda Andretti TV 2-seater. Enter for your chance to win a ride with Mario in that car at shophonda.com. That's Gracie Gold, National Figure Skating medalist with Mario Andretti here in Indianapolis today. And let's stay on the Andretti theme with Dr. Jerry Punch.
You know, Mario Andretti is the only member of his famous family ever to win the Indianapolis 500, and that was way back in 1969. Son Michael came close on several occasions. Grandson Marco came really close as a rookie in 2006. Now, I spoke with Marco this moment before climbing in the car, and if courage and confidence make a difference, this just might be the day the Andretti curse finally ends at Indy. Here's Rick DeBroil.
Well, few events have the diversity that the Indy 500 has. For example, you've got Jacques Villeneuve out there, 43 years old. He won the Indy 500 back in 1995. 2 years later, the Canadian went on to win the Formula One World Championship. but pitted right next to him is the youngest driver in the race, 19-year-old Sage Karam. The kid from Pennsylvania was just 2 months old when Villeneuve won that Indy 500. Those two drivers today will bridge the generations, connecting Indy's past with its future. Alan?
Drivers running 70 miles an hour on this first parade lap behind the Chevrolet Camaro Z28, the 2014 Indianapolis 500 pace car. Like to learn more about it? Chevy.com/Camaro is where you can find out. Dario Franchitti, heard from him a little while ago. The three-time winner has received the honor of driving the pace car here today. He has threatened not to turn off and to race him down into turn one. We'll see. Great high-definition onboard views for you today among the field of 33. Jacques Villeneuve, the 1995 winner, has our Lucas Oil camera, and the 2000 winner, Juan Pablo Montoya, is carrying our Verizon on board. Tony Kanaan carrying our Chevy on board. He's last year's champion, starting 16th.
And Tony Kanaan's teammate Ryan Briscoe, a previous pole sitter here at the Indianapolis 500, will roll off 30th position today in his NTT Data Ganassi Chevrolet. His teammate, Charlie Kimball, is also carrying a camera today, and that will be for the Nova Nordic special. And then we also have Graham Rahal, son of 1986 Indy 500 winner Bobby Rahal, who will have a National Guard camera on his Honda-powered machine. Graham starts in his 7th 500.
Most accomplished American driver in the field, Ryan Hunter-Reay, will have the AutoNation onboard camera. Marco's Honda onboard camera. Better get ready for an exciting ride. There's never a boring moment with him. And Simon Pagenaud with the fire cylinder on board will be trying to replicate his Indy GP fresh win.
Elio Castroneves trying to win a fourth. 500 in the fourth starting position has our Pennzoil on board. The current series championship leader, Will Power, driving for Penske, has our Verizon on board from the outside of the front row. And the Sunoco on board being carried by the pole sitter, Ed Carpenter. He will lead this field to the green flag momentarily, hoping to be the 21st driver to win this race from the _1 starting spot. Looking for Spanish commentary today? You can find it by activating your SAP button, presented from here in Indianapolis by ESPN Deportes. So many intriguing stories in this field of 33, but one row on the grid particularly worth watching is row number 4.
Well, the interesting thing about that is 2 IndyCar drivers and a NASCAR driver. I'm sure those guys have gone over to Kurt Busch and said, hey, let's get through turn 1 here and just get through a lap before we settle into a pace. So Kurt Busch probably had some great advice from the other 2 Indy 500 champions.
So the Speedway 2.5 miles around for each lap. So to make up the 500-mile distance, they'll run 200 circuits today with that pit window. The crews will have to service the car a minimum of 6 times during the day. And maybe the most important line is the bottom one. There's always an early crash or early trouble here. You don't want your 500-mile victory dreams ended after 5.
That is absolutely true. And the first hurdle that they have to get through is that first corner. It's always a difficult corner because these cars are designed to work at 220 miles an hour, and Scott, we both know you're not even going 180 by the time you get to there, and everybody's always vying to gain that extra foot or 2, and it comes at a great price.
So there is Mark Cuban, the shark investor from ABC Shark Tank and the owner of the NBA champion of a couple of years ago, Dallas Mavericks. He will have the green flag in his hand a moment from now. He's taking in all the radio instructions he's being given. You want to get it right. And what's the one instruction you give the guy waving the flag? Don't drop it.
He was very focused. He probably looks more focused than the drivers do right now.
Well, you know, when you talk about drivers, I always remember this because you're here all month. It's dark and gray. Today, warmth, color, movement, fans, and boy, we better get our foot on the gas down to turn 1.
3 abreast coming to the start. Field tense.
Everybody's extremely tense. Everybody knows that they have to get through it without having a problem, but inevitably somebody will see an opportunity and start racing way too early. But having these 3 cars abreast is not easy.
Everyone wants to win. Only one will. Coming down for the start of the 98th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Davison had to make an avoiding move in that aquamarine car, and also Ryan Briscoe perhaps showing some smoke from behind that red, white, and blue 8 machine.
Oh, I think that smoke was from the rubbing wheels. Anytime you do that in open wheel cars, usually something worse happens. A lot of luck for those guys today.
James Hinchcliffe leads lap 1.
Not a good start for Ed Carpenter. He got gobbled up on the outside from Hinchcliffe and then had to play defense.
You know, it's funny, we always talk about getting through turn 1 like we just did a minute ago, Eddie. You know, because you've been on the front row, I've been on the front row. My goal was to lead to the first turn, the first lap. We say conserve, wait for 500 miles to win this race, but there's a lot of pride at stake.
I think Ed is lining Hinchcliffe up, and he'll get him at the end of the straightaway turning into turn 1. And this will be, other than the start, the first real pass of the day.
He's looking, will he get the draft and make that dive on the inside going through? We'll wait and see. Not enough.
So Hinchcliffe, Carpenter, Power, Castroneves up to 4th, just passing Marco Andretti on that second lap of the race.
So at this point of the race, nobody really has a rhythm yet. They're still trying to find out what sort of a car they have.
Saw the smoke off the second turn. Ryan Briscoe, pole winner of a couple of years ago, is on the pit lane.
Lane, your left rear is down. You're going to lock up the right front. Left rear looks good, guys.
So Briscoe goes a lap down early in the race. Wow.
Briscoe very lucky, off of the wall.
They were both very lucky.
This is a dirty area, he's up a little too high. They call that in the gray area. He's going to run out of track right now. He does a little touch to Villeneuve's car, and he has to respond, go over to the left. Davidson gets through. Look how sideways he is, and the lockup from Davidson's brakes right now. So not something you expect on lap 1.
That smoke we saw was both cars braking, not both cars rubbing of their tires, which was a much better alternative.
But we stay on the green, and Briscoe back in the race, though 1 lap down in 33rd position. This race a year ago had 68 lead changes. Weather conditions today a good bit warmer than they were for this race a year ago. When I talked to drivers and team managers in the paddock earlier this week, they weren't sure we were going to see that same kind of race because they thought the handling in the warmer weather might get a little edgier.
Mind driving when it's hot. They don't like having tested when it's cold and then racing in the heat because they're not quite sure how their cars will react.
You see from the Honda telemetry right now, we're getting about 224, 25 miles an hour straight line speed. We're sitting up towards 229, 230. Everybody's trying to get into a pace right now. Watch the throttle. Anytime the guys have to take their foot off the throttle means the car is not working as well as they'd like it to. Now watch the speed here. It's a little faster down to turn 3 towards the wind. Down 1 shift. You heard him go down from probably 5th to 6th gear. Elio Castroneves very smartly going into lines, finished just sitting in 4th and conserving fuel.
So the lead group, Hinchcliffe, Carpenter, Power, Castroneves, Marco Andretti, Scott Dixon running in 9th position. The winner from 2008, and on a lot of folks' minds, including yours and mine, Eddie, as a likely contender for the win today.
Scott is a method driver with an enormous amount of talent. From the first lap in the race, he has a strategy that he's worked out with his engineers, and I have to assume at this point he's trying to go as fast as he can, feel his car, but he has this magic ability to save fuel. Every little bit of fuel that you save allows you to gain positions on track because you won't be spending that much time in the pits, and he does it so purposefully and with such a professional attitude that he doesn't get caught up in the moment.
Early check-in on Kurt Busch and his bid in his first Indianapolis 500. He took the green flag in 12th position. Kurt running in 15th now. This not the car that he intended to run in the race. He had that wicked crash here in practice earlier on Monday. The team deciding to take Marco Andretti's backup car, swap the coloring, and put Kurt Busch in that machine for this race. He was able to get a little bit of practice here on Carb Day Friday.
And Alan, it's not very often you get away with the type of crash that he had and walk away from it without some type of injury, so he was very lucky. But he did say that he just let his guard down just for a minute, and he found himself going into the wall.
If they were to name a Mr. Congeniality in racing, it'd be the guy who's leading. The bright personality of James Hinchcliffe also is pretty darn fast behind the wheel at the Brickyard. The second lead change of the Indianapolis 500 after James Hinchcliffe got the lead from Ed Carpenter on the start. Carpenter has gone back around Hinchcliffe and is out in front. The pole winner last year did not get the finish he was hoping for. Carpenter hoping to win from pole position this season. He leads after 13 laps. On the move in the early going, the series champion for the Horizon IndyCar Series a couple of years ago, Florida's Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Last year he was leading on that last restart and he got shuffled back to third place. I'm sure he's one of those many drivers that spent the whole winter running through that restart in his head. Perfect pass. And every time he ran it through his head, he came out with a different finish. But you can hear, Scott, that the drivers are not that much on a limit right now as they take their throttle off every time they go into the corner. That's not just because of traffic, but they're trying to gauge how their car is working. Doc?
Ryan Hunter-Reay said he has got to get out of where he started in a hurry. Starting back in 19th position, he told his crew, I've got to get up in the top 10. I know what happens back here, and I don't want to be a part of it. Now, his teammates are trying to save fuel. Hunter-Reay said, I'm not worried about saving gas until I get in the top 3. Then I'll...
That saving gas thing, it sounds weird for folks who may watch the Indianapolis 500 and don't watch auto racing regularly, but saving fuel is a critical part of how you operate at top speed. For more on the driver who might be trying to save a little fuel by giving up the lead, here's Jamie.
And that would be James Hinchcliffe, and that was exactly by design, Alan. He said, I don't want to be out here leading, and he stayed up there for 9 laps, so he tucked in behind Ed Carpenter. Now remember, James Hinchcliffe has had a heck of a month, Alan. He suffered a concussion just 2 weeks ago in the GP race here at Indy. He wasn't cleared to drive for 5 days, and that set the team back, but he managed to go out and qualified on the front row and told me, I don't know what we have for today. Well, so far, so good, Alan.
These race cars with open tops, Hinchcliffe taking a piece of debris off the head at 170 miles an hour. And after having to sit out a few days, was medically cleared to drive, qualified on the front row, as Jamie said, and he's running second right now. Update on Kurt Busch from the pit lane. Vince?
Kurt Busch started 12th. He's lost 4 positions to 16th, but don't worry. They wanted him to just settle in and get comfortable. It's a long race, 500 miles. They weren't looking to grab spots early on. Get comfortable, get used to the speed, get used to the traffic. And his team told me before he got in the car today, they've been so impressed with him to this point. He's been like a sponge, soaking up all the information every bit he can. Even attending meetings he wasn't required to attend. They believe they're going to have a good day with Kurt Busch in the car today. We're just 17 laps in, but hardly any communication from him on the radio. That's normally a good sign, Alan.
So Kurt Busch holding steady while Juan Pablo Montoya has given up a couple of positions in the opening few laps of the race. The 2000 winner of the 500 back in IndyCar racing started 10th. He's running back in 12th now. In fact, just picked up one of the positions he lost and gained it back. So now Montoya running in the 11th position, Rick.
Well, Montoya got on the radio just a few minutes ago and told the crew the car is understeering just a bit. But even going into this race, he said, to be honest with you, the first half of this race really is just about learning, relearning this IndyCar experience so he can set himself up for those last 30 laps.
That understeer that they're talking about, Alan, is that from the front maybe doesn't turn as well as he wants it to. Now, the driver in today's cars does have some cockpit aids that he can actually make some adjustments in the car. There's a weight jacker, there's a button on the steering wheel. He can change the weight from one side of the car to the other side in the front, make it turn a little bit better. And also the roll bars, those things that we have in our road cars that are just underneath there that we don't really know about. Well, drivers can change those as they're out there on the racetrack, changing the handling of the car.
Driver on the move in the early going, J.R. Hildebrand, the California native, now living in Colorado. Started the race in 9th position, and Doc, he's moved up to 5th.
Indeed, he is on the move, Alan. And back on Carb Bay, when the track temperature was 109 degrees, he came in and did something very daring. They changed the rear shocks or dampers. They made a major rear wing adjustment. They have put all their money in hoping this track would be 110 degrees or hotter on race day. Well, I have just checked with the
into corners. Maybe that's why Hildebrand is on the move.
At this point of the race, the drivers now know what sort of a car they have under them. Hopefully, they're in a range where they can make small improvements and make the car faster as the day goes on. But as Doc said, the racetrack is going to get hotter and hotter, and you have to be able to get there with a setup that works. You have to be able to manipulate a lot of different things.
Well, the teams will get their first chance to lay their hands on the car since the green flag waved when the first round of pit stops begins shortly. We've just completed 50 miles at the Indianapolis 500. Look at the people, look at the sunshine. How spectacular. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the day of the 500-mile race. And hometowner Ed Carpenter from Indiana, Butler University graduate, is out front. He has led 16 of the 25 laps that have been completed so far. Average speed is over 217 miles an hour.
And looking at the telemetry, we can see that he's going as fast as he can because the throttle is remaining 100% the whole way around the track. That, as Scott pointed out earlier, he probably has his fuel trim all the way down to saving fuel. So they have a variety of different adjustments they can make. But he is going as fast as he can right now.
Thank Honda for helping bring you the onboard telemetry today here at the Brickyard.
And I'm also noticing about 217, 218 going into 1. A little faster top speed going into 3 because they have a headwind into 1, a tailwind into 3. Drivers will have to look at those windsocks on the racetrack when they go into the turns to adjust their lines through the turns. All that as you're entering into the turns at about 215, 20, 25 miles an hour, Eddie. It's always something we're very busy. And as we're looking right now, that windsock is up on top of that grandstand, so the driver takes his view off the racetrack for a minute and looks up on top of the stand.
It's pretty mind-boggling for those of us that haven't driven a race car that you're doing 220 miles an hour into the corner and looking at a windsock. Tony Kanaan, last year's winner, you see moving up some since the start. Look at those hands.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was just going to point out. We were on board with Ed Carpenter, smooth on the steering wheel. His car was working well. We saw Tony reach up with his right hand and tear something off the front of his visor. That's called a visor strip because all the dirt that comes onto your helmet can make it hard to see. There's a little thin layer of plastic there. It tears it off. He'll have 10 of those on for today's event.
It's one of the greatest feelings in the world. It's like being on a long road trip and stopping at the gasoline station and they clean the windshield wiper for you. It's a whole new view on life, and it was a great uplifter.
Never looked at it that way.
Now, right behind Kanaan, the driver who's gained the most positions in the opening 27 laps of this race, Californian Townsend Bell, Rick.
And Townsend Bell has a little bit of a secret weapon. He's driving for the same team that Tony Kanaan drove for last year. And while that is not the same car that won the Indy 500, they are using the exact same setup that Kanaan used last year. Used it coming off the truck. It worked perfectly. As a result, they pretty much kept to it, and they expected to keep it that way for the rest of the race. He's been able to move from 25th all the way up to 12th.
That little attempted pass we cut off to there with Ryan Hunter-Reay on Joseph Newgarden had my two former driving partners up here in the booth going,
you don't see a lot of that. The outside car that's being passed holding its line all the way up there that early on in the race.
Well, there's a difference now. We're a lot older sitting up here. He's a lot younger sitting in there. That's the difference.
But Townsend Bell definitely is on a tear, isn't he?
Yeah, he's right up the gearbox. Here's the race leader on the pit lane after 28 laps. Complete, working the 29th, and headed all the way down to Jamie.
And Ed Carpenter told me they were really focused on making sure their car was the fastest in the race. They learned their lesson last year, and they wanted to focus on having a good handling race car. Ed said the car is great whether he was in traffic or leading the race. So far, so good for the 20. You see him change 4 tires here. They'll fill him up with Sunoco fuel, and the great thing for him, he's in the number 1 pit box, so he has a clear out right ahead. Perfect pit stop for the 20 of Ed Carpenter.
And a lap after Carpenter, James Hinchcliffe, who took over the lead when Carpenter pits, bails out, comes to the pit lane. These drivers have to slow down from 200 miles an hour exiting turn 4 to 60 miles an hour when they hit the pit entry. They get some help electronically in maintaining that speed, but boy, they've got to be on their toes when it's time to make a pit stop. Jamie?
And James Hinchcliffe told me exactly that before he got in the car. He's really banking on his pit crew today to help him maintain that track position up front. No changes expected here. You see that awesome overhead shot right there, looking down into the boxes. They fill them up there with fuel so far. So good, 8.6 seconds to change 4 tires and fill them up.
There is such a great amount of relief from the teams, Alan, when the drivers have done that first pit stop and don't have any problems. A bad first pit stop will set a really bad tone for the rest of the race.
You see a whole flock on the pit lane, including Will Power now, who just gave up the lead to make his pit stop here.
Now, Will Power not operating at 100%, got a stomach virus earlier in the week, missed media day, didn't go to New York to promote anything. He's been taking care of himself, taking on fluids. He said he's taking it lap by lap to see how they can pull this off. Looking for a good finish, perhaps a win for the 12, and his teammate Elio Castroneves, another good stop. They're out and clean.
Scott Dixon coming out, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Justin Wilson, Jack Hawksworth, Charlie Kimball. In that group, Tony Kanaan took over the lead when Power pitted. Now Kanaan rolling down to that 60 miles an hour. The silver paint color, Target celebrating 25 years as a partner with Chip Ganassi's team.
You were talking about slowing down from 220 to 50 miles an hour. They cannot take their time doing that, so they try to get all that deceleration done in probably 50 yards at the entrance of the pits.
Saw a quick change in the front wing of Tony's car, telling me that he probably had just a little bit of understeer. Car didn't turn as well as he wanted to through the traffic probably, so they made an adjustment for him during his pit stop.
And one of the rookies making his first pit stop in a 500, Vince.
Well, that was Mikhail Aloshin who came in. You saw a little wiggle there as he's trying to get the tires warmed up upon exit. No major changes for this car. His first ever oval race in any kind of race car at all. Can you imagine that being the Indianapolis 500? That's the challenge Aloshin is facing so far here in this day today at Indianapolis.
From what I know, there aren't many ovals in Moscow.
So the cycle of pit stops has run through, and there you see the front four. Hinchcliffe, Carpenter, Power, and Castroneves. Then a couple of seconds of racetrack back to J.R. Hildebrand and Marco Andretti, who run in 5th and 6th.
Now this first group of 4 cars, Scott, has an opportunity. If they get together, they can the field behind them, but they have to work together.
The first round of pit stops is done. Team Penske working on Power and Castroneves. We're back to the Brickyard after this from your ABC station.
The 98th running of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC. Brought to you by Mother's High Performance Car Care Products. Formulated for fanatics. And Comfort Suites. Your sweet success.
New leader at the 98th Indianapolis 500-mile race. After the pit stops, Will Power, driving for Roger Penske, was in 3rd position. He passed second place Ed Carpenter, and then first place James Hinchcliffe. And Power, the Verizon IndyCar Series championship leader starting today, is now out in front here at Indy.
He's a new man this year after winning his last race in Fontana.
A look at the pass for the lead.
After those pit stops, he came out. He seemed to have a very good car underneath him. He turned around, got past Ed Carpenter. A nice timing coming out of turn 2. A great draft, gets the pass completed before he gets into turn 3, which is exactly what you want to do. You try not to go to a turn beside the guy, is what we call it, make it confrontational, because it's only a one-line racetrack here in Indianapolis.
So this is the first time he's had any laps in clean air. So what he's doing, he's putting in his database and trying to tell his engineers what his car will be like should he be leading on those last restarts. Everything you see now, the drivers are trying to accumulate information to work towards those last 20 laps. And he looks pretty strong when he's in front.
And we should add that all that information the driver sees on his electronic dash is being back to the pit lane by real-time telemetry. So all that information off the car goes to the engineers. They get to assess it. They get to see what type of car the driver now has. As you can see, Townsend Bell did a great pass.
Getting around Simon Pagenaud for a spot. That's the 13th, make that 12th position that Bell just picked up.
Bell does a really good job for somebody that just comes and races here once a year. He's always in the mix of things.
Most of the rookies in the field are kind of clustered together on the racetrack, including one of the youngest drivers here who had a little hiccup getting off the grid, but now is charging forward. Rick?
And you have to be so impressed with what this kid is doing right now. 19 years old. Not just a rookie in his first IndyCar oval race, but the youngest driver in this race. The team has been coaching him through, telling him what to do. He was talking about he was having a little bit of understeer. The car was having a few issues, but he started 31st and is now racing at 19th and is keeping his nose clean, and that's what really matters.
That was great, Rick, but right in the middle of all that, he just passed the car on the outside of 1.
and that was called Take That, because Mikhail Aloshin tried to block him down the main straight, took him all the way down to the wall, and he said, okay, I'll go around the outside, and that's exactly what he did.
And it's not a great place to live this early on in the race, up high in 1. This kid is on a march to the front of the row, the front of the line. And Power continues to lead.
New second place runner, Ed Carpenter, around James Hinchcliffe. So Carpenter to the number 2 spot. And trying to creep in and join that front 4 that had a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field after the pit stops is J.R. Hildebrand, who is closed in now and make that a 5. Graham Rahal on the pit lane. That doesn't look good, Rick.
Yeah, Graham Rahal has been having some problems, concerned about the back end of the car. It wasn't going well. And then in their last pit stop, they couldn't get the jack to work properly. As a result, it was a very slow pit stop. Bringing him in again, trying to work out some of the problems. He's had a pretty tough month overall. Hasn't been able to get the speed, and really hasn't been able to figure out why they haven't been able to get the speed. And it doesn't look like today's going to go any better for them.
Do you feel it tighten up or anything like that? I do. That's all.
Now, generally, when they talk about tightening up, they're talking about what's under the engine cover.
It could be that, or it could also be maybe a problem in the gearbox or something.
There's that jack falling off.
Jack went up and down, and you know, Graham has had a struggling week. I got an opportunity to play in the Graham Rahal Foundation golf tournament this week, and he really shared with me, he just said, I'm not sure why we don't have the speed or the grip, but it's actually very, very tough to be out there in the racetrack.
J.R. Hildebrand looking for 3rd place, and he's got it in turn 1.
Very nicely done.
You know, we heard in the garage all this last couple of weeks, you know, we don't want to lead too much, we don't want to be racy too early, because we want to save fuel, we want to get great fuel mileage for this race, but Eddie, you know, from putting your helmet on, getting inside the cockpit, you just want to get out there and get racy and get to the front.
That is true, but you also have somebody in the pits that's worked out the strategy, and you have to adhere to it. And at the same time, go quick, and it's very difficult. Every time that you do a stint, and you use maybe 1 gallon less, that's 1 gallon less that to put in your car. And how much is that? How much is 2 seconds in the straightaway? 150 yards?
A couple hundred. Elio Castroneva is fending off Marco Andretti for a spot. I want to go back and tidy up the Graham Rahal story for just a minute and see if Rick has any more information on that. Rick?
Yeah, he came on. Engine just shut off. That's the problem. He's been having the suspension problems I talked about earlier in terms of the setup, but this is a much bigger problem. He said for whatever reason the engine shut off, no warning. Now he's in pit lane and they're trying to sort out the problem.
That's tough luck for the son of the 1986 winner. Now, just on the racetrack a minute ago, Elio Castroneves was given a warning by race control. Castroneves in that yellow car warned for blocking. Oh.
Yes, that is not proactive, Scott. What they told the drivers that you can make the first move on either side of the racetrack, but you cannot react to what's happening behind you.
Marco behind him, starting to look. He makes a move.
Inside.
All of a sudden,
inside.
Over. A lot of dirty air going on to the nose of Marco Andretti's car. You saw how quickly he fell back because that air that comes off the car in front really disturbs the handling of your car.
So how many warnings do you get before they call you in and wrap your knuckles?
You sat in driver's meetings like I have, they don't give you that information. Otherwise, it was 7, you'd do 6, wouldn't you? Or 7.
Well, here comes Hinchcliffe.
Castroneves looking to get around Hinchcliffe for 4th spot.
And Marco is all over him, isn't he?
Yep. Now, interesting that with all the super teams, right? Andretti Autosport, as we ride with Marco, got Team Penske leading, Chip Ganassi racing teams with so many wins here at Indianapolis in recent years. A team with cars in 2 of the top 3 spots is one of the smaller teams in IndyCar racing. Ed Carpenter normally runs a single car effort that he shares. Ed drives the ovals. Mike Conway, expert road course racer, already a winner this season, drives in the road course races. But now with an effort for J.R. Hildebrand here in Indy, expanding to a 2-car effort, their 2 cars are in the top 3 spots, Jamie. That's not bad.
Not bad, and it's gone so smoothly. Ed told me this has been the best he's felt at Indy because he has a teammate. He said it has gone off without a hitch. He's kept his eye on J.R. Hildebrand since J.R. JR got fired from Panther Racing last year. He said he saw something in this kid, and he said their setups have been similar, and it has helped both drivers be better, and it's showing here. For more on that side, let's go to Doc.
Right behind him is Hildebrand in the 21 car. J.R. Hildebrand said, my focus here is to prove that Ed Carpenter made the right decision to bring me here. As you watch a pass behind him, and a mix up there, Elio Castroneves making a move. But Hildebrand said, I want to prove to everybody I belong back in Indianapolis, and Carpenter brought me here for the right reason.
Now with Hildebrand behind Ed Carpenter, that's his teammate. Let's see if these two drivers can work together, because they really are, Scott, in the perfect position.
Help each other in the draft, help each other manage the fuel, help with everything. Ed Carpenter, family ties so deep to the Speedway, his love for the place so strong, he's hoping to drink the milk today. We are across the 1/4 mark of the Indianapolis 500 already. Will Power out in front, one of 5 different drivers that have traded the lead 8 times caution-free to this point. Graham Rahal's car is the slow one you see on the inside. They sent him back out, obviously haven't gotten all the problems on that machine fixed up. And Rahal is looking to make his way back around to the pit lane.
They're going to begin.
Watch this, Townsend Bell, Tony Kanaan, yikes.
He hit Tony Kanaan's car that looks like he brushed up against the wall. Everybody's being very defensive very early on in this race. Normally you'd see that sort of thing of the last 40, 50 laps.
Well, it's all in the front stretch, Eddie, and I think that's the reason, because we have a headwind going down the front stretch. So that means you're pushing more air with your car, and the car behind you getting the draft gets another advantage because of that. So everybody's taking the advantage.
Oh, look at this, in between.
Side by side, my goodness.
In between 3 and 4.
Juan Pablo Montoya around Townsend Bell into 10th position, and here's scoreboard. Ryan Hunter-Reay in the yellow car.
Has somebody told him the race is going to be a shorter version of the 500?
Takuma Sato doing a great job in AJ Foyt's ABC machine. He didn't take his foot off the gas. He was just going to find a place to go.
Very racing, very early on.
You know, when I watch this, Eddie, you and I have talked about this before, that when we were doing it, it seemed normal. And now that we're up here and watching it, and I talked to Dario Franchitti about that, and I think he said it on the air here this morning, that he's now watching it and realized just how much on the edge we lived our lives by doing it. But when you're doing it each and every day, you don't even think about it.
I've hit things at 230 miles an hour, and it's not a pleasant experience.
There goes Castroneves making a nice move on J.R. Hildebrand.
Into 4th place.
Marco Andretti went through Hildebrand earlier, up to 3rd. These same cars and stars will run in Detroit next weekend. You'll see both ends of the Indy Duel in Detroit here on ABC. Saturday, 3:30 Eastern, Sunday, 3:30 Eastern. Really demanding on the drivers and teams. The 2-mile, 14-turn course, running 2 races in the weekend instead of 1. Should be a lot of fun.
And it's diametrically opposite of this.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stop and go, and right in the city park.
Now watch for Marco getting a nice draft going on here. Ed Carpenter. And we were riding on board with Marco Andretti before. He's a man that's very busy in the cockpit, and he's using the buttons in his steering wheel for the weight checker, making the car handle better. He was also using the roll bar, and he seemed to be doing it on each end of the racetrack because of the difference in wind. I think that's why he's advanced his car.
Beginning to see the next round of green flag pit stops. Jack Hawksworth. Very impressive young driver from England.
Marco just passed 2 cars in 1 lap.
That was the roar of the crowd that you heard, and it put Will Power off pace there for a minute because he took away the air going through the turn, and Carpenter almost got a chance to get past him. Now watch Elio. He'll take advantage of this.
But it's very late.
Just like that, how quickly you can go backwards. And a little wiggle from the Pennzoil machine in the middle of turn 1. Wow.
Looks like Castroneves is starting to pick up the pace. I expect him to be attacking Power probably at the end of the next straightaway.
Well, it's interesting. Power's car was so good after the pit stop. Now it's starting to go away. Doc, you have some Marco
Pagano in for his service. The car handling better than he'd like. Still a bit of an understeer and a wing change. 4 tires and he was away.
All of the people in this front stretch grandstand, these massive stands that tower over the racetrack when Marco Andretti took the lead, rose to their feet with a cheer. family so popular, one of the biggest families in the history of motorsports, and what it would mean, what a reaction it would get if Marco Andretti could win.
The biggest advantage any driver has had since the beginning of this race. He seems to be pulling away, Scott, from the group.
And you just saw his left hand was off the steering wheel again there for a moment, reaching down, operating the roll bars, as I mentioned before. Those roll bars change the handling of the car, either the front or the rear. There his hand goes again. Now he's adjusting it, and the weight jacker is pushing the button. He changes the car for each end of the racetrack because the car handles differently at each end because of the wind difference. That's a brilliant driver.
Look at the throttle, full throttle. That's as fast as she goes.
Think of these steering wheels on these race cars almost like an Xbox controller. They have all kinds of different buttons that control different things, from the weight jacker Scott was talking about to the fuel usage settings to powering the drink bottle that services the driver to putting it in neutral to putting it in reverse if they have to.
Good fuel mileage. Stay out one more lap.
Yeah, he's getting sucked back. It's impossible here to run away from everybody. But I think he's made a statement that he is definitely one of the people you're going to have to beat today if you're going to win this race.
Eddie, you remember when he came here, he was leading that last lap, got passed by Sam Hornish, going down the front stretch and finished second. I've talked to him many times about it. I understand what he feels because I finished second here twice, and it just grinds on you each time you come back here if you don't have the opportunity to win. And, by the way, his last name is Andretti. That puts a little bit more pressure on it.
Let's see if he comes into the pits. Into the pits.
Will Power follows him in.
But not Castroneves. Castroneves stays out. And Castroneves was in the middle of that group, Alan, the whole time, so maybe he's managed to stretch his field a little bit more. Doc?
Marco Andretti, when the race began, said the car was sliding, but Kyle Moyer added downforce with a turn of front and a turn of rear wing to give him more total downforce, which Marco really likes. There should be tires and fuel only this time, trying to get it completely full. Right side, left side tires going on. No other adjustment for Marco. Oh, trouble with the outside rear.
Will Power, remember the focus on getting through and nailing it. 2 bad pit stops in a row at the end of last year. Will said cost him the win. So far, 2 down, good to go.
And he came out ahead of Marco Andretti.
Just a small miscue by the pit crew as it was there, because they feel the pressure also in these pit stops, not only the driver.
Another wave in, led by Elio Castroneves, Jamie.
His team very focused. Roger Penske's been coming here a long time. He is the strategist. He is calling the shots for Elio Castroneves. He talks to his driver and tells him what he's thinking. If Elio agrees, they do it. Otherwise, they negotiate. 4 tires go on. A little turn of front wing. A little bit of understeer. We're hearing a lot of that thing.
His car a little bit too free for his liking. Tires changed and a little turn of front wing to give him some more stability. He'd lost about 7 spots prior to that pit stop.
Juan Pablo Montoya, the leader now. Scott Dixon led a lap. He'll come down to the pit lane as Kurt Busch heads back out onto the track. That slippery exit on cold tires around that exit lane to get back up to speed. Vince?
Scott Dixon has liked his race car. They did make a slight front wing adjustment in his first stop. No changes of that nature here on this one. He's held steady toward the front. Said he wanted to run in the top 6 or 7 early on, and that's right where he's been.
Let's go back to those changes that Marco Andretti made to his car. Putting more rear wing and more front wing at this early in the race is a big change. That's not a small little adjustment.
Certainly gain some grip. You can also change tire pressures. The crew can do some side-by-side. Man.
And right in front of the leader, Montoya. J.R. Hildebrand still trying to gather it up.
And you see the car wiggling with him underneath there?
It's his time.
Rick?
Tony Kanaan brings the car in. They made a minor air pressure adjustment in the tires last time, along with the wing adjustment as well. The goal is to make those minor changes. He's been happy with the car overall. Now he's got a problem in the back. They were trying to make, looks like they're trying to make a rear wing adjustment, and it's going a little bit longer than they anticipated. There is a small device in the back where you can change the angle of the wing. When they have a problem with that, obviously it's going to take a lot longer. And you see him go in the back, then you've got to restart the car as well. So now you've got a problem in the back. You see the frustration with Tony Kanaan as his hands go up in the air. This is an awful lot of time during green flag situations to be sitting in the back of this car.
It would take a miracle to get him back in the race after having lost this many seconds in the pit, Scott, to have a chance of winning. A lot of people making rear wing adjustments. It looks like the track is a lot slicker than they expected to, and Marco Andretti's group were the first ones to jump onto that by changing the rear wing. It almost sounds like Kurt Busch needs a little bit of rear wing because his car is so loose, and that's what caught him out when he had his accident in 2.
Now, Juan Pablo Montoya ran 4 laps longer than Marco Andretti did on that stint on fuel. Might be important later in the race. Castroneves in the yellow 3 is the leader. Andretti is second, right behind him after the cycle of pit stops.
And Andretti is very quick and very confident right now. He fought his way up through that whole group, and now I think he's going to either decide to save some fuel since he knows he has a good car, or attack Castroneves.
So the race for the lead. At the Indianapolis 500-mile race, Castroneves and Andretti. Jessica Mace changing that front left tire for Jacques Villeneuve at work along with all the other pit crew members here at the Brickyard. There's the lead group. As we approach already 200 miles of the Indianapolis 500, Helio Castroneves, yellow car, the race leader, followed by Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, and now Ryan Hunter-Reay, after starting 19th all the way up to 4th position. While those drivers are having great days so far, disappointment for Graham Rahal, his car being pushed back to Gasoline Alley. The report we get is that there are electrical problems that will take the 15 out of the race. And Tony Kanaan still sitting frustrated on the pit lane, Rick.
Okay, here's what we understand happened. Apparently he ran the car out of fuel. As a result, he coasted in. They had to refire. When they went to refire the engine, they apparently stripped out the gear. And here on pit wall, they are now working on the starter to kind of re-engage the gears to make sure that they're stronger. They've had to pull the spline out of the back of the car, so when they put the new starter back in, it will engage properly. Meanwhile, Tony Kanaan sits in his car waiting, and obviously any opportunity, any chance of a good finish here at the Indy 500 on his return visit after his victory is over.
Wow. Well, when things go wrong, they go wrong. And for Tony Kanaan, one problem leads to another problem. That leads to the ultimate problem, which is he's not going to win this year's Indianapolis 500. Listen.
Okay, here we are. Leave the ignition all the way up.
So you hear the car not running when he came to the pit lane, as Rick described, out of fuel, and that problem leading to the problem of trying to restart the car, which leads to the problem of the stripped starter gear, and on and on and on we go.
The Indy 500 champion for another 125 laps.
Just before his pit stop, while he was leading, Marco Andretti said this.
And a small blister on the right rear that time. Small blister, but everything's okay. Yeah, I'm being more relaxed.
Great information from Kyle Moyer, who operates the radio and tells Marco Andretti what's going on and gives him some strategy. And that's probably why we saw Marco very active with the driver's tools inside the car, not to over-push the car. And Pippa Mann's going very slow there. That's the one with the pink and white machine. So slow that she's creating a bit of a traffic jam there for all the other cars coming out of the turn. This is a to get to the left-hand side of the racetrack to get into the pit lane, but she's so far off the speed, she can't really go and take that lower lane away from people.
She should strongly consider coming into the pits and trying to find the reason why she's so far off the pace, because the drivers behind her will get increasingly frustrated, and they might make a move that they would regret.
If she doesn't come in now at the pace that she's running, I'm sure that race control will look at her speed and tell her she needs to come in, make some changes to the car, get back out. If she can bring the car back up to speed, they'll leave her out. If not, they'll tell her to come back in.
So far in this race, we've seen Hunter-Reay fight his way all the way to the front without any fuss, very cleanly. We've seen Marco Andretti make some big changes to his car and pick up more downforce. And here goes Ed Carpenter on the outside again into turn one, and easily makes the pass.
And you know what we're seeing here is usually down, make a move to the inside of turn 1 and get the pass completed. But Eddie, we've seen today guys are coming out, they're going high, they're going low, they're going wherever they have to complete the pass.
Helio Castroneves. Can he make it for Indianapolis 500-mile win? We know that Graham Rahal will not be the one drinking the milk today. Let's check downstairs.
It's been a very frustrating month, to say the least, for Graham Rahal. And obviously start off by asking, what put you out of the race?
Well, we got some little electrical gremlin. I didn't think the car ran right from the start. It was just slow. And sure enough, the engine keeps shutting off. And so we ran back out a couple times trying to fix it. And we don't see it. There's nowhere in the data that shows it. But the engine just shuts off all the time. So you can't go racing like that. But, you know, it's tough. First race with the National Guard here on Memorial Day weekend. We wanted to make them proud. I mean, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves to succeed today. Just nothing we can do. I mean, our luck the last 4 years has been brutal, and I don't know what we have to do to turn it around, but this team is made up of champions, and everybody's going to try very hard, very, very hard, and you know, try to improve and make all the National Guards men and women out there proud. But today's just not our day. You know, I don't know what else to say.
Graham Rahal, and as he said, a lot of great people on this team. The problem is trying to get the results that match the quality.
Graham Rahal, the first driver out of the Indianapolis 500 for 2014. Helio Castroneves, the race leader. We're back to the Brickyard after this from your ABC station.
The 98th running of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC. Brought to you by Sunoco, the official fuel of IndyCar. And Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The viewing mounds down the back straightaway of the greatest race course in the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. After the rather difficult winter a lot of these folks had in the Midwest, enjoying a 79 degrees Sunday, a Memorial Day weekend in the 98th running of the 500. Helio Castroneves out in front. Ed Carpenter now running second. Marco Andretti has dropped to third. Ryan Hunter-Reay has moved all the way up from 19th starting spot to fourth.
Bit of a vibration coming in now. At 10-4, we see the line of the front tire.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him. He's just giving him as much information as he can give them, and they could tell.
You're a driver behind the wheel. You call in a vibration. That's going to concern you at these speeds with those walls looming around you. And yet the crew sees the data, and they come right back to you calmly like that and say, yeah, we see it, and it's just this. That make you feel better?
Much better.
Okay. Do you believe them? Sometimes.
In a race like this, when you have a car that's in fourth place and he came all the way back from the back, you'll believe just about anything they'll say.
What you're telling
10 more laps, around 10 more.
10 more laps as you see him changing gears from fifth.
Start thinking about
Still thinking about?
No, he said start
thinking about, but then he got busy in the corner.
Yeah.
Those dang corners came up again.
Yeah, you can see the fuel trim. And he's changing the weight jacket with his left hand. With that thumb, you saw him changing the fuel trim by that silver knob that he did. And that vibration could just be some stuff getting on the tire. You hope it's that versus what's going on maybe with the drive shaft or CV joint. But as we're watching the Honda telemetry, he's on that gas a pretty long time around here, working out well.
Simon Pagenaud, which is ahead of him, is slowing this group down.
What a run. The biggest mover in this race, the 19-year-old who skipped his high school prom to race in the Indianapolis 500. Sage Karam from Nazareth, Pennsylvania, known for race fans as the hometown of the Andretti clan.
And he was, they didn't allow him to do, look at this, he's making a run inside, outside. They didn't let him run as much as he would have wanted to during the week of testing because they wanted to make sure he got up to speed progressively, but they can't stop him now in the race.
So Karam up from 31st starting spot, now challenging Juan Pablo Montoya for 7th. Right behind Sage Karam, a driver who was up in the top 3 earlier, but who's fallen back. J.R. Hildebrand from 3rd, now back to the 9th. And just like that, a lap at 200 miles an hour around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It wasn't just a lap, it was a traffic jam at 220 miles an hour.
Karum's in, Rick.
Well, the 19-year-old kid from Pennsylvania has done an incredible job. They have made no adjustments on the car so far. The goal was quite simply just to finish this race. But now that he's in the top 10, I have no doubt that his goals are moving up quite a bit.
Watch your speed here.
That's great information for rookies that are here. Watch your speed, 60 miles an hour through the pit lane, and that getting out on the track lap, Alan, is so important because with the cold tires, you can overdrive the car and throw it to the wall. We've seen many drivers do that. I'm sure spotters will be on the radio telling them just take your time.
Now beginning to get to the window where the next round of green stops for the race leaders will happen. I think we've got a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on the racetrack. Or if you prefer more elegant terms, a strategic play on fuel strategy by some of these leaders. When you're out in front, you're breaking more of the wind and using more air. The cars running back in the draft are able to run at less than 100% throttle more easily. They're using less fuel. What's the advantage? The more fuel you have to take, the longer you're sitting still on pit road. The less fuel you have to take, the less you're sitting still on a pit stop on pit road. And the guys that are able to save fuel, the track position might change on a wave of stops.
That's exactly right. And right now, all of the teams or strategies are starting to crystallize. Pretty soon, you will not be able to change your strategy unless a yellow pops up.
So, hard to believe, but we've been caution-free through this race so far at an average speed of 213 miles an hour. Since records for yellow flags started being kept here at the Speedway in 1976, the longest time to the first yellow flag had been 66 laps. We're now at lap 91. Haven't seen a yellow yet. The 95 winner's in. Jacques Villeneuve, back at the Speedway after 19 years.
And I sat with him, talked with him, and caught up with him in the garage just about a week ago. First I've asked him why. He said, racing is my oxygen. I need to do it. He won here in 1995. I had a great battle with him. We all know about the pace car incident. And I asked him, you've been away from here so long. Why? He said, just simply because I have to go racing. As I mentioned, racing is my oxygen. And the other thing that was interesting, he said to me, when I went out there, I went around 180 miles an hour and thought this place was super fast. And then 190, then 200. It took me a long time.
In this time, guys. In this time, back in the wall. Pit lane.
Elliot Castroneves gives up the lead. Following the rookie James Davison, who's exiting from his pit stop. Jamie?
60 miles per hour down pit lane. Elio Castroneves has led the most laps today of any other driver. What's making him a bigger threat, his car not only is good out in clean air, his car is good back in the pack around other cars. Elio said 3 laps ago to Roger Penske, I don't need any changes. The car is that good, even alone giving new tires. Fill it up with Sunoco fuel that took extra time. That's a bit too long. 10.2 for Elio Castroneves.
Now we need to see when Carpenter comes in.
Who did a lot of following Castroneves in this segment of the race. Mikhail Aloshin in, and there are troubles on the back end of that 7 car. Very impressive, very quick in his rookie season and in his first ever trip here to the Speedway on an oval track. First ever oval track, period. Here's Marco Andretti.
Andretti in for 4 tires. They wanted to be very careful and very deliberate with him. He was actually trying to save fuel and being very cognizant about the blistered right rear tire he had before. Ryan Hunter-Reay now coming down pit road. What a run by Hunter-Reay from 19th starting spot all the way to 3rd. Although he's been very busy inside the car, he has had his hands full. They've been yelling, use your bar, use your bar. They told him a quarter turn wing. Also pull on the bodywork. Pull on the bodywork. 4 tires for Hunter-Reay. Jamie.
Ed Carpenter makes the long trek all the way down pit road, avoids the cars exiting their pit box. 4 tires of fuel for Ed Carpenter. Their main focus has been fuel today, but the balance of the car, so far so good, guys.
Interesting to note that Scott Dixon has run longer than almost everyone else on the last 2 stints of this race on fuel, Vince.
not only is he running longer on fuel, but he really likes the handling of his race car. Also, they did make a front wing adjustment on that first stop, but no adjustments at all on the second. No front wing adjustment, no rear adjustment. We've heard a lot of teams adding downforce, but Dixon seems like his car is in the right window. And remember, this team won the pit stop competition on Friday, so they've got one of the best over-the-wall crews in the business to help him as well.
And for me, it looked like their pit stop was about a second quicker than Penske's. That could,
sorry, Eddie, right?
And that could be a function of how much fuel they have to put in his tank.
Wrapping around that fuel story, Montoya also running longer on fuel last stint and again on this one.
Now, the more laps that we do, the more important that becomes when you get down to that last pit stop, because if you're in the pits less, your position on the track will be faster.
Wanted to see if we were going to ride with Juan Pablo all the way onto pit lane, but not yet. So after Montoya pits, it'll become Ryan Hunter-Reay, who's the new leader, followed by Helio Castroneves. There will be the lead group. Hunter-Reay, Castroneves, that's Marco Andretti, and then Scott Dixon. They'll be your first four. Ed Carpenter will fall back to fifth after Montoya completes the cycle of stops.
So I think we're starting to see what's going to happen in the last quarter of the race.
And the leader goes by the pit lane again and still out there stretching that fuel.
Fuel coming to side. 474 minutes. I can say what it starts with the driver, no? Yeah, copy.
I didn't quite understand that. Something about the draft.
My interpretation on it was he can save when he's in the draft a lot more than he can when he's out here by himself.
You speak Spanish?
And you hear him working the gearbox too, because he's going through the gearbox quite a lot, probably trying to keep the RPMs down.
No, I speak garbled race car radio. Okay. Sometimes garbled
better be coming in the pits this time, because he's been out a long... There we go.
At halfway, as we complete 250 miles.
Come on down.
The race leader, Juan Pablo Montoya, comes in. Ryan Hunter-Reay goes to the #1 spot. We head to Doc. Check that to Rick.
That's right, the former winner, Montoya, brings the car in. Had a little understeer problem earlier in the race, but this time he still had a little slight one, but not enough to make a change. One of the things that Montoya said he was working on was coming in hard and accelerating hard out of the pit stop. He knows every tenth of a second can be gained, and he's hoping that that practice will help out during these pit stops.
Well, the timing of this is going to be interesting, because here comes the leaders down the front stretch, and once you get off the apron going into two, we'll see where they match up.
So Ryan Hunter-Reay leads, but Helio Castroneves is hot on his rear wing, hoping he can kiss the bricks, sip the milk, and climb the fence for a fourth time. The lead trio and the separation back to fourth place as we just crossed halfway in the 98th Indianapolis 500 on a spectacular 79-degree day here in Speedway, Indiana. Show you what's happened so far with our Mother's Race rundown. Went green a little after noon Eastern time. The field of 33 led to the flag by Ed Carpenter for a second straight year, and the second lap got really itchy for Ryan Briscoe.
Very lucky he didn't crash.
Briscoe continued in the race, but he is not on the lead lap. He's a lap down. Carpenter and James Hinchcliffe swapped the lead in the early going, with Carpenter going out in front. Attrition has been slight. Graham Rahal is out of the race. His car retired. Tony Kanaan spent 17 laps on the pit lane with problems on his machine. Buddy Lazier also has troubles on his car and is on the pit lane and heading back toward Gasoline Alley. Laps led today. 10 different drivers have changed the lead 17 times. Helio Castroneves has led the most laps, 26. Will Power, 22. Ed Carpenter, 21. James Hinchcliffe, 14. Juan Pablo Montoya, 8. And the real story of this one is that we've not had a yellow flag yet in the race. Through halfway, a record pace of 211.953 miles an hour through 250 miles.
And this first group of 3 cars about 5 laps ago had managed to break away from the rest of the field, and it seems that Ed Carpenter is getting ready to reel them in. What we have seen throughout the race is that the leader always has to come in earlier for fuel because he's burning through so much fuel, and it seems that the 3rd or 4th place in line is the best to save fuel. And this will make a big difference towards that last pit stop.
Other thing we've seen throughout this race here today is some really maneuvering by drivers who are a little bit anxious to maybe do a little bit of blocking. We know that Helio Castroneves has already had one warning from race control about blocking as he's now coming down on Hunter-Reay, and he's going to get it done.
And they work together. Do you see how they work together? Ryan Hunter-Reay did not hold his position and force him to take an outside line. And that makes a big difference. If they're going to keep pulling away, they have to work together.
So the new leader is Helio Castroneves, who lives in South Florida. We're racing here in Indianapolis. I tie that all neatly together by reminding you that the Indiana Pacers and the Miami Heat play Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals, with the Heat leading the best of 7, 2-1. Coverage on ESPN tomorrow starting at 7:30 with Kia NBA Countdown, and then at 8:30. The Eastern Conference Finals, powered by Pennzoil Platinum, and it's also available for you live on Watch ESPN. Would you like that?
I'm an Indiana guy, you know that.
Television magic made there?
That was very impressive. People passing, going into 2.
Well, Martin Plowman in the other ABC car, you can see a little hand gesture from Marco Andretti, traveling a little bit frustrated. When you get all your passing done in the turns by traffic, it's somewhat difficult to find a nice place to hide on this racetrack, as we've seen drivers before try to be behind Eddie and move offline and find themselves going into the wall.
That's his Italian heritage coming out, that hand gesture. I've seen that before in Rome many times.
You can say that because
and it's not a friendly one. It's I don't appreciate your driving. Please get out of the way. I have a race to win.
Track conditions change. Talked about the journey of the 500 miles. First, let's talk about the mechanical journey, if you will. As the cars run more laps and lay more rubber down on the racetrack and the temperature gets warmer, these drivers and teams have to constantly adjust their machine to optimize it for the sprint to the finish. And that's when they're going to hand out that big trophy. Back to Indianapolis after this from your ABC station. Helio Castroneves is the leader.
The 98th running of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC. Brought to you by Chevrolet. Find new roads.
A look at the race for the lead. In the Indianapolis 500, Helio Castroneves and Ryan Hunter-Reay have put a little gap on 3rd place Marco Andretti as we've run caution-free to this point, nearly 300 miles into this race. Penske leading, Andretti Autosport running 2nd
and 3rd.
Now, during that break a moment ago, this really interesting moment on the front stretch, riding with willpower.
And that's Plowman going pit lane. Creates all that congestion back there coming out 4. Scott Dixon and J.R. Hildebrand.
I think a spotter didn't tell him that somebody was behind, because that was a lot tighter than you'd want to be.
Oh, right by the wall, and the dust comes up because he's so close to the wall. A brave pass by a brave driver.
And that's something you don't want to try at home.
So as we approach that 300-mile mark, let's go up to speed. Get you updated on some of the stories in the field. We start with the race leader's pick, Jamie.
Well, Helio Castroneves enjoying the view out front right now. A lot of people curious about this bright yellow paint scheme. It's called the Yellow Submarine paint scheme, made famous by Johnny Rutherford and Rick Mears. Between the two of them, they won here 3 times with this paint scheme. And Helio, he said, maybe I should be behind, but I'm going to lead as much as I can. Meanwhile, our pole sitter, the 20 of Ed Carpenter on pit road. Now, the last stop, he had a blister on a tire. You see, they just took off the rears there. An issue, perhaps we'll get more information, but they were watching those tires from Ed Carpenter.
Now, blisters on the back tires means the back of the car is starting to slide around.
So, unscheduled pit stop there for Ed Carpenter, and as Jamie said, she'll follow up on that for just a minute. Let's check back down, continue going up to speed, Doc.
Yeah, other leaders are scheduled to come in at about 7 or 8 laps out. Let's check on Ryan Hunter-Reay. What a run for the Floridian who finished 3rd in this race a year ago. He started 19th, said I'm going to be very aggressive at the start. He was in the top 10 by lap 18. now running in second position. They have made 2 1/4 turn wing changes to front, pulled on the bodywork, and now Hunter-Reay settling in to save fuel. Behind him, his young teammate Marco Andretti, who's trying to become only the second Andretti ever to win in Indianapolis. Marco had a blistered right rear tire early on. They added rear wing, added front wing to get overall downforce. Marco says, now I know I've got the car. As Hunter-Reay takes the lead, Ryan Hunter-Reay showing he's got the car too. Marco feeling comfortable. Both his teammates were supposed to be saving fuel. I don't know.
Running in 5th is Scott Dixon. Dixon says he knows in the first couple of stints as to whether his car is what he needs. Sure, you're going to tweak it as the race progresses, but having it in the neighborhood from the start is a huge advantage, and that's exactly what the 9 team has hit on today. They did make a front wing adjustment on the first stop, but nothing significant since, so they have tweaked on it. Dixon said, I'd want to just hang around the top 5 and then strike late in the race. He is currently 4th.
Well, Juan Pablo Montoya right behind. Remember, this is his return to IndyCar. He came back at the beginning of this season. He said really it took until the Grand Prix of Indy, which was 2 weeks ago, before he finally felt at home in the car. Now, one of his goals was to make sure that he's running in the top 5 when they reach those last 3 laps. At this point, he's right where he needs to be. Alan?
All right, Dr. Rick, so an update on the top 5. Hunter-Reay really pulled away from Castroneves, who got separated in some traffic, and also, maybe because he led so many laps, is trying to nurse the fuel a little bit to get into a window. So Ed Carpenter saw him pitting early. He's dropped all the way back to 21st place. Jamie, got to follow him?
Well, I mentioned the tires that they were watching for. He felt like he had an issue. Well, you saw him pit there, and the tire off the right rear, you take a good look at it, it's right on board here. In the pits, blisters all over it. So the team took precautionary action here. They took a pound out of the right rear for this run. So they're keeping an eye on those tires, but perhaps that air pressure adjustment will help.
All right, Jamie, thanks. And so that was the sign that Ed Carpenter.
That's a bad looking tire. That's not something you want to see.
That was the sign they saw that said, whoa.
But we've seen 3 cars that have had problems with vibration and in their tires. So it looks like the track is changing, and very few cars are managing to actually keep the same pace they had before, Scott.
It's all about managing the car, managing the tires. We talk about the tools that the driver has inside the cockpit. He can feel when the car starts to slide, either understeer, it means it's pushing in the front, or the back end wants to come around on you. They call that oversteer. Work with the tools inside the cockpit to make sure the car stops doing that. You need a perfect balance on the car so you're not abusing the tires on one end, either in the front or the rear.
He's flat the whole way around.
On the Honda onboard right there, you can see the 100% throttle. That means his car is working real well.
Like his Honda engine is working real well.
I'm just watching those speed numbers. Those are what fascinate me. 223 into the corner. Hunter-Reay leads. Helio Castroneves pits. Castroneves has led the most laps today. Right now he's on the pit lane heading for James.
4-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, Rick Mears, with the call from up above, the spotter for Helio Castroneves. Helio told me he wants nothing more than to go to victory lane and celebrate with a fellow 4-time winner than today. Today could be his day. He's led more laps than anybody else. The car has been flawless. And you see him jacking up again. The turtle front wing, they actually first changed the day for Helio Castroneves, and they filled him up.
Actually lost a lot of seconds on that.
And they also did a lot of change on the rear wing because the air jack man is making an adjustment to the rear wing at the same time. They followed up a little bit of front wing adjustment. And there's Hunter-Reay around the outside. His stop will be coming up here shortly.
Back to pit road and Doc.
Marco Andretti has said no changes, guys. Don't change a thing in spite of the fact that the track temperature is now well over 117 degrees. Got to be flawless, waiting on fuel, and he's away.
Joseph Newgarden is in, Carlos Huertas, Sebastian Saavedra, Justin Wilson was just on and off the pit lane as this next round of pit stops begins. There's Newgarden. Doc?
Newgarden on pit road, and the car was sputtering as he came by me. try to refire the car. He apparently had run completely out of fuel. The car has not fired. He's sitting there losing valuable time over the green as they have changed tires, and now they have an issue. Here comes the leader in, Ryan Hunter-Reay. They talked about making no changes this time. Thus far, no wing change. They've only wait on fuel. Got to get completely full of fuel so they can maximize their fuel mileage. Hunter-Reay away.
Circles around his teammate Carlos Munoz, who's on the pit lane. J.R. Hildebrand is on the pit road. And a tire that needs to be claimed by someone is apparently loose on the pit lane. It apparently came from the Munoz car. There's Kurt Busch on and off the pit lane.
How thrilling it must be for him, Eddie. You can remember coming here as a rookie, coming down here and doing your first pit stops.
Scott Dixon in, Vince.
Scott Dixon is in. They're going to make a front wing adjustment, which will give him a little bit more freedom with the weight jacker that he can control himself within the car. Starting to get to the later stages of the race, and they want to give Dixon more freedom to adjust it with inside the cockpit. Jamie?
James Hinchcliffe has not been happy today. His car has taken a big swing, understeer to loose. They made that stop. They adjusted his front wing to try to help that loose condition and get his car handling better. He worked his way up to fourth, but he had fallen out of the top 10.
Hinch had started on the front row for this race. So again, here we go. As we run through another long green flag stint and a full fuel run, Juan Pablo Montoya running deeper, more laps than anybody else.
This is going to play into his favor as the race keeps going.
And really, if the race were to stay green all the way to the finish, his last stop is going to be shorter than everybody else's. That's the advantage they're playing for right now.
We're going down half a degree on the rear wing, half a degree on the rear.
Juan Pablo Montoya, the race leader, being called to the pit lane. Here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, he'll pit with 68 laps to go. And complete this cycle of pit stops. Montoya has been out there considerably longer than the others in the prior lead group when the cycle began. Here it comes, Rick.
Montoya last pitted on lap 99, which basically means he's gone 33 laps between pit stops, and that's not by accident. Early on, the team had said we need to work on fuel. They're making a rear wing adjustment because they said they want just a little bit more wing in this, a little bit more downforce. Right now, it's a clean stop, but remember, he can work hard to get out of these quickly. It's exactly what he wants to see, but you got to start doing the math. Will it take one stop or 1.5 stops to make it to the finish?
There you go. That's the whole play right now for Montoya.
And usually in races you can say you can bet on a yellow somewhere between now and the end, but since we have had a yellow-free race, maybe all bets are off on that one.
So the new leader, Ryan Hunter-Reay, in that yellow car, the two yellow cars, Hunter-Reay and Elio Castroneves running 1 and 2. Updates, Will Power has just served a pass-through penalty for a pit speeding violation on the pit lane.
Whoa, almost lost it under braking.
So that got Power a pass-through penalty, and then a warning issued to Carlos Munoz's team for a pit safety violation. You saw the tire, his own, that he hit there, sending that out into the traffic lane. Fortunately for them, it didn't go all the way across.
Shows you the risk that the crew members have when they're working on the cars out there in pit lane.
New penalty just called out by race control has just changed.
Oh my goodness.
The complexion of the race. Juan Pablo Montoya, pit speeding. Pass-through penalty.
All that work on saving.
They couldn't get the tariff off. I know. Copy. Just the drive through, Chief. Just keep going all the way through.
Tough because you got to make sure you get back down to the 60-mile-an-hour pit speed limit.
Sorry, I couldn't get the tariff when I pressed the freaking button afterwards, just to make sure we set our fuel.
And I did see him struggling. The tear-off he's talking about, his drivers like to get rid of that tear-off, that visor strip on their helmet that gets dirty. As you're coming into pit lane, he just missed pushing the button soon enough to set the pit speed limiter at 60. They caught him for speeding on the entrance to pit lane.
The only thing that will get him back in the game is a yellow at this point.
So the race leader, is the series champion from a couple of years ago, a 33-year-old from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Ryan Hunter-Reay, looking to win at Indianapolis. Two drivers from the Andretti Autosport team leading at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Marco Andretti swapping the lead with Ryan Hunter-Reay before this massive crowd on a spectacular Sunday afternoon here in Indiana. Andretti seeking his first win in a race that has been strange by normal standards here, because we've not seen the yellow flag yet. More times than not, we see a yellow flag in the first 15 laps of the race. Here we are at 141 laps, and we've not seen the caution for any reason.
What we're seeing right now is a possible preparation for what's going to happen at the end of this race. If two teammates are together like that, the one that's behind can defend and give the leader just enough of an advantage to make a run for it.
So at 350 miles, our Carfax race summary of the day: no cautions, 23 lead changes among 10 different drivers. The most laps led, Helio Castroneves, who's seeking his fourth win. Just 2 cars are out of the race. Buddy Lazier and Graham Rahal are retired. Tony Kanaan and Joseph Newgarden spent long times on the pit road with mechanical problems. They've both continued in the race, and there you see some of the drivers that have made big moves on the day, highlighted by the one in the middle, Ryan Hunter-Reay, who started in 19th position and has led 20 laps of this race, currently running in 2nd position. It's sort of a cruel legend here at the Speedway. The famed Hall of Fame public address announcer Tom Carnegie bellowing, and Andretti slows on the backstretch. Mario Andretti, so strong here, but only won the race one time. Michael Andretti, one of the best ever in open wheel racing. So many wins, every place except here in Indianapolis. And Marco Andretti knows the family history here at the Speedway and wants to change it.
He's looking really strong today.
We've just had so many heartaches there, so many times that we've come up close, really the 3 of us. And so, you know, this year I don't care if I lead 1 lap, it just has to be the one that counts.
Well, when Mario Andretti won the race in 1969, so many opportunities for this great racing family, but since then, those are some of the things that have happened. More on Marco Andretti from Dr. Jerry Punch.
You know, Michael Andretti told me he was 6 years old when his dad Mario went to victory lane. That's a long time ago, 45 years to be exact. And Michael told me before the race started, he said, if Marco wins it, said, I'm going to embarrass myself in victory lane. I will be crying like a baby because it will be so much emotion. But right now, Michael's car that he's engineering, Ryan Hunter-Reay, is trying to beat his son, Marco. In fact, he just told Ryan Hunter-Reay a moment ago, we're going to have to battle the 25 for the win, so we got to save fuel. Let's go to MAVTV on fuel right now.
The tactical game, how to spend the least amount of time on pit road on that final stop and yet maintain a shot at running to the win.
And more important this race than any, because usually yellows give you an opportunity to bunch the field back up, have an opportunity to have the service on your car, and then when you come out behind the pace car, everybody is bunched together. But if this race goes green all the way, it's going to become more important.
Ed Carpenter in. Remember, he had to pit shy of the other leaders.
We're going to give you a half a turn of front wing
earlier, and here he is again, Jamie.
And you hear the adjustment there. Of course, we showed his right rear tire was severely blistered after that last stint, so they took 1 pound out of the right rear. They'll take a good look at it this time and see how it's looking. He said he has quite a bit of understeer. They're going to adjust for that. They'll put 4 fresh tires on here for Ed Carpenter, who is maintaining a top 5 run there. They'll see if they'll have enough to the end.
So Carpenter and everyone else going to have to make at least one more stop to make the distance. The trick is his will have to be longer. He'll need more fuel if he stay under the green flag. 54 laps to go. We're back after this from your ABC station.
Yeah, yellow. It's a yellow.
Well, he tried. Now he finished it.
Now it's advantage Dixon.
The yellow flag is waved for the first time in the Indianapolis 500. That's California's Charlie Kimball, who has spun He spun after he had one almost spin and great save. Now the second time around, you see them extracting himself from the car off of turn number 2.
This puts Power and Montoya back in play again because everybody's going to regroup.
Top of the screen, you'll see the car come into play. He's just a little high on the line, goes around, gets so lucky because it doesn't really slap the wall too hard. Lucky again that nobody hits him. That's coming out of turn 2. And now he tries to straighten the car. He lets his foot off the brake a little bit to get control. The momentum brings the back end around still. Been through that many times. You're just sort of riding along as a passenger. Not a whole lot you can do.
He was very lucky because in the break he had another moment just like that turning into 3. So maybe he had an issue with his balance before all that started.
And Eddie, you know that sometimes when you're high in the line like that, you could be right because maybe he had a loose race car before from what we saw. Sometimes when the car's loose like that, you will not turn the steering wheel very quickly simply because the back end is nervous and you can feel that. This was earlier and you watch him now with the run down here to turn 3. Watch him above on the camera here. Outside. That's 14, Takuma Sato going around the outside, and he just collects it. Eddie, you and I cringe because it's not very often to get away with that at 220 miles an hour.
Good look from our Novo Nordisk onboard camera riding with Kimball today.
And this is the one that just happened. No. We're going to go on board now, so let's just ride along and listen. Smart.
Clear. You're clear behind you.
Clear. Smartly take his hands off the wheel when he went to hit the wall. That's just to avoid some hand and wrist injuries. That's no fun.
Safety crew fired up the 83, put the steering wheel back on, and he has driven back around to the pit lane. So Marco Andretti leads. Ryan Hunter-Reay runs second.
I don't know, man. Cars, I've got an advantage right now that I'm not going to say on the radio, but I'm not sure if me being there is being allowed by the downforce or if the car is that good. Yeah, 10-4. That makes it tough, doesn't it?
Now, he's talking about the advantage he has on his teammate, Marco. He's not talking about the advantage of the guy he has behind.
Yeah,
we're looking at confident guys.
Right, and who's he talking to on the radio?
The father of the guy who's the car in front.
In front,
yes. Who happens to be an Andretti. And the last time they won, I think they put a man on the moon or something like that. So even I saw that.
So that's the thought of the driver sitting second. How about the thought of the 2008 winner, Scott Dixon, who sits in 4th?
You need more downforce to get up, or we can take some out? I think we're going to have to take some out to be racy, man. We copy that.
So what he's saying is he's just not fast enough.
Update on Dixon from Vince.
Well, and Eddie, you talking about he's not fast enough, and that's why they've got to take the downforce out, as Dixon just said on the radio, because he knows he's going to have to be faster if he's going to get up there and contend with Ryan Hunter-Reay and Marco Andretti. They'll look to make that change on this stop. Their pit stops, by the way, have been flawless so far. They've really made up time on pit lane.
They really have to be careful as don't take out too much downforce so they can't get up the back of somebody's gearbox in the corner. Marco Andretti had that in the beginning, and he had those blistered rear tires. So you've got to get it just right that you can hang on for that final rush. And the pits are open.
So Andretti Autosport having a fine day with all 5 of its cars in the top 10. Kurt Busch in that last run moving up smartly. Being aided a little bit by the fact that Ed Carpenter, J.R. Hildebrand had just made pit stops before the yellow under this green, and the penalties to Will Power and Juan Pablo Montoya on those last green flag stops.
I would love to know what they've done to Kurt Busch's car change-wise, Scott. Have they given him more downforce to give him some more confidence? What are they doing to give him a run at the end?
Oh, I imagine that's probably the case because he had that mishap the other day, hit the wall. He's the driver now. He's probably looking for security. And now we're going to come up to some more pit stops, Alan.
I'd love to know what Kurt's emotions are, that journey on the day, how nervous he was at the start, at what point in the race he settled in, and now as the tension begins to build toward the finish, what he and all the other drivers are thinking about and feeling about right now. First thing they're thinking about is a set of pit stops. 48 laps to go will not be the last pit stop on the day, but here they come for a crucial one, Doc.
And they have warned Marco Andretti, you're going to have to go around where Kurt Busch is going to be pitting, and it's going to be a very busy and very congested pit road. You got to watch your mirrors, use your pedals. Here comes Marco to a stop. Oh, almost gets hit from behind by his teammate. Marco has asked for a half a turn of front wing adjustment. He will wait on fuel. No problem now with tires are on, and Marco's away. Game on.
A front wing change there for the second pit stop in a row. 4 tires, they filled them up with Sunoco fuel. Clean exit out.
Ryan Hunter-Reay moving up a spot. Scott Dixon as well. Getting closer to the finish at Indy.
The 98th running of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC. Brought to you by New Axe Peace Body Washes. Make love, not war.
45 laps to go today at Indianapolis. Next weekend, the Verizon IndyCar Series moves to Belle Isle. And the 2-mile, 14-turn road course there in the waters between mainland Detroit and Canada should be a spectacular race. The doubleheader, both here on ABC next Saturday and Sunday, both at 3:30 Eastern Time. Downstairs, Dr. Jerry Punch.
We're with Michael Andretti, and Michael been talking to his driver, Ryan Hunter-Reay, about what's happening strategy-wise. Now he's talking to Ryan Hunter-Reay one more. Michael, I heard you tell your driver, Ryan Hunter-Reay, looks like we may be racing the 25 for the win. How difficult is that for you?
I don't know. I mean, it's now with this yellow, actually, I think it made it about a 3 or 4 or 5 car race now because you got Dixon and Elio in there. But, you know, it's going to be quite interesting.
Hunter-Reay said he knows he has an advantage over the 25. You dare to share that with us?
No, I actually didn't hear him say that he had an advantage over the 25, but he just said he thought he had a good car.
All right, Michael Andretti, God's got to be tough. He's a strategist here, and he's a dad for the guy he's trying to beat.
And he's the team owner, and either way, it's his 2 cars racing for the win at Indianapolis. That's pretty good.
He's a great team owner. To have that many cars up at the front and to be ahead of Ganassi and Penske, that's quite a good day's work.
Charlie Kimball's car is being taken back to Gasoline Alley. The only caution of the race thus far, wrapping up here, the yellow bringing a couple of other people back into play. That's Ed Carpenter, who's the leader. Remember, he was off sequence on pit stops because of the blistered tire earlier. Stayed out under the yellow, had just pitted under the green. Now he's out in front.
And everybody's going to have to fit at least one more time if they can get 10 laps in. Goes Hunter-Reay.
And they say that the guy that's at the lead on the restart is a sitting duck. Remember, Carpenter did come in before, has some tires on it that have a few more laps on it, but he has run a race lap that's about a mile an hour faster than the people that are around him. So does he have a little bit left that he's not showing at this time?
A really important part of the race for Dixon right now. He's got to show that he has the speed to stay with this group. He's done a great job saving fuel. He's been on strategy. Now he's got to keep pace with these cars if he's going to stand a shot at passing them at the end.
So Hunter-Reay, Carpenter, Andretti, Dixon, Castroneves as for the lead. Ed Carpenter goes back through.
Now, in principle, this lead change could happen every lap because we could tell before that the lead car is almost a sitting duck at the end of these long straightaways.
Keeping an eye on that 4th place car, Dixon. Remember the report on the pit stop? He's going to take some downforce out of the car because he needed the speed to keep up with these front 3. Can he keep up and manage to keep the car underneath him?
Taking downforce out of a car, and here he goes again.
Hunter-Reay back to the front.
This leapfrogging can happen every lap from here to the end of the race.
And it's fun. As drivers, we love it.
So Ed Carpenter running second. Let's get an update on his car, Jamie.
Well, Ed Carpenter last pitted on lap 145. They took a look at the tires. All looked great for him. He asked the team, how are we looking on our downforce? They said, we look good. Let's take a big picture look at this and see how we sit second and how we can lead here. But so far, Ed Carpenter very happy with his car as you see him leapfrogging back and forth with Ryan Hunter-Reay.
We're looking again, and we're going to get it done again into one. Maybe that's far enough.
Oh.
Oh.
Now, the drivers are starting to tighten up their game. If you can give somebody a little bit of a problem, make them think twice, you have the mental advantage for those last 2 laps. When Hunter-Reay did there, he gave him room, but not quite as much as before.
And as you say, that will just get worse
Here
as it
comes
goes on.
Marco Andretti.
And he's too late.
With a peek inside.
Now, these passes we're trying to accomplish going into 3 or into 1 usually start at the opposite end of the track. So you're coming off of 4 now. You need to be set up to get the pass completed going into 1. He's not close enough this time. But if you're passing somebody at one end of the track, it really got originated down the other end.
Another thing we have to say right now is all that talking about saving fuel that we did before, that's all gone out of the window. Right now they're going as fast as they can, maximum power. Because they all have to stop for fuel one more time. Everybody does.
So a look through this lead group of 10, including the rallying James Hinchcliffe, Townsend Bell with a beautiful drive, and now Kurt Busch up into 9th spot with 39 laps to go. Vince?
It's been a rally for Kurt as well today, Alan. He started 12th, fell back to about 20th, and now, as you said, back into the top 9, the top 10 in 9th place. They have added downforce to his car on a couple of different occasions. As you see the lead change and Carpenter go to the front, Eddie and Scott wondered about how Busch's car has been handled throughout the course of the day. They have added some downforce, but nothing major. Kurt's been very calm on the radio. He's handled it like he's a veteran, not like it's his first time at the Indianapolis 500.
And he's right at the end of that leading group. To be in 9th place for a NASCAR driver, having done just 1 race, is a great accomplishment.
You see all the swapping around for the lead, and the fact that the race is finished under caution the last 4 straight years. It's got a lot of the drivers wondering what's the right position to be in for the finish. As Hunter-Reay 1 spot, we'll begin to dive into what they're thinking, where to position themselves, and get ready for what's no doubt going to be an exciting run to the checkered flag. That's all coming up from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where sculptor Will Behrens is going to do some more work in a little while.
Big one. Oh, get out of
the way. Scott Dixon talked about taking downforce off the car. Would it be unmanageable? There's the answer. The former winner into the wall hard.
It is such a fine line between having enough downforce and taking it all out for that final run. Now, I don't know what happened, but I would say it's a good bet that it was just not enough grip to hang in there.
Probably over the edge and almost undrivable. So
now this changes everything for Ed Carpenter.
And there he is already in the middle of the turn of turn 4. The car has already come around from him, so that means one of 2 things. The car was very loose where the back end wants to come around on you. It had already swapped ends, or something broke on the car and then the car swapped around on him. We'll have to get a report from him.
He was sideways very, very early on. And nobody seemed to have hit any of those big pieces of debris, which is great. That's a very strange spin.
In what way?
But just way so early. Normally that doesn't happen. He started spinning as he turned into turn 4.
On board Helio Castroneves, who was right behind Dixon.
See, just the car starts to come around on him right mid-turn.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Just got really light in the back. That wing, those wing changes are so tricky. It's always a guess as to how much you can take out. And so often, if even a team like Ganassi cannot get it right, it just shows you what a crapshoot that is.
And when they make those wing adjustments, what it does, it either puts downforce, more grip into the car, or takes downforce off of it and makes the car have less grip in the turn. And that's what he called for, Alan, because he felt that he did not have the speed down the straightaway, wanted less wing angle.
For those of us who've not driven cars here in Indianapolis, do you have time to be scared? Do you think about it at all when that car snaps around like that? What does it feel like inside the car?
Those 2 tenths that you saw, for him, felt like a quarter of an hour. You feel it loose. You feel it go sideways. You try to correct it. You know you have a long way to go, and you just sit there waiting for that bang. And he had a good bang because he went in backwards. The worst ones are the ones where you go in at a 90-degree angle. And let's not forget that safer wall that absorbed a lot of that information, a lot of that energy.
And these cars are so great inside the cockpit because everybody has actually built the seats specific to the driver, as we see, as we understand, Joseph Newgarden's car over there in the grass area.
Pit lane is open. The leaders are in.
We didn't see what happened to Newgarden. I have no idea what he's doing there.
Follow up on that in a minute.
This is the race right here. This is where it's going to happen in these pit stops.
So busy coming out, sliding in front of your other competitors.
This was a big, big break for Carpenter.
Got him back on even footing.
Even footing, same fuel as everybody else, didn't lose any time. He was going to have a very
save your fuel right now. Save your fuel.
Kept going on his run.
So 30 laps to go. The crash from Scott Dixon. Vince is down in his pit.
Mike, Scott had just asked on the before the previous stop to take some downforce off the car to make it a little more racy. Any impression from you that contributed to the accident?
Well, actually what happened was we meant to take downforce out of the car, but because everybody came in under yellow, we took out a very small amount. We didn't take out what we would have done on the final stop. So no, it didn't contribute to that. We don't think.
Had he indicated prior to ill handling with the car before the accident?
No, I don't think the car was ill handling at all. You know, it just people need to understand, the viewers need to understand how close to the edge the guys are that in that front pack. You know, you had 4 people that are broken away from everybody else, and they were running fast laps. And I think that's really what's going on. It could have happened to any four of those guys.
Indeed. Thanks for the time, Mike.
All right, and we hope to hear from Scott Dixon in a bit. What happened to Joseph Newgarden? We saw Dixon crash. There's Newgarden's car inside the corner.
Now Joseph Newgarden seems to be coming out in a normal line, and that looks like Martin Plowman's not slowing down for the accident and gets into the back of Joseph Newgarden.
Caution is out. Pit stops made. 29 laps to go. The former winner is done for the day. So as you see the cleanup continuing from turn 4 where Scott Dixon crashed and Joseph Newgarden's car removed from inside the corner after he was hit and spun around there. Ryan Hunter-Reay from Fort Lauderdale in contention to try and score the win today at Indianapolis. Getting ready to go green with 55 miles to go in the Indianapolis 500-mile race. 24 cars on the lead lap, and the intensity is picking up. This restart could be just wild as the drivers scream into turn 1, all jockeying for position to be in position for the finish.
But they can't give up anything right now. You cannot give up one corner. You can't give up anything. You have to go as if it's the last lap. This is going to be a wild end of the 500.
Ryan Hunter-Reay from Florida, Ed Carpenter from Indiana, Townsend Bell from California, 1, 2, and 3, coming back up to speed. Hinchcliffe and contact with Carpenter.
All behind you here. Yellow's out.
You could tell 3 wide going into 1 was not going to work.
3 wide around here in an IndyCar does not work ever.
Sorry. Nah, I'm sorry. It was busy down there.
I suspect they'll have words with each other.
It's 3 wide. Look like. 3 wide. Stop the bell. Speed. That is you.
And Hinchcliffe just came from that concussion he had in the inaugural Grand Prix. I don't think anybody's really to blame in that. You have to go for these restarts, and we could see that every time we restart from here to the end of the race.
Well, Ed Carpenter, James Hinchcliffe, and to their outside, Helio Castroneves. Check that, Townsend Bell, and into turn 1 it went wrong.
And amazingly, Townsend Bell made it through.
This is when the spotters will be telling him somebody's high, somebody's
outside, outside, inside, out. Hang on, bud, hang on.
See, now with Ed Spotter, I told him that he was on the outside. Last minute, Hinchcliffe came on the inside. But as a driver, you also feel what's going on. Now we ride along with Helio Castroneves. You can see all the cars fan out. And to the surprise, there goes Hinchcliffe.
Clear.
A little bit bold.
Go high.
And Helio makes the right decision to go to the bottom. But the one who really put the pressure on the two inside cars was Townsend Bell, that had just a half a foot advantage to press them down in the lower part of the track, and then they touched.
And on the onboard look we had from Castroneves' car, I believe it was, we actually saw Townsend Bell and Carpenter make the slightest bit of contact before Carpenter and Hinchcliffe bounced off each other.
And that forced Carpenter down just enough to connect with Hinchcliffe. And in one fell swoop, Townsend Bell, how do you say this? Removed two competitors that were behind him. It was a great move. Both of them right now are just seething when they're spinning. Look at this little bump, and I'm gonna go around the outside.
And that little bump that you feel makes you go towards the inside a bit more, plus a spotter telling him that he's got somebody in the high side, drives into the low side to make that contact with James Hinchcliffe. Jamie, you have more?
Well, Eddie, your assessment was very nice, shall we say, compared to Ed Carpenter's radio. Ed said, who was that? His team said it was Townsend. Some words about it, very frustrated. Obviously, the two drivers involved, Hinchcliffe and Ed Carpenter, having words, very frustrated. Both felt like they had cars to win this race today, and now their days are done with 23 laps to go.
But you really can't blame Townsend Bell for trying that move.
Well, the Californian finds himself up to second right now.
Did he lose it down low? Nah, they dove in underneath, made it 3 wide, dissed in, and you had position on them. Oh, that was 3 wide.
Yep, that was 3 wide. It's a good move.
No caution flags through 149 laps today. And now a little rash of yellow fever has broken out. The intensity picking up as we get closer to the 500-mile mark at Indianapolis. We're back to the Brickyard after this from your ABC station.
The 98th running of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC. Brought to you by Expedia. Whatever trip you're imagining, all in one place. Expedia. Find yours.
Well, we went for a restart with 25 laps to go here in the Indianapolis 500. It did not go green for long. 2 cars wound up crashed in turn 1. 2 cars racing for second place. James Hinchcliffe and Ed Carpenter's machine. Now we're going to go green with 20 laps to go in the race. And the question becomes, when does the race finish? Because the last 4 years, the race has ended under yellow. With all the drafting we've seen and the slingshot passing, a big topic on the minds of drivers is when to make your move. When do you want to be leading? You're vulnerable if you're leading, but you lose if you're second and the yellow comes out.
And you have to be in the top 5. If you're not in the top 5, you don't have a chance at the restarts. And here we go again. Hunter-Reay got a big jump on everybody.
Hunter-Reay, Townsend Bell, Castroneves, Marco Andretti, Takuma Sato. The top 5, they're 3 wide for second. Castroneves in the middle, Bell low, Andretti outside.
And we'll see if Townsend Bell can withstand the pressure from Castroneves.
Fanning out, everybody desperate to race up into those top 4 or 5 spots and be there for the final laps. That's Kurt Busch in the silver machine, challenged by Sebastian Bourdais. Juan Pablo Montoya is just ahead of him. Montoya up to 7th after the speeding penalty on pit road earlier.
Now Montoya has had the speed before. Will he be able to actually continue to creep forward to get back in touch with the lead group? And here we go. Castroneves, a bold move. Pardon me, excuse me. Townsend Bell, I need to come through.
Yeah, but I don't see Townsend Bell just laying down and said, go ahead, I'm going to help you win your 4th Indy 500. He's going to attack him again, turning into, maybe not into 3, but he's going to There we go. He's got his own problems with Munoz.
Townsend Bell, that was at a block as Munoz went to go to the low side. He looked in his mirror and pushed him down. Now he's on the high side. Munoz, who was qualified second last year, finished second, brave.
Now with all this, and Andretti is leading the Indy 500 with only 18 laps to go.
Spectacular day for Andretti Autosport. They have cars running first, second, fourth, and seventh in this field.
And we've learned in the past that Munoz is not somebody that'll just lay back and wait for the race to come to him. He attacks it, and he has enough laps right now to get up front. And here goes Hunter-Reay. He's back in the lead.
Yep, that started back in turn 2. Remember, we have enough fuel on board to make it right to the end right now. There's no conserving fuel. Your fuel trim knob's going to be at race.
Can he put a gap? Any gap on second place? Probably not.
The only gap you got here is the car that's inside of you. And here comes Castroneves, second. This is the strongest he's been since probably halfway through the race. And he is going to hunt down Hunter-Reay.
And just remember, so much of this race being run in the long green flag stretches, save fuel, save fuel. Preach to all of these drivers, forget about it now.
All they have to do now is reach down there and tighten up their seatbelts, because this is going to be one heck of an end of the Indy 500.
So Castroneves for Team Penske, looking for that magical 4th win in the Indianapolis 500 to join that club that includes Rick Mears and A.J. Foyt and Al Unser. Can he do it?
And there's the captain
for the lead.
And it is early. We still have 16 laps to go. You think the captain's a little bit excited?
15 times a winner of the Indianapolis 500, Roger Penske. His driver's out in front.
So were the fans. You could hear from inside the booth here when he took the lead.
He would be the 4th driver to have won the Indy 500 4 times. And Penske would have 2 drivers in that group. But this race is far from over.
Here comes Hunter-Reay. Big run.
That's not blocking. What he did there, now he's forcing Hunter-Reay to high, and Hunter-Reay goes past him on the outside.
Hunter-Reay has got a great car.
Castroneves has got to be careful because Andretti's got a run on him, and he could make a run at it, turning into 3.
I suspect for Elio to take that low line out of 3 and 4, he probably had a problem with the car, had to get off the gas, knew he had to defend going down the front stretch, hoped he could have got to turn 1 still in the lead. It did not work out.
Marco right now is Hunter-Reay's best buddy. He has to attack Castroneves as much as he can. If he forces Castroneves to look in his rearview mirrors, that will give Hunter-Reay just enough breathing room.
I talked to Marco Andretti here during Media Day on Thursday. He told me about a recurring nightmare that he's had all week long with that scenario we just talked about, the drafting, the caution ending the race early. He said, I don't know where to be, and I keep having this nightmare over and over and over again that I've got a car that can win the race I want to win more than any other, and I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time at the finish.
That nightmare might end, and the Andretti nightmare of not winning Indy might win. And they're approaching traffic, which will be complicated for the first 5.
Oh, talk about a nightmare for Martin Plowman. He knows the position he's in. He looks in the mirror. The spotters who are up in the stands that communicate with the drivers tell him that leaders are coming up behind you, so he's got to find a place to get out of the way.
But it's not just 1, it's a group of 9.
Smartly goes to the low side.
And Kurt Busch is in 7th place, right behind Montoya. And he gets out of the way. Very good move. All this pressure that Andretti is putting on Castroneves is giving Hunter-Reay just enough room that he doesn't have to defend.
Top
Here comes the run. Can he make it on the outside? No!
Wow!
Now he's got to regroup. He can do that move because the guy behind him was far enough back that he knew he could chance that and still not get past. Now he's got to get caught back up if he can get the draft off of Elio, who's just up ahead.
And now Munoz, the young Colombian, 22-year-old from Bogota, now living in Miami, begins to lurk, running in 4th. Young driver who last year came to the Speedway for the very first time in a IndyCar, qualified second, finished second, making moves that veterans like Mr. Cheever and Goodyear in the last laps were left wondering how he got away with it.
The beauty of being young and brave.
You know what I see? I see Ryan Hunter-Reay going down the straight, Castro Neves being able to catch up a little bit, but going through the turns, Hunter-Reay's car just gets through there much easier than Castro Neves's does. It looks like it's easier for him to maintain that speed.
Andretti has 3 cars in the top 4.
And while you watch that scoring crawl, look at number 8 there, Ryan Briscoe. Remember, had the problem in the first laps and got a lap down. He's come all the way back into the top 10. What a drive.
So Elliott has to get this time correctly if he wants to lead now, or is he trying to understand and size up where he can make the pass? It looks like his car is better in turns 3 and 4. Ryan Hunter-Reay's is better in 1 and 2.
Caution, crash. There was debris in turn 2, now a crash. That's Townsend Bell.
Is hungry today. That was 2.
So just as IndyCar officials called for a debris for caution on the racetrack in turn 2, Townsend Bell finds himself with a heavy crash, and the yellow flag is out with just 10 laps to go.
Where's the right place to be? That was a great end to his. That was unfortunate he had that in. That was a great race he was on. Unbelievable pace.
And a lot of debris to be picked up out there in the corner. Look at that.
So we're going to see him come into frame to the right-hand side as we did. Something goes on with the car, guys, I think, mid-turn, Eddie, because that thing is gone. Now, we heard debris. Did he run over the debris? Did the tire get flat? We don't know.
At the end of these races, when you have accidents and they try to pick all the debris, it's impossible to get it all in. It takes so very little to cut a tire.
Well, the debris, I think, possibly that they talked about might have been ahead of where he had the accident.
Yep.
Red flag.
They're going to stop the race because there's so much debris to clean up in turn 2, and they want to give these fans a shot at seeing as much of a green flag shootout to the finish as they can. Look at all that debris they've got to pick up.
Because they could not have cleaned it up in 9 laps. I think that's a great decision.
The debris was the right front wing plate off of Sebastian Saavedra's car, we believe. Watch those two.
Oh, Saavedra just gets the left rear tire of Jacques Villeneuve's Dollar General car as they're coming out of the turn, and that's the debris that we were going to go yellow for. As you watch and ride along with Juan Pablo Montoya just up ahead. Oh, that thing snaps. That's almost like what happened to Busch the other day.
Something went wrong.
Back comes around.
So the field going to be brought down the pit lane and stopped under the red flag to allow the cleanup to continue. And listen to the fans roar with approval at that decision.
What a great decision. I'm so glad. We don't know if it's not going to end in yellow, but I think it's glad they have a shot.
While they get ready to stop the field here and continue the cleanup, let's back up one caution and check with Vince.
Ed Carpenter had one of the fastest cars all day, but got caught in that sandwich going into turn 1. What was your perspective of what happened?
Just guys not realizing how much time we had left in the race. You know, that wasn't a green-white checkered restart situation. Just, you know, amateur moves.
Did you feel like it was from the outside or from the inside?
Well, Townsend and I would have been fine. You know, the moment when Hinch decided to make it 3 wide, I think, is when it was more than any of us could handle. Yeah, I mean, you just can't stick it in there. It's just a dumb move.
They put you both in the back of the emergency vehicle on the way to come here. What was the conversation between the two of you on the ride to the medical center?
I'll just say it's a good thing he already had a concussion last week. That was nice.
Ed Carpenter.
bitter disappointment for Ed Carpenter, who thought he had a chance to win the race. He wants to win more than any other.
He did have a chance. He had a very big chance.
Down to pit lane and Jamie.
Well, nobody knows more about broken hearts and immortality and winning than Roger Penske. Roger, I've been listening to you on the radio and the excitement level every time Helio Castroneves makes a pass. He's sitting second now, less than 10 to go. What position do you want him to be in on that final lap?
Well, it looks like Hunter-Reay's got some real good speed, and of course they're weaving on the straightaway, so we got to be careful to try to get down on the inside. But this restart's going to make a huge difference because everybody will be slower. So I think you're going to see some real action here. But Helio's certainly in a good spot. He's driven a great race, and we'll just see what happens.
Have you already given any thought to being another 4-time winner?
Oh, listen, I just think this young guy has done such a job driving for us. Every year he's won these 3 races, and then, of course, you know, today racing the way he has, it's been tough out there. As you can see, some great cars got taken out. But from my perspective, he's in the right spot to do what he's got to do, and he'll earn his money today, I'm sure.
Helio Castroneves, of course, going for his 4th win here at Indianapolis. Doc?
And Michael Andretti trying to win for the 3rd time here as a car owner. And Michael, first of all, does Ryan Hunter-Reay have what he needs right now in these final laps to hold off Helio and Marco?
We'll find out. You know, you know, last year we got burned on the yellow. I hope we didn't get burned this time. Where, you know, why didn't he throw the red last year too? So it's a little disappointing because, you know, I think they probably wouldn't have finished and we would have won the race. So it's going to be interesting now. So we have to just see. I know it's great for the fans, so that's the main thing. So hopefully we get a good restart and we can hold Helio, and be nice to get Marco in there. And you know, we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, Michael Andretti, his car sit 1st and 3rd, and I think a lot of confidence here that Ryan Hunter-Reay has what he needs to be able to get the Indy 500 victory.
The field stopped under the red flag to clean up the debris from the crash in turn 2. Then a blistering sprint to the finish. Castroneves trying to become a 4-time winner. Joining A.J. Foyt, Al Unser Sr., and his spotter in turn 3 for today's race, Rick Mears, also a 4-time winner here at Indianapolis. Can Castroneves overtake Hunter-Reay and
a 4-time winner of the 500?
Back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, repairs being made to the safer barrier, the steel and foam energy reduction system that is on the inside of the concrete retaining walls around the speedway. One of the great safety innovations in motorsports to help cushion the impact of the blow, and that's left the field under the red flag before these final 8 laps of this one play out. Down to pit road, Dr. Jerry Punch.
And with Becky Hunter-Reay. And Becky, I know you've been around racing your whole life, but how difficult is this for you to sit and watch and know that Ryan has a shot here in a few laps to win the Indy 500?
It's amazing. He was so close last year, and to be up there again this year is just a testament to the driver that he is.
Becky Hunter-Reay, she knows it could happen, gosh, and she hopes it will. Vince?
With James Hinchcliffe was involved in that accident with Ed Carpenter. Ed pointed the finger at you. How did you see it as you entered one?
I mean, I was the last guy on the scene, so I guess that's pretty fair. You know, from where I was, you know, could have been the last restart. It's the last stint for sure, and you know, you got to go for it. And Ed pulled out. There was a car width there, and I went for it. And Ed gave me the room initially. I honestly don't think Townsend knew we were 3 wide because, again, I haven't seen the replay yet, but from what I saw, Townsend came down into Ed, who came down into me. But like I said, I was the last guy there, so I got to take a portion of the blame for sure. And I feel bad for Ed. You know, I honestly didn't think Townsend could. I knew he had popped out. I honestly didn't think he was going to try and hold the outside because you can't do that here. For as high as Ed was entering, I knew that Townsend would have been way up in the gray. I thought he was just going to lift and it was going to be Ed and I in the corner. But, you know, obviously that's not how it played out. Townsend kept his foot in it and turned into Ed and hit me. Partly my fault, maybe partly Townsend's fault, 100% not Ed's fault, and I feel really bad for him. You know, it's he had a great month and was doing a great job. And, I mean, I'm gutted for the guys because, you know, we weren't great in that sort of middle part of the race, and we fought back, got the car where it needed to be, and feel bad for the Andretti Autosport guys.
Thanks, Hinch. AB?
2 minutes till they fire the engines. 2 laps, then they restart the race. Back live at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you see crew members positioned behind the rear wing of each car. These cars don't carry an onboard starter. The jump starter, if you will, is set and ready to go. In a moment, they're going to fire these engines, send the cars out onto the racetrack. They'll make 2 laps under the caution to get the field formed and re-warmed up, and turn them loose for what's going to be 6 laps to the scheduled distance.
No work was able to be done on the car, so the drivers are going back out with exactly what they were with on the racetrack when they were out there competing before. So no modifications to the car. I can assure you that the driver conversations with the crew when they were sitting there waiting for the repairs to be done to the safer barrier was who's around me, what kind of speeds are they capable of, and we're going to find out here in the shootout to the end very shortly who is going to remain the 500.
I think you have to be in the top 5 when you're realistic drivers. You don't have to have an accident to get past you. Every time somebody has made a run on another car and they haven't made it and they took their foot off, they'd lose 100 yards.
So as the field goes out, remember again, 2 laps behind the pace car, then they're going to turn them loose and see who wins the Indianapolis 500. Jamie?
Adriana Hanau is the girlfriend of Helio Castroneves. You've been back in the bus, and then all of a sudden you made your way out here. What is this moment like?
I'm telling you, I'm going to throw up. I'm ready to throw up. I was telling him, he's like, yeah, don't worry, I'll hold your hair. This is nerve-wracking.
He said he has so much responsibility. You know what this would mean to win a Ford. Let's go over to Doc.
Marco told me you two had this ongoing debate about where he needs to be in the final laps at Indy. He says he needs to be 2nd, 3rd, or 4th and use the draft. He says you're adamant that he needs to take the lead as soon as possible. What do you say right now? Where does he need to go?
I'll say take the lead as soon as possible, if you can, obviously. But he knows what he's doing, and you know, he'll give it his all, and he'll take everything out of the car, whatever the car can give him. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
The patriarch of the Andretti family, Mario Andretti. Marco said that Mario chastised him for not being more aggressive on the final restart a year ago. That's why you finished 4th, he said. You can't win it back there. As soon as they wave the green flag, you've got to be the leader. We'll see if Marco listens now in a moment.
1 lap to go. The signal from the starter's stand. We'll go racing with 6 laps to go. Will the race go all the way to the scheduled distance under green, or will it end short of that? As in the last few years, and with all the drafting and slingshotting, where do you want to be in the last laps? Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Ultimately, if the race is going to go green to the end, you're going to want to pass on that last lap. Probably going into turn 3. Maybe coming out of turn 4. Could be that exciting. Could be that close.
But you're leading the race right now.
I think Hunter-Reay's in the right place because all those cars that are behind him are going to try to pass, and there could very easily be another yellow.
Look at the running order across the top of the screen as we get ready to go. 21 cars on the lead lap.
And the interesting thing is that this new generation car, which we're now in the 3rd year, we've not seen this type of a run to the finish here. So the guy that's in the lead, we know, punches a bigger hole in the air, makes it easier for the guys to pass behind. Everybody's questioning where to be. I don't know where to be. I don't think anybody knows where to be, but we're about ready to find out.
Estimated better than 200,000 here. They're all standing up. Here they come for the restart to see who wins the Indianapolis 500.
Green flag.
Marco Andretti had to hesitate when he couldn't get clear of Castroneves. You heard him with the quick downshift, and he was able to defend his position in line.
And he caught right back up to Castroneves. Hunter-Reay has a very fast car, which he can hold off going into turn 1. And will he defend the position? Scott,
here's your answer, down low.
Castroneves looking for the race lead.
And here comes Marco. Two teammates in 2nd and 3rd place.
Hunter-Reay challenged by Marco Andretti to turn 3. Oh, that's close.
That's exactly what Castroneves
That's what he wants. Castroneves needs the two of them to fight relentlessly to give him just enough room. Now we have 4 laps to go.
The defensive line down the front stretch, but Hunter-Reay looks to the outside.
Talked about the wind before. The wind's behind you going into turn 3 where we're headed right now. You look backwards to Marco Andretti. He's going to try and make a challenge against these two.
Hunter-Reay almost clips the grass for the lead.
He's pulled it off.
That was a daredevil move.
Andretti peeks to the inside, but the door is shut for second place.
3 to go, 3 to go.
Castroneves sets up high to get a run for Hunter-Reay on the back straight.
And if these drivers tangle, Munoz is 4th, Montoya is 5th, Kurt Busch is 6th.
Hunter-Reay going all the way down to the bottom to try to break the toe. Helio Castroneves does exactly the same thing again, sets up high.
Slid there, not sure he has what he needs to get to the front.
Big run. Outside.
Clear, clear.
What a pass. Castroneves the leader. They'll come to the white flag next time. Here comes Andretti. Here comes Hunter-Reay.
Hunter-Reay got him into 3 the last time.
Defensive line by Castroneves.
He's going to have to do it this time.
Here they come to the white flag. We'll enter the final lap of the Indianapolis 500. Ryan Hunter-Reay to the outside of Helio Castroneves for the race lead. That kind of drafting warm up the photo finish cameras. Half a lap to go. Ryan Hunter-Reay leads. Helio Castroneves is 2nd. Can Castroneves close on him? He's a couple of car lengths back. 1 last corner to go. Checker flag is in the air. Here comes Castroneves. He won't get there. Florida's Ryan Hunter-Reay wins the Indianapolis 500.
Captain America pulled it off.
Awesome, man, awesome.
Looks like a fun party to be in the middle of, Jamie.
Becky Gordon just saying, did this really happen? What does this mean to you and your family? Of course, Robbie Gordon's sister married to Hunter-Reay. What does this mean?
Oh my God, one lap 199 came and I was like, no, you just gotta get this. He just won the Indy 500. I'm like, he deserves it so much. We're just so proud of him and happy for him. And I can't wait to get my little guy down there and drink some milk.
Becky, he had one of the most aggressive moves of the race, ducked down low, almost clipped the grass. What was going through your mind?
I knew he was going to do whatever it took to win this one, and we just won the 500.
Gonna go drink milk?
I gotta go down there.
She's going to drink the milk and celebrate, Alan.
What a race, what a finish.
Oh my God, Ryan, that is awesome. I can't believe that. I'm so happy for you. Got people crying down here. This is unbelievable. Great job today, man.
He started last year's restart first and got shuffled back to 3rd.
This year he's going to go kiss the bricks, drink the milk, and have his likeness inscribed on the Borg Warner trophy.
I admire everybody that wins this race, but it is great to see an American driver having just won the Indy 500.
and emotions. To borrow the old Wide World of Sports line, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, the human drama, they both drove their heart out.
Elliott said the other day they almost wanted to win this more for Rick Mears because he's been his mentor over all these years. As we know, Rick Mears has won this 4 times. He said he thought it would mean just as much for Rick to win his 4th as it would for himself. Did not happen today.
So much tradition here in Victory Lane, the victory wreath, the Firestone hat, and now the ceremonial swig of milk and the milk bath for his team here in Victory Lane. Here is the 500 Festival Princess to give him the congratulatory kiss. You did it, my friend. You are an Indy 500 champion. Congratulations. What's this like?
It's a dream come true, man. I can't even believe it. I don't even know. It hasn't even sunk in yet, but this is just the most fantastic team. I mean, the support they've given me. To give me this race car 2 years in a row to have a shot at winning the greatest race in the world. A dream has come true today, and I'm a proud American boy, that's for sure.
Take us through those final laps. The people here on their feet screaming. Got to believe the millions at home watching were screaming. Tell us about holding off and passing and repassing Elio Castronetto.
There was no practice for it. We never really ran those lines at all the whole month, and that was all new. Everything everybody was doing at the end was all new, and I didn't know if we had what it took, but I did my absolute best, and I've got the best team behind me. Nobody can stand on their own without a good team behind them, and these guys did it. And this is number 28, DHL Honda's in Victory Lane in Indy 500, and I don't even know what to think.
Becky said last night that you were very confident that this might be your day, in spite of starting back in 19th. What made you think, as he reached over, there's his young son riding, what made you think, even last night, that this was going to be your day?
I knew we had a good race car. We didn't qualify well. We started 19th, but we ran to the front, and I was just biding my time, making the right adjustments on the stops. I'm so excited right now, I can't even think. And this is just a dream come true. We did everything right today, and that's what it takes to win this race. I've watched this race since I was in diapers, sitting on the floor in front of the TV. My son did it today. He watched me here. I'm thrilled. This is American history, this race. This is American tradition. Our auto industry is based on it, and this is as big as a championship for me.
When you look back years from now on what you've accomplished today, they say this is a race that will change your life forever. What do you think you will cherish most about winning the Indianapolis 500?
Just being here, having my family here with me, doing it with this bunch. This is my 5th year in Andretti Autosport, doing it with these guys. I have such a great support team here. I mean, they really are behind me every step of the way, and It was a fantastic fight to the finish. You know what? It went green the whole way, and I love that because I wouldn't have wanted to win under yellow. I'll win it any way I can, don't get me wrong, but winning it under green like that, just a fantastic finish with Elio. We all raced each other clean, but really hard. I think that was some fantastic racing. I hope the fans loved it because I was on the edge of my seat, that's for sure.
Congratulations again to Ryan Hunter-Reay, a 33-year-old out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And there's his buddy Graham Rahal coming in. Michael Andretti over here, the car owner. Oh my gosh, what another celebration for Michael. His third win in the Indy 500 as a car.
And for Michael, the 5 cars he had entered in the race, one crashed racing for the lead with 25 laps to go. The other 4 finished in the top 6 spots. One driven into victory lane by Ryan Hunter-Reay. And what a scramble those final 6 laps were between Hunter-Reay, Elio Castroneves, and Marco Andretti.
And this is all flat out driving. You're not taking your foot off the throttle whatsoever. Running speeds of 223, 224, of which they were doing. You look in the mirror, you see the competitor coming up on the high side. You don't take your foot off it. You wonder if he'll make it or not. He gets it clean. And there we go.
The run to the checkered flag. Castroneves just too far back to get there by the time he reached the yard of bricks. That said, the second closest finish in 500 history. Right there.
Hunter-Reay was unstoppable.
6/100ths of a second between Ryan Hunter-Reay and Elio Castroneves. Well, one half of the duo that raced to the checkers has been heard from. Let's check with Rick on the other.
Elio Castroneves, you came so close. Let's talk about those last couple laps.
Well, certainly they stopped, kind of like break the rhythm, but I tell you what, first of all, congrats Andretti Green and Ryan Hunter-Reay. I mean, they did an outstanding job, and I want to thank Roger and my team, the Shell Pennzoil. I think the colors were so close to continue the tradition, but I'm so proud of the Shell Pennzoil boys. Obviously, AAA, Hitachi guys, Verizon. I want to thank everyone because it was close. It's a shame, so close, but you know, today it's Ryan Hunter-Reay's day.
Let's talk about that moment when you came into the pits after the race was over, and you just had to sit and think about it. What was going through your mind?
Well, obviously, you know, the blood is still flowing. You want to make sure that when you say something, you say the right things. And right now, certainly, it doesn't take it away the performance that we had. It's a shame. I want to give this to Roger so bad. I was pushing extremely loud. It was a great fight. I tell you what, guys, it was a great TV. I was having a great time. You know, it's unfortunately second is it's good when second sucks, if you know what I mean.
Elio Castroneves smiling, but he is truly hurting inside.
Finishing second today, Castroneves did to Ryan Hunter-Reay, who together with his wife Becky formed a charity Racing for Cancer to help kids who are suffering. Right now he's in victory lane at Indianapolis, helping his son to a little taste of milk. The celebration continues in victory lane at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Ryan Hunter-Reay, first-time winner here at the Brickyard. The Firestone Extra Mile, he had to work hard to overcome the 3-time winner Elio Castroneves, the winning pass right here.
It's a pity that one of those 2 great champions had to lose because it was quite a finish.
And then able to defend the run from turn 4 to the checkered flag. And Castroneves made the bid to the outside, but too late. And across the yard of bricks was Hunter-Reay with victory his. What a day for Andretti Autosport and team owner Michael Andretti, Doc.
Indeed, Michael's third win in the Indy 500. Michael, why you were watching that pass a moment ago? You drove these cars. You know how tough that was. What were you thinking when you saw Ryan Hunter-Reay squeeze that car and make the pass?
Well, I was a little worried when Elio made the pass on him there, right? I think it was like 2 laps to go, and he was able to get across his bow. And I thought he'd take enough air that Ryan would have to get out of it, but Ryan was able to still stay close. So when I saw that, I'm like, okay, he still has a shot at him, and he did exactly what he needed to do. You know, he got him going into 1 there in the last lap, and You know, that's what did it. You know, I knew Ryan was still in a good position at that point, but at that point he still got to pull it off, and he did. You know, he drove a perfect last 6 laps there in the end after that red.
Why is it so special for you? You said a moment ago to see Ryan Hunter-Reay finally get this race as a victory.
Ryan's just been a huge part of our team. You know, he's just a great guy. He's a friend, and you know, to have him get a win here is just awesome. You know, he deserves it. You know, he deserves to have his face on that trophy, and you know, we're just so proud to have him on our team. And you know, if it couldn't have been Marco, he's the next guy I wanted, and I'm really happy for him.
Not a bad finish for Andretti Autosport. Congratulations, Buck.
Thank you. So proud to have, you know, 4 guys in the top 6. That's a great team effort.
How about that for the day for Michael Andretti? Alan?
A lot of photos to be taken when you win the Indianapolis 500-mile race, but they're all happy ones today for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
The 98th running of the Indianapolis 500 on ABC, brought to you by Royal Purple, for the outperformer in you, and Progressive, comparing rates to help you save. Now that's Progressive.
Ryan Hunter-Reay wins the Indianapolis 500 for 2014, and as he makes his way from the winner's circle for the traditional convertible ride around the track before all the fans, the driver he fought so hard against for the win comes down for a handshake. And as you look at the top 10 finishers in today's race, 4 of these drivers had their best ever finishes in the 500, including Hunter-Reay, Kurt Busch. What an impressive 6th place run. And the rookie Sage Karam, 9th place in his first try here at the Brickyard, along with Sebastian Bourdais with his best ever run here. More coming up from Indianapolis after Ryan Hunter-Reay's win.
All the world's a stage, but some stages, they are bigger than all the other stages in this world.
The 98th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Hinchcliffe had contact with Carpenter.
Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May.
Crash, that's Townsend Bell.
Immortality, sculpted in silver for eternity.
Florida's Ryan Hunter-Reay wins the Indianapolis 500. The tour around the track to see the fans after a great 98th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Ryan Hunter-Reay will be the 101st face on the Borg Warner Trophy. Sculptor Will Behrens will go to work on that shortly, commemorating forever the win by Hunter-Reay at the Speedway today. He'll get to celebrate the victory dinner tomorrow night. Then next weekend, it's on to Detroit for 2 races. You'll see them both here on ABC, Saturday and Sunday at 3:30 Eastern Time. The duel in Detroit for the Verizon IndyCar Series. And up next, the World of X Games, surfing from Rio. That's next here on ABC. Speedway historian Donald Davidson says what happens at the Speedway lives forever. It'll forever be known that Ryan Hunter-Reay won the 98th Indianapolis 500.
All the world's a stage, but some stages, they are bigger than all the other stages in this world.
The 98th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Hinchcliffe had contact with Carpenter.
Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May.
Crash, that's Townsend Bell.
Immortality, sculpted in silver for eternity.
Florida's Ryan Hunter-Reay wins the Indianapolis 500.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
Ready for the Detroit Grand Prix, presented by Steel. Second end of the weekend doubleheader. Day that started out very rainy has suddenly become sunny and warm, and should be interesting for the drivers and teams to deal with as they navigate this 14-turn street course for some 70 laps. Let's give you a look at the course facing the drivers today. Our track map is brought to you by Mother's Polish and features James Hinchcliffe.
And here we are for a lap of Belle Isle. The duels in Detroit. Here, across the start-finish line, bumping front straight into one of the fastest complexes you'll ever see on the street circuit. 120 miles an hour minimum. Good run out of turn 2 is key for the blast down to the best passing opportunity on the racetrack in turn 3. Hard on the brakes, down to second gear. Transition onto concrete, which we're going to see for a lot of the lap here. Turn 4, tricky right combination. That leads onto the back straight. Turn 5, very bumpy on entry. Turn 6, uphill a little bit. Up a gear. Very important to get the good run out of turn 6. Use every inch of racetrack. Very bumpy back straightaway. They call it a straightaway, but as you can see, there's a lot of turning involved here. Difficult braking setup for turn 7. Opens up a little bit here on entry. Another good passing opportunity in the race. Here, the most technical section of the racetrack. Turn 9, full of gear. Long turn 10, balancing the throttle. Then hard on the brakes, keep it back in line. For turn 11, 55 miles an hour. First gear, good run out of here. Back down to the last section. 2 corners just under 90 degrees. Progressively faster on the throttle. And again, great lap here at Belle Isle.
Yeah, drivers be pretty busy for the next couple of hours trying to navigate their way not only around all of those turns and shifting of gears up and down, but the traffic as well, trying to stay off those double concrete barriers. Drivers are buckled in. Let's go trackside for the command to get the Detroit Grand Prix. Race 2 underway.
Race fans, it's time for the most famous words in all of sports. Please welcome today's Grand Marshal, General Motors Vice President of Global Vehicle Components and Subsystems, Ken Kelzer.
Drivers, start your engines.
Two pace laps, then a green flag. We go racing here in the Motor City. Back live at Detroit, and the race has stopped before it even really got started. The pace car spun and hit the wall, exiting the pit lane off of that hump that comes off onto the racetrack. You see the safety team is there with the pace car and its occupants. They're going to try and motion the field around, although I think most of the drivers have shut the engines off by now. Watch this. Just bizarre.
It's like he wasn't expecting to see the two-seater there.
And that is one of the fastest sections of the racetrack for a race car at speed.
Just accelerating and hit something, or?
Yeah, I think he just got on the gas, unfortunately, and the back end came around because the back end gets light going over that hump. So
Oriol Servia is the pace car driver. There you see the passenger and the pace car driver coming out. That is not Oriol. That's Mark Royce of General Motors. So the field is all stopped. Alexander Rossi drove around and continued around to the back of the field, but everybody stopped there as the engine shut off. And I have to say, I can't recall seeing this in all my years doing this. I've seen the pace car stolen once,
yes,
years ago. But for now, everybody stopped, and we're obviously going to be a minute while this gets cleaned up. The Honda two-seater was away, and that's Ari Lyondike Jr. driving, and Trey Wingo getting the ride along in the back seat. HondaRacing.com has more Honda racing content. So obviously a delay in getting this race started. Give us an opportunity to take a break here. The field is stopped, and the race is stopped before it has gotten started. Glad to see everyone has climbed from that car and is okay. But for now, we're in a holding pattern here in Detroit. There is the live scene. The Raceway at Belle Isle, Detroit Grand Prix presented by Steele, stopped before it got started. The car's just leaving the pit lane when guest pace car driver lost control over a very difficult hump at a very fast spot on the racetrack and hit the wall. They are both out and okay, the occupants of the pace car. But again, the field all shutting their engines off, not driving through the accident scene, except for Alexander Rossi, who avoided it and has come back around to the pit lane. They're going to reposition all the cars, bring them back around to the pit lane. They brought remote starters out to the scene. Of course, these cars, if you're new to IndyCar racing, with no onboard starters, so the safety trucks are all equipped with them, the AMR safety team. They'll fire those cars up, make them drive around to the pit lane and reform, and then we'll start the whole process over again. I can only imagine the drivers sitting there behind the wheel just getting these bits and pieces of information from their race teams and going, oh, goodness. And thankfully everybody's okay. Strategy, we touched on it a little bit in some of the interviews before the green, will be a massive part of this race. Jan Beekes has more to let us know what we might see.
It will, Alan, and of course yesterday we had the example. You heard Alexander Rossi say, well, hindsight is a great thing because now they know what works or doesn't work in this race. And yesterday it was evenly split. Out of the 21 finishers, 10 did 3 stops, 11 did 2. So traditionally, the leader is the one that's going to be that 2-stop strategy on the left-hand side, going longer, stopping later. That's what Scott Dixon used. But the second place finisher, Ryan Hunter-Reay, did the 3-stop strategy, came in early, got rid of those red sidewall Firestones because they don't last quite as long. It takes you kind of out of the mix. You have to hope you have some clear running. That worked for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Again, evenly split between the field, but I think what they've learned, if you want to win, it's a 2-stopper. If you're gambling, it's 3. Rick?
Oh, we're here with Piers Phillips, who is the strategist for Robert Wickens. All right, Jan Beekes was just talking about the debate between, do you do 2 stops, do you do 3 if you're a gambler? What did you learn yesterday? And, without telling us too much, what's your plan?
I'm not going to tell you anything. I think you looked at it yesterday, 2 stops won the race. Obviously, there's a lot of guys struggled with 3 tyres, etc. And, that obviously makes a big difference. So we'll just got to see how it plays out, to be honest. Try and get a clean start, stay out of trouble, get our heads down and see where the car is after a few laps.
All right, now Robert is starting next to the guy, Alexander Rossi. They had a minor incident with it the very first race. Has there been any discussion about the fact that those two are starting next to each other going into this first turn?
Both of them are hard chargers. They get on really well. They're good friends out the car as well. So we just need to be clean, look after each other, be there at the end.
All right, Piers Phillips is the strategist for Robert Wickens, a rookie who's starting up front. Alan?
All right, Rick, thanks. You saw the backup pace car being brought out with the regular pace car driver, Oriol Servia, behind the wheel. So again, each of these cars that are stopped on the racetrack will be refired, driven around to the pit lane, and the grid reformed, and then we'll start the process again with the 2 pace laps and the green flag. So a halt to the proceedings, shy of the green flag. And you've not missed a thing in the Detroit Grand Prix. Well, actually, you might have missed a lot if you just joined us. Back after this from your ABC station. Marco Andretti roaring away as they continue to refire the cars and send them around to the pit lane to reform and restart this Detroit Grand Prix. Just after the cars rolled from the pit lane onto the racetrack at the beginning of the pace lap, the pace car with a celebrity pace car driver in it hit this bump in turn 2 that's difficult for the drivers and hit the wall. All of the racers, except for Alexander Rossi, stopping behind the accident scene. Rossi able to avoid, but everyone stopped there and shut the engines down. Everybody okay in that pace car, but again, the race stopped and the field will have to be reformed. The backup pace car has been brought out with Oriol Servia. And while we get the cars fired up and sent back around, let's check back in with Rick DeBrule.
Yeah, here with Roger Penske, who's the strategist for the highest starting Chevrolet, that is Will Power. All right, let's talk about what you learned yesterday and how it's going to help you today. What did you learn?
Well, we learned the Hondas have some real good torque around the track, but I think qualifying today, Will's up in number 3 and Pagenaud in 8th. I think we've got a good chance. It's going to be, do you make 2 stops? Do you make 3? And again, it depends on yellows. I see we got one right at the beginning of the race here, so you never know what's going to happen. I've got the governor here with me from the state of Michigan who's going to be my strategist today.
It's always important to bring in somebody a little bit higher up. Now, I have to ask, you've been to just a few more races than I have. Have you ever seen the pace car wreck on the lead lap?
Well, the governor asked me that a little bit ago, and I said, we've seen, I think the leader at Indianapolis spin on the pace lap. I think one of our guys, Kogan, spun on coming down the front straightaway. So, this isn't quite as bad as spinning when you got your race car up in front, but it's too bad. But again, come to the races, you'll see anything.
Indeed we have. All right, thanks a lot, Roger Penske. Jan?
And watching carefully the replays was, of course, here the Alexander Rossi pit and Rob Edwards, because you're the only car that actually went through potentially some debris. Have you been able to look at the car and see if you're okay?
We haven't been able to yet. IndyCar want to get all the cars back to pit lane before they'll let us check the tires and so on. It's obviously our biggest concern, right? Everyone else was far enough back that they could stop and not drive through. Alex thinks he avoided most of it, but obviously we won't know until we have the opportunity to check the car.
I assume that if there was a cut tire or something that you could demonstrate to IndyCar, they would allow you to change that.
I would hope the same thing. I'm hoping we don't have a cut tire. That's the best option.
For looking for the race itself, strategy-wise, have you predetermined what you're going to do, or you want to see how it shakes out after green?
We have a reasonable idea based on obviously what happened yesterday and based on historically what's happened. But every race is a little different when the yellows fall, what difference cars paces on the reds or the blacks. So we have a plan A, but we maybe have plan B and plan C if needed.
All right, thank you, Rob. And of course, these kind of races, anything can happen, as we just saw.
Yeah, they sure can, and we have just seen a very unusual occurrence for sure. So Alexander Rossi drove back around to the pit lane. That's why instead of pulling cars backwards onto the pit lane, they fired everyone else up and sent them around the racetrack because Rossi used some fuel. So others, in driving back around to the pit lane, these strategists always thinking, right? We just heard from Pierce Phillips, the Wickens strategist. Well, listen to Hinch as he's coming back around to the pit lane.
All right, they're asking you to maintain pace car speed. Micah, let's go gray 8. Thank you. And we'll go down pit lane and the fast lane and stop in order they come in.
So some information there from the team telling him to go to gray 8. That's the knob on his steering wheel, certainly to save some fuel. But listen to what he does here. Drives along, clutches the car. Once you get onto the backstretch here,
he's doing everything he can to not use any fuel.
Smooth on the throttle. And then we noticed this when we were away in break, and we're coming up to a turn here now down the long backstretch. You can hear it idling right now. Accelerate. Clutch. Car is coasting right now, using no fuel. That little bit of fuel save might just be enough to actually get you another lap or so, or these guys do all throughout the race, just maybe that last couple of turns where you may not run out of fuel in the very last stop. Those sorts of thinking might just help it.
Only car that hasn't fired is Rene Binder's, the 32 car. You see it's been attached to the tow strap and is being brought back around that way. So, waiting for the race to start here at Detroit. It's been eventful, and we haven't even gotten to the green flag. While the Coast Guard plows down the river, let's check who's making things happen down on pit road. Rick?
We're here with Taylor Kyle, who is the strategist for James Hinchcliffe. And yesterday, Hinch didn't finish that well, but we were talking about whether he made big changes, and he said it really wasn't the car's fault, and Hinch said that.
Yeah, no, the car was okay for him yesterday. He had a pit exit violation, which was a bummer. I think we were in a pretty good place for yesterday. So overnight, we really didn't do much. I mean, the car is okay. He's happy with it. He knows what he's got. So we're just looking forward to getting this thing going.
All right, you guys qualified in the wet, so you didn't get a chance to learn anything. How hard is it to go have yesterday's race, then come back today and just hope that the car is just exactly the way you want it?
It's hard. We're all kind of rolling the dice here. Nobody really knows what today's going to be like, but we look back at yesterday and just try to make the best decision we can based on what we've got.
And now they just have to wait for the cars to start. Jan?
And you talk about not knowing what this day might have or might unfold. Mike Hull, of course, makes those calls for Scott Dixon. You've seen just about everything. Scott said that he thought he had a pole lap, but you ended up 5th. Now starting 5th, from what you learned yesterday, how do you play today's race?
Well, hopefully it starts soon. I think it's so hard to know. Every race, every day is a new day. Yesterday there was only one car that made a 3-stop strategy truly work. Even with that, it was tough for Hunter-Reay to do what he did. I admire what he did there, actually, considering he found a lot of traffic trying to do it. But there's more people at the back today that are fast cars. I think you'll see more 3-stoppers today than you saw yesterday who have merit. So we're going to really have to watch that. The whole idea is to get out front and run clean laps and try to maintain that 22-second gap that you need when you do your stop, so you can still come out in front of those people. So we're going to try to do that. Unless we get really wedged early in the race, we'll probably stick to that, and hopefully it's 2 stops for us today.
All right, and they won the race yesterday, exercising some of that patience. Rick?
Well, here with Ed Carpenter, who this week is not racing because it's a road course, and he hands the car over to Jordan King. But, you know, just last week, this guy was finishing 2nd at Indy. Have you thought a lot about that race in terms of could you have done something differently? Is it a great finish? What's going through your mind after that finish?
I mean, you know, your first emotion that it's a little disappointing to be that close to winning the Indy 500, but you know, that's where I really started to feel better. Is the team did a great job, the whole Fuzzy's Vodka crew. You know, they executed. We had great pit stops, and there really wasn't much that I could have done different or that we could have done differently. So, you know, I think as a group, you know, we should be proud of the whole month of May that we had and thankful, and you know that we put in a performance that I think some years would have been capable of winning the 500, and we'll come back again next year and try to do it again.
All right, how hard is it to be in a race where you're finishing 2nd at the peak of your game, and then the following week sitting on the strategy stand?
I mean, it's different, but I've been in this role since 2014, so it's kind of the cadence and rhythm that I'm used to, but definitely looking forward to Saturday night at Texas Motor Speedway and getting back in and trying to get a little redemption and go take it to Will and the rest of Team Penske and everyone else for that matter.
All right, Ed Carpenter once again strategist this week, 2nd place last week. Alan?
All right, Rick, thanks. So all the cars have been brought back to pit road. They've been repositioned in their roll-off order, and now the crews were just given the okay to go out and examine the tires. You see everybody looking, making sure they didn't pick up a puncture, running through some of the debris. We should get the command to start engines again shortly. Crews scurrying about at the Detroit Grand Prix presented by Steel, yet to get going for this second half of the 2-day doubleheader. As the field exited the pit lane for the beginning of the first pace lap, the pace car, driven by a celebrity pace car driver, hit a very difficult hump in turn 2, and the car got away and hit the wall, scattering debris on the racetrack in front of the field. Fortunately, both the occupants of that pace car were okay and did climb from the machine, but that's where the field stopped, and we've been sitting ever since waiting for the green flag in this one. Crews continuing to examine their cars, and IndyCar officials beginning to reorganize the restart. Let's check with Jan.
And they are getting direction from IndyCar. Rico Nault on the radio with Graham Rahal. There's been communications. They're allowing you to check the tires carefully because of debris, and what's your situation?
Well, we're looking okay. The United Reynolds Honda's in good shape. We expect to go back out here in a few minutes. The tires look good. Just looking forward to starting this race.
Now, unfortunately, you were here till 1 o'clock in the morning, the entire team. You had to switch to the backup car after that big crash yesterday. You feel like with this backup car, you have it where you want it?
Yeah, actually, we went out and qualified it. You know, we didn't quite get up to the pole like we wanted, but the car's strong. He feels comfortable in it. The Should be a good race for us today. I'm pretty confident. The guys did a great job working all night, like you said. The United Rentals crew is just, they're phenomenal. They've been working their tails off, but they're making it happen.
And that's definitely tough duty after the month of May Indy 500. Rick?
Well, Jan, the crews have been out there looking at the cars very carefully. There you see Robert Wickens' car. Just a moment ago, they were taking the rear tire and they were rolling it, and they actually have a spray bottle with some liquid in it, and they were spraying it on one of the rear tires. And the concern was, is there any air coming out of that? Was it causing it to bubble up? You can see a little residual of the liquid on the tire right there. And the good news is that while they thought they saw something, as a result of spraying that liquid, they're not seeing any air coming out of it. They finally seemed satisfied, stopped doing it, and walked away. But that's one of the concerns. While they were out on the track, when they had to go by whatever potential small piece of debris was out there, did they pick up anything in the tires? But once again, while they were looking very closely at that, they seemed satisfied with what they saw after spraying the liquid on it, didn't see any bubbling coming up, so they're going to go ahead and let them go.
All right, Rick, thanks. So the backup pace car that was brought out needs a transponder affixed to it. That's what's being done now, and you see Rene Binder's car is being pushed back to the Juncos Racing pit, which is the last one at the far end of pit road. His car did not refire on the racetrack when everyone else was started up, so some problems also before the green flag for the 32. Back for the start after a word from your ABC station. Getting ready to attempt to start the Detroit Grand Prix, presented by Steel, a second time here at the Raceway at Belle Isle after the pace car accident on the outlap from the initial attempt to start the race. You can only imagine that the social media channels are having a good bit of fun at the moment.
I know my phone's actually been blowing up over here. It's actually some of the stuff is funny. So
yeah, boy.
The most important thing that nobody is injured.
Yes,
and, a little embarrassment, no doubt, but.
And in his defense, I would say that was the most difficult corner on the track.
And just a super car, the new Corvette. I think it's capable of 212 miles an hour. I mean, it is an awesome car.
How many horsepower? How many horsepower? 700, over 700?
So when you put your foot on the gas, you got instant tire spin.
Well, Oriol Servia back behind the wheel now, the official pace car driver. They have already started the 3-minute countdown to the refiring of engines. Then we'll get the parade and the pace lap and then the green flag to restart this race. I'm going to check. I thought I just heard a penalty called out. It was at the 32 car for Rene Binder for working on the car under the red flag. So they'll have a 2-lap penalty before the race even starts as they continue to try and figure out why that 32 car wouldn't refire on the racetrack when all the other cars did. So 2 minutes away from the start of this. Rick?
Well, let's talk about Robert Wickens. Robert Wickens has had quite a year. In fact, it's a year that any rookie would dream about having. I mean, think about this. He started on the pole for his very first race. He finished second in the next one. And then he's had 3 top 5 finishes. Now, that would be great for any rookie except Robert Wickens. He's 29 years old. He's got a lot more experience. He's been racing in a lot of other series. And today, he's starting on the outside of the front row, but even that's not enough. The other 5 rookies here, they're going to be content with a good finish. Robert Wickens, he only wants one thing, and that's a victory.
And he's going to get one before this season is out for Sam Schmidt, the team owner. I have no doubt about that, the way that this guy has performed right from the very opening race of the season in St. Petersburg.
And it doesn't have to be in a road race like this. He's been very competitive even on ovals.
And that's the thing that amazed me. I mean, you came over from Europe and running Formula One, all road courses and street courses, as he's done in the touring car series over there, and he comes over here and looks very comfortable in oval.
And he's done very well when you compare him to his teammate, Hinchcliffe, who is no slouch. But Hinchcliffe has had a bad season this year, and he is what Hinchcliffe has not done, he has managed to do on the track.
Well, and it's interesting what Rick was saying. And when I spoke to Robert just yesterday, we were talking about, I said to him, how would you feel about Indianapolis? Fellow Canadian, wanted to catch up with him. And he said, I was okay with it, disappointed because he expected more. And then I talked to him about this race here, and he is not happy, as Rick says, unless he's actually going to be up front on the podium every race. He expects that out of himself.
All right, down trackside now. They're about to give the signal to the teams to restart the engines. And the signal has just been called out on IndyCar radio, so they'll start them up again. 34 minutes, the delay. And now they'll do the parade pace lap again and then try for the green flag and hopefully get this thing going finally. You know, it's a funny thing because you heard it from some of the teams and so on. Can we finally start, right? The late afternoon start for the race. Everybody's been ready to go. Let's go already.
And as a driver, if you're driving and you're racing, you don't feel the aches and pains in your body or the heat that's in the car. But when you get out there and now you have to sit in the car itself, waiting to get restarted, all that heat sink that's going through the car, you're just sitting there sweating, you're getting overheated, Eddie, before you even get a chance to get going.
Yeah, but the closer they get to the start of this race, the adrenaline is going to start pumping and their focus will become laser sharp. And this is a tough race.
For sure, will be. Onboard views for today's race. Marco Andretti, pole sitter yesterday, starts 12th today with an AutoNation on board. Ryan Hunter-Reay, AutoNation on board. Remember, he had a little problem in qualifying. He starts 10th. Graham Rahal with the United Rentals on board. This is the backup car after the crash in yesterday's race when he was performing so well. And Zach Veach with his best qualifying spot yet in the Verizon IndyCar Series. He's got the relay on board, and the youngster from Ohio starting in 7th position. James Hinchcliffe with our Lucas Oil on board from 6th on the grid. Ed Jones had a solid day yesterday, solid qualifying this morning. He starts in 4th position with the NTT data on board. Will Power, the Indianapolis 500 winner, has the Verizon on board from 3rd on the grid. And the previously discussed Robert Wickens with a Verizon on board from 2nd position on the grid. Brandon Cleve, his outside front tire changer, will carry our over-the-wall camera again today, watching the cars approach him at 50 miles an hour on the pit lane for the stops. And the pole sitter, Alexander Rossi, has an AutoNation onboard camera. Rossi looking to see if he can get his 2nd win of the season and extend his championship lead. So, Jan, all of this delay and the extra pace lap that everybody ran changed the strategy any or the fuel?
As far as the teams have been told, that first lap, that pace lap, never happened. So therefore, this is a complete fresh restart. So they have all the fuel that they would have started the race, minus just essentially one pace lap. They say that's just a smidgen of fuel. We saw the way that James Hinchcliffe went around and clutched the car. So strategy-wise, it only makes a very small difference.
All right, Jan, thanks.
Interesting when you're going through the onboards, Alan. It was interesting to see how many people were even clutching the car during that lap.
Sure.
So much fuel conservation going on here. That's all the drivers think about sometimes.
It's like nobody wants to lock into a strategy yet. They want to see how their tires are going to go before they make that decision.
Well, we talk about reds, and the reds did last a little longer yesterday than I think a lot of people anticipated they would. But don't forget, it's getting a little warmer out here today, guys. Track temperature is going to rise, so maybe those tires will fall off a little sooner. Guys will want to get off of those and get back onto the primary tires.
And we had a big rainstorm that cleared off a lot of that rubber that was on the track, so the track is pretty green right now.
A lot to deal with.
Yep.
For these drivers as they come to the green flag. They will gather the field up behind the pace car. Alexander Rossi, Robert Wickens will have the front row. We'll get to go green flag racing after a 34-minute delay. Just tuning in because you saw it on the social media or something. The pace car crashed with a celebrity pace car driver behind the wheel exiting pit road. Everybody was okay, but the delay to clean up the mess, get the cars back to the grid, reorganize the grid, give the teams a chance to make sure there were no tire punctures or things like that from running through the debris field. And now we're going to finally get this race started with a 2nd attempt, hopefully a clean start, and we can get racing for good.
We'll see who did their homework best.
And you see everybody warming their tires up because they want to get as much temperature in as possible as they're weaving back and forth. They want to get a good start, yes, but a run through turns 1 and 2 to get that run going down to 3. Because as you always say, Eddie, at the start and at restarts, it's the best time to pass people because they're all packed up together.
But you sure can make mistakes very quickly here.
Here they come, round 8 of the Verizon IndyCar Series, set to go, the Detroit Grand Prix. It's Rossi and Wickens on the front row coming to the green flag.
Green, green, green.
Ed Jones with a defensive line. Will Power still got inside of him. Forced Hinchcliffe out wide in 3.
That was some side-by-side racing that started back in turns 1 and 2. Ed Jones did a nice job defending there, but couldn't make it stick.
But he only lost 1.
Now he's had a hiccup coming out of that corner. Had a hiccup. There goes Dixon by him. There goes Hinchcliffe by. Ed Jones losing 3 spots, and Spencer Pigot has spun, and his car has stalled. That is at the exit of turn 5. And a full course yellow for where that car sits on the course.
Eddie, I think everybody's a little antsy from sitting in the cars getting ready to go. There's a lot of hip checking going on.
That 34 minutes has made a difference.
So Spencer Pigot with a turnaround here off of turn number 5.
Yeah, now we didn't see enough early in that photo whether or not he actually got tagged from behind, but the car was going around.
Sebastian Bourdais, flat left rear.
And lucky for him, it's under a yellow right now, so he can get into pit lane and get that repaired. If it was still under green, that would be more costly.
Well, we know he'll be going to a 3-stop strategy.
That's the first car to commit to that.
Don't worry about the fuel right now. We're going to have to come back in. Don't worry about the fuel right now.
Yeah, so they'll get a chance to repair that one tire because it's flat.
The closed pit road. So
Correct.
he'll enter the closed pit road. He'll make the necessary repairs.
It's fine. We're just going to do all 4.
And then they'll catch back up to the field and then come back in. Spencer Pigot fired up.
Yeah, Sebastian Bourdais, the left rear was the problem. They're concerned about the nose as well, but the thought is that they're going to go ahead and change the 4 tires, and they were potentially going to come in on the next lap and change the wing. But now, as they're looking at it, they're not quite sure. So we'll get a final word in a moment, but right now it doesn't look like they're going to be changing that front wing.
Well, again, because the pit road is closed, the necessary service performed there. Change the tires, send him out, and now they'll come back around. And if they want to do anything further, they'll have to come back in to do it then. You heard Craig Hampson telling him, don't worry about the fuel. So, another delay in getting this race really going. Although those first 5 corners were very interesting, weren't they?
I'm still trying to figure out what happened.
Yeah, well, I'm sure some of the drivers are too.
So how did he spin? Did somebody hit him? Was it Bourdais, do you think, that hit him?
I'm not sure. We haven't seen that because when we saw it on the screen, he was already going around, so we don't know really if he got tagged from behind or just put the power down, the back end came around.
But he didn't touch anything, so he should be fine.
His pride's probably a little hurt.
Now he's got ample time to rectify that.
And I can tell you that Spencer Pigot said on the radio, "What an idiot." Now, so he thinks.
Was he talking about himself or somebody hit him?
He thinks he got hit, but that was his radio communication. He's coming onto pit lane now as the car is not driving straight. He obviously has some suspension damage at the rear, but at least for radio, he thinks he got hit.
All right, Jan. Ferrucci in, Kimball, and others. You'll see it in side-by-side. Getting ready for a restart here in the Detroit Grand Prix presented by Steel. By the way, the stewards are reviewing an incident between Spencer Pigot and Santino Ferrucci. So that is who the other driver involved was that Spencer Pigot was rather frustrated with. We'll let you know what happens when they make their decision. So Alexander Rossi, Robert Wickens, Will Power, Scott Dixon, and James Hinchcliffe, your top 5. Here's another quick look at the incident. Left of the screen.
Oh, he's already sideways when he comes into view.
Yep.
And the next car in line is Santino Ferrucci in that white, blue, and pink striped car. So you see how jammed up everybody is behind them.
Yeah.
All right, Spencer Pigot still on pit road. Jan reports he had a suspension part that'll have to be replaced, bent in that contact. And Alexander Rossi will begin to accelerate. We'll come to a restart and a green flag.
Zach Veach making some nice moves. Alexander Rossi always gets a good restart, doesn't he?
He started really early.
Mateus laced, trying to make some hay. Getting around Jordan King. No action taken by the stewards in that incident between the 21 and the 19.
So it becomes what they call a racing incident, but unfortunately the loser on that program is Spencer Pigot.
Look at the gap that Rossi has on Wickens.
Looking inside, that's Marco Andretti trying to find a way around his younger teammate, Zach Veach.
As the cars come out of the turn, you can see how rough the racetrack is. We talked about how bumpy a street circuit is here at Belle Isle, going over the concrete patches. Winters are not so favorable for this track here at Belle Isle, obviously. A lot of bumps, manhole covers. It's one of the roughest ones that these drivers will run on all year long.
Oh, look at this. Hunter-Reay inside of Pagano. Wow, what a move.
He was going to make that
He wasn't going, no, was not going to be an option.
That was for 10th place.
Ryan Hunter-Reay, I got places to go. And
Get out of my way. He had a great race yesterday, just wasn't quick enough to catch Dixon.
Gave it all he had at the end.
Yes, he did.
Just couldn't quite get up there.
You can see the admiration that Mike Hall from Ganassi had when he was interviewed, saying that Ryan Hunter-Reay did a wonderful job on a 3-stop pit stop strategy yesterday and getting the car up there.
Tell you what, Marco Andretti looks anxious to clear his younger teammate here, doesn't he? Marco in that pink, black, and white 98 car.
Just watch the wheels go up and down here. Shows you how bumpy this circuit is, and the drivers are feeling that sitting in the cockpit.
I don't think Marco's state of hurriedness will be lessened any by now seeing Hunter-Reay in his mirrors.
Yes.
And with these new cars this year, guys, there's about 1,000 pounds less downforce, so it's less grip on the road. So when you go through fast sections like we're going through here now, turns 1 and 2, last year they could stay a little closer and get a draft going down to turn 3 where they're headed, and sometimes make a slingshot move and do an out-braking maneuver into 3. But you can't keep close enough to the car in front this year. It's more difficult, drivers are telling me.
And it was not just more difficult here. We saw that also at Indianapolis. If you got in dirty air, there were a lot of cars that were spinning all by themselves. So it's put the driver back in control of the car and not the other way around.
Which was the object.
And it's worked. It's worked completely. It's obviously not as chaotic as it was the first race we had at St. Pete. The drivers are starting to figure out how to make them run. But this is a very hard circuit to get the cars to ride these bumps.
Got to run here, Marco Andretti. Is he going to have enough room under braking?
On the outside.
Oh. Nice move.
And he was on the push to pass. Remember, you got a little extra horsepower by pushing the button for push to pass. He was on that early, gave him that extra power to get by.
So Andretti up to 8th, Veach back to 9th, Hunter-Reay in 10th.
That Veach has another guy that doesn't mess around behind him.
Talking to Zach Veach, he's on a program here with Andretti Autosport for 3 years. He's told me numerous times that he just feels so blessed to be there with a guy like Michael Andretti running the team he can call upon, but also all the data he gets from all his teammates. He said it will teach my learning curve, and I'll probably increase my speed probably quicker than I would do if I was in a single car or a double car team.
He's driving the wheels off this. Hunter-Reay is going to have a perfect execution to get by him, because he is not slowing down and giving anybody room that he doesn't have to. And that pass that Andretti did was picture book perfect.
So 172 miles an hour going down the straightaway here into turn 3. Excuse me, into 7.
Zach Veach with a little bump with a push to pass to try and make sure he kept his gap on Hunter-Reay on that long straightaway. Rick?
Yeah, Zach Veach says this car that he's in this weekend is the best one he has had all season. In the first 2 practices, he was 8th and 10th. He loved the car. Didn't qualify it the way he wanted in the first race. Felt a lot better after the qualifying for the second one. But I would say that of all the races he's had so far this year, going into this one, he feels he's actually got something that's competitive. They can give him a role in this race, and you see what it's actually doing right now. Jan?
And Ryan Hunter-Reay, who of course is chasing Zach Beach, he is playing a bit of catch-up. As we documented early in the show, he had a couple of spins in qualifying this morning in wet conditions and lost his fastest laps, but now he's got to run. He's got a chance to go after his teammate.
On the push to pass, down to turn 3. Beach hangs it out there and holds him off.
But he was polite, left him room.
I don't know if I'd use the word polite, but he did leave him a little bit of room.
I remember that driving against you. There was never politeness coming out of you, was there?
This is not about politeness. This is about who wants it the most.
Couple of things. Renee Binder, after serving the 2-lap penalty for working on the car under the red flag, has rejoined the race. Spencer Piggott, after having the suspension piece changed, has rejoined the race. Binder 2 laps down, Piggott 3 laps down, and in last place at the moment.
Hunter-Reay is going to have to get closer than this to Veach, or he's not going to get by him, and the cars that are ahead of them are going to slowly disappear.
But as we talked about, it's so tough because you get close and all of a sudden you start to lose grip with the car. The car starts to float on top of the road. You can't keep the speed up. So that allows the car ahead of you to just creep away in the turns.
And now Hunter-Reay is under pressure from Simon Pagenaud. Look at the line that Simon is taking.
Pagenaud under pressure himself from Matthias Leist.
Both Hunter-Reay and Pagenaud on the push to pass that lap. I just love to listen to the engines here, and with the paddle shifting the drivers have now, Eddie, it's so cool just to bang through the gearbox all the way through.
Those paddle shifters allow you to focus a lot more on just driving and not messing around with the gear lever.
Now, Leist was the only driver in the field that started on the primary tires. A little harder, won't be quite as quick off the get-go, but will hold their speed longer. That is the only car in the field that started on the primary tire. So he's trying to do what Graham Rahal tried to do yesterday, make as much hay as he can when the others begin to slide around before making his first pit stop.
And for a rookie, I think that's a good choice because you don't have to be worrying about using up your tires. You can go as hard as you want. It's very difficult to take a softer tire and stretch it out like that. Whereas right now, Leist can just drive it as hard as he wants because the tires will last longer.
And Hunter-Reay in the pits. Now they're trying to get him out of traffic. He was caught there in line, trying to see if they can get him a clear spot on the racetrack to knock out some fast laps.
And this is the strategy they used yesterday. There's already been 2 other cars. That was Tony Kanaan and also Takuma Sato that came in the previous lap. So they're trying to quickly get this done. Rick, 6.1.
Yeah, James Hinchcliffe just came in and pitted, but this was not what they had planned to do. In fact, just a few moments ago, they had talked about wanting to do a 2-stop strategy, but they were concerned there was something wrong with the left front tire. At the last minute, they almost kept him out. They said, you're doing fast last times, but they decided they had to bring him in, and they did that.
Yeah, Rick, and on our picture right now, as we're looking backward from the cockpit of Hinch's car, there's something,
looks like safety tape.
A banner or safety tape or something kind of wrapped around that left rear suspension. I don't know if that would be affecting the car any, but it's certainly not something that you want to see there. All right, so Hinch, after the pit stops, waiting for everybody else to cycle around. Here comes Robert Wickens from second place onto the pit lane for a stop and headed all the way down toward Rick DeBruhl.
Yeah, and they just came on the radio a little while ago and they asked him, can you hang on for another 10 laps so we can do a 2-stop strategy? And he said, no, I can't do that. So it's trying to get these tires. He just couldn't survive on those reds.
Well, this is the thing, as you heard from my call earlier. Hard to make it go from a 3-stopper here, but see how the day plays out, where the caution flags fall and the like. If a caution comes out now before Rossi makes a pit stop, then that might work out for Wickens. Detroit Grand Prix presented by Steel From the Raceway at Belle Isle Park in Detroit, Michigan, Scott Dixon 9, Graham Rahal 15, racing for 9th, racing for a 4th and 5th rather. Reminder that following today's action on the streets of Belle Isle Park, Verizon IndyCar Series heads to Texas Motor Speedway for the 1.5 mile oval. That's next Saturday at 8 Eastern on NBCSN. A lot of folks talking about what we might see in that race here this weekend after what we saw at Indianapolis and, of course, the big High Bank Texas Motor Speedway. So Alexander Rossi has led every lap so far, continuing to knock out some pretty stout laps. He's out in front by 5.8 seconds on Will Power.
Front is starting to go. Copy that. +6 on power, 12 complete. Need to try and do 10 more here.
So when he says front starting to go, the front tires are starting to go off on him. That means he doesn't have the grip turning into the turn itself, and it's going to continue to get worse. Jan?
Yes, and of course that radio communication you heard at the very end, and that was a couple of laps ago. He says we need 10 more. In other words, he needs to try to keep these red sidewall Firestones, and that's what Alexander Rossi told me. The fronts start to grain, as it's called. In other words, when they slide too much, they start to lose significant grip. They need him to do about 7 more laps to get him in the window. Rob Edwards looking on to do a 2-stop strategy.
What was important with that radio communication is he did not respond. In other words, he's saying, I can do it. I can get those laps out.
Our still telemetry on board with Alexander Rossi.
Been much discussion here about the Chevy and the Honda Power. Honda we're on board with right now. They say it's very drivable, very tractable. You can see he puts his foot on the gas. Good power down, good torque, and they get out of the turns. This engine is said to be better on a street circuit, but on the Indy Grand Prix, on the sweeping permanent road course that they had at Indianapolis, the Chevy certainly showed its legs there and certainly did a better job.
So he complained about having front tires that are degrading, and yet he's added, no, he's about the same. He's made the same distance with Power, who's following in second place. He's 5.7 seconds ahead of him.
There's Ed Jones in third. Riding with Will Power, and a reminder to download IndyCar Mobile to access exclusive live in-car cameras, hear driver and pit crew chatter, and more, only on Verizon.
This will be up to 170, 72 miles an hour, this run going to turn 7.
Sebastian Bourdais with a look inside on Mateus Laced. Now chasing Marco Andretti. Bourdais picking up track position. Remember, had the flat tire early, came in, got off the reds, got onto the black tires, started at the back of the field as others have peeled off and pitted, and he's passed some cars, chipping his way toward the front, right now showing in 7th.
A confident Bourdais is almost impossible to stop when he's trying to pass you.
How about Bourdais, Rick?
Yeah, let's talk about what a miserable day he had yesterday. He was not happy with the car at all. And I was talking with his engineer, Craig Hampson, as we see him go past right there. I was talking with his engineer, Craig Hampson. I said, how many changes did you make? He says, we blew the car up. We turned it upside down. We shook everything out. And we started all over again. So they've given him essentially a totally different car. Now, the problem was, because the qualifying session was in the wet, they really didn't know if it was going to work. I'd say right now they've got a good clue.
The one thing that Scott just pointed out is that Bourdais is the only car they can stick behind a car in 1 and 2, where it's very aerodynamically difficult to do in dirty air. That's why he's getting by everybody so easily.
That last pass, he did use a little bit of push to pass. Button on the steering wheel, again, that just gives you a little bit more power. Obviously, you're going to use a little bit more fuel, but he's trying to march his way to the front, as you mentioned.
Let's see what he does here. He's right on Rahal.
He gets out of the
Look
turn
how close
so well.
Look how close he can run. He's the only car that can run that close. This is Rahal's least favorite corner coming up.
Somebody had his difficulties in yesterday. Bourdais with a look.
What I like about Graham is that there's no stories. He said he made a mistake. and end up hitting the wall. That's the nice thing about him. He gets out of it and doesn't make any sugarcoating where something happened to the car, so takes responsibility, which you need to do because the guys in the crew work back to 1 o'clock in the morning to try to get the car repaired.
Right now he has his mirrors full of Bourdais. And he's definitely a fighter.
Pretty noticeable paint job to have in your mirrors.
Yes, it's like a big bumblebee.
No mistaking that somebody's right there.
Let's see what happens in the straightaway.
Now, straight,
both on push to pass.
Yep, straight that's not straight, and a hard turn because you're under braking as you're turning the car. So, as I always say, your foot acts as an ABS switch because you can't really tromp on the brake really hard. You'll lock the wheels up as the car starts to unload. So you have to be very cautious on the pedal pressure.
This is where he's got to get close. Another really tricky right-hander coming up. He's got to close this gap here.
Just 2 turns previous to, though, he turned in a little early. Looks like he caught the curb a little bit on the right-hand side, and Rahal ended up getting a bit of a space there.
This is the fastest section, right through here.
115 miles an hour on the entry, 120 as you're making a left-hand turn over the hump, which is where we saw the pace car crash earlier. The car gets airborne. You have to time it correctly.
See Dixon under braking there, kind of shimmying back and forth the car like a 4-wheel slide for a minute.
Yeah, it tells you your tires are on their way out and not enough grip.
So 4th place, 5th place, and 6th place. Dixon, orange and blue 9. Rahal, red, white, and blue 15. Bourdais, the Bumblebee 18. Is that what you called it, Bumblebee? I'm not taking responsibility for that line. That's all you.
Look how close they're running.
I do like the liveries this year. I mean, like you mentioned, the number 9, the PNC Bank machine for Dixon, certainly stands out.
He's lining him up again.
Meantime, they're starting to stack up behind them, too.
Graham just got enough. He might be able to defend going into 1.
You know, it's interesting because the last couple of laps, Rossi and Power are doing mid-118s, Jones even mid-18s. Starting with Dixon, that whole group there is about 119, so about a half a second slower on Dixon backwards.
Leader Alexander Rossi yet to make his first pit stop. Back after this message and a word from your ABC station. Detroit Grand Prix presented by Steel. Watching them mix it up here inside of the top 5. That's Robert Wickens and Ryan Hunter-Reay going at it here. Earlier, we saw Scott Dixon make a pit stop. Now Graham Rahal and Santino Ferrucci are in, Jan.
And yes, you can see that Graham Rahal is taking the opportunity to try and get himself out of traffic and get those new tires. We see that Marco Andretti is also due here on pit road any moment, while we also see they're setting up for the leader, Alexander Rossi. So all the moves being made now. While we were away, we should note that Scott Dixon did come in early, so he's on a much different strategy than yesterday, where he went longer. Look out!
Trouble! At the exit of pit road, it's Santino Ferrucci has spun at an extremely high speed part of the racetrack.
All he's thinking about is get out of the way.
And the front wing under that car will scatter debris.
That could have been much worse.
Rossi on pit road. As is Will Power, as is Ed Jones. Everybody trying to get in case the course goes caution.
Yes, and I'll have to say, he dodged a major bullet. I am quite surprised they did not go to a full course caution, but that would have definitely been a race killer for Alexander Rossi. But you can see that was a quick stop for him, and Will Power getting service as well, Rick.
Will Power at the very other end of pit road. Nice clean stop. They've had very little conversation other than Roger Penske keeping him apprised of what has to happen with regards to the fuel strategy. He hasn't talked about the car. As you can see, they didn't make any adjustments on it. Nice clean stop, and he's out.
Now, what happened to Santino Ferrucci exiting the pits?
Very lucky, Eddie, as you mentioned, that he didn't get collected.
Gabby Chavez was the car coming at him at full speed, along with Marco Andretti, that saw him and avoided.
He was very lucky that Gabby was paying attention.
Gabby, a brilliant young driver, and that
very quick.
Very quick, and just a reaction time. You don't get a chance to think about that.
The biggest surprise today is how fast Will Power's going. That Chevy, they've got something. They've made some changes overnight, and it has definitely made a difference. He and Rossi were running very similar speeds.
Scott Dixon and Sebastian Bourdais. This is 9th and 10th place as things have shaken out. Max Chilton was the leader. He's just given it up to come to pit road. Robert Wickens now goes back into the lead with Ryan Hunter-Reay 0.3 of a second behind him in second.
Rossi back up to third.
Dixon on the push to pass, and Sebastian Bourdais in the seal mouse car that you see right there was actually pushing his button also in defense to try and make sure that Dixon did not get around.
So now the three stoppers like Wickens and Hunter-Reay and Kanaan and Pagenaud. When will they be on the pit lane for their next service? Robert Wickens now the race leader. Hunter-Reay right behind him in second. Then 5.7 seconds to Alexander Rossi, who's in third.
And we've only done 23 laps, Alan.
It's been eventful. I agree with Jan, by the way. I was kind of surprised not to see the full course yellow there, but that would have completely changed Alexander Rossi's day had he not pitted yet when the pit road was closed. So very, very fortunate for them to not have been caught by that yellow.
I think they were right to not call it yellow. I think it's always good when you can keep the race green.
And I think the fact that the car was still running was probably the reason they hesitated on doing a full course yellow. But once the car stalls at any given time, we've seen throughout the year that a full course yellow comes out immediately.
But that would have taken Rossi out of the race.
Well, at this particular time, but
yeah, but it just changes the complexion of the race.
For sure.
Timing's everything. Some days you're lucky, some days you're not.
Yep. If it works out for him today, he should go buy a lottery ticket today, shouldn't he?
But when you can avoid a yellow, I think you always should.
As we continuously watch these cars go around here, just that pounding, and I know we keep talking about that, but Eddie, as you know, I talked about on the drive in this morning, you know, we did one race, our palms were all sort of ripped apart by the steering wheel and the gear lever at that point in time, but your body ached from head to toe, and these guys are back again doing it.
The hardest thing of all for me when you do a race where you're exhausted before is that you can't keep that mental focus that you need because you're always thinking about your sore hands or your sore back. But these guys are in such better shape than we used to be because everything has evolved. The racing drivers just have more training and they have more experience, and there's a specific athletic training that they do for this, and you can tell by their performance. The same thing in Formula One, the same thing in sports car racing.
Right. You know, we used to use dumbbells and things like that. These guys sit in facilities now that have training machines with steering wheels with weights on them.
Heart monitors and doctors measuring the amount of oxygen in their blood. And you have to look for every 10th of a second in any sport that you're in right now. And these race car drivers do a lot more training than they used to be.
Yeah, we talk about the place in Indianapolis where most of the drivers go to called Pit Fit, and I've been in there quite a few times. I'm not training,
What were you doing
Yeah,
in Pit
that's
Fit?
why I said I'm not training, but forget it. It's a pretty neat facility.
Spencer Pigot's team will retire his car from the race. Remember, was 3 laps down earlier after it got turned around back on lap number 1, and they repaired it. He continued, but now he is going to be done for the day.
Can't go that fast doing that number, so just going to do the number. You can't pass them. That's what you need to do. If you can pass them, you got clean track ahead, and we can really make up some ground. But if you can't, you got to hit the number.
Back to your fuel thing again, Alan.
The dilemma for a driver. Jan?
And of course, the dynamic here is that if you cannot pass, you have to be on a different strategy than if you can. So it kind of is in Ryan Hunter-Reay's design here. If he can figure out a way to go by, he can then change his strategy and doesn't have to hit a fuel number. So that is exactly what you have to do as a strategist. You have to leave it in the driver's hands, and we'll give you 1 or 2 laps to get by him, and if not, he's going to have to go into fuel mode to get in a different strategy. Rick?
Well, and just a few moments ago, the strategist for Robert Wickens, Pierce Phillips, came on the radio and said, you're good on fuel, just keep going. And they told him, you have more push to pass than Ryan Hunter-Reay behind him. So in other words, they were giving him the go-ahead to use the push to pass. Now, are they going to keep him, allowing him to run that wide open fuel the whole way? Hard to say, but for right now, they know their main job is to stay ahead of Ryan.
Well, Wickens pitted at lap 11, Hunter-Reay pitted at lap 10. Alexander Rossi running third on a 2-stop strategy, pitted at lap 22. Wickens and Hunter-Reay 4.5 seconds ahead of Rossi. Kanaan, Pagenaud are 4th and 5th. And we're approaching midway in this Detroit Grand Prix. Robert Wickens on pit road from the lead.
Yeah, just a moment ago they had a discussion about how much longer to stay out. They said he could go as many as 6 laps, and then they decided to bring him in right away. They made a wing adjustment, a tire pressure adjustment, and they sent him back out.
Tell you why they made the decision to bring him in now in just a minute. First, as you look at Wickens exit the pit lane, a reminder to download IndyCar Mobile for exclusive live in-car cameras, hear driver and pit crew chatter and more, only from Verizon. So Wickens was losing 1 second per lap to Alexander Rossi and the other 2 stoppers that were closing from behind. Remembering the 22-second gap to pit road? Okay, Rossi was going to get by you anyway, but Will Power and Ed Jones and Sebastian Bourdais and Scott Dixon were knocking a second a lap off of Wickens' gap there. So they had to come in and Jan, they had to come in and make that now to keep from avoiding losing any more time to those 2 stoppers.
Exactly, and this is what Ryan Hunter-Reay was looking for. Remember, they said if you can get by...
3 more of these.
There you go, 3 more of these. That is, they're trying to get him to do qualifying style laps to do what's known as the overcut. Pit later and pick up positions just like Scott Dixon did yesterday.
And he just went 1 second quicker than the lap he had done before. So he was being held up by Wickens.
Tony Kanaan on pit lane. There you see Rossi right behind Hunter-Reay. And Rossi continuing to close. So even though he went a second faster than he did behind Wickens, Rossi still went faster yet than him. Now we talked about Alexander Rossi and the confidence, how together he and this team have been, the precision-like execution that they've had in most every race this year. His performance at Long Beach was just dominating.
And it hasn't stopped. Every event he goes to, he has more and more confidence, and that was very evident at the Indianapolis 500. He did some things on the outside of turn 1 and 2 that nobody even thought of, and he gets away with it.
Boldly going where no man had gone before.
Yeah, but you don't do that every day. You can do that every now and again and get away with it. But even here, he's doing the same sort of thing he did at Long Beach. He's just so confident of his car and his team and his engineer, and you can tell he's going to get better and better and better.
So Pagenaud, one of the 3 stoppers, pitting here from 3rd place. Tony Kanaan also just on the pit lane. Rick?
Yeah, Simon Pagenaud really not happy with the car yesterday. I was talking with his strategist, Kyle Moyer. I said, make many changes overnight? He said, yeah, I couldn't listen to what Simon was saying for another day. It was so bad yesterday because of the way it was set up. So hopefully they've got a little better car today, but as you can see, the results really aren't there.
It's been a struggle of a weekend for sure.
It's been a struggle of a year for him. He really hasn't been that comfortable anywhere, which is a surprise.
And the whole trick about getting around this track, because we talk about the bumps, is the springs and the shock absorber package that makes the driver comfortable about keeping his foot on the gas. I mean, there's so much time around this racetrack that the wheels are spent in the air. You're trying to minimize that as much as possible.
Hunter-Reay just set fast lap of the race.
Watch the speed here.
This is the hardest section of the track. Oh, yeah.
Nice job. We're making some good gains now. Keep it going.
He's on a mission. And we're only on lap 32. You have 38 laps to go. These guys are driving like it's qualifying.
Have to.
Hear him working the throttle, touching the brakes. Just watch his helmet in the bottom of the screen there. Now watch on board on the left-hand side. Look at your body jostling around. That steering, remember, no power steering here, no power brakes, so you're feeling that through your wrists, your forearms, all the way up to the shoulders as you're going around here, being pounded each and every lap.
Jostling, is that the Canadian version of jostling?
I'm looking at Canada outside the window.
Is that another one of your words?
Just checking.
I've given you a larger vocabulary this year, haven't I?
I'm just relieved he's not waddling again or something.
Bottom overtake, bottom overtake.
The reason why he's getting the call to do the overtake, when he's out there doing the fastest laps at the moment of anyone, they're watching the gaps. At the moment, he has a huge gap. If he's going to pit, the tires are being rolled out. He's going to definitely leapfrog Wickens, but they're looking at the top 5. If he continues this pace, he possibly may drop back around the area of Dixon, Rahal, maybe even Bourdais. So they've made big hay by giving him clean air for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Just set another fast lap of the race.
And when you're doing laps like this, your heart rate goes up and you are just huffing for
you
air.
Want any wing out. Faster.
We're getting a driving clinic right now because this is exactly how it's done. The corner that got Rahal yesterday. Now he's got to slow down to 50.
Perfect.
50.
Here he is, Jan.
And you heard him call on the radio. He wants a half a turn out of front wing. They're going to go with a sticker set, a brand new set of Firestone Blacks. They're going to wait for all the fuel because of the strategy he's on. That's there. 8.8 seconds. That'll do the job. And again, he needs to see where he's going to slot in. They've been watching this gap carefully. There goes Dixon.
Now trying to get out ahead of and will Graham Rahal, who's there right behind him. So what a stint there by Ryan Hunter-Reay. Pounded out a couple of new fast laps of the race after he got out from behind Robert Wickens, but it shuffles him back to 6th in line on the 3-stop strategy. Rossi out in front for a second time in the race. He's led 23 of the 34 laps that have been completed so far. Halfway next time by here in Detroit. The Detroit Grand Prix presented by Steel from the Raceway at Belle Isle Park. Beautiful 900-acre state park in downtown Detroit. Once a year, some of the streets converted into a race course for the Verizon IndyCar Series. The next race is a permanent course. It's the high-speed mile-and-a-half oval at Texas Motor Speedway in Fort Worth. It is Saturday night at 8 o'clock on NBCSN.
One of my favorite tracks that we used to go to, the high banks of Texas. Speed, drafting, wheel to wheel.
Trouble Bourdais!
And he didn't hit anything.
Oh, and he didn't get hit too. Wow.
Try doing that again.
Wow. Sebastian Bourdais out of 5th place.
Next car
resumes in 8th.
You've got about 100, 150 feet.
Flat spots on the tires, you can see them.
What is going on with the car? All the tire pressures seem fine. If you have an issue, we can pit, but you will need to stop again. Oh, I can't drive like that.
There's something wrong with that car.
Yeah, the right rear.
No, but he said the tire pressures are all fine. I think something happened.
Right, if you need to pit, we will have to put tires on and stop twice. Something is broken on the left rear.
Toe link or something like that.
Pit.
A driver of his caliber does not say something's wrong if it isn't.
because it looked like it was going down the straight and trying to go like
it just
side
spun so quickly.
Toe link, pit.
Again, we've avoided another yellow. Oh, yeah. Something's wrong there.
Well, somehow, safely around to the pit lane.
Here. It's not going to break straight. Take it easy coming in here.
Man. This will end up snapping, I'm sure. There it goes.
Yeah, you see that tire, the left rear tire just moved.
Like I said, toe link or something. So
look at Hunter-Reay, how close he came to the back of that car. Talk about being on automatic.
And that's the high-speed section,
Watch Hunter-Reay.
Yeah.
And Graham Rahal there.
And who says?
Wickens there.
Yep.
Watch the left rear tire.
Yep. Look at the reflexes that Hunter-Reay had here to avoid it.
It's 120 miles an hour going through turn 1, turn 2. Very impressive.
It looks tricky in slow motion. Yeah, something snapped on that car.
How about it, Rick?
Well, they definitely have something that's broken on the back. With Cruz gone over the wall, gotten some parts, gone back to the car, and they're trying to replace it. At one point, Sebastian Bourdais was asking, are we going to keep running? And basically the answer to that is yes, he's staying in the car. They're trying to do the repair to at the very least get him back out. It was a bent toe link.
Man, what a tough break. Of course, Bourdais losing some ground at the Indianapolis 500 as well, with a tough late ending to that race, so sliding back in the championship. And now a tough day here on Sunday at Belle Isle.
And Rossi has an 11.6 seconds on power, which is the biggest surprise of the day for me.
There is Alexander Rossi, has led 28 of 39 laps. Started on pole, set fast time in the wet qualifying session this morning. The dramatic drive at Indianapolis a week ago, where he went from 32nd on the grid all the way up to 4th at the finish. And look at the gap he's got on Will Power. There is Will, 10.8 seconds back. Rossi.
That's another area code that's so far behind. But it's amazing, Scott, that it's power. Chevy couldn't do anything yesterday. I don't know what they did to that engine last night, but it sure works on Power's car.
Well, I think also making some changes to the chassis, because we heard that. Here comes Ed Jones.
Nice run in third.
Keeps on doing a great job all year long. I think Ganassi really plucks somebody along that they know is going to develop and really become a superstar.
Well, his superstar teammate is behind him. Dixon is 4th. And here he is.
Scott started in 5th place, the winner yesterday, for his 42nd career victory. There's Hunter-Reay behind Dixon after the second of his 3 pit stops. So Hunter-Reay is 18.8 seconds behind Rossi in 5th place.
You know, Eddie, when you're talking about a Chevrolet and the Chevrolet of a Roger Penske car, remember we talked about Roger runs this event here, so certainly wants to make sure that maybe one of his cars can stand the podium. They got blocked out yesterday.
How come you call him Roger? I still call him Mr. Penske.
There you go.
So 29 laps to go. We're across halfway. It's been kind of eventful so far. Alexander Rossi is having the most fun. He's out in front. We're back after this message and a word from your ABC station. Here's our Honda race rundown of what's happened in the Detroit Grand Prix so far. The race started with a bang, literally. The pace car coming off the pit lane lost control and hit the wall. That was with a celebrity pace car driver. Both occupants of that checked and released from the medical center. After a nearly 40-minute delay, the race was finally restarted, and no one has had a more eventful day than Sebastian Bourdais. The 4-time champion got a flat tire in an incident on the very first lap. Came down the pit lane, made that change. Then I heard those charge notes playing from the bugle.
And what a wonderful job he was doing, out-braking people into turns and a march all the way through underneath Marco Andretti here in turns 1 and 2. But that would also be an area where he had a mishap. The suspension piece looks like it broke in the back of the car, and around he goes, and drivers are missing him. This is all at 120 miles an hour.
Wow. Three drivers have led the race. Alexander Rossi started on pole. He's led 32 of the 43 laps. Robert Wickens and Ryan Hunter-Reay have also spent 6 and 5 laps, respectively, out in front in the cycle of pit stops between the 2-stoppers and 3s. Interesting to watch on the track right now. Alexander Rossi continuing to lead on the 2-stop strategy. Ryan Hunter-Reay on the 3-stop strategy, running in 5th, 15 seconds behind him, but running laps about a second a lap quicker than Rossi.
We're going to see how that plays out in about, I would say, 6 laps.
Expect the leader to pit the 2-stoppers around lap 47, 48.
You know, but when I watch this right now, the car, Rossi's that you see right now, the Roth Home Mortgage car, that car is so smooth over all the bumps, so I think it's going to beat the driver up less, but they've done such a great job with their spring and shock selection here. That car looks like it's easier to drive than some of the other cars that the other guys are driving.
And that will make a difference, but the last lap, look what Hunter-Reay is doing.
And by the way, Hunter-Reay has again lowered the fast lap of the race. 2 laps ago.
But I got to talk about power again. He's only 6.5 seconds behind Rossi and gaining.
So can Hunter-Reay get around Scott Dixon and not get held up and lose any time with these laps he's been pounding out? Dixon on the 2-stop strategy, and he stopped Dixon 2 laps earlier than Rossi. So Dixon might be trying to make a little more fuel here than perhaps Rossi is. And definitely trying to make a little more fuel than Hunter-Reay is.
Rossi is using every inch of the track. He's starting to peel those banners that are on the walls off.
See that?
The car can't get any closer than that.
Car comes off a turn and it's moving around, waddling as I like to call it, and the car is almost not being able to keep under control.
You knew he was going to get that in.
I'm not going to take the bait. This is the last race, so I'm not going to say anything.
So there's Hunter-Reay, running right behind Dixon.
You saw some debris on the left-hand side. Hunter-Reay saw that coming off of 2
but Dixon
at 120 miles an hour and avoided that.
And Graham Rahal just
That's a big piece, yeah.
That's carbon fiber.
And that action needs to come off the circuit, so I'm sure race control will see that. And for drivers running over that, remember, these tires are very thin. It's not like our road car tire where it's very thick with tread. These are very thin tires.
Absolutely, it takes nothing to cut a tire.
So there you see the 2-stoppers. Top 4 versus Hunter-Reay, who pitted very early. Stopped back at lap 10. And then again at lap 34. While Rossi stopped at 22. We expect to see him in probably 2 laps from now, maybe 3. Just the one caution in the race so far. It was the one on the very first lap, and here comes the race leader in. How many will follow him? Will Power is in. Jan?
Well, there's a whole host of people that are pitting now because they know they saw that debris. So we're going to see Scott Dixon. We're going to see Graham Rahal. While we watch Alexander Rossi, they want to be sure they're not caught by yellow. There's a front wing, a major front wing adjustment, 7.7. Rick?
Meanwhile, at the other end, we've got Will Power down here. No big adjustments. They're going to send him back out. First, they got to get him full. It's an 8.2 second stop.
Graham Rahal is finishing his stop. I can tell you, as Graham Rahal leaves, Scott Dixon had to wait for a moment. They had a lightning fast stop, but Graham Rahal was coming in. They were very wise in holding Scott Dixon for a moment, but they were not able to capitalize on a very fast stop.
A look at that pit exit. Here's Rahal coming in. See the fuel nozzle detached from the Dixon car. So that split second, costing Scott a little bit of ground. Now, when will Hunter-Reay pit? Hunter-Reay has gone to the race lead. He's only 5 seconds ahead of Alexander Rossi and needs to make another pit stop. Now, his pit stop would be shorter if he made it right now because he stopped 12 laps later than Rossi did. He'd take less fuel to make it to the finish on equal footing.
On that note, he should stay out as long as he can.
But risking a caution coming out, he will probably continue to try and take the clear racetrack ahead because he's got a good bit before he'll catch any traffic and try and continue to pound out those fast lap times.
Here's teammates battling each other.
Robert Wickens on the pit road along with Max Chilton. Hunter-Reay, new fast lap. Rick?
Yeah, Robert Wickens brings the car in. And remember, early on in the race, he came in a little bit earlier. Their hope was to do a two-stop strategy. They had to shift off to a 3 to make a minor wing adjustment, send him back out, but I don't think he's going to be able to gain enough in this situation.
Sliding out right in front of Marco Andretti.
Yeah, now he'll kick to the inside line here, try and make Marco go around on the high side. Remember, he's got cold tires, though, so he won't be able to brake as deep, and Marco gets around on the outside pretty easily.
So that puts Wickens back in 11th position for the moment.
So Hunter-Reay has a 14.7 second advantage on Rossi. He needs more than that.
22 is the delta to make the pit stop and get back out. We'll see when we'll see Ryan Hunter-Reay on pit road for his final stop. Pretty good. So what this segment of the race is all about now is Ryan Hunter-Reay's gap to Alexander Rossi and their relative lap times. You see Hunter-Reay beginning to catch some traffic. He did have to pass one car a minute ago, Santino Ferrucci, that slowed him down a bit.
Hit this lap, need a big one.
And there's the call.
And that big one he means is we need a really fast in-lap.
Fishing overtake here.
Of which he pushes going down the straightaway, gives you that little extra boost of power we talked about. Can use it wisely. Driving hard enough, you see the inside tire lock up.
He's getting some new ones. That's okay when he comes in.
Use them up. There is Rossi hung up. Just for the moment. Jordan King gave way. Rene Binder was also there, I believe was the other car in the frame. Binder gives way down at turn 3. So here's that hard lap. Hunter-Reay on the push to pass again down the backstretch towards turn 7.
What a drive Hunter-Reay has put in today.
What's his nickname? Captain America?
Captain America.
Such a family man. Tends to races with his wife and his kids.
Lap, hit this lap.
So big moment here. Hunter-Reay coming up to the pit entry. His crew will go to work. How much fuel will they wait on, and how will he blend out with Rossi? Jan?
And what they believe they can do, they think they can do the overcut on Will Power. They do not believe that they can jump their teammate Rossi. They're hoping for a quick stop. Their last one was 8.8 seconds. They hope to do a little bit better than that, but the gap right now, oh, that's a lot better.
There you go.
6.3 seconds, and this should be able to do what we call the overcut on Will Power.
Yeah, you see the crew get into it also, pumping. Yeah, let's go.
Go, go, go. Yeah, he's got cold tires, and it is so hard to drive a race car when the tires are cold, when you got all that pressure on you, but he made it. They're way ahead of him.
So he comes out with a lap car between himself and Rossi and a lap car between himself and Power. Now, can he get back down to those lap times he was pounding out earlier?
He's got a brand new set of Firestones on, and they give you a lot of grip, and he only has 18 laps to go.
So Will Power with a solid day. Talked about one of our storylines entering the day, whereas Power and Newgarden needing to salvage a decent championship day. Well, Rossi's winning the race. He's the point leader coming in. But Will Power, after the difficult day yesterday, having a solid third place run if they can just bring it out these final laps.
I would have never thought they could have gotten that car to P3 watching them run yesterday. But it is Penske's after all.
That's true.
And like we talked about, a lot of pressure here because it is his event.
A lot of brain power.
This event, they say, reported brings in $58 million into the local economy. Roger's done so many good things here with the city and the Isle of Belle Isle. It's really incredible how we came back here. Remember when we first started coming back here? We raced the road course that you raced in Formula One, downtown course. We came here in 1992. Remember the big rain they had and all the tractor trailers got stuck? They had to get trucks coming back out on Monday to pull all the tractor trailers out of the swamp almost.
And now they're racing at this great track.
All right, so Hunter-Reay has 7.6 seconds to try and make up.
This is sort of race like they all should be. It's just going to come down to raw speed from here to the end of the race. Raw speed, courage, stamina.
17 laps to go. We'll mind the gap between Rossi and Hunter-Reay. Will a caution come out late and change the whole picture? We'll see. 15 laps to go, as you saw from some of those views of Alexander Rossi. He's not backing off 1 minute, using every inch of road here on the Raceway at Belle Isle Park. His lap times have fallen about a half a second behind Ryan Hunter-Reay's. Now that Hunter-Reay has those new tires up to temperature and is going, but Hunter-Reay's got a 7.8 second gap to make up. That's the difference with only 14 laps to go. The math is not going to work out, barring a caution flag.
To put that in perspective, Rossi is 54 seconds ahead of Andretti, who has exactly the same car as his teammate. That's not a bad race, is it?
Marco just made another pit stop. He's had a tough day. They've made a few different pit stops now. Actually, an extra one. I think he's been on pit road 4 times.
So you have 2 Andretti cars running 1 and 2, and I think about yesterday, because Andretti cars were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The only guy that spoiled the party of an all-Andretti podium was Scott Dixon. And today it will be Will Power probably standing up on the podium if things finish the way they are right now, and it will be a Chevy finally getting up on the podium here at Detroit.
But I think for Honda to come and win in Detroit, just America's Motor City, and to have the Andretti team do it for them, that puts a lot of great things in their basket.
Well, this young man behind the wheel here, 26 years old. As you see, Andretti Autosport today, 1st and 2nd right now, and certainly all of their cars qualifying in the top 12 earlier today in the rain. Alexander Rossi has hit his stride. He hit it late in last season when he and his engineer kind of had an opportunity to step back and get back on the same page, reestablish their communication, kind of go back to some of the basics, if you will. And ever since then, just wow. 3rd at St. Pete, 3rd, 1st, 11th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd yesterday, his results on this season. That's pretty stout.
And I hate to keep going back to it, but he did 4 laps at Indy, which I have never seen any driver do what he did. He was passing cars on every side of the track, and it was as if the waters were parting ahead of him.
And with cars this year that you weren't supposed to do that with.
No, everybody said it was impossible to do, and yet he pulled off the impossible. And you watch him drive today, he's using every bit of the track with so much confidence, and the speed is just there. I think Michael Andretti has really found the right driver here, and he's only going to get better.
Not just the right driver, but remember that Michael's team kind of got adrift a little bit technically a couple of years ago, but they retooled, reworked, reorganized, and have really become a steady force week in and week out now in this 2018 season for sure. Next race is next Saturday, Texas Motor Speedway, the high-speed 1.5 mile. NBCSN will have the coverage at 8 Eastern, and there on out the rest of the season and beyond. And we wish our friends there nothing but the best.
We'll be watching.
As we've been chatting here, it's actually 5.5 seconds between Rossi and Hunter-Reay. Hunter-Reay is banging off laps now, guy at 15.5, and Rossi the last time at 16.9, so 1.4 seconds quicker. And to say that Ryan Hunter-Reay, look how close he's getting to the wall. He has started to eat up that lead very quickly.
But he's running out of time, Alan.
Just set another new fast lap of the race on that last circuit by. Right, that's the difference. 5.6 seconds, 12 laps.
But the biggest thing right now is that I think Hunter-Reay knows that Rossi can see him in his mirrors, and that makes a very big difference.
Don't forget also, because Ryan Hunter-Reay pitted later, that he's got some tires that probably, if I can recall, have 6-7 laps less on them. So they're going to hang on a little bit better. He's going to continue to
He's down to 3.7 seconds.
He just knocked almost 2 full seconds off the deficit in that last lap. Rossi did a 1:16.9. Hunter-Reay did a 1:15 flat.
So for Alexander Rossi right now, objects in the mirror are closer than they appear.
Yes, and they're getting bigger.
And then there's that old saying, catching them's one thing, passing them's another.
He really has put on a display of how to drive a racing car today.
I assure you this, there's no one hungrier for a win on that racetrack today than Ryan Hunter-Reay. It has been a frustrating few years for him. His last win was at Pocono in 2015, some 41 races ago. He's come oh so close, finished second a number of times since then. But second is a lot different than that top step on the podium.
Yes, it is.
You're paid to be on that top step. Let's see what the numbers look like at the start-finish line this time.
I think it'll be close to 2 seconds.
1:17 flat for Rossi, 1:15.3.
And the gap is exactly 2 seconds with
10 to go.
10 to go. I think Rossi better come up with plan B here.
How about this leader, Jan?
The radio communication to Alexander Rossi a few laps ago was, let's think big picture. They knew how fast that Ryan Hunter-Reay was closing. That doesn't mean that he lets Ryan Hunter-Reay go by any means, but it's reminding Alexander Rossi he's the championship point leader, and if his teammate comes up and has this kind of steam, they want him to remember, think big picture. This will be very interesting.
That almost sounds like a team order.
No, you're a driver. I was a driver. They're trying to give you common sense because we don't have common sense when it comes down to this sometimes. Well, you never did, but anyways.
Talk for yourself.
The cooler heads prevail on the timing stand than under the helmets is what I think you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, he's right there.
All right, he's on him. You think they both know if there is a Chevy behind them in third place?
No.
Oh.
Rossi's only concerned with the one car in his mirror because he can't see anybody else. Another 1.3 seconds shaved off by Hunter-Reay that last lap.
But that's going to stop, though, because he's right on his gearbox. He can't go any faster until he passes him at this point.
You see the push to pass remaining. You'll see it turn green when they get on it. Still a lot of laps to go, 9.
And I think you'll see Rossi, if he gets any closer, to start changing his line and driving a little bit more defensively. But he also knows that that's his teammate.
Defensively, is that the European background he has from his days in Europe and Formula One? You were over there.
You can place your car differently to make somebody's pass a little bit more difficult and more risky.
They are going to catch a few lap cars, not all that far up the road in front of them, these two.
Very tricky corner coming up here.
Only 3/10 of a second gain that last lap. See, there's the lap traffic ahead.
Yep, now Ryan Hunter-Reay did go almost a second slower that lap, as you mentioned, Alan, because Eddie, as you're saying, he's now in the middle.
Rossi with the lockup.
He is right on the limit. They're both right on the limit.
Feeling the pressure.
You do that too many times and you're going to have square tires, and race cars don't go well with square tires.
Don't forget the tires on Ryan Hunter-Reay's DHL machine are fresher than Rossi's.
I think he's going to go for it at the end of the straightaway.
No push to pass yet.
Nope. Rossi actually gains a little bit on the straightaway.
He does put the power down coming out of 6 going to 7 there.
Rossi is clipping the curbs, which we saw when Rahal did that yesterday. What happened? Now remember, Hunter-Reay is dealing with dirty air right now, and these cars are very sensitive to dirty air, as we've seen many times this year.
Coming to 7 laps to go.
You can hear the throttle application.
Gonna have to get closer.
Just a little bit less than it would
push to pass.
This is where Rossi locked up his brakes again. And he's going down.
Rossi's off in turn 3. Hunter-Reay goes through to the race lead.
Goodness. Oh, God, that must be painful.
Now, Ryan Hunter-Reay hates that for a teammate, but he's sure pretty happy for himself.
And look who's second. Will Power in a Chevy.
Now this is going to mix up the point standings, that's for sure. And that was the message to Alexander Rossi from his pit lane. Think of the big picture.
This happened just because of the pressure that Hunter-Reay was putting on him. He's right in his gearbox. Look at this.
So bumpy. Look at the cars jostle around.
Goes to brake.
There, it's locking up.
Cars don't turn too well when they lock up the front brakes.
And now one of the tires flat on the 27. And a win getting away. Now he's got to try and salvage some kind of a finish.
Oh, he's got to be careful the cars that are coming up behind him. All Hunter-Reay has to do right now is finish the race.
So everybody at home wonders why we have an ABS braking system on our road cars. That's the reason there, so you don't lock up the wheels.
Rossi right now in 6th place as he limps around the racetrack, trying to get to the pit lane here. In another, he's got another 5 turns to go before he gets to the pit lane.
Look at the vibration in the steering wheel.
Hunter-Reay has 16 seconds on power, and he only has 6 laps to go.
And this is an opportunity just to replace that tire to try to get Alexander Rossi home, but just the frustration and the letdown for this team. It's hard to put into words when they certainly had radioed to him, let's think big picture. He tried to go for the win, and boy, did it all come unglued in turn number 3.
Yeah, sure enough. So Rossi now returns in 13th position. Here it is from on board the 27.
I think some of the function of this, guys, as you see the tires lock up, is that Ryan Hunter-Reay, probably 7 or 8 laps fresher tires, just could get in the braking zone a little deeper.
This happened just because Hunter-Reay was putting pressure on him. That's what happens. Well, what a drive from both of them.
Do you think the crew's not emotionally into it? Look at that.
And that's with another one of his cars benefiting and taking the lead.
Yes.
Well, 1-2 sounds better than just 1, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Hunter-Reay now, the race leader, coming up to 4 laps to go. There is some lap traffic ahead of him that he will deal with, but as you mentioned, Eddie, he's got a massive lead on Will Power, 16 seconds back to 2nd place. You can't put the exclamation point enough on the laps that he was pounding out earlier in the race when they committed to the 3-stop strategy and got him into open traffic. And he kept setting fast lap, fast lap, fast lap. Then he came off the pit lane again after that 3rd stop and even lowered those fast laps to close down that huge gap and put the pressure on Rossi that resulted in what we saw.
And we never thought when we saw him behind Rossi when he was like 8 seconds behind that he was going to catch him. And yet he just kept going at it, and now he could almost stop for a cup of coffee and still win.
The math didn't work, right? But the fall off on Rossi's car and the laps that Hunter-Reay was able to put in, all of a sudden...
the math looked bad, but we were not accounting for Hunter-Reay's speed. I love races that come down to speed.
The speed, the brilliant drive, and the tenacity that he had, and I think about that even with his career in a sense that, remember, he wandered around with different IndyCar teams for quite some time and couldn't get on a full-time ride, and then ended up getting with Andretti, and everything has gone right for him ever since that point in time.
So Will Power, after Rossi's problems, is going to wind up salvaging a great day in the championship. One of our storylines starting the day. Rossi's going to slide back to 3rd if they finish as they're running now, with Scott Dixon running 4th in the race, slotting in 2nd in points. Leaving here, Joseph Newgarden will be the tough one on the weekend. He's going to fall all the way back to 5th in the championship. Newgarden running in 16th place right now after the tough trip into the tire barrier in qualifying this morning in the rain.
Whenever you want to measure...
Just leave it in wheel 7, plenty of a lead. Don't need to get mixed up with...
Whenever you want to measure a driver's performance, always look where they are in comparison to their teammates. Today, Power was way better.
Power running 2nd, Pagano running 10th, and Newgarden running in 15th place. Some other notables, Ed Jones running 3rd, really solid drive for Ed.
In front of, what's that gentleman's name?
Yeah,
Dixon?
One spot in front of Dixon. and about second and a half in front of him on the racetrack. Graham Rahal, after yesterday's disappointment, what a job by his team overnight to stay until 1 o'clock in the morning to prepare the backup car. And Rahal qualified 9th, and he's running in 5th position now. Much needed good day for him. Tony Kanaan had the spin on the outlap for qualifying this morning. He's going to come back and run inside the top 10. He's running 7th right now. And Charlie Kimball looking to get a top 10 for the very young to IndyCar Carlin team.
A team that he drove for early in his career. Matter of fact, when you go through a lot of the IndyCar drivers, they've probably touched Carlin either sometime in North America or with their teams in Europe at some point in time. A very well-regarded team, and as you mentioned, Alan, a young team.
2 more.
But certainly they're going to be here for a long time. 2 laps left for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And once again, this track has proved to be very punishing for anybody that makes a mistake. And rewarding for those that don't.
Hunter-Reay going to have a good day where the championship is concerned as well. Started the weekend 57 points off the lead. Stands to close about 26 of that off with a win today and put himself up to 4th in the championship with a lot of racing yet to be done over these summer months.
You know, throughout the weekend, we've talked about how diverse the drivers need to be. That was like when we did it in the series, short ovals, high-speed ovals, road courses, street courses. And to get to Texas next week on a 1.5 mile high bank, 28 degrees, that's one that I always love. But so diverse these drivers have to be. Flip the switch for next week and onto the oval and the high banks.
It probably is the most competitive racing series in the world right now.
Still got a 13-second lead on Will Power. And coming up to see the white flag and start the final lap.
White flag, still plenty of pace between you and Will. Don't need to do anything with Hinch here.
A year ago, Graham Rahal had as good a weekend as you could have in this unique doubleheader weekend at Belle Isle. He won both races. Well, Ryan Hunter-Reay finished 2nd yesterday and is on track to win today. Next best thing, I guess.
Think of how many times that Ryan Hunter-Reay has been unlucky here in this last year or so. Getting very close, and obviously close to Indy a couple more times too, but getting knocked out one time in the pit lane with his teammate. I mean, always competitive. Maybe not the most lucky guy that there has been, but certainly one of the most competitive.
The one constant with Hunter-Reay is that he does not know how to give up. And he's blindingly fast when you give him a car as he wants it.
Just a few more corners to go. Remember when he won the Indianapolis 500 4 years ago? He said he was just a proud Florida boy. The trip back to Fort Lauderdale tonight is going to be a happy one because he's going to have his first trophy since 2015. Checkered flag, 17th career win. Ryan Hunter-Reay does it in Detroit.
Ryan, awesome. Unbelievable, those 2 middle stints. Fastest lap by a second. Awesome ride, awesome. Great work in the pits, guys. Good job, guys. Yes! Yes!
What a drive. Just inspiring. You'll see the victory lap, and then we'll get the victory interview coming up from Detroit. Ryan Hunter-Reay, the winner, while you were watching the cool-down lap and those messages, his strategist Ray Gosselin came on the radio and said, "I will show you the lap times later." He said that might have been your best drive ever. Hard to argue with the performance that Ryan Hunter-Reay put on today here in Detroit, just knocking out fast lap after fast lap after fast lap and putting enough pressure on Alexander Rossi to come away with the win.
And as you're mentioning those laps, Alan, they were qualifying style laps, and his fastest lap is almost a second quicker than the next person on the day, so that's pretty impressive.
There are the championship standings. Look left column before the Indy 500, and now after the second of the Detroit doubleheader races. What a big month it was, a big 2 weeks it was, with the double points at Indy for the 500, and now the 2 races here. Scott Dixon helping himself greatly. Sebastian Bourdais having a tough weekend here in Detroit both days and sliding a good bit back. And Joseph Newgarden from the lead to 39 points down in 5th, leaving Detroit.
Yes, he's got a lot of work to do after this weekend. If I was a young driver starting an IndyCar right now, I would watch Hunter-Reay's performance every night before I went to bed. That was quite impressive, wasn't it? That's how it's done.
17th career win, 8th win on a road and street circuit. Let's quickly go to Rick DeBrule.
Well, Alexander Rossi just got out of his car. Obviously a very difficult, disappointing, and very frustrating day for Alex. Alex, let's talk about those last few laps.
I don't really have an answer for you. Need to talk to these guys. We don't understand, so I don't have anything to say.
All right, once again, very frustrated as you can imagine from Alexander Rossi.
Trying to figure out what happened that left him at the checkered flag. A disappointing 12th position. And a look at the Scott Fountain and victory circle here on Belle Isle. Will be a happy sight to see the top step on that for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Tireless worker in support of raising money to support cancer research after losing his mom to cancer. And a tireless worker on the racetrack today and this weekend for sure. Second on Saturday and a winner on Sunday.
Doesn't even look like he worked that hard, does he?
First stop for Ryan Hunter-Reay, of course, to give congratulations to the crew, to Michael Andretti, team owner. There's no question this was a team effort today. Boy, sometimes you win a race with strategy, sometimes you do it with pace. Today you did it with both. And your engineer said he thinks this might be your best drive ever. What do you think?
You know, after I took that second set of blacks, primaries, the Firestones, I started getting sync with the car and the balance started coming to me. I was really worried in the beginning. I was really loose. And then as I got into a rhythm, the car was doing everything I needed it to, everything. And when we started that last stint, Rossi was more than a straightaway ahead of us. I couldn't even see him. And I just put my head down and just the thing was flying. It was such a great car. So happy for this 28 DHL Honda team. I wish my wife and the boys were here with me because they're the best. And this has been a bit of a long time coming. And that was going to be a heck of a fight at the end, but good thing we pressured them into it, and we're here in victory lane. Awesome. This car deserves to be where it is right now, that's for sure. And that was a heck of a car, heck of a strategy. Great in the pit lane, and I drove my rear end off.
And what was the mindset? Because at that point, when you closed in on Alexander, he obviously is a teammate. They were telling him, think big picture. But then you saw the first puff of smoke. Do you think you're going to wait to see, or were you going to press the issue?
Yeah, I was really strong out of turn 2, and he wasn't. So I kept pushing the button. I knew I was going to get a run sooner or later, just had to be patient with it. I was going to try inside, outside. Saw a puff of smoke once, twice, and I knew I had to keep pressuring him there. Once you see that monkey up in the tree, you got to keep shaking it, and he fell out, and he did a great job, though. You know, he's been so strong. I think, you know, this weekend was really tough on the brakes. I locked up a few times there, almost went in just like he did, so he's done a fantastic job this season, and I'm absolutely, this 28 team's there to challenge him. We're going for the championship, and this goes to show we're here to stay.
Well, he's talking about the championship. He now moves up to 4th in the championship, his first win, as we mentioned, since Pocono in 2015, Alan.
Jan, thanks. A day that started in the most bizarre fashion with a crash of the pace car, wound up with one of the most inspired drives we've seen in some time. And Ryan Hunter-Reay, the winner today in Detroit. World News or your local news is next on ABC, except on the West Coast later tonight. Game 2 of the NBA Finals starts here at 7:30 Eastern. Thanks to this wonderful crew for a long run covering the IndyCar Series. Treasure them all, treasure every moment. We sign off with Ryan Hunter-Reay's inspiring, brilliant performance as winner of Detroit Grand Prix race number 2, Alan Bestwick, for our entire team. Thanks for watching.